Chapter 491, Unexpected Encounter. The 29th day of going to Kanto area, sunny. The weather was good today, and it was sunny again. After lunch yesterday, Yu Hai and Xiao Ying found a battlefield and played 2 friendly matches with Xiao Ying. They did not send out their main frog. After all, Xiao Ying's frog was taught by him, and he knew it very well. As long as he knew the burst limit of frog, he could know what stage frog was in. After playing the friendly match yesterday, they returned to the Pokémon Center and each opened a single room in the Pokémon Center. They rested until this morning, and they also said goodbye and left the Crimson City. Xiao Ying planned to go to the nearby P1 fighting competition to see and participate in the fighting competition there. After all, they are all fighting Pokémons, and with the intentional training of the old drunkard, Xiao Ying became interested in fighting competitions and participated in the fighting competitions on Hasa Island. This time when she came to Kanto, Xiao Ying heard that there was a fighting competition nearby, and she must go to see it. Yu Hai didn't go. He still had to go to Yuhong Gym in Yuhong City to get the badge. They had to part ways here. Yesterday, he reminded Xiao Ying not to go to the Withered Leaf Gym, the Tokiwa Gym, the Golden Gym. The gym leaders of these gyms are all undercover agents of Team Rocket. The gym leader of Tokiwa Gym is the boss of Team Rocket. It's better for Xiao Ying to avoid them. Anyway, it's the same to go to other gyms. There are more than 8 gyms in the Quartz Conference Guide, at least more than 10 gyms, otherwise where did Xiao Mao get the 10 badges from? But after getting up this morning, he fed the elves breakfast and knocked on Xiao Ying's door, only to find that Xiao Ying was not in the room. He didn't know where this kid went. Has he left? Left without saying goodbye? It shouldn't be. Yu Hai was puzzled. He could only pack up his things, put on his backpack and came to the outside of the Pokémon Center. He saw that the battlefield behind the Pokémon Center was very lively. There were trainers fighting here. No wonder it was noisy. After he came here, he felt that the atmosphere here was a little strange, because the trainers here were very angry and seemed very irritable, arrogant. Defeat these foreign trainers, defeat them. Yes, people who treat Pokémon as tools and only pursue powerful Pokémon are not worthy of being trainers. Weaklings can only bark. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding trainers were immediately indignant, and they all shouted and wanted to defeat this arrogant trainer. After listening for a while around the battlefield, Yu Hai finally understood the arguments of these trainers and why the trainer in the field aroused everyone's anger. In fact, the reason is very simple. The trainer in the field, the trainer's philosophy was different from that of many trainers present, and they were even 2 extremes. The trainer's philosophy was too extreme and not suitable for survival here, so they clashed with everyone. To put it simply, everyone treated Pokémon as partners, some as family members, while the trainers in the field treated Pokémon as combat tools, and that was where everyone disagreed. No wonder he aroused public anger. If he treated Pokémon as tools, there would probably be a group of inexplicable saints chasing after him and cursing. He watched for a long time, and the trainers outside the field actually no one defeated the other. It seems that this person is not just talking big, but a real trainer with real strength, otherwise he would not be so arrogant. Besides, his Pokémon is about to enter the senior level, and he is also a good trainer. He does have the capital to be conceited. Let the trainers in the field taunt him, and the trainers outside the field who can't beat him can only swallow their anger. Even if they shout louder, it's useless. They can't beat him. This is the fact. After all, the other party has a bigger fist. He was just watching the fun and had no intention of going up. He was a trainer from the Orange Islands and also this group of people. The foreign trainers mentioned by the onlookers were not local trainers in the city of Crimson, and they were also the targets of scolding. Because no one went up to challenge, the trainers in the field became more and more arrogant, looking at the trainers outside the field without looking at them, with contempt in their eyes. However, as he watched, he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, a person walked out of the field. When he saw this person, the corners of his mouth twitched, because the person who went up was an acquaintance. And the only acquaintance he had here was Xiaoying. Who else could it be except Xiaoying? What is this silly kid going to do again? Yu Hai smiled helplessly. In fact, he overlooked one thing. Xiaoying's behavior was in line with the behavior of a young trainer, and he just wanted to watch the show. He was already an old hand. Brother, the trainers here are too weak, let's go. Isn't there another one here? Shinji shook his head, looked at Xiaoying who stood up, and smiled at his younger brother. This time we came out to play, there is no hurry to travel. Another one? He really has no memory. The elder brother that Shinji mentioned was naturally his elder brother, Lei Si. They came to Kanto to travel together. They heard the legend of the mini dragon in the hunting zone, so they planned to come and see it. Unexpectedly, the mini dragon was a lie. There was no mini dragon in the hunting zone. They were all useless things. Not only the Pokemon are useless, but even the trainers here are useless. Useless Pokemon and useless trainers, come on? Believe? You want to win with these. If you rely on passion alone, you are just a reckless trainer. Friendship, bond, useless things. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. Who is he looking down on? Ah, no matter who it is, it doesn't matter who it is, please defeat this ignorant foreign kid. This? Yu Hai was speechless when he heard this. Even he felt offended by the bombardment of this map. However, he still did not get angry. After all, he was not a child. How could he be so impulsive? This trainer was so arrogant that he would be punished sooner or later, such as Xiaoying who had already played. I don't agree with what you said. Xiaoying also heard that, but he no longer had the youthful vigor of Hasa Island when he would fight for victory or defeat when someone said something. Brother Hai said that temporary wins and losses don't matter. Winning back is the same. This failure is only for the next victory. If Yu Hai knew that Xiaoying listened to it, he would have fed her less chicken soup at the beginning. He would be a little uncomfortable for a lazy guy to feed others chicken soup for struggle. Oh? Then let's talk about strength. Shinji tossed the pokeball and felt that Xiaoying was no different from other trainers, and they could all be easily defeated. Okay, Xiaoying also took out the pokeball, and the two threw Pokemons at the same time. Bang bang! As the two Pokemons appeared on the field, the battle was about to begin. Xiaoying released Infernape, and Shinji released Turtle. Tisk, Shinji couldn't help but snorted when he saw Infernape. It seemed that his previous battle was seen through, otherwise others would not have sent Infernape to restrain Turtle. Infernape, one of the 3 starter Pokemons on our side, is he also a trainer of Sinnoh? Lei Si saw Infernape and couldn't help but fall into deep thought, guessing Xiaoying's origin. Hey, Infernape? Yu Hai was surprised when he saw Infernape. He didn't expect Xiaoying to have a starter Pokemon, and it was a fire and fighting type monkey. Why didn't Xiaoying take it out yesterday? I don't know where the drunkard got the starter Pokemon from. Since Xiaoying dared to take it out openly, it must be a starter Pokemon with a clean background, and the kind that is not afraid of investigation. After all, starter Pokemon are not worth much to a trainer with some strength. There are many starter Pokemon on the black market. The real valuable thing about starter Pokemon is the identity of being able to cultivate starter Pokemon openly. The potential of starter Pokemon is no longer important. What is important is the legitimacy of starter Pokemon. Special status for trainers. It has to be said that Xiaoying's growth experience feels wrong as soon as it is heard. It is a typical grassroots counterattack protagonist template. Born in a chaotic area, both parents died when she was young, and she grew up in an orphanage. There is an old director and a group of younger brothers and sisters, as well as a childhood sweetheart, and an old grandfather. When she went out, she met a time traveler named Yu. Fuck, I'm a golden finger, Yu Hai said here, and suddenly realized that he was the golden finger. Tisk tisk tisk. Yu, who was stranded on a deserted island, didn't have this treatment. Who is the protagonist? I feel a little jealous. It's an electric monster and a flaming monkey. You feels a little jealous. Since there is no referee in the battle here uses the default rules between trainers. At present, Shinji is at a disadvantage, but Shinji can't change the Pokemon. Once he changes the Pokemon, it proves that Shinji is afraid, and the bragging before will be in vain. Shinji can't afford to lose this person. Seeing that Shinji was unwilling to change his Pokemon, Xiaoying and Shinji looked at each other and shouted at the Pokemon in unison. Forest Turtle, Mud Shot. Infernape, Fire Wheel, Charge Forward. Woa! Infernape leaped up and turned into a fire wheel, hitting the flying Mud Shot and charging straight at Forest Turtle. The closer it got to Forest Turtle, the more Mud Shots it fired were bounced off, and had no effect on the spinning and tumbling Infernape. Forest Turtle, hold on! Tisk tisk, what a pity, it's still Forest Turtle. If it evolves into Earth Turtle, it can still fight with the ground attribute. Yu Hai looked at the battle on the field. Both were elite Pokemon, and Monkey Brother's level was even higher. Facing the Fire-type Monkey Brother, Forest Turtle was suppressed throughout the whole process. Its strongest Grass-type attack could not be used, and its Grass-type attack would also be melted. It could only use 1 or 2 Ground-type moves to deal with Monkey Brother. As long as Xiaoying avoids the Ground-type moves such as Mud Shot, Stomp, and Earth Power, the Forest Turtle will be out of luck. Finally, the Forest Turtle had a small burst due to its Lush feature, but Lush only increases the power of Grass-type moves, not Ground-type moves. The Grass-type attack hit Monkey King, which was a resistance damage, and the effect was not great. No matter how unwilling the Forest Turtle was, it was still defeated by Monkey King's flames and fell down. Boom! Win, win, win! This arrogant kid finally lost, ha ha ha! Ha ha ha, finally lost, let's see how arrogant this kid is. Tisk, what's the big deal if he won? That Infernape is from Sinnoh, not Kanto, let alone a Pokemon from Crimson City. Damn, this kid is just stubborn, it's not what he wants, what's he so proud of? It sounds like there's nothing wrong with what he said, even if he won, it wasn't the trainer here who won. Yu Hai smiled, agreeing with what Shinji said, he had his reasons for being stubborn, it was the trainer from other regions who defeated Shinji, not the trainer from Kanto who defeated Shinji. What are these keyboard warriors so excited about? I don't dare to play, if I knew Xiaoying was not a local, I might scold Xiaoying too. However, he didn't know that the trainer who used the Forest Turtle was Shinji. If he knew it was Shinji, it would be interesting. Shinji actually came to Kanto. He didn't notice it when he watched the animation in his previous life. Hey, which side are you from? Why are you speaking for that kid? Because of what he said just now, Yu Hai was still hated by these keyboard warriors, but he would not indulge these keyboard warriors, he just yelled loudly. Facing these keyboard warriors who dared not to play, he said lightly, sorry, I am a trainer from the Orange Islands, not a trainer from Kanto, I don't stand on either side. Damn it, can even a rural place like the Orange Islands bully our Kanto? Seeing Yu Hai leave, the unconvinced keyboard warrior shouted to Xiaoying in the field, hey, the trainer of Infernape, which trainer are you from? I am a trainer from the Orange Islands. Xiaoying didn't understand why someone would ask this. He had defeated Shinji's Forest Turtle and was waiting for Shinji to send out the second Pokemon. Roar! Gyarados showed its fierce power as soon as it came out. Gyarados was Shinji's second Pokemon. Seeing Shinji send out Gyarados, Xiaoying did not replace Monkey. After all, Shinji did not change Pokemon just now, so he would not change Pokemon naturally. He was restrained, so he was restrained. He had already won the first game through intelligence, and the second game was not important. Damn, he is not a Kanto trainer. Don't we have no trainers in Kanto? Let these foreign trainers ride on our heads and shit. These foreign trainers are foreign trainers whether they lose or win. The keyboard warriors are unwilling to accept this. Yu Hai will not empathize with this group of keyboard warriors. He is neither a Kanto trainer nor a trainer from the Orange Islands. He is just a despicable foreigner, but no one can empathize with him. After he got away from the keyboard warriors, he found a wide audience seat to watch the second battle between Xiaoying and Shinji, Gyarados vs Infernape. Xiaoying was probably going to lose this time. As the battle started, it ended quickly. Sure enough, the final result was just as he guessed. Monkey King was suppressed by the water-type moves and finally unwillingly he fell down, and even the raging fire didn't burst out. Monkey had fought a difficult battle before. Although he defeated the forest turtle, it was not an easy victory. He was exhausted and injured. In addition, this Gyarados restrained Monkey and was higher in level than Monkey. It was difficult for Monkey to win. Just from the fact that Gyarados' intimidation characteristics could scare Monkey, we can see the difference in level. After Monkey fell down, Xiaoying took out the second Pokémon and threw it to the battlefield. His second Pokémon was Electabuzz. Chapter 492, Lacey's End. Seeing Electabuzz, Yu Hai smiled knowingly. Xiaoying was reading the book carefully. Using Electabuzz is indeed the best choice to deal with Gyarados. Attribute restraint is the most basic tactic among trainers, nothing else. Even he failed, let alone others. Zai's reverse attribute master was just a joke. For the needs of the plot, the production team is a piece of shit and knows nothing about fighting. As the battle began, Yu Hai saw Xiaoying's Electabuzz displaying impressive electric moves, such as 100,000 volts, which he could use easily. It seemed that Electabuzz had plenty of electricity. On the other hand, Gyarados was electrocuted to the point where he couldn't take care of himself, jumped up and down, and screamed. He had just used a water move to make the ground full of water, which increased the power of his electric moves. Even with thunder, Gyarados couldn't escape. In the end, he fell into a paralyzed state, was knocked unconscious by a punch from Electabuzz, and fell down with a bang. This time, the audience outside the venue was not as excited as the first time, because Xiaoying was not a trainer from Kanto. Even if they cheered, who were they cheering for? Orange Islands? Or a trainer from the Orange Islands, cheering for helping them defeat other trainers from other places in Kanto? They couldn't afford to lose this person. After Gyarados fell, Shinji finally realized that he had met a real master. His Gyarados was not without ground moves that could restrain Electabuzz, but Electabuzz had done targeted training, and ordinary ground moves could not attack Electabuzz, so Gyarados could only lose in the end. Go, Onyx, Shinji was naturally unconvinced. He would not allow himself to fail. These useless things, none of them were up to the task, and he would definitely have to double his training after the battle. Onyx. Yu Hai smiled bitterly when he saw this Onyx. The elves sent by these two little guys were really interesting. There was no need to watch the battle between the two. In the end, Xiaoying would definitely win this 3-on-3 battle. Against this Onyx, Electabuzz's electric moves were all useless and could not be used at all. He could only use the non-native Ice Punch and fighting moves to fight Onyx. But Shinji was not a fool. He would definitely avoid these moves and would never let Electabuzz get close. Even if Electabuzz loses, Xiaoying still has two initial Pokémon that are 4 times more effective against Onyx, the Water-type Frog and the Grass-type Parasoma, which are now estimated to have reached the senior level, so Shinji has no chance to play. This is the advantage of having first-hand intelligence. Xiaoying caught up with Shinji's fighting habits in the previous few battles, and sent Monkey Brother, who restrained Forest Turtle, in the first game, and got the first-hand advantage. Even if there are 3 opportunities to change Pokémon, Xiaoying still has the first-hand advantage. Each person has 3 opportunities to change Pokémon, and Shinji still has to face unfavorable attributes. After all, who asked Shinji to change Pokémon first? Control is like this, whoever changes Pokémon first will suffer, and whoever has to face a situation with unfavorable attributes. In the end, it was no surprise that Electabuzz, who could not use electric moves, could only struggle to support Onyx, and no longer had the high spirits when facing Gyarados. In the end, Onyx's tail whipped it away and fainted at Xiao Ying's feet. Xiao Ying used the Pokeball to retrieve the Electabuzz, took out the third Pokeball and threw it out. It was Parasaurolophus. Wow! Parasaurus, this guy is bound to lose. Although he is not a trainer on our side, as long as he can beat that arrogant and conceited boy, you are great. Seeing Parasaurus appear on the stage, the keyboard warriors outside the field began to become active again, as if everyone had convinced themselves and reached a consensus. Even if Xiao Ying is not a Kanto trainer, he cannot let the arrogant Shinji, who treats Pokemon as tools, win the battle. They want Shinji to lose and suppress his arrogance. Shinji, who also saw Parasaurus appear, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Seeing this Parasaurus, he had already predicted the result of this 3-on-3 match, and he would lose. Using a panting Onyx against a Parasaurus in full form, his Onyx will definitely lose. Then, Shinji cunningly took back Onyx and shouted to Xiao Ying, I recognize your strength, trainer from the Orange Islands, I am Shinji from the Sinnoh region, only the strong are worthy of knowing my name. After saying this, Shinji also glanced at all the trainers except Xiao Ying. The phrase only the strong are worthy of knowing my name means, in other words, you losers are not worthy. This sentence immediately hurt the fragile hearts of the keyboard warriors. Even though Xiao Ying was about to win, the keyboard warriors collectively broke down and kept swearing at Shinji, shouting and cursing, instantly turning into offline Zon people, and cursing Shinji's ancestors 108 times. Yes, Shinji lost, but he didn't lose until the battle was over. Surrendering is half the loss. Even if anyone with a discerning eye can see the win or loss, Shinji will not admit the win or loss if he didn't lose on the battlefield. Moreover, the recognition of Xiao Ying's words further praised Xiao Ying and hurt the keyboard warriors at the scene, especially the one who said the trainer of the Orange Islands, which rubbed salt into the wounds of the keyboard warriors. It was so sour and refreshing. Yu Hai couldn't stop laughing. Shinji's mouth was really poisonous. He was indeed a strong enemy that could break Zai's defense many times. He finally knew who this arrogant boy was. It was a pity that Shinji was finally turned gay by Zai. You know, trainers like Shinji have no bond with Pokemons. They treat Pokemons more like combat tools. He was also the trainer who was most like a Pokemon player in his previous life. In the player's computer, for useless things, apart from collecting them, the only way left was to release them. I don't need your approval. It is the trainer's responsibility to make weak Pokemons stronger, not to abandon useless things, and not to treat Pokemons as tools. They are my partners who live together, fight together, and work hard together. They are not useless things. Xiao Ying touched the head of the Parasaurolophus. This Parasaurolophus, like the frog, was his initial Pokemon. Although it could not evolve anymore, his investment in the Parasaurolophus was not less at all. On the way to the top, he didn't want to give up any partner. Even if the partner was not talented, he would treat him sincerely. The partner thing again? What a coward, Shinji said with disdain. Since Xiao Ying didn't appreciate it, forget it. He still believed that strength was respected. Only powerful elves were useful, and weak elves were useless. The last game, do you still want to fight? Xiao Ying saw that this kind of person couldn't make sense, so she mentioned the last battle. The reason why he went on the field was that he couldn't stand this person's style, and he didn't allow others to deny his trainer's path and deny Brother Hai who taught him to become a trainer. His understanding of trainers was all taught by Brother Hai, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with being friends with elves. The League's propaganda also said that elves are partners, not tools. He would use sincerity to exchange sincerity, and he firmly believed in this. No fight. Shinji was choked when asked about the last battle, but he quickly refused and said he would not fight. I didn't expect Xiao Ying to not give him face at all. She didn't hit him in the face or expose his shortcomings. Xiao Ying's proposal for a fight was just to embarrass him. In fact, Shinji never thought about it. Isn't it his own problem? Xiao Ying has given him face. It was because he repeatedly denied Xiao Ying's ideas, the ideas of many trainers, and the path of trainers like Xiao Ying that Xiao Ying went on the field to fight. To go deeper, Shinji was even denying the political correctness of the League's propaganda. If it was a period of severe crackdown, he would probably be put in jail. Faced with so many people, Shinji didn't give him face at all. Now he cares about his own face and doesn't think it's his own problem. This is the usual way of thinking for a self-centered trainer. Is this you who pursues powerful Pokemon? Although Xiao Ying's words are questionable, everyone with a discerning eye knows that she is refuting Shinji's ideas and refuting Shinji who only pursues powerful Pokemon and retreats from battles. The air pressure in the battlefield where the two fought was terribly low. The keyboard warriors offline all knew the consequences of angering a trainer. They were just shouting loudly before, after all, the law does not punish the masses. But the battlefield was terribly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Now someone is the first to take action, and it is offline. These keyboard warriors dare not even breathe, and have become ostriches again. Tisk, Shinji knew that he was in the wrong, and he couldn't beat Xiao Ying, so he didn't want to argue with Xiao Ying. That's the fact. He lost in a 3-on-3 situation. No matter how much he said, it was meaningless. No matter how much he explained, it was pale and powerless. He disdained to do so. Don't you want to prove it? How about we have a fight? Lei Si smiled. Xiao Ying's words also made him very unhappy. The reason why Shinji became like this was actually imitating him. He was also a trainer who pursued powerful Pokemon. You. Xiao Ying heard Shinji call this man Big Brother, so he could only use the strongest frog, and he might not be this man's opponent. What? Are you scared? Are you afraid to prove whether your bond with the elves can make the hat-like enzyme stronger? Lei Si smiled and threw the Pokeball in his hand. Shinji had just gone out to travel, and he was a little bit lacking. The guy on the other side had some strength, so he let him see how much weight he had. Who's scared? Xiao Ying used the Pokeball to take back the Parasoral office and showed the Pokeball to Lei Si. Then the two threw the Pokeball at the same time. Xiao Ying released Frog and Lei Si released Electabuzz. This? How can we fight this? The trainers watching saw that the battle was about to start again, and they were immediately excited to watch the game, but when they saw Frog and Electabuzz, Frog was killed. This battle was impossible to fight at all. Whether it was from the tonnage or the attribute restraint, Electabuzz crushed Frog in all aspects. Yukai saw that the battle was about to start, and Xiao Ying was definitely not Lei Si's opponent. He had just squeezed through the crowd when he saw the two had already released their Pokemons, so he hurried over to stop Xiao Ying. Hey, is it fun to bully a kid? You know, Lei Si had won the badges for the Kanto region, Chengdu region, Hone region, and Sinnoh region, and he must have played in the regional competitions and the battle frontier. I don't know if he has played now. However, it seems that he has never played in the battle frontier. Lei Si, who played in the battle frontier, has a different personality and is unlikely to bully a kid. Then Lei Si should not have met the man who gave him 3 moles. Hey, in fact, he has not been taught a lesson by Kamiyo, otherwise the two brothers have such conceited personalities. Pursuing powerful Pokemons is the life creed of this type of trainer, so there is that useless thing. The man who gave Shinji 3 moles is Zai is such a fool, so he said that Shinji was turned gay by Zai. Who are you? Lei Si was a little confused when he saw Yu Hai suddenly appear and stop their fight. If Yu Hai hadn't stopped him, based on the news he just heard, he knew that Xiao Ying was from the Orange Islands. So many Pokemon with different attributes were revealed, but there was no water Pokemon. He guessed that the next one should be water Pokemon. So it was another intelligence advantage. This round should have been a sure win, but he didn't expect another spoiler to appear. I'm his big brother. Yu Hai pulled Xiao Ying behind him, asked Xiao Ying to call back the mosquito frog, and smiled at Lei Si, right? I heard that you two brothers are very crazy. How about I play a game with you? Do you dare to accept the challenge? As soon as these words came out, all eyes were on Lei Si, and the pressure was on Lei Si again. Everyone was waiting for Lei Si to speak. Okay, release your Pokemon. Lei Si was not annoyed by being interrupted, and he was even happier when he heard that it was Xiao Ying's big brother. Since the younger brother talks about bond, then the older brother must also talk about bond. It is easier and more direct to defeat the older brother than to defeat the younger brother. As long as the older brother is defeated, the younger brother's faith will also collapse. It is a two birds with one stone move. Iron Tyrannosaurus, Yu Hai raised his eyebrows when he heard the other party's words. The other party was giving him a pass. He actually played with him with a brand. How could he miss such an opportunity? Things were just as he thought. When Lei Si heard him shouting Iron Tyrannosaurus, his whole face turned black when he saw the Iron Tyrannosaurus. I didn't expect Yu Hai to be so shameless and directly threw out an iron fool who could restrain the electric shock monster. What? Regret it? You can change the elf. Yu Hai smiled and kicked the ball over again, putting pressure on Lei Si again. Anyway, Yu is shameless and likes to get things for free. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Playing tricks with him, it will be very disadvantageous to save face. No change. Lei Si took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and decided to finish this battle. After all, he was the one who said it, and it was a bit embarrassing to take it back. Brother, Shinji saw that his brother looked serious, and it seemed that the trainer on the other side was not simple either. Stand back and watch the battle. Lei Si adjusted his breathing and prepared to start the battle. How about this? I won't let you suffer. You can't use electric moves, and I won't use ground moves. Yu Hai smiled, and put pressure on the opponent again. Winning or losing doesn't matter, anyway, both the front and the back are good. As for losing, losing is losing. When has the winning or losing of a fisherman ever been important? The important thing is that the fisherman can't catch fish. This guy, Lei Si gritted his teeth secretly. Since the opponent appeared, he was restricted everywhere and could only follow the opponent's words. The initiative was in the hands of the opponent. He was very passive. Chapter 493, 2 Games. Electric Shock Monster, Ice Fist. Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus, Rock Armor, Flame Fist. When the audience heard that Yu Hai's side was using the Flame Fist, they immediately started to discuss. The Ice Fist was twice as effective against the Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus, while the Flame Fist was only once, so how could they fight? Yu Hai ignored the discussions outside the venue. The Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus quickly covered his entire body with a thick layer of black rock armor. He stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards the electric shock monster with the momentum of 100,000 horsepower. Rock armor? What is it? Lei Si only saw that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was quickly covered with a layer of black armor. Before he could figure out what it was, the two beasts collided. Boom boom boom! In the middle of the collision, a huge explosion broke out instantly, and the shock wave spread all around, blowing the audience outside the venue to the ground. Everyone squeezed one another and fell backwards. Yu Hai and Lei Si were the closest, so they could only lower their bodies to resist the shock waves that rolled in one after another. Saurus, blow away the smoke and dust. Yu Hai waited for the aftermath of the explosion to pass, and immediately released the Saurus to blow away the smoke and dust raised by the explosion. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a large pit was formed in the middle of the venue due to the explosion, which immediately caught the eyes of everyone at the scene. That was the pit created by the explosion of the two elves. The Tyrannosaurus and the electric beast fell on the venue on both sides of the pit and were slowly climbing up. This is why Yu Hai wanted to use the Flame Fist. If there is an ice explosion, there will naturally be a fire explosion, and even a thunder explosion. Since both sides will explode, the defense of both sides is defense. The Tyrannosaurus has rock armor, and from head to toe, from fingers to toes, a layer of armor is added. The electric beast can't compete in defense. Even if there is no rock armor, the physical defense of the Tyrannosaurus is 120, and the physical defense of the electric beast is only 67. The electric beast can't play explosion at all. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus climbed up and looked at the rock armor on his right hand that was blown off. The cuticle had traces of burns. Han softened the armor on his body instantly and covered his arm with a new layer of rock armor. After reducing the high temperature, the rock armor would naturally cool and harden, but not as fast as water cooling. Han didn't even need to defend himself. He only relied on his own defense and rock armor to withstand the fire explosion, but the fire explosion still destroyed the rock armor, which shows how powerful the fire explosion is. If the Tyrannosaurus didn't have the cuticle defense, he would definitely be injured. Even Han paid such a high price, which shows the price that the electric shock monster needs to pay. However, Han had already rushed towards the electric shock monster, and the hot flames appeared on his fist again, but he didn't. What price did he pay for caring about the electric shock monster? Roar! The electric shock monster endured the pain in his arm and barely stood up. The collision just now, coupled with the fire explosion, made his arm unable to move. Electric shock monster, it's coming, move quickly. I saw that the electric shock monster was still looking at his arm, and he was immediately anxious, until he saw that the electric shock monster couldn't even lift his arm. How could this happen? It's just a fire fist, how could this happen? You know, the full burst of the mosquito frog can replace an arm of the king-level armored Tyrannosaurus Rex when it is caught off guard, not to mention that there is no electric shock monster of the king level, and there is no defense as tough as the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. The charge of the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was blessed with 100,000 horsepower, and the attack was blessed with fire explosion. The electric shock monster just couldn't move its arm, which was considered a minor injury. If it was weaker, it would probably be blown up. Roar! When the armored Tyrannosaurus came over, the electric shock monster barely used its other arm to use the frozen fist. But the armored Tyrannosaurus let the frozen fist fall on it. After the hot rock armor on its body came into contact with the frozen fist, it kept emitting a hissing sound and white gas, accelerating the cooling of the rock armor. Faced with this painless attack, Han's whole body was filled with a yellowish-brown aura, and he punched the electric shock monster in the face. The electric shock monster was hit again, and its head hit the ground violently, instantly creating a big hole. Its head was dizzy and its eyes were full of stars, and its vision was a little unclear. But the armored Tyrannosaurus didn't care so much. The battle it presented was violence, extreme violence, without luxurious skills and moves, only fist-to-flesh violence, now more violent than that tadpole. Boom boom boom! When the armored Tyrannosaurus saw that the electric beast couldn't get up, it reached out and grabbed the electric beast's furry big feet, and smashed the electric beast's body of more than 100 kilograms like a sledgehammer on the battlefield. In fact, there is no such thing as fancy things in a battle. If the opponent's defense can't be broken, what routines are there? It's just a dream. In order to avoid abnormal states, Yu Hai also asked Han to close his mouth when fighting, just to prevent abnormal states from entering through the mouth. As long as Han doesn't open his mouth, Han, who is covered with rock armor all over his body, has almost no shortcomings except for a little speed. He is invincible in close combat. Electric Beast. As the electric beast fell into a coma, the armored Tyrannosaurus let go, and 2 streams of white air blew out of its big nostrils. Like a dead dog, it threw the electric beast to Lei Si's feet, and then it returned to Yu Hai. When the Tyrannosaurus came back, the trainers watching around Yu Hai retreated one after another, not daring to approach the walking Tyrannosaurus. The power just now was too terrifying, and they felt terrified just by looking at it. The Tyrannosaurus was already more than 2 meters tall, and it would be even taller and heavier with the rock armor. With the power just now, it raised its eyes and glanced, and immediately scared the keyboard warriors away. Even Xiaoying and Mosquito Frog behind Yu Hai swallowed their saliva subconsciously and asked stutteringly, "Hi, brother Hai, is this the armored rhino?" "Yes," Yu Hai smiled and patted the Tyrannosaurus. The rock armor on his body was still so hot, he quickly retracted his hand and shouted to the Tyrannosaurus, "Take off the rock armor quickly, it's so hot." "Do," the Tyrannosaurus nodded, still a little embarrassed, and smiled foolishly. Who knew that Yu Hai would pat it up? The rock armor on Han Han's body cracked quickly, and it raised its hand and patted it lightly, and all of it fell to the ground. Yu Hai also praised the Tyrannosaurus, "You did a good job, I'll give you a snack later." "Duo," the Tyrannosaurus nodded, and the poke ball was taken back. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. This trainer is so powerful that he can actually subdue such a fierce Tyrannosaurus. However, even such a ferocious Tyrannosaurus still dares not to fight with Frog. It was previously beaten by the violent tadpole and had a psychological shadow. It gave up as soon as it saw Frog's fist. "There are 2 more games, do you still want to fight?" Yu Hai smiled and looked at the ugly face of Lei Si on the opposite side, who put away the electric beast. The opponent probably didn't expect that his Iron Man was so violent, even more violent than the opponent's electric beast. Trainers who are not familiar with his fighting style would be courting death if they fight with his Pokémon. His Pokémon have been trained specifically and can continue to fight without injury after the explosion. The opponent's Pokémon was lucky to survive the explosion, so don't even think about the next battle. A Pokémon that lost an arm has lost 7 levels of combat power, and can't fight the rest of the battle at all. Electabuzz is a lesson learned from the past. Fight, why not? Lei Si was also stunned by the explosion of Tyrannosaurus Rex. How could he admit defeat? Wouldn't admitting defeat mean that the strength they pursued was meaningless in the face of bondage? In fact, when you shouted Electabuzz to stand up, wasn't that the bond between you and Electabuzz? Didn't you notice it? Yu Hai not only won, he also wanted to kill his heart. How is it possible? My feelings for Electabuzz. Lei Si looked at his hands in disbelief. He really shouted it out just now. He looked at his brother in disbelief. Yes, big brother, Shinji was behind Lei Si and heard Lei Si shouting for Electabuzz. It was also the first time he saw such a big brother. Stop talking nonsense, it's time for the second match. Yu Hai didn't know what Lei Si was shocked about. Isn't that what a passionate trainer does? Even though he's an old man in his 30s, he sometimes shouts, but it's a bit too childish, and sometimes he can't shout. Second match, Lei Si didn't delve into the bond. He and the elves unknowingly he didn't realize that they had formed a bond, but he kept using the elves as fighting tools. How ridiculous! So I was so ridiculous in the eyes of others. Bang bang! When Yu Hai threw the elf ball for the second time, he directly sent Frog. Judging from the strength of the electric beast, he could only send Frog. If Frog faced the electric beast, it would not be as easy to fight as Tyrannosaurus. If the opponent's elves were all at the level of the electric beast, he really didn't have much choice. And the elf sent by Lei Si was another fierce beast. Roar! As soon as the fanged land shark appeared, he saw the devastated battlefield and the opposite fanged land shark, and roared at the opponent Frog. Gudong, fanged land shark, Sinnoh Quasi God, dragon type and ground type. Xiaoying looked at the fanged land shark and swallowed secretly. Although the Tyrannosaurus was violent just now, it was still Brother Hai's elf, and it was just a common elf. He was also happy for Brother Hai to win the battle and have such a powerful Pokémon. But this Quasi-God is not Brother Hai's Pokémon, but Brother Hai's opponent's Pokémon, and it is also a dragon-type Quasi-God, which is famously powerful. How can Mosquito Frog win? Don't worry, believe in Mosquito Frog. Yu Hai saw Xiaoying was frightened by the Quasi-God. It was just a young Quasi-God. It's not like he hasn't faced Quasi-Gods before. He has beaten the dragon cubs of the 4 heavenly kings Yulongdu, not to mention other people's dragon cubs. In the animation of the previous life, Shinji had a Libet Garcomp, so it's not surprising that Lei Si had a Fang Garkomp. Maybe Shinji's Liebet Garkomp was the cub of this Fang Garkomp. Seeing the quasi-god again, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. After all, it was a quasi-god. He had been a trainer for so long and had traveled to many places without a quasi-god. But he already had a tadpole, and his desire for the quasi-god was not as strong as when he first crossed over. His heart slowly calmed down and cooled down. Yobo, seeing Xiaoying worried about him, the frog turned around and showed off his muscles to Xiaoying, saying don't worry, it can do it, and winked at Yu Hai. Hey, Yu Hai knew what the frog wanted to say, and gave the frog a thumbs up, choosing to believe in the frog. Is this a bond? Lei Si saw the frog and Yu Hai winking at each other. He had never had any experience with the elves, and he didn't know what it felt like. Come on, Yu Hai waved to Lei Si on the opposite side, asking him to attack. Everyone disperse, I'm going to clear the field, Land Shark, Dragon Meteor. When the name of this move was heard, the keyboard warriors who often watched the TV broadcast of the event were not unfamiliar. If they were hit by a meteorite, they would be dead. Everyone quickly retreated behind them until they retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. Then, Land Shark raised its head and opened its big mouth with sharp teeth, and an orange ball of light flew into the sky from its mouth. After the explosion, it turned into dozens of meteorites and fell towards the frog. Mosquito frog, belly drum, full strength attack, frozen fist. When the mosquito frog heard the belly drum, it immediately understood what Yu Hai was going to do. It didn't care about the meteors in the sky at all, but took a deep breath and used the belly drum to stack the attack. Boom boom boom! The meteorites created by the dragon meteor began to fall, hitting the ground with a bang. The mosquito frog just raised his eyes to sweep the meteors that had not yet fallen, remembering the general direction and landing point of these meteors, and then the moisture perception was full, the fists were covered with frost, the feet exploded, and it rushed towards the sharp-toothed land shark without hesitation. Boom boom boom! The mosquito frog ran at full speed and came to the sharp-toothed land shark in the blink of an eye. All the dragon meteors fell and exploded after it ran past. But none of that mattered. The frog came to the front of the sharp-toothed land shark, crushed the ground with one last blow, and in the surprised eyes of the sharp-toothed land shark, hit the sharp-toothed land shark's abdomen with a freezing punch from bottom to top, and directly knocked the sharp-toothed land shark out. Whoosh! The sharp-toothed land shark flew backwards very fast, quickly brushing past the ears of Lei Si and Shinji, and neither of them reacted. Boom! Clatter, clatter! The sharp-toothed land shark hit the protective wall of the battlefield, broke through the protective wall and flew backwards, bricks and stones scattered and splashed everywhere. Even the protective wall couldn't stop the sharp-toothed land shark, who knows where the sharp-toothed land shark flew. The belly drum stacked up 6 levels of attack, plus the burst of the waterfall, and the 4 times restraint of the ice system. This is not a joke, do you understand the value of 4 times restraint? Seeing the sharp-toothed land shark flying out, Yu Hai also muttered silently, hoping that the sharp-toothed land shark was okay, as they seemed to have hit him too hard. The full-strength attack that Frog used to deal with the King of Heaven hit the sharp-toothed land shark, which was not yet level 48. It was indeed a bit of a bully. Fanged land shark, sharp-toothed land shark, Lei Si looked back blankly, and saw the hole caused by the sharp-toothed land shark flying backwards, and hurriedly ran over and found the frozen sharp-toothed land shark. The sharp-toothed land shark in the ice had fainted, and it was impossible to continue fighting. It should be sent to the Pokémon Center as soon as possible. Hurry up and send it to the Pokémon Center. Yu Hai also followed to the outside of the wall and saw the frozen sharp-toothed land shark. Frog punched so far with one punch, and Frog had improved again. What's your name? Lei Si put away the sharp-toothed land shark with the poke ball, and stood up to ask Yu Hai's name. He had lost to this man twice, and both were miserable defeats. He must know the other party's name. Aha, I'm attending the Quartz Conference. Come if you want to defeat me. Yu Hai saw the other party asking this and waved his hand and left. What can I do if I'm unwilling? Either I become stronger or I keep a low profile. Even if there was no mosquito-repellent frog's punch, I would be pinned down by the 3 pillars of the age of gods. The friction on the ground, the result is the same. I remember you, I tightly grasped the Pokemon of Garchomp. He thought that the quasi-god would be stronger and would not lose. Even if he lost, he would not lose too badly. He did not expect that there was no difference in front of the opponent. Electric Monster did not break the defense, and Garchomp was defeated inexplicably. This guy. It's up to you. Yu Hai didn't care about what the other party said, and took Xiaoying away. If he didn't leave, he would be watched. He didn't want to be watched by keyboard warriors. Brother, go to the Pokemon Center quickly. Shinji saw that his brother was defeated so badly, and he felt bad. After all, he was the elder brother he admired, and he remembered the two. Let's go. I looked at the backs of Yu Hai and Xiaoying leaving, as if he wanted to engrave them in his mind. Until the two disappeared, he quickly went to the Pokemon Center to treat Electric Monster and Garchomp. While waiting for treatment, the previous battle was like a revolving lantern, constantly appearing in Lei Si's mind, as well as the Quartz Conference mentioned by that person. He came here to play in the Battle Frontier this time. It seems that this year's Quartz Conference is more interesting. With his current strength, going to the Battle Frontier is also asking for trouble. The 3 God Pillars are not a joke. They are really perverted. There is also Kami Shiro, who holds the 3 God Pillars. If you don't have the strength of a king, don't even touch this place. There is also the Champion Road, which has to face 4 Heavenly Kings and the Champion. Don't touch it if you don't have the strength of a champion. As for Xiaoxi's victory, it's all the fault of the production team. Find the production team. If Xiaoxi didn't beat Kami Shiro, how could Shinji, who has always had a cold face, show a little surprise? Just to make Shinji have more emoticons, Xi beat Kami Shiro with tears in his eyes, and then lost to the Beast Man. He was too weak to complain. Did the production team draw less champions? Chapter 494, Separation. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Yu Hai and Xiaoying walked on the streets of Qianhong City, away from the hustle and bustle of the Pokemon Center. Fortunately, they walked fast, otherwise the crowds gathering in the Elf Center would definitely surround them, and it would be difficult to leave. Xiaoying, aren't you going to participate in the fighting competition? Let's say goodbye here. Yu Hai planned to say goodbye to Xiaoying. The two of them would go different ways next, so there was no need to force them to go together. Brother Hai, I still want to fight with you. Xiaoying was originally very happy. He defeated his opponent, and Brother Hai also defeated his opponent. It was really worth being happy. But he had to say goodbye next, and his mood became low again. They just met yesterday, and they had to part so soon. It was really hard to part. Didn't we fight yesterday? There will be many opportunities to fight in the future. We can fight at the Quartz Conference, and when we return to the Orange Islands. Yu Hai smiled and patted Xiaoying, feeling that Xiaoying was like a child again. Dare to travel alone, which means that Xiaoying can be independent and has her own independent thinking ability. She is also a little adult with her own opinions. But now they were reluctant to leave, and they seemed to have returned to a few months ago, when they said goodbye at Little Orange Island, and Xiaoying was like this. I know, Brother Hai. Xiaoying adjusted her mood, breathed a sigh of relief, and promised Yu Hai, Brother Hai, at the Quartz Conference, I will use all my strength to defeat Brother Hai. Haha, okay, I won't hold back then. Yu Hai smiled and took his palm away, watching Xiaoying turn and leave, only to find that there was a mosquito-repellent frog pendant hanging on Xiaoying's backpack, shaking. Xiaoying, you are also a trainer who can stand on your own. Goodbye, Brother Hai. Xiaoying also waved goodbye, and then turned and left. He really wanted to travel with Brother Hai, but he restrained himself. This is his journey. After calming down, he wants to go where he wants to go. It turns out that the pendant has always been on this kid. Yu Hai saw the mosquito-repellent frog pendant, smiled helplessly, and walked to another street with the mosquito-repellent frog. After saying goodbye to Xiaoying, he came to the department store here and found the elf props store, ready to buy a cow saddle for his Niu Niu, which is the same as a horse saddle. Niu Niu had already been caught, and he planned to use it as a means of transportation, riding it slowly to the gym. If he flew over on a gull, it would definitely be less fun. This can be regarded as finding a job for Niu Niu, and it would not be considered as eating for free here. When the props store owner heard about buying a cow saddle, he immediately asked Yu Hai to release Kentaro. After measuring the size of Niu Niu's back, the owner found a cow saddle suitable for Niu Niu's body and installed it. At first, Niu Niu was still disobedient. After all, he had been running on the prairie before, but now he had to be used as a mount by someone. Naturally, he was very unconvinced and wild and difficult to tame. However, Darkrai only slightly revealed a trace of the pressure of the divine beast and threatened Niu Niu, and Niu Niu became honest and allowed the props store owner to fiddle with him. He was stiff and dared not move. The boss put the riding equipment on the cow's back, and put a rein on the cow's mouth to make it easier for Yu Hai to lead it. The saddle also had a matching cushion, so it would not be uncomfortable when doing it. After installing the riding equipment, the full set of riding equipment cost 500,000 alliance coins. He still used basic cow equipment, not high-end cow equipment, which would cost at least 2 million. It was originally just a means of transportation, and spending 500,000 would be enough to make it more comfortable. Spending 2 million would be too expensive and unnecessary. He put the cow with the cow equipment back into the poke ball, said goodbye to the prop store owner, and went to another prop store. The previous prop store sold props. In addition to horse and cattle equipment, there are also fitness equipment, and the other is the elf prop shop. This time he wants to buy light stones to try the evolution of Hazelnut Ball. Hazelnut Ball has already exceeded the evolution level and can evolve at any time. There is no need to keep it from evolving. Letting Hazelnut Ball evolve as soon as possible can also help him fight. In fact, he originally had a few light stones, which he got from doing underground work in Big City last time. This time he plans to buy 10 light stones to test the waters. The portable props of the elves are generally divided into two types, props that increase attack power and props that change status. Generally speaking, props that increase attack power are more expensive, while light stones are props that change status, and the status they change is speed. Losing weight is equal to increasing speed. There is no need to elaborate on this. The reason is also very simple. You run 1 kilometer with a 100-pound body, or you run 1 kilometer with a 100-pound body on your back. Which one is faster? To be honest, you may not be able to carry your own weight. It is estimated that most people can't do it, let alone run 1 kilometer. I won't say much about how important speed is. Whether in the game or in reality, speed means first mover advantage and more initiative. Whether you fight or run, you have initiative. The sales of props such as light stones are second only to props that increase attack power. They appear frequently in low-end games. After all, they are all noobs fighting each other, and whoever is faster has the advantage. Although high-end games also emphasize speed, breaking defense is the primary goal. If you can't break defense, no matter how fast you are, it's useless. For example, his little mouth snail, after evolving, can't hit the Iron Fool at all, and can only deal with some opponents with weak defense. After all, no matter how fast you are not as fast as the agile bug. He bought 10 light stones, and he didn't know if they were enough. He spent 5 million, and the unit price was 500,000 per stone, which is equivalent to the price of a new prop. As for the higher price, the light stone has only one function, that is to reduce the weight of the elves. No matter what kind of light stone it is, it can only reduce half of the weight, so there is only one kind of light stone, and the function is single, so the price is not high. After getting 10 light stones, he asked the boss at the prop store where he could buy hard bark. The outer layer of the hazelnut ball was all hard bark. If he wanted to increase the defense of the hazelnut ball, he had to continue to add bark. He didn't know what bark the hazelnut ball had used before. Since it was already stuck to his body, he wouldn't go into it. He would use his moves to grind the bark and remove all the fragile bark. He was sticking hard bark on the hazelnut ball and continued to grind the outer shell until the hazelnut ball reached the thickness and hardness he wanted, so that the hazelnut ball could evolve. After the hazelnut ball was polished, he believed that after evolving, Forto's defense would definitely be higher than that of an ordinary hazelnut ball. But after he asked the boss didn't know about this business, so he could only turn to the prop store owner who bought the ox saddle to ask. Fortunately, this boss knew where to find hard bark, and there were many props in the boss's store, all made of trees with these hard barks. If you want to buy in bulk, you can go to the lumber yard outside the city and look for a tree called the round citrus tree. The fruit of this tree can be used to make poke balls, and the fruit has many colors. Among them, there is a round citrus tree that can bear black fruit. It is the hardest of these fruits. The black fruit can be made into heavy balls, which can withstand the weight of large tonnage Pokemons. It is a very hard poke ball. Similarly, the bark is also very hard, which should be able to meet your needs. Thank you. Yu-Hai thanked him and headed out of the city. If he didn't ask the boss, it would probably not be so easy for him to find hard bark. After all, he didn't know everything. Now that he had the boss's guidance, things were much simpler. He came to the outside of the city and found the foreman of the lumber yard. He asked to find the bark of the round citrus tree, and then the foreman took him there. After all, it was a small amount of money delivered to the door, so he didn't miss it. Because this place is undergoing large-scale development and there is a primeval forest near the light red city, these lumber yards are cutting trees, which is also reasonable and legal. Not long after he left, he was taken to an open-air processing workshop, where large trees were being stripped of their barks, and the barks were scattered on the ground. After a period of time, the barks would be taken away in trucks. The lumber yard was too lazy to sort and process them, so if Yu-Hai wanted them, he could only find them himself. The barks would naturally go to be processed again, such as fuel, fertilizer, papermaking, etc., which could all make use of the residual heat of the barks. The barks of the round tangerine fruit trees that Yu-Hai wanted were in this pile of barks, and he needed to sort and find them himself. Yu-Hai had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, he had checked the information before coming here. The black round tangerine fruit trees tended to be dark brown. He saw at a glance that there was a piece of black bark in the pile of barks that was very conspicuous. He immediately released the big-mouthed gull and asked the big-mouthed gull to pick up the black bark. He picked up the bark picked up by the big-mouthed gull and knocked it with his hand. The bark made a crisp banging sound. That was the sound, the information said so. He began to search for black bark in the bark pile with the mosquito-repellent frog and the big-mouthed gull. The foreman had already left and didn't care about the bark at all. He asked Yu-Hai to find him. Then Yu-Hai and the mosquito-repellent frog spent the whole morning looking for bark. He spent the whole morning in the bark peeling workshop. His ears were almost numbed by the roar of the machines. In the end, he only found more than 10 pieces of black bark. Holding the bark, he left the workshop and found the foreman just now. He asked the foreman how much the bark cost. But the foreman said he didn't want money. Instead, he asked Yu-Hai, "Little brother, how much is the black bark?" "Fang Yi." "Sang Jun." "Yes? Is there something wrong?" Yu-Hai knew it was not a good thing when he heard that it was free. "Little brother, can you help me capture a big beetle? My son likes this kind of insect-type Pokemon very much." "Big beetle? Isn't there one in the hunting zone?" Yu-Hai looked at the reserved middle-aged man in surprise. "You know, except for the hunting zone, the area near Qianhong City is a Pokemon protection area, and wild Pokemon cannot be captured. Is this man going to harm him?" Hey, I've been there several times, but I can't fight and capture there, and the wild ball is too expensive. I spent almost 500,000, but I didn't catch a big beetle, the foreman sighed. He was also helpless. He had tried the hunting zone a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Yu Hai for help. You can help, but just for a few pieces of bark. Yu Hai looked at the bark on the ground. He was indeed in short supply of bark, but he couldn't show it. If he looked anxious, he would be bullied. I can help you, but just for a few pieces of bark. Yu Hai looked at the bark on the ground. He was indeed in short supply of bark, but he couldn't show it. If he looked anxious, he would be bullied. Little brother, you want this black bark, right? There are still several trees that haven't been peeled. I will immediately ask someone to peel these trees first, and keep the bark for you. The foreman smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum, and kept rubbing his hands, hoping that Yu Hai would agree. If Yu Hai didn't agree, he could only ask for a high price. Have you asked the breeding house in the city? Yu Hai thought about it. He didn't know how much bark he wanted. Anyway, the more the better, but he still lost money and couldn't agree to the other parties so easily. I asked, it's too expensive, at least 2 million to start, and the elf eggs in Dagia cost 500,000, and it's not guaranteed to hatch, the foreman smiled helplessly. He didn't dare to gamble at 500,000 for an elf egg. What if it was a dead egg? Little brother, my son really likes the big horn. Please help me. I will definitely prepare the bark for you. Okay, I will come tomorrow. You have to prepare the bark. Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly. He couldn't bear to see a tough man cry, let alone a middle-aged man with a beard crying in front of him. Okay, little brother, don't worry, leave it to me. The foreman smiled when he saw Yu Hai agreed, and whispered to Yu Hai, little brother, just take these barks quietly, don't make a sound. I understand. Yu Hai saw the foreman blinking, and immediately understood. It turned out that he was using his power for personal gain. Anyway, he also got the benefits and saved trouble, so how could he tell others? As for the Pokemon like the bighorn, let Darkrai run a trip at night, and it's not easy to get a bighorn. Appointed to meet the foreman tomorrow, the foreman went out to supervise the peeling of the bark. He just let Jengar come out and swallow all the bark before he left the logging site. He found a small river outside the city of Crimson, set up a camping tent, and released all his Pokemons. Rylu's injuries were almost healed, and he ate on time every day, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He ate whatever he gave him. When he was bored, he would run with Frog and others to exercise. Kentaro was also released by him, tied to the river to eat grass, and when he was full, he would drink water and take a bath by the river, and take a nap on the shore. He was really an easy Pokemon to feed. Veza is now Jengar's little brother. I don't know where Jengar is going to take Veza, so let them go. And Swampert can finally be released openly and go to the river to have fun. Looking at Swampert playing in the river, he silently calculated the time and took Swampert out. He hadn't seen Swampert's panel for a month. Swamp. Attribute, water plus ground. Gender, male. Potential, 67%. Level, 28.12%. Feature, torrent/12.13%. Hidden feature, moisture/22.23%. Mastering the moves. The potential of Swamp has not changed much, but its level has reached 28. Swamp can evolve into Swampert at level 8, which is not bad. When he returns from the Quartz Conference, Swamp will be almost evolved, and he can take it out to do dirty work, which can help him. After a month, Swamp's feature proficiency has increased a lot, and it seems that it is training seriously. The Torrent feature has a similar effect to the Raging Fire. When the physical strength is reduced, it will increase the power of water-based moves. The Moisture feature has the largest increase. After all, they often camp by the river, and Xiaogan Island's house is also by the lake. The humid air is very suitable for Swamp. The changes in moves are also great, especially the waterfall climbing moves. It seems that the swamp leap fish is learning seriously from the frog. When the swamp leap fish learns the explosive skills of waterfall climbing, its explosive power will be stronger than that of the frog. It is estimated to be about the same as the Iron Man. After all, the tonnage is there, and the lower limbs are more developed than the frog. These elves are born to eat this bowl of rice. The frog still needs to be honed, including the evolved fast swim frog. The real racial talent of the frog is the evolved upper body muscles, which can bring stronger attacks. There are also new moves. During this period, the swamp leap fish has also learned a lot of new moves from other partners. It seems that the swamp leap fish's talent has finally been fulfilled. It is worthy of the potential of being a quasi-king since birth. There is also the little guy Zapdos. Its feathers are still grey and there is no change. It seems that it is really an ugly duckling. I don't know when it can become a white swan, but Zapdos can already discharge electricity. During this period, the staple food of Zapdos has been changed to electric energy blocks. I don't know if there are any changes after eating electric food. Zapdos. Attributes: electricity plus flight. Gender: male. Potential: 59.98%. Level: 21.11%. Characteristics: sensation of pressure /4.53%, hidden characteristics, static electricity /7.53%. Mastered moves, pecking /18.21%. Electromagnetic waves /11.61%. Electric shock /9.93%. Pecking /12.11%. High-speed movement /6.21%. Charging /4.63%. Feather roosting /5.54%. Discharging /3.23%. Praying for rain /1.65%. Sleeping /18.91%. The potential of the lightning bird has not changed much. It seems that the quasi-king is already the limit. I don't know how to break through the king. The lightning bird can't evolve, so I can only wait for time. The characteristics of the lightning bird have not changed much, but the static electricity has increased a lot. He often gets shocked when he holds the lightning bird. The lightning bird has also learned a lot of new moves. These new moves will increase with the level. It will naturally learn new moves. It may also be stolen. He doesn't know. After all, there is no need to doubt the talent of the mythical beast. Most of these new moves are electric and flying. It seems that Zapdos has good talent, but it's a pity that it was born prematurely. Fortunately, these little guys have grown up smoothly. Zapdos has passed the premature birth and infancy period, and can finally do some basic training. He will first train flying moves. Electric moves cannot be used casually, as it is easy to associate with Zapdos. He can only train and use them secretly. There is really no way to cover it up, so he can only use different colors to prevaricate. Whether to believe it or not is up to others. Anyway, he believes it. Before it grows up, he must not expose Zapdos. Next, let the elves relax on their own. Frog will follow him and prepare to make the hazelnut ball bigger, harder, and lighter here, and then evolve into Foritos. Swamp Jumper Panel. Swamp Jumper Panel. Swamp Jumper. Attribute: water plus ground. Gender: male. Potential: 67%. Level: 28.12%. Feature: torrent /12.13%. Hidden feature: moisture /22.23%. Water system mastered moves: water cannon /18.11%. Waterfall climbing /23.14%. Rain prayer /16.31%. Water gun /27.45%. Surfing /7.15%. Ground system: mud throwing /15.22%. Mud shooting /19.23%. Power of the earth /14.31%. Stomp/12.81%. Dig/17.58%. General, Impact/24.51%. Call/25.52%. Hold/7.12%. Ultrasonic/19.33%. Scream/14.35%. Slam/15.86%. Mount tie over the top/11.18%. Roar/21.75%. Sacrifice charge/4.53%. Psychic, momentary amnesia/2.21%. Sleep/26.78%. Ice, frozen fist/19.55%. Freezing ray/1.47%. Unclassified, bite/21.21%. Chapter 495, Tempering and Steelmaking. On the 30th day of heading to Kanto, it was cloudy. Yu-Hai got up early in the morning, made breakfast for the elves, and asked Hazelnut Ball to use high-speed spinning moves against the rocks to grind the bark shell on his body. They were grinding the shell yesterday, and they subdued Hazelnut Ball yesterday. In front of the mosquito-scented frog, Hazelnut Ball still wanted to play self-destruction, which was impossible. The unconvinced Hazelnut Ball was beaten several times by the mosquito-scented frog, and finally accepted his fate and let Yu-Hai arrange it. Hazelnut Ball only knew to do it, and he also provided food, accommodation, and fighting. Hazelnut Ball has been grinding the shell from yesterday to this morning. The original diameter of 80 centimeters is now only 60 centimeters, and the height has also shrunk a lot, less than 1 meter. Not only has the size shrunk, but also the weight has shrunk. The original weight was more than 30 kilograms, which was 4 times more than the average weight of the hazelnut ball. Now it is only more than 20 kilograms, and most of the shells that have been ground off are fragile barks. He has not yet reached the round orange bark. Because he found that if he continued to grind it like this, the hardness of the hazelnut ball would be terribly high, and the fragile shell would be worn away, leaving only the hardest part, which formed the shell of the hazelnut ball. No matter how hard the hazelnut ball is, even if the shell becomes steel after evolution, it is still a steel attribute that is afraid of fire. He felt that he could add something into the shell so that even if the shell becomes steel, it can still withstand fire. Let Fortos go from 4 times weak fire to 2 times weak fire. He dare not ask for 1 time weak fire. As long as it can be reduced to 2 times weak fire, and then reduced to 1 time weak fire on rainy days. What materials should be added so that the hazelnut ball can maintain the many resistances of the steel attribute after evolution, and also have more fire resistance? After opening up his mind, he found that this matter seemed to be very interesting. The hazelnut ball cultivated in this way can also turn the hazelnut ball into a Fortos with insects and various attributes. For example, insects plus rock system, insects plus ice system, insects plus ground system. Insects plus steel system is a weakness. Bug plus rock type, 3 weaknesses. Bug plus ground type, 4 weaknesses. Bug plus ice type, also 4 weaknesses, and 2 more big daddies. No matter how you look at it, the attribute combination of bug plus steel type seems to be the best choice. From the perspective of resistance, steel type has 10 attribute resistances, rock type only has 4 attribute resistances, and ground type has only 4 attribute resistances. Fire element is 2 attributes of resistance, and ice element is only 1 attribute of resistance. It is impossible for him to change the attributes of the hazelnut ball. He only needs to increase the fire resistance to make up for this shortcoming. And only 1 material can be added, not too many. If too many and too mixed, it will become a hazelnut ball that looks like nothing, and it will lose the steel attribute of Fortos. He seems to have this kind of fireproof material, but it has been eaten up by Han. Facing the attack of fire-type moves, only the 4 attributes of fire, water, rock, and dragon can resist. The materials he wants to use can only be selected from these 4 attributes, and the materials he can easily get are only the first 3 attributes. For the first three attributes, he prefers water-type materials, and fire-type materials are the first attributes to be excluded. This cultivation method is originally for fire resistance. Does it mean to use fire-type materials to fight fire with fire? Don't be funny. Fire-type materials may be negative and negative to positive when facing fire-type moves, which will increase the power of fire-type moves. Because the material he wants to use is wet rock, and the corresponding fire item is blazing rock. Blazing rock can increase the duration of sunny days and is a fire item that increases the power of fire moves, so it cannot be used. The reason for not choosing the rock type sand rock is also very simple. The rock type has too many weaknesses, and there are 5 weaknesses. If the sand rock is added, Fortos will become a rock attribute. The 5 weaknesses of the rock type that were not originally weaknesses are ground type, fighting type, water type, grass type, and steel type. These 5 rock type weaknesses may become Fortos weaknesses, so the sand rock is a material that is directly passed. And the water type has only 2 weaknesses, grass type and electric type. Fortos grass type is 4 times resistance, and the electric type is 1 time resistance. As long as the 4 times weakness of the fire type can be suppressed, it doesn't matter if there are more grass type restraints, anyway, there is 4 times resistance. However, the electric type is a bit difficult to deal with. It is best to control the amount of wet rock added, otherwise if the electric system is restrained, his hazelnut ball will not be able to play the rainy day team. If someone thunders on a rainy day, his hazelnut ball will die, and there is no way to play on a rainy day. He also has his own considerations for the limit of adding materials. Can't the hazelnut ball learn to pray for rain? As long as the rain prayer appears on the panel, the hazelnut ball can learn to pray for rain by itself, which means that it has reached the limit. If more is added, the hazelnut ball will not be made of steel properties as a shell, but probably made of water. After thinking it up, he did it. After recording all the ideas, Yu-Hai asked the hazelnut ball to stop grinding and let it jump into the river to cool down. Well, you have seen iron forging, right? He just had a sudden idea. The hazelnut ball was very hot after grinding, so he asked the hazelnut ball to go to the river to try whether the hazelnut ball could be quenched. Unexpectedly, the hazelnut ball could really be quenched. He was really surprised and happy at that time. Quenching is a heat treatment process, the main purpose of which is to change the microstructure of the metal, thereby changing the physical properties of the metal, especially to increase hardness and strength, improve wear resistance, and change toughness. After discovering this novel thing, he felt that he could refine the hazelnut ball as iron and refine the hazelnut ball into steel, which would make the hazelnut ball harder. The evolved Fortos has a basic physical defense of 140. The Fortos cultivated by quenching steelmaking may have a physical defense of more than 200 or even more than 300. This is incredible. Since the physical defense can be raised, the special defense can naturally be raised. If both defense can reach more than 200, he will be satisfied. Fortos is not like Huhu. Huhu's racial value is all on double defense, which is as high as 230, but the attack is only 10 points. But Fortos is different. While raising both defense, the basic attack is 90, which is much stronger than Huhu's 10 points. However, there is another problem with this method of cultivation. He does not know how to control the temperature and how to make a piece of iron into steel. He is a layman in these blacksmithing knowledge. At most, he has watched some documentaries and sword forging competitions in his previous life. He needs to find a blacksmith shop or an old craftsman who can make steel to complete his idea of the hazelnut ball. What else can he do? He did it as he thought. He immediately took back the trained elves, took the big-mouthed gull back to the light red city, and asked someone where to find a blacksmith shop that can make steel. As for the agreement with the lumber yard, he will go there later. He has asked Darkrai to catch the big armor in the hunting zone. The potential of the big armor is only more than 30. He is too lazy to look at such a potential elf. Then, he looked for a blacksmith shop on the outskirts of the light red city. After searching for several hours, he really found a blacksmith shop. The master of the blacksmith shop is an old craftsman who has been passed down for 5 generations. But when the old craftsman heard about his purpose, he thought that this young trainer was crazy, and he had nothing to do all day and was just talking nonsense. The hazelnut ball is a Pokemon, and its shell is also bark. How can it be made into steel? Steel making requires iron. Then, he was treated as a crazy trainer and kicked out of the blacksmith shop. He had no choice but to go to other blacksmith shops. Without exception, they all thought he was crazy. It was really helpless. He could only come to the lumber yard to fulfill the agreement with the foreman yesterday. The foreman was already waiting for him. Seeing him coming, he greeted him happily. "Little brother, you are finally here. I have packed more than 10 sacks of the bark you want for you. I don't know if it is enough." The foreman rubbed his hands. Seeing that Yu-Hai was not in a good mood, he did not mention the big armor. He only mentioned the bark and pointed to the big armor implicitly. "The big armor you want." Yu-Hai was indeed not in a good mood. He was rejected by the blacksmith shop one after another, which made him fall into self-denial in the middle of the conversation. He doubted whether the cultivation method of hazelnut balls was feasible, and whether his idea was just a fantasy. If one person rejected him, he would not think too much, but 3 old craftsmen rejected him in a row, so he had to think too much. After thinking about it, he still had to give it a try. Since they would not help him even if he was paid, he would do it himself, slowly sum up his experience, and verify his idea step by step. "Little brother, thank you so much, please follow me, the bark you want has been packed and stacked." The foreman saw the big armor in the poke ball and immediately put it in his pocket happily, fearing that the poke ball would be lost. For this big armor, he didn't know how many times he ran around, and finally got this Pokemon, and finally he could make his son happy. "I'll go get it myself, you go ahead." Yu-Hai waved his hand, followed the foreman's instructions, and went to the warehouse where the other party stored the bark. The foreman saw that Yu-Hai looked absent-minded, so he didn't bother Yu-Hai. He said hello to his colleagues and drove home. He wanted to hand over the elves to his son as soon as possible. Yu-Hai came to the warehouse and looked up. There were more than 10 sacks of black bark piled inside, which should be enough for the transformation of hazelnut ball. He asked Jengar to come out and eat all the bark, then turned around and left the logging site and came to the river where they camped yesterday. The elves were released again. He had lunch with everyone first, and then the elves trained and rested. He also had to start the transformation of hazelnut ball. The current task of hazelnut ball is to continue to polish its body, use the quenching method to remove impurities from the shell, and leave the most essential part. In order to better use the quenching steel-making method to cultivate hazelnut ball, he also went to the elf center and contacted Xia Gan Jim to get starfish. He needed starfish's gravity move. Under starfish's gravity move, hazelnut ball's body should be more solid. He also roughly divided his idea of the hazelnut ball into 3 steps. The first step is to purify, to refine the accumulation before the hazelnut ball, leaving only the most essential, hardest part of the bark, which is also the innermost layer. The second step is to add light stone powder to the middle layer to reduce the weight of the hazelnut ball. This step is crucial. If you make a fat man weighing 1,000 pounds, it will be difficult to move, let alone turn. The third step is to add fireproof materials and wet rock powder to the outermost layer to increase the fire resistance of Fortos, at least to reduce the 4 times weak fire. He is currently carrying out the first step, using the quenching steel-making method to purify the outer shell of the hazelnut ball. In fact, he did not have any discoveries before. He found that the state of quenching is best after 10 minutes of high-speed rotation. Then, he let the hazelnut ball continue to grind, from the previous body width of 80 to the current body width of 60, and from the body width of 60 to the current body width of 50, until the body width of 40 centimeters. He felt it was almost done. After all, the average width of the hazelnut ball is only about 40 centimeters. Those over 40 are considered special individuals, not to mention that this is a quenched hazelnut ball. The original diameter of 80 centimeters was reduced to 40 centimeters, shrinking by half. The height has also been reduced from more than 1 meter to only 70 centimeters after grinding, which is almost shrinking in all directions. The first stage of removing the dross and leaving the essence is completed. Ding ding ding! It's really crisp. Yu-Hai knocked on each side of the hazelnut ball's body, and it could make this crisp sound, which is very similar to the sound of metal knocking. Then this layer is called pure steel, which is also the innermost layer. Steel is just a metaphor. How can tree bark be made into steel? It's just that it keeps grinding and leaves the hardest part. He doesn't really understand this metal-like material. Next, he will start the second layer of grinding. He plans to add pumice powder and grind it together with the round orange tree bark, so as to integrate the pumice powder into the body of the hazelnut ball and reduce the weight of the hazelnut ball. Before that, he had to test whether the pumice powder was effective on the elves. If the powder had no effect, he would grind the pumice into powder. Although it could better blend into the shell of the hazelnut ball, it would be useless if it had no effect. He took out the grinding tool, called the scythe who was training, tossed the light stone, and shouted to Scythe, "I will throw this stone into the sky, you have to split the stone into 4 pieces, and then you can fight with it." Scythe nodded, confident that the light stone could not stop the blade. "Okay," Yu-Hai stepped back and threw the light stone at Scythe. Swish, swish, swish. Scythe stared at the light stone, raised the sickle and chopped it, instantly splitting the light stone into 4 pieces. When he put away the sickle, a blade flashed on the crescent-shaped sickle. "Not bad, go to practice," Yu-Hai waved his hand, letting Scythe go to practice. He picked up the 4 pieces of light stone on the ground, came to the side of the hazelnut ball, picked up the hazelnut ball and put it on the scale. The weight of the hazelnut ball has not shrunk much compared to before, it is still 18 kilograms, not bad. The greater the weight, the higher the defense. It seems that the first step of grinding and quenching is feasible. While removing impurities, the hardest material is left. He will continue to repeat this process. After seeing the weight of the hazelnut ball, he put a quarter of the light stone fragments on it. It should only have a quarter of the effect. 1/4 of half of the 18 kilograms of the hazelnut ball is 2.25 kilograms, but only 1 kilogram is reduced on the electronic scale. The effect of the damaged light stone is actually cut in half again. That is to say, the complete light stone can reduce the weight by half, and the effect of the damaged light stone will be halved again, only half of the effect of the complete light stone. Really what a loss, plus the loss of polishing. I don't know how much pumice will be spent to achieve the effect he wants. Now he can only take one step at a time. If the materials are not enough, he will go to the department store to buy them. He doesn't need this little money. Then, he put the pumice fragments in the medicine mortar, ground the pumice fragments into powder, and sprinkled them on the body of the hazelnut ball. He found that the effect of the pumice was halved again, and it could only reduce 1 pound of weight. Chapter 496, Frito's Evolution. The hazelnut ball is 18 kilograms, and the half of the whole pumice is 9 kilograms. The chopped pumice has the effect of only 4.5 kilograms, and the powder has only the effect of 2 kilograms. If he wants to use the pumice powder to achieve the effect of a whole pumice, he needs 4 powdered pumice to have the effect of a whole pumice. It seems that the more fragmented the props are, the worse the effect will be. The powdered pumice is not as good as the finished pumice. He is speechless. However, fortunately, it still has an effect. You should know that the hazelnut ball cultivated in this way is not counted as the item bonus, but the ability of the elf itself. That is to say, when Fortos appears, he can bring a light stone item with him. If he brings another light stone item, the effects of 2 light stone items can be superimposed. Hazelnut ball can be cultivated in this way, but how should Scyther be cultivated? Scyther cannot be quenched, but wet rock powder can be added to the red armor, so increasing fire resistance should be feasible. Putting the evolution of Scyther aside for now, he plans to figure out the hazelnut ball first and accumulate some experience. The evolution of Scyther will be put after the quartz conference. He grinds a light stone item into powder and sprinkles it on the body of the hazelnut ball, letting the hazelnut ball secrete mucus to stick to the light stone powder, and then sticks the cut round orange fruit bark on the body of the hazelnut ball covered with mucus. The hazelnut ball was covered with the bark of the round citrus tree on all sides, and the hazelnut ball began to be polished and quenched. Even the hardest bark has impurities. After several polishings, the bark of the round citrus tree has been polished smooth and round, and the impurities have been kicked out, leaving only the hardest part. He also knocked on the body of the hazelnut ball to make sure the sound was crisp. Until the sound of metal clanging, he asked Scythe to come over and split the light stone and continue to grind the light stone into powder. This time he increased the dosage and put 2 light stones. He had calculated before that under the diminishing effect, 4 light stones would have the complete effect of 1 before. This time the quenching actually wore away half of it, so he needed 8 light stones to achieve the previous effect. Yu Hai, who was grinding the light stone into powder, suddenly thought of something. He didn't know whether the light stone would have any effect on Han Han. He called Han Han over. For Han Han, if he wanted the light stone to work, he didn't need any special treatment at all, he could just eat it directly. When Han Han stood in front of him, he hesitated. Light stone can reduce the weight of the elves and make the elves move more easily. But weight reduction is relative. If Han Han becomes lighter, when the enemy attacks, they will also attack Han Han after losing weight. You know, sometimes, body size is strength, otherwise boxing matches will not be divided into groups, but will be divided according to weight. Can a punch of 100 kilograms and a punch of 50 kilograms weigh the same? After Han Han loses weight, his strength may decrease. After all, he lacks the blessing of weight. Otherwise, Han Han wearing rock armor will not make the electric shock monster dizzy with 1 punch. Han Han wearing rock armor weighs at least more than 200 kilograms. Whether to reduce the weight of Han Han requires him to weigh the pros and cons. Does he want the speed and flexibility brought by weight reduction? The defense will not be reduced, but the weight will be lighter. Or does he want the tonnage and strength without losing weight? The defense will not be reduced, and the weight will make the enemy unshakable. After thinking quietly for a moment, he found that he could have both speed and strength. First, without the rock armor, Han Han can gain faster speed and flexibility after losing weight. Second, Han Han wearing rock armor can use rock armor to increase his weight, which can also achieve a heavier effect. Rock armor allows Han Han to switch freely between lightness and flexibility and large tonnage. After losing weight, Han Han can also increase the thickness of rock armor appropriately, thereby increasing the defense of rock armor, higher defense and greater weight, all available. Yes, that's it, he was just stuck in a dead end just now, just tangled between the 2 states, and didn't expect to have both. In this case, the lighter the weight of Han Han itself, the better, which is different from the development direction of hazelnut ball. Hazelnut ball tends to be auxiliary, and the attack is also to hit the enemy. If it is too light, it will be like a ball of cotton hitting the enemy. Can the enemy feel it? However, the cotton metaphor is a bit extreme. No matter how he reduces the weight of Fortos will still weigh at least 100 kilograms. After all, light stone is not omnipotent, and hazelnut balls are not the lighter the better. Eat this stone. Yu Hai wrote down Han Han's idea of cultivating light stone in his notebook, and threw the light stone to Han Han. Since the lighter the better, he needs more light stone to feed Han Han as food, until the light stone has no effect on Han Han, and then he can stop taking the light stone. Crack, 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 the armored Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth and chewed the light stone. It felt that this stone was not delicious. If Yu Hai hadn't been watching, it would have spit it out. Swallow it. Yu Hai saw Han Han's bitter face, and he knew that the light stone tasted bad. This was a stone worth 500,000 yuan, more expensive than the ground and rock gems. Han couldn't spit it out. Duo, the armored Tyrannosaurus, was helpless and could only go to the river and drink water to flush the light stone powder into his stomach. Seeing Han eat the light stone, Yu Hai let Han go. There was no need to use the electronic scale. Let Han eat a few light stones first. Then, he continued to grind the light stone powder and sprinkled the powder evenly on the surface of the hazelnut ball. It was the same as before. Let the hazelnut ball secrete mucus to cover the light stone powder to prevent too much wear during grinding. Then cover the bark, grind and quench with high-speed rotation until a crisp metallic sound is heard. He continued to repeat the steps just now to grind the light stone powder. Until all 8 light stone powders were used on the hazelnut ball, and the bark of 4 large sacks was used, the hazelnut ball became bigger and its size returned to normal. The weight has also changed from 18 kilograms to 14 kilograms now, only 4 kilograms have been lost. It may be that the bark was added later, which caused the weight not to be reduced by half. He felt that it was still a little short. The first layer was pure steel, the second layer was light stone, and the third layer was wet rock. That is to say, there is still the outermost layer, and the weight will definitely soar. He must control the weight of the hazelnut ball within a certain range, at least not more than twice the normal hazelnut ball. If it is too heavy, it will affect the flexibility, and if it is too light, it will not be lethal. 14 kilograms and 15 kilograms are just right, provided that there is no third layer of wet rock. But before the third layer is added, it is already 14 kilograms. The third layer is also the fireproof layer he uses to resist fire-type moves, so the wet rock powder is placed on the outermost layer. Now it seems that his calculation is slightly off, but the impact is not great. He can add the light stone powder and the wet rock powder to the outermost layer separately, so that the outer layer becomes a light stone layer and a wet rock layer, and stack them layer by layer until the hazelnut ball appears to pray for rain. Then he ground the powder. He ground pumice and wet rock separately, and sprinkled them on the body of the hazelnut ball in layers to make the outermost fireproof layer. He continued to repeat the previous process, but this time he added wet rock powder. After the hazelnut ball was polished and quenched, he let the hazelnut ball go ashore and stay in the inflatable swimming pool. He also wanted to see whether the previous pumice powder was evenly distributed. The side with less pumice should have a deeper draft, and the side with more pumice should have a shallower draft. It was only when he saw the hazelnut ball up and down in the river that he noticed the balance problem. Fortunately, he discovered it early. If the hazelnut ball had not discovered this problem until it evolved, it would probably not be able to rotate. Even if it could rotate, it would be crooked. Just like a gyroscope, it must be balanced. Balance is essential for rotation. After recording the waterline, he marked the hazelnut ball, continued to grind the powder, and let the hazelnut ball continue to polish and quench. His wet rocks were all senior level. Fortunately, there were a lot of them. Han mostly ate hot rocks and sandy rocks. In this way, they grinded tools, pasted bark, and polished and quenched the hazelnut ball. They were busy until the evening. The rain-seeking move finally appeared on the panel of the hazelnut ball, and he knew that the hazelnut ball had reached its limit. Adding more wet rocks would only backfire and weaken the defense of the shell. Now it is just right. The shell is still mainly steel attribute. After all, steel attribute has more resistance. 4 times weak fire is secondary to steel attribute. Preserving steel attribute has the highest priority. The current hazelnut ball weighs 16 kilograms, which is 2 kilograms more than he calculated, but it is still within the acceptable range. The body width is 90 centimeters, which is 10 centimeters larger than the 80 before it was captured. The height is 1.2 meters, which was 1.05 meters before, 15 centimeters taller than before. The outermost layer of the hazelnut ball consumed 7 large sacks of bark, and a total of 11 sacks of bark were consumed, leaving 4 sacks of round tangerine bark. It took a total of 20 light stones to exceed 2 kilograms. He had tried his best, and there were no more light stones. The stock was used up, and he needed to buy some for Han. 3 wet rocks were consumed, basically on the outermost layer. The weight of wet rocks was more than that of light stones, but there were still wet rocks, which was good news. Of course, the bark was consumed the most, and it was the polished and quenched bark, leaving only the hardest essence. He was very satisfied that the hazelnut ball still had this size. Comparing the hazelnut ball before and now, the hazelnut ball before was just bloated, and now the hazelnut ball is solid, like a hard lump of iron. Next, the hazelnut ball can evolve, but before evolving, he went to the elf food store in the city and bought 3 pieces of steel elf food, fine steel. To be honest, he really didn't know what kind of elves would eat this thing. It was heavy and hard, and it was estimated that only steel elves could bite it. The clerk also said that although this food is called fine steel, it is not pure steel. It is not hard for steel-type elves. Its texture is only slightly harder than gold. The bite force of humans can leave tooth marks, but it is limited to tooth marks. After he left the store, he really took out the fine steel and bit it hard, almost breaking his teeth. There was really a very shallow tooth mark on it, similar to the mark of lightly tapping the arm with a fingernail, which is almost the same as nothing. Seeing this, he didn't take it seriously, put the fine steel away, and went to buy 10 light stones, which cost another 5 million. The 3 pieces of fine steel cost 50,000 each, and he felt that they were the same as the poison crystals of the double bomb gas, which were similar for poison-type and steel-type elves. Food. After buying these things, he returned to the river again, asked Hazelnut Ball to spit out the stone in his mouth, and then let Hazelnut Ball eat 3 pieces of fine steel, 3 insect gems, and 1 light stone, and it could evolve. Hazelnut Ball, after eating these things, the light stone needs to be ground and mixed into the evolved shell. Evolve when it is ready. Cough cough cough, Hazelnut Ball secretly thought that it was finally over. While eating, it breathed a sigh of relief. It was tortured enough in the past 2 days. Several times, it was rubbed on the stone until it smoked, and Yu-Hai let it go to the river to cool down. You know, Hazelnut Ball is a bug-type Pokemon, and it is very repulsive to high temperatures, but Hazelnut Ball can rub itself until it smokes. It was really uncomfortable these 2 days. If the mosquito frog's fist was not big, it would not fight so hard. The situation of Hazelnut Ball is similar to that of double bomb gas. Double bomb gas was cut off hundreds of times, and was almost cut to the point of rolling his eyes. Sometimes he even fainted, and was awakened by water and continued to be cut. Fortunately, it was all over. Double bomb gas was finished in 1 day, and Hazelnut Ball was finished in 1.5 days. Ahem, Hazelnut Ball was eager to stimulate the light of evolution after eating the food prepared by Yu-Hai. It didn't want to be tortured anymore. As the day went by, its body was like burning and its head was dizzy. When the white light faded, Yu-Hai looked at the giant Fortos in front of him. He was considered successful, and his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. He congratulated Fortos. Fortos, congratulations on your evolution, welcome to join us, everyone come over, we have a new companion. Yobo, Mosquito Frog was swimming in the river, and when he heard that there was a new companion, he hurried ashore. Flying Mantis also followed and stopped training. There were also Gull, Giant Claw, Tyrannosaurus, Gyarados, Snail, Zapdos, Poison Frog, Zubat, Swampert, Ghastly, Jengar, Ditto, and Orb Spinner. Everyone came. However, there were some Pokemon that showed little interest, such as Riolu and Kentaro. Darkrai did not show up either, because it was not familiar with Hazelnut Ball. If it was a familiar Pokemon, it might have congratulated him, but if it was not familiar, forget it. When Yu-Hai saw that Fortos had successfully evolved, he could finally sit down to take a breath, drink some water, and have a good rest. For Fortos, he had been busy since yesterday afternoon until now, and had not relaxed at all. It was dark, but he had not prepared dinner yet. After a short rest, he hung a chandelier by the river and prepared dinner, and the Pokémon gathered around to eat dinner. During dinner, he took out a tape measure to measure Fortos's body data. It was 1.9 meters tall, which was not much different from what he had imagined. He had to raise his arms straight to measure it. It was 1.7 meters wide, not bad, and this width did not include Fortos's 4 protruding corners. Fortos had no visible limbs and was wrapped in 2 pink shells with uneven grooves on the surface. And Fortos's body was inside the steel shell, protected by the steel shell, and there was another layer of red shell inside. In the middle of the red shell, there was a small slit where you could see its eyes. The eyes were all Fortos had, and no one or elf had ever seen Fortos's true face. 4 tube-like protrusions on the outside of the body extend from the 4 corners of the red shell of Fortos, and their functions are unknown. Fortos panel. Fortos panel. Fortos, different color. Attribute, bug plus steel. Gender, male. Potential, 72%. Level, 44.12%. Features, strong/32.12% hidden feature, dust-proof /23.22%. Insect type mastered moves, insect bite /37.82%. Missile needle /17.11%. Steel type, iron wall /42.41%. Gyro ball /14.12%. Lightweight body /34.64%. Heavy impact /4.52%. Iron head /13.44%. General, impact /11.14%. Hold /28.22%. Self-explosion /13.41%. Slam /7.55%. High-speed rotation /21.74%. Big explosion /21.38%. Sacrifice collision /4.94%. Endurance /35.32%. Mount ties pressure /26.62%. Dream talk /31.12%. Unclassified, sleep /39.44%. Roll /7.54%. Spreading lotus /5.35%. Poison lotus /6.72%. Double return /4.44%. Pray for rain /1.12%. Electromagnetic levitation /5.38%. Chapter 497. The double defense of Fortos. Counting the 4 protrusions on Fortos' body width is 2.2 meters. The Fortos he cultivated is worthy of the word giant. An average-sized Fortos is 1.2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. His Fortos is 1.9 meters tall and 2.2 meters wide. This is not just 2 circles bigger, this is several circles bigger, at least 6 or 7 circles bigger. In addition to the abnormal body shape, the shell of his Fortos is not the normal pink, but a black shell, which makes a banging sound when knocked, like tungsten steel. Fortos, different color. Attribute, bug plus steel. Gender, male. Potential, 72%. Level, 44.12%. Characteristics, strong /32.12% hidden characteristic, dust-proof /23.22%. Mastered moves. Good guy, he created another different colored Pokémon. It seems that it should be related to the black bark of the round orange fruit tree. This is the first surprise. Fortos's potential has directly reached more than 70, which is the second surprise. With more than 70 potential, it is enough for him. Fortos's level has also broken through the senior level, which is higher than Gyarados' level. The current Gyarados is only level 39, and it is almost able to enter the senior level. When he participates in the Quartz Conference, he will definitely be a senior level at that time, just right for the first Pokémon. If you are not at the senior level, you can't show it in the later stage of the quartz conference, and it will just be a formality. Fritos's moves are nothing to see, similar to the day before yesterday. In the past few days, he often uses high-speed rotation to the left and right 3 times, constantly polishing his body, and has increased a lot of proficiency. There are also new moves. The Steel-type move Heavy Impact uses a heavy body to hit the opponent to attack. The heavier you are than the opponent, the more powerful the move is. After reading the introduction of this move, Yu-Hai felt that this move was not bad for the current Fortos, not to the point where it could not be used. The current Fortos weighs about 280 kilograms. In the last evolution, he ate 3 pieces of fine steel and a light stone, which was considered to have played a role. If Fortos did not evolve without light stone, his weight might soar to 300 kilograms, just a little difference. Using this move would be twice the result with half the effort, but it would be too heavy and the speed would be slowed down. The weight of more than 200 kilograms is just right. This weight does not need to be equipped with light stone props. Although it can be lighter, it is completely unnecessary. If it is light, this move will not hurt. Fortos has a steel-type move that makes the body lighter. The effect is to increase the speed by 2 levels and reduce the weight by 100 kilograms. After using this move, Fortos only weighs 180 kilograms. He can still use this move. Without this move, he weighs more than 200 kilograms. It is even more heavyweight when using heavy collision. From this perspective, if his Fortos didn't use the light stone, his weight would be 4 times that of other Fortos, and his original weight should be more than 500 kilograms. The average weight of ordinary Fortos is 125 kilograms. His Fortos first used the light stone to reduce half of his weight, and after evolution, it was 280 kilograms. The move reduced it by 100 kilograms, leaving only 180 kilograms, which is about 50 kilograms more than the weight of ordinary Fortos, which is not bad. The weight difference is 4 times, but the defense is not calculated in this way. It may be 4 times that of ordinary Fortos. Even if it is calculated by 3 times, it has a basic defense of 420. The 4-fold difference is too outrageous. He didn't dare to think about it, so he only calculated the 3-fold difference. And there is also fire resistance, but he doesn't know how much the fire resistance is. Is it 3 times weaker than the fire type, or 2 times weaker than the fire type? He needs to find other trainers' ordinary Fortos to test. Finally, there are steel-type moves Iron Head and electric-type moves Electromagnetic Float. It turns out that Fortos can also fly. After looking at the panel of Fortos, the elves almost finished dinner. He packed up the camping tent and equipment, collected the elves, and took the gold to the Pokémon Center in Light Red City. He planned to test the double defense limit of Fortos, and needed to find an ordinary Fortos for comparison. When he arrived at the Pokémon Center, he directly posted a task, looking for a trainer with Fortos to practice with, and the reward was 100,000 Alliance coins. Soon, a trainer accepted the task. After all, there were hazelnut balls in the hunting zone, and Fortos was not a rare Pokémon. "Hello, is this the task you posted?" A boy of 11 or 12 years old came to Yu-Hai with the task. The address was on the task information, so it was easy to find Yu-Hai waiting at the Pokémon Center. "Yes, let me see your Fortos," Yu-Hai also made a request. After the boy released Fortos, he took out a tape measure to measure. He found that the height, width, and other data of this Fortos were consistent with those of a normal Fortos. Then he looked at the proficiency panel and found that the level was too low, so he rejected the boy. Since he wanted to test, he must have the same sample, and Fortos must be a senior level. He forgot to explain it in the task just now, but it doesn't matter, just wait slowly. Half an hour later, he finally waited for the Fortos he wanted, a normal-sized Fortos with a level of 41, and also a boy's Pokémon. He took the boy to the open space outside the Pokémon Center. They did not go to the battlefield, where there were trainers fighting and many people. When they came to an empty space with no one, he also released Foreto's, intending to test Foreto's defense limit, so he used fire moves to test it. Wow, this is also a Foreto's? Your Foreto's is too big? And it has a black shell, the boy couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Yu-Hai's Foreto's. He kept looking at Yu-Hai's Foreto's with deep envy on his face. After all, the boy has a Foreto's, which means that the boy likes this kind of elf very much. When he saw the two Foreto's, one was like an adult and the other was like a child, he naturally liked the huge black Foreto's more. The heterochromatic Foreto's cultivated after birth is the rare Foreto's in the boys' circle. Tos, who doesn't like different colored Pokemons? Don't waste time, do you have any fire Pokemons? Yu-Hai didn't have any fire Pokemons, so he could only ask others for fire Pokemons if he wanted to test fire resistance and double defense. Come out, Rathalos, the boy threw Rathalos out, waiting for the sparring partner mentioned in Yu-Hai's task, and how to arrange it. Already, Yu-Hai looked at Rathalos and touched the boy's poke ball. The strength of Rathalos was just stuck at the senior level. He couldn't help but look up at the boy and asked curiously, "Are these all your Pokemons?" Yes, the boy was a little puzzled by the question. He had just entered the senior level recently and needed a lot of money to buy props for the Pokemons, otherwise he would not have accepted the sparring partner task of 100,000. Fortunately, this task was short, and he only needed to spar for 2 hours, so he accepted this task. Nothing, Yu-Hai just didn't expect that the opponent actually had 2 senior level elves. He immediately released the mosquito-repellent frog and took out a stopwatch to calculate the time. He arranged for the boy, "Let your Foreto's shrink into the shell, and then let your duck-billed fire dragon continue to use sparks on the Mimuyuxigu until your Foreto's can't stand it." What kind of sparring is this? The boy was a little confused. He thought sparring was just feeding moves, but he didn't expect to use the duck-billed fire dragon to burn Foreto's. Didn't the opponent know that Foreto's was 4 times weaker than fire? "I'll give you a reward of 100,000 or 200,000. Do as I say and don't interrupt me during the sparring." Yu-Hai's eyes were a little impatient. Since it was a sparring, he was buying the opponent's time with money, so why so much nonsense? "Goodong, good, good." The boy saw that Yu-Hai's eyes were a little scary, and he agreed to Yu-Hai's request again and again. Anyway, he only burned Foreto's and could get a reward of 200,000. It would be a waste not to take it. "Duck-billed fire dragon, use sparks to burn Foreto's." As the boy spoke, a small ball of flame came out of the mouth of the duck-billed fire dragon and began to burn Foreto's, who had shrunk into the shell. Under the 4-fold restraint, Foreto's lasted less than half a minute before rolling around due to the burn. The mosquito-repellent frog quickly used a water gun to save the situation. This. Yu-Hai didn't expect it. It was only half a minute, and the damage of 4-fold restraint was too high. "Let your duck-billed fire dragon use the sparks just now to continue burning my Foreto's." Yu-Hai recorded the fire resistance time of ordinary Foreto's, and asked the duck-billed fire dragon to burn his own Foreto's. "Okay, duck-billed fire dragon, burn." The boy saw Yu-Hai record the time, and roughly guessed what Yu-Hai was going to do. No wonder he wanted Foreto's to practice with him. It turned out that he wanted to test the limit of his own heterochromatic Foreto's. Gurgle, gurgle, the duck-billed fire dragon spit out its tongue, secretly thinking that this sparring was too easy, and then it spit out sparks to burn Yu-Hai's heterochromatic Foreto's. Yu-Hai kept counting the time, watching the time on the stopwatch grow longer and longer, and occasionally looked up to see Foreto's status. Seeing that Foreto's didn't react, he didn't call a halt. Time passed slowly, half a minute, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Until the duck-billed fire dragon was tired of spitting out sparks, the time stopped at 6 minutes and 20 seconds, and Foreto's still didn't react. "Fuck, it's not like it was burned unconscious." Yu-Hai raised his hand and knocked on Foreto's, and Foreto's opened its shell, revealing 2 big black eyeballs. It seems that it was not unconscious. Then he touched the head of Foreto's again, which was just a little warm. Then he slowly touched down and touched the bottom of Fordo's, where the sparks were burning. Only then did he feel the heat, but Fordo's didn't seem to feel anything. After getting this data, he wrote down the 2 words, wet rock and body size, in his notebook. The reason why Fordo's didn't react after burning for several minutes was probably related to wet rock and body size. The shell with wet rock powder isolated most of the heat. In addition, Fordo's was big enough, so it would take longer to heat Fordo's, not to mention hurting Fordo's in the shell. In general, Fordo's fire resistance was less than 2 times, which was a surprise. It seemed that the idea of adding wet rock to reduce the damage of fire moves was completed. The biggest demand before he cultivated Fordo's was to reduce the fire resistance to at least 2 times. He didn't expect the fire resistance to be less than 2 times. It seemed that wet rock played a great role. His Fordo's was not afraid of fire without the help of rainy days. Sparks are special attack moves, so the jet of flames can at least withstand many times. The number of times needs to be tested. The next step is physical defense, which needs to be tested with the flame fist. Let your Charmeleon use the flame fist to attack your Fordo's. Okay, the boy nodded to Charmeleon and shouted, do as he says. Gurgle, gurgle, Charmeleon was helpless, but the trainer's order was the most important, and he immediately raised his fist burning with flames and punched his companion, Fordo's. Fordo's had already shrunk into his shell. He was burned by fire just now, and now he was hit by the flame fist. His companion really had the heart to do it. Bang bang bang! After only 3 flame punches, the boy's Fordo's emitted white smoke, and after the shell was opened, his eyes rolled up. Okay, hit my Fordo's, Yu-Hai sighed helplessly, writing down the limit of the ordinary Fordo's tolerance to the flame fist. He fainted after only 3 punches. It was really bad, and he was powerless to complain. In fact, he himself did not think about it. If the 4-fold restraint was really that simple, Lacey's sharp-toothed land shark would not have flown so far and been frozen by Bing Tuo Tuo. Whether this duck-billed fire dragon used sparks or flame fists, but they are all basic moves, with basic bonuses, but I don't know if the opponent's Charmeleon has items. Did your Charmeleon have items? I brought charcoal. The boy was very cooperative, and told him about the items, and also used the poke ball to take back Fordo's. The opponent should have got the data he wanted, and Fordo's has lost its value. Hi, Yu-Hai heard this and shook his head helplessly. It was basic bonus, item bonus, plus 4 times restraint, no wonder the opponent's Fordo's died after 3 punches. In fact, 2 punches were already useless, and with the previous fire, the 3rd punch directly fainted. Lacey's fanged land shark was also restrained by 4 times, but the attack of the frog was increased by 6 levels, and there was also the burst of the waterfall, so the 2 could not be directly compared. However, from here, we can see how abnormal the gold content of 4 times restraint is. Unless he is the son of the production team, don't be stubborn and go for the 4-fold restraint. Even the 2-fold restraint should be careful. He won't talk about the near ones. Even Lu Bo has failed in the far ones. There is also Du's heterochromatic Gyarados, who was beaten by the 4-fold restraint of the Thunder Fist. This is the value of attribute restraint. 3 punches, 5 punches, 8 punches, 10 punches, Yu-Hai silently counted the number of punches of the duck-billed fire dragon. Until more than 20 punches, Fordo's was still in the shell, without any reaction, no white smoke, and no rolling eyes. Crack! Gurgle! The duck-billed fire dragon threw the last punch, making a crisp sound. Yu-Hai looked up and found that Fordo's black shell was actually black except for a little burnt black, without any change. The cracking sound was not made by Fordo's. But, gurgle, the duck-billed fire dragon drooped its arm, as if it was broken. Fuck, it can be like this. Yu-Hai hurried over and knocked on Fordo's, and Fordo's opened his eyes and looked at Yu-Hai in confusion, as if asking what happened just now and why he didn't fight. Ahem, Yu-Hai coughed dryly, it was really embarrassing. Fortos was too hard and had too high resistance to fire, and the duck-billed fire dragon actually broke his bones. First, the fire resistance brought by the wet rock allowed Fortos to resist fire damage, making Fortos more able to withstand attacks when facing the flame fist. Second, it was still due to the size. Ordinary Fortos weighed more than 100 kilograms, while his weighed more than 200 kilograms. You can feel the feeling of hitting cotton and hitting iron yourself. Third, the hardness was different. His Fortos had a higher hardness. He let Fortos grind and quench so many times under gravity, and the layering of bark increased the hardness, strength, wear resistance, and toughness. Fourth, the outer shell of Fortos is roughly divided into 3 layers, but there are actually 20 to 30 layers, depending on how many times he applied bark to Fortos. Each bark is a layer of outer shell. He only remembered that in addition to the first layer, he used 11 sacks of bark, but he forgot how many times. Hey, the limit has not been measured, and he is unsure. He took out the money and threw it to the boy. This is your reward, 200,000. Yu Hai threw the task certificate and 200,000 to the boy. If the boy wants cash or points, he can go to the Pokemon Center. He used the Pokeball to take back Fortos and turned around with the mosquito frog and left. He heard the boys shouting, but he didn't want to pay attention to the boy. It was nothing more than how he cultivated Fortos. Is this a secret that can be told? Of course not. If these cultivation methods he accidentally came up with were leaked, he might be able to create countless small families, and he could open the door to recruit apprentices and charge fees. But he didn't do that. Any cultivation method of any Pokemon means weaknesses. Others can study them, but he can't teach them to others. Forget about the frog. Even if others know it, it is not so easy to practice it. Waterfall climbing is easy to get started but difficult to master. Many water-type elves can climb waterfalls. If it weren't for the big Tyrannosaurus Rex teaching Frog the burst skills, he might still be troubled by this matter. Even with the teaching of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, his Frog is still practicing waterfall climbing, which may last for several years. Who can persist for several years for a move? But the limit of Fortos has not been tested, which is a bit regrettable. He only knows that the dual resistance is very high, and the fire-type moves are no longer threatening. The 200,000 is not wasted, and only the limit of ordinary Fortos is obtained. If you want to test the limit of Fortos, it seems that you can only go to the Quartz Conference and test it with high-intensity combat. He guessed that Fortos would most likely only be exhausted or exhausted to death, but not knocked down. Again, it must be able to break the defense. Counting Fortos, he already has 7 main Pokemons that can participate in the competition. There are several non-main Pokemons left, such as Squirtle, Slowpoke, Butterfree, Starfish, Kentaro, Farfetch'd, etc. These Pokemons can be used in the early 3-on-3 competition system, but they must be equipped with 1 or 2 main Pokemons as trump cards, otherwise they are likely to fail. Let's see when the time comes. There is also Squirtle. Before the competition begins, he has to consider whether to evolve Squirtle. If it does not evolve, its role is very limited, but Flitter is a Pokemon of the 5th generation, but it has not been discovered. Exchange evolution has existed for a long time. Because of the appearance of the Pokemon exchange machine, some trainers often exchange Pokemons. As long as the number of times is large, the exchanged evolved Pokemons can always be brushed out. He suspected that the league promoted the exchange thing just to brush out this possibility. If a new evolution is brushed out, it will be a new discovery. It's a pity that he has never been to Unova. He has Squirtle and Flitter in his hands. As long as he investigates a little, you will find that he went for the Agile bug, and you will find this bug. How did a trainer who had never been to Unova accurately discover that these 2 Pokemon can exchange evolution? He still didn't want to be the first to do so, but he could anonymously give this new discovery to the famous Pokemon research doctor. The selection of the Pokemon doctor also needs to be carefully considered. The suspicious Pokemon doctor is out of the question. It would be best if the greedy Pokemon doctor could take the blame. As for the fame brought by publishing the paper on the evolution of the snail, the old Yunbai doesn't need fame, but strength. After he becomes the champion, who dares to ignore his voice? Why can Sakaki be the boss? Why does Sakaki have so many scientists, researchers, and king trainers to drive him? In the final analysis, it is Sakaki's abnormal strength that can convince everyone to serve him. In the end, it still depends on strength. Thinking silently about the snail, he returned to the Pokemon Center and booked a room at the Pokemon Center. He will set off tomorrow. It's so late today, and sleep is important. He has been in the Crimson City for a long time. The biggest gain here is this super abnormal defense of Fortos. It is time for him to go to the next gym. Chapter 498, Little Mouth Snail and Gauge Bug. The 31st day to the Kanto region, cloudy. In the morning, Yu Hai yawned and got up to pack his things. Today is the day to leave the city and leave the Crimson City. Because he got Fortos last night, he was too excited and didn't sleep well all night. He was very sleepy this morning. After giving breakfast to the elves, he teleported Haixingxing back to Xiagan Gym. Haixingxing helped a lot in the grinding and quenching of the hazelnut ball. He told Haixingxing not to fall behind in gravity training, and then teleported her back to Xiagan Gym. This time, Ada was not alarmed. The maid took it away. Now is not the time to use Haixingxing. After he finishes the quartz conference, the little guys can also increase their strength and join the gravity training. After teleporting Starfish, he checked out at the counter, said goodbye to Miss Joy and left the Pokemon Center, quickly crossed the city streets and came to the suburbs. He released Kentaro and patted Kentaro's head. The bull lowered its head and surrendered to Yu Hai. It was quite obedient, which made it convenient for him to sit on it. Then he stepped on the stirrups and sat on the bull's back, holding the reins in his hand, and let the bull walk towards the woods in front. In the future, there will be bulls on the ground, big-billed gulls flying in the sky, and Gyarados swimming in the sea, but Megalodon has a water jet, which is the same speed as a speedboat, but faster in the sea. Anyway, he will capture it sooner or later. After he finishes the quartz conference, he will ask Aman's fishing village to help him catch fish. Sitting on the bull, he set off leisurely and headed for the fourth gym, Yahung Gym. According to the speed of the bull, it will take at least a week to walk. If he gets tired of sitting, he can also fly over. Traveling is like this, there is no need to pursue speed. As long as you get the qualification to participate before the competition starts, 8 official gym badges will be enough. If you can have a wind speed dog, a horse, or a donkey, it would be nice, but it's a pity that wind speed dogs are difficult to get. Xiaobo has Juncha's exclusive Pokemon, but he doesn't want to ask the old man for it. Besides, he prefers donkeys to horses, let alone dogs. Unfortunately, there are only cows in the hunting area, not even horses, deer, and sheep, so he can only choose cows as mounts. Although Kentaro is not as cool as wind speed dogs, fortunately, Nyunia has strong endurance and can walk all day long. Compared with working in the fields, it is undoubtedly much easier to lead people. As the sun rose, they just came to a river to have lunch. Nyunia had taken off the saddle and ran to the river to escape the heat. Yu Hai also released other Pokemons, and the round silk spiders were arranged to guard the surroundings and issue an early warning if a stranger broke in. After a peaceful lunch, they set out again and continued to walk through the forest. The road they took was also a small path, or a muddy road. There was no asphalt road in the wilderness. Sitting on the bull again, they continued to move forward. The mosquito-scented frog and the flying mantis were released. They wanted to exercise on the road, and Yu Hai let them go. It was just running exercise. The fast-running mosquito-scented frog and the flying mantis would wait for them in front. When he walked to the evening, the mosquito-scented frog had found the camping site. He had to make a fire and cook. It was really a troublesome thing to prepare meals for more than 10 elves twice a day, but he had to do it. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog was fetching water in the river. When he looked up, he suddenly saw an electric mouse looking at their camp on the other side of the river and shouted excitedly. Mosquito-scented frog? What did you find? Yu-Hai was cooking. He was startled by the sudden shout of the mosquito-scented frog and looked up at the river. Yobo Yobo, the frog raised its finger and pointed to the opposite bank of the river. It found other wild Pokemon. What Pokemon? Darkrai, go and have a look, Yu-Hai asked Darkrai to go and have a look. In a situation that was too complicated, he could only ask Darkrai to translate. As a shadow left, he negotiated with the frog for a while, and then broke into the woods opposite, where he found a group of cute yellow Pokemon, Pikachu. It's Pikachu, a lot of Pikachu. Darkrai came back and told Yu-Hai the news that the frog had found Pikachu. Pikachu? Wild Pikachu, Yu-Hai lost interest when he heard it was Pikachu. He had already captured the electric Pokemon Zapdos and Magneto, so there was no need to capture Pikachu. Pikachu is a Pokemon that can be used by anyone except Zai, and everyone else's Pikachu is just average. Pikachu has only a racial value of more than 300. In terms of combat ability and resistance, it is not as good as Magneto and Zapdos, and he will not capture Pikachu. After dinner, he planned to camp here and set off tomorrow. He also took a bath in the river with the Pokemons and went back to the tent to sleep. But he was lying in the tent, thinking of Pikachu during the day, and Xiao Ai who left without saying goodbye. He didn't know if Xiao Ai would blame him. He could catch a Pikachu for Xiao Ai, and Xiao Ai should like it. Thinking of this, he couldn't sleep again. He got up, took Frog and Darkrai, and left the campsite. They sneaked into the forest where the Pikachu tribe lived, and asked Darkrai to hypnotize Pikachu, so that the selection would be faster. Finally, he selected a Pikachu with a potential of 49 from the group of 20 or 30 Pikachus, which was not bad. After conquering this Pikachu, he returned to the riverside camp, planning to go to the next city and then teleport Pikachu to Xiaobo of the Red Lotus Gym. With so many Pikachus, the Pikachu tribe must not notice that a Pikachu is missing. Back to the tent, he held Zapdos, put Pikachu's Pokeball away, took out Snail's Pokeball, and opened Snail's panel. Snail, different color. Attribute, bug. Gender, male. Potential, 51%. Level, 39.87%. Features, moist body /22.23% hidden feature, dust proof /21.13%. Mastered moves. I haven't looked at the panel of the little mouth snail for more than a month, and the potential has not changed much. The level of the little mouth snail has reached this point. As long as the little mouth snail can evolve, it will be a senior level Pokemon. He originally cultivated the little mouth snail as a Pokemon in the first echelon, but the little mouth snail could not evolve for a long time, so he kicked the little mouth snail out of the first echelon, and the growth of the little mouth snail's level also slowed down. If the little mouth snail can evolve, it can rejoin the first echelon and rank at the end with Gyarados and Foritos. Then he will have 8 main Pokemon that can participate in the Quartz Conference. Almost enough to reach the finals. The characteristics of the smallmouth snail have not changed much, but it has increased its proficiency a little, which is better than nothing. The smallmouth snail has not evolved yet, so he has not paid attention to the characteristics of the smallmouth snail. He will pay attention to the characteristics after the smallmouth snail evolves. The moves of the smallmouth snail are still the same. Since the gym came out, no new moves have been added. However, because it ate the electric energy block, the awakening power of electricity has been trained, and the remaining moves have increased to varying degrees. After looking at the panel of the smallmouth snail, Yu-Hai sighed and said to himself, "It seems that the evolution of the smallmouth snail has to be put on the agenda." He had thought about exposing the evolution of the smallmouth snail before. Anyway, the smallmouth snail and the worm are in the food chain relationship. Sooner or later, the elf researchers will discover the evolution relationship. And these two elves are not rare elves. The racial values are extremely biased, so it doesn't matter if they are exposed. After the evolution of the smallmouth snail, the racial value is all speed and special attack. After the evolution of the worm, the attack and double defense are more than 100. With the same bug and steel attributes, he already has Fortos, whose double defense is several times that of ordinary Fortos, and has good fire resistance. He no longer needs Snail Knight. After evolution, it will be released in Xiagan Gym. If no one wants it, it will be kept in the gym. If someone wants it, he will give it away. He will not cultivate Gauge Bug. Thinking of this, he returned to the evolution of the smallmouth snail, looking for greedy elf researchers, publishing multiple submissions about the evolution of the smallmouth snail, and letting these elf researchers publish, so that he can stay out of it. Then the researchers of the Alliance need to be selected as appropriate. Most of these people have good moral integrity and will not take the research for themselves. Instead, they will look for the author of the manuscript. Then only the researchers of the underground organization can complete his plan, in order to prevent someone from being self-sustaining and using the evolution method of the smallmouth snail to blackmail. If these people do not disclose it, he will completely disclose the evolution method after the submission, so that everyone knows the evolution of the smallmouth snail. In this regard, he has already found 3 candidates and opened a black laptop. The network he used was a mobile phone card. He didn't know whose mobile phone card it was. He hadn't used it since he removed it. Unexpectedly, he still hadn't owed any fees. After the laptop was connected to the network, he opened the academic forum of the Alliance and found the researcher named Yu. This woman is an elf doctor in the Unova region who distributes the initial 3 elves. Unfortunately, she is not yet, that is a matter for the future. Now this woman has just become a researcher and is having a headache about choosing a topic. This woman is also the discoverer of the smallmouth snail and the cover worm, which can exchange evolution. His submission should have a copy of this woman. As long as this topic is studied out, this woman should be able to stand firm in the research community. This person is not related to him. He is not helping this person, but submitting to the underground organization. The researchers of the underground organization may not be public. If it is a Yu researcher, he will definitely publish a paper. At that time, it doesn't matter who publishes first between the underground organization and the Alliance. Anyway, the Alliance will not recognize the research results of the underground organization, and it will only let its own people seize the reputation. At that time, whether it is the Alliance that plagiarizes the underground organization or the underground organization that plagiarizes the Alliance, let them fight among themselves, he will not care. It is just that this researcher, who enjoys the reputation after the publication of the paper, has to bear the blame at the same time, and is a key figure in the confrontation between the Alliance and the underground organization. The center of the vortex is the researcher of the Yu, anyway. He does not want to participate in such troubles at all. After confirming the candidate, he immediately edited an email, the name of which is Smallmouthed Snails and Lidworms, on the feasibility of food chain exchange evolution. After checking for typos, he anonymously sent this email to the mailbox of the researcher of the Yu. He did not know when the other party would see it, but he had already noted that please verify as soon as possible, and this submission has been sent to a group. Then there is the second candidate, researcher Chinfo, who is located in the Kanto region and also has an email address on the forum of the Alliance. The reason why he chose this researcher is that this researcher is very greedy, has a bad reputation on the internet, and often exploits his assistants. It is estimated that those negative news were sent anonymously by the assistants. Besides, this researcher has cooperated with Team Rocket, so he is a very suitable second candidate. Whether he publishes his results himself or has them seized by Team Rocket, he can achieve his goal. The third candidate is Akram, who is located in the Unova region and is currently a researcher of the Alliance. He will cooperate with Team Plasma in the future and even become the leader of Team Plasma. The reason why he knew this person was because he had fought against this scientist through the plot when he played games in his previous life. He also met the second researcher, Sumio, in the game. When he saw the familiar name Akram, he took a fancy to him and chose to be the third candidate. Anyway, the names were the same, so it didn't matter if he guessed wrong. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. His purpose from the beginning to the end was to use others to announce the evolution of the snail. After the 3 researchers were selected, he sent 2 emails in succession. This time, there was no note for mass sending, so he still had to leave time for the reaction of the U researcher, hoping that the other party could seize this opportunity. After sending 3 emails, he formatted his laptop, took out his SIM card, left the tent and went to the stove outside. He threw his laptop and SIM card into the stove, added a few dry firewood, and completely destroyed the body. When he woke up tomorrow morning, it would probably be turned into ashes. After finishing the work, he returned to the tent and fell asleep with Zapdos in his arms. However, Yu-Hai didn't know that while he was sleeping, the 3 researchers who were still staying up late would have to stay up all night for his submission. In the Unova region, Yu researcher was sitting in front of the computer at home, bored. Suddenly, a window popped up in the lower right corner of the computer, reminding her that there was a new email. Since she had nothing to do anyway, she clicked on the new email and saw Yu-Hai's submission about the small-mouthed snail and the lidworm, and the evolution of food chain exchange. Gradually, Yu researcher became fascinated until she saw Yu-Hai's note at the end of the email, sending it to a group. Mass. When Hong Dushan saw the word mass, her eyes widened, and then she looked at the sender. The account name she created was Spider. She clicked on the personal information, but there was no information. It was actually a new account created today. Then she closed the email and ignored the content of the email. Most of these mass emails are considered harassment emails. But she lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking about the email in her heart. What if it was true? Anyway, she didn't have a project now, why not give it a try? If she could really exchange evolutions, she would be able to maintain her status as a researcher, and even take a step further on the road of being a Pokemon researcher with this research result. Do it as you think of it, and don't sleep if you can't sleep. Hong Dushan quickly got up, dressed, went downstairs, and drove to the research institute to retrieve the 2 Pokemons needed for the submission. Then she found a Pokemon exchange machine, put the 2 Pokeballs on it, pressed the exchange button, and the 2 Pokeballs began to exchange under the action of the machine. Then, Yu saw an incredible scene, her eyes widened, she couldn't believe it, because exchange evolution was really feasible, she was lucky. Holding 2 new elves in her hands, which were also the new evolution forms of 2 elves, Yu's heart was pounding, and she tried her best to suppress her excitement, because she had 2 research results in her hands. If all of them were published, they would be 2 heavyweight elf evolution papers, as well as the food chain relationship of these 2 elves and the relationship after evolution, which would be 4 heavyweight evolution papers. After realizing this, Yu had no intention of sleeping, and hurried to the information room of the Research Institute to search for information on the smallmouth snail and the cover bug overnight, and packed all the information back to her home. It was already dawn at this time. She didn't even have time to eat breakfast, she hurriedly sorted out the information, and then released 2 new elves for demonstration, and then wrote the paper for publication, which was already 3 days later. In the Kanto region, researcher Sumio was in the Research Institute, and he didn't receive this email until the next morning, and it was discovered by his assistant. When he was so excited that he asked his assistant to go to the Alliance branch to retrieve the elves, the assistant directly backstabbed researcher Chinfu and told other researchers about this email, intending to find someone else to cooperate. Researcher Chinfu was in the Research Institute, waiting for his assistant to return and couldn't get through on the phone, so he knew that something serious had happened and rushed out in anger. In the Unova region, researcher Akram didn't read Yu-Hai's email at all. He directly selected all the emails from unknown sources and deleted them. He focused on the direction. It is the hidden power and talent of the elves. To stimulate the power of the elves without reservation is the subject he wants to study. For the seemingly exchange evolution of the smallmouth snail and the cover bug, he has no interest. Smallmouth snail panel. Smallmouth snail panel. Smallmouth snail, different color. Attribute, insect. Gender, male. Potential, 51%. Level, 39.87%. Characteristics, moist body /22.23%. Hidden characteristic, dust proof /21.13%. Insect system mastered moves, insect chirp /32.34%. Blood sucking /32.23%. Insect resistance /12.53%. General hold /36.14%. Self-regeneration /18.82%, takeover /15.62%, grass absorb /25.11%, super absorb /28.42%, energy ball /16.14%, poison dissolving liquid /31.27%, venom shock /13.21%. Unclassified awakening power electricity /24.23%, mud shooting /35.22%, sleep /15.12%. Chapter 499, Pikachu Clan. The 32nd day of the trip to Kanto, sunny. After spending the night by the river, Yu-Hai was awakened by the urgent calls of the elves early the next morning. When he left the tent and looked out, he found that the elves, and the tent behind him were surrounded by a group of Pikachu. This is very embarrassing. I thought these Pikachus had forgotten that they had lost a friend, but they were so smart that they found out that there was one less Pikachu in the Pikachu group early in the morning. Pikachu, I have captured it. I want to take it away. Yu-Hai took out the Pokeball and slowly explained to these Pikachus that he liked this Pikachu. But these Pikachus didn't listen to Yu-Hai's explanation at all. The red power bags on their cheeks showed arcs and were about to attack Yu-Hai with electric shocks. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that these little things still wanted to come around, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped its feet, and the little things were immediately scared and trembled all over. The Pikachus looked up at the tall Tyrannosaurus Rex and retreated in fear. They dared not to continue to surround Yu-Hai's tent. They were finally scared. Yu-Hai saw Pikachu retreating, and quickly took out more than 10 boxes of electric energy cubes and put them on the ground, asking Darkrai to explain to Pikachu what a trainer is and what it means to be captured by a trainer. He hoped that these electric rats could understand. Pika Pika, Pika Pika. After smelling the fragrance of the electric energy cubes, the Pikachus put down their hostility towards Yu-Hai after listening to Darkrai's explanation. They understood what Darkrai meant. After listening to Darkrai's explanation, the Pikachus thought that Xiaozai, who had just passed by here not long ago, had a Pikachu on him. Could it be that the Pikachu captured by the trainer? Pika Pika, Pikachu knew Yu-Hai's purpose and shouted to Yu-Hai. They want to say goodbye. Darkrai returned to Yu-Hai's shadow and told Yu-Hai the result of their negotiation. Pikachu did not object to his companions being captured, but they wanted to say goodbye. Okay, Yu-Hai understood, opened the Pokeball, released Pikachu and let Pikachu say goodbye to the Pikachu tribe. Pika Pika. Pikachu just came out and yawned, still a little confused, why everyone looked at it like this, what smells so good? Pikachu sniffed and smelled the fragrance of the energy cube, and immediately followed the fragrance to find it. Pika Pika. Before Pikachu could smell it, the leader of the Pikachu tribe stopped Pikachu with the Pikachu tribe and shouted to Pikachu, Pika Pika, little brother, a trainer has taken a fancy to you, you go with the trainer. Pika. Pikachu was stunned for a moment. What does it mean that a trainer has taken a fancy to me? It always has a bad feeling. Pika Pika, the leader of Pikachu patted the little brother Pikachu on the shoulder, took out an electric energy cube, put it in the little brother Pikachu's hand, and said goodbye, "Little brother, follow the trainer, you will eat this in the future. You can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, but you must remember us." Pikachu was even more confused. He held an electric energy cube in his hand and watched his companions, who were carrying electric energy cube boxes in groups of 2 and quickly disappeared into the woods, without giving him a chance to explain this. Yu-Hai was also confused. He couldn't understand what this group of Pikachu was doing. They were aggressive just now, but why are they so easy to talk to now? The leader of Pikachu thought that you took the energy cube and exchanged it with them for Pikachu, and was afraid that you would regret it, so he ran away. Darkrai was also speechless. He thought that the leader of Pikachu was easy to talk to, but he didn't expect that it was a business without cost. He abandoned his companions for a little food. "Come with me, Pikachu." Yu-Hai smiled helplessly, squatted down and took out the poke ball, inviting Pikachu, "I will help you find a good trainer, you will definitely have a good life with that trainer." Pikachu tilted his head, his long ears drooping, it never understood what happened from beginning to end. Everything was so inexplicable. Who was this human, why did his boss run away, and the food in his hand smelled so good, it had already put chewing in the mouth can also replenish electricity. Bang! Then, a poke ball hit his head, and Pikachu turned into a red light and entered the poke ball. Yu-Hai put away the poke ball and started to make breakfast for the Pokemons. After breakfast, he packed up the tent and camping equipment, put on his backpack, and took back the Pokemons, leaving only Frog and Scyther. He sat on Kentaro and continued to move forward, continuing his journey to collect badges. I don't know if those researchers have received his email. I hope they will receive it as soon as possible and announce the evolution of Squirrel as soon as possible so that he can evolve Squirrel. Then, Squirrel doesn't have to be kicked out of the first echelon, and can return to the first echelon. The arrangement of other Pokemons remains unchanged. Gyarados, Gyarados, and Squirrel, although they are a little worse, it's okay to put them in the first echelon for the time being. After Slowpoke and the others are cultivated, the 3 Gyarados will return to the second echelon as the big brothers. Next, he rode on Niunio, and traveled through the forest with Frog and Scyther. Starting from the Crimson City, he walked for 3 days. He would capture wild Pokemon that came in randomly. If the potential was too low, he would let it go, and if the potential was good, he would keep it. Unfortunately, after 3 days, he did not encounter a single wild Pokemon with good potential. It was not until the morning of the 3rd day that he encountered a town on the Quartz Conference Guide, and finally saw people. The 33rd day to the Kanto region, cloudy. Stone Town, a town located at the foot of the mountain, was named Stone Town because of the large number of evolution stones produced. There are a lot of evolution stones on the Evolution Mountain next to the town, and it is also a gathering place for many treasure hunters. Yu-Hai came to this town for the purpose of finding evolution stones. If he could find the best evolution stones here, he would not have to wrong himself and become a son-in-law, and he could evolve Frog here. Finding evolution stones is only the first purpose, and his second purpose is to challenge the gym. There is a gym here, called the Night Gym, and the gym owner is the 4 EV brothers. The gym battle system is 3-on-3, and you fight against 3 of the 4 brothers respectively, and win 2 out of 3 games. After winning the gym battle, you can get the gym's night badge. Yu-Hai sat on Niu's back and looked at the introduction of the gym in the Quartz Conference Guide. He felt that this night gym and night badge were a bit too retro. It is very likely that it evolved from an ancient family. From the word night, it can be seen that it must be a family that turned to the Alliance when the Alliance fought against feudal rule and helped the Alliance to attack the territory with the Night Legion. After the war, the Night Gym was established, which is a good transformation, so the word night was retained as the symbol of the gym. Putting down the Quartz Conference Guide, Niu also carried him to the outside of Stone Town. He wanted to get off and walk into the town. He used the poke ball to take back Kentaro and Scyther, leaving only the frog by his side, and walked into Stone Town. He found that this town was very lively, and this liveliness can be divided into two directions. The first is that the mining equipment sold here is very popular. Basically, you can see an outdoor goods store every 5 steps. The second is that there are many stores selling stones here, including fossils, evolution stones, gems, prop stones, and all kinds of messy stones. The hawking sounds are endless, so lively. Foreign trainer, please show your Pokemon illustrated book. Yu-Hai looked around curiously, acting very suspicious, and soon attracted Jun-Sha to stop him. Did something happen? Yu-Hai took out the illustrated book and saw that Jun-Sha was so nervous. Something must have happened here. Please wait a moment. Jun-Sha returned the illustrated book to Yu-Hai after checking Yu-Hai's identity and finding no bad record, and explained, "It's like this, the evolution mountain here is rich in evolution stones, which has led to the theft of many people's evolution stones, and the evolution stones of some stores have also been stolen. If you find any fossils, please be sure to protect your valuables." "Thank you, Miss Jun-Sha, for telling me, I will be careful." Yu-Hai took the Pokemon illustrated book, watched Jun-Sha leave, questioned other strange trainers, and continued to walk on the busy street. He was not worried about being stolen. He had Dark Ray, and it was difficult for thieves to get close to him. He didn't plan to treat Pokemons, so he wouldn't be stolen this time. If he was stolen twice in a row, it would be a great shame for Lao Lu. Walking and looking all the way, he came to the Pokemon Center and prepared to send Pikachu to Xiaobo. There was no rush to challenge the gym in advance, and there was no rush to go to the Evolution Mountain to dig evolution stones. Anyway, the evolution stones are on the mountain. The ones that should be dug have been dug up long ago. The remaining evolution stones are hidden very deeply, so how can they be dug up so easily? In the Pokemon Center, after he registered the trainer's illustrated book, he could use the Pokemon teleporter. He also called the Red Lotus Gym, and the maid answered the video call. "I'm looking for the owner of Xiaobo. Please wait, Mr. Aha," the maid knew Yu-Hai. He got off the ship early, and Xiaobo didn't say anything, and they wouldn't ask more about such things. Soon, Xiaobo's bright summit appeared in the video call, and roared at Yu-Hai, "Smelly boy, where did you go? Why did you get off the ship early?" Cough, Yu-Hai coughed dryly, knowing that he was in the wrong, and didn't argue with the old man. He was not worried about the ending of the passenger ship. From Xiaobo's roar, it can be seen that Xiaobo solved it. Otherwise, it would not be a roar, but a solemn reminder. Then, he directly mentioned Pikachu. "Xiaobo, I helped Xiao AI capture a Pikachu, teleport over now." "Okay, teleport over here." Xiaobo just wanted to deceive Yu-Hai. Hearing that Pikachu was no longer tense, his expression instantly eased. It seemed that Yu-Hai still remembered Xiao AI, which was enough. After Yu-Hai left, Xiao AI often clamored to find Yu-Hai, which gave him a headache for a while. "Do you want to talk to Xiao AI?" No, Yu-Hai didn't want to see Xiao AI yet. What if the little girl chased him? Let's wait for the Quartz Conference. By the way, where are you now? I'm in Stone Town, planning to dig evolution stones here and challenge the night gym. Yu-Hai did not hide it from Xiaobo. This was not a secret that could not be told. Be careful, Xiaobo held the Pokeball that was teleported. There was a Pikachu in it. It was not a valuable Pokemon, but he could still get it easily. It was also a token of Yu-Hai's intention. "Xiaobo, is there any news about Xiao AI's mother? I've been away for so long, I don't know if Xiaobo has found it." "It's almost there, the scope has been narrowed down to the city, it should be found soon." "You don't know for sure," Yu-Hai sighed secretly. He didn't expect that with so many clues, it would still be so difficult to find a person. "Stinky boy, do you have a small-mouth snail in your hand?" Xiaobo didn't know what Yu-Hai was silent about, and talked about the evolutionary paper on the academic forum during this period, which was the evolutionary paper published by Unova. "Yeah? What's the problem?" Yu Hai thought to himself, could it be that the mass submission has come out with results? It's too fast, it's only been 3 days. The elf researcher in the Unova region has discovered the evolution of the smallmouth snail. Send your smallmouth snail to me for research for a while. Xiaobo knew that Yu Hai not only had a smallmouth snail, but also a smallmouth snail of a different color, which is a rare material. What's the name of that researcher? Yu Hai was also very curious. He had sent 2 emails to the Unova region, and he didn't know who had researched it. It's the Yu researcher. You don't know him even if I tell you. Hurry up and send the little mouth snail over. Xiaobo didn't want to say more. Yu Hai was not a researcher, and he wouldn't understand if he said too much. I refuse. My little mouth snail needs to evolve. Yu Hai thought to himself that it was her, and then immediately shook his head and rejected Xiaobo's request. Since the evolution of the little mouth snail has been made public, he also has to arrange the evolution of the little mouth snail. Well, you little brat, forget it. Xiao Ai is making trouble again. I'll hang up first if there's nothing else, Xiaobo said without any other meaning. He was not angry because of an elf. With his identity, it was easy to get a small snail and a cover bug. It was just that the matter of Xiao Ai's mother had to be solved quickly. If he couldn't find Xiao Ai's mother, he was afraid that Xiao Ai would run away from home. However, they used Kikyuko's channel, otherwise it would not be so fast. They had locked on to the luxury car and found out the identity of the owner of the luxury car. It was just a matter of time. Okay, remember to come to the Quartz conference and talk again when you have time. Yu Hai waved his hand and prepared to hang up the video call. Then Xiaobo whispered over there, don't worry about the passenger ship round, all solved. When Yu Hai heard this, he paused after hanging up the video call. He said nothing, but nodded silently to Xiaobo, and then hung up the video call. It seemed that Xiaobo was concerned. After hanging up the video call, Yu Hai made another call, this time to Xiaogan Jim, and the maid answered the call again. This time he did not ask the maid to notify Ada, but asked the maid to send him a gauge worm. The evolution of the smallmouth snail will be in these few days. After a while, he got the poke ball of the gauge worm. He had no bond with this gauge worm, and he didn't plan to cultivate it anyway. He also had to find a Pokemon switch. There should be some in this town. The snail can evolve in advance, but it will be hidden for a while after evolution. It would be great if it officially debuted at the Quartz conference. During this time, it needs to learn new moves. After dealing with these things, he had lunch at the Pokemon Center. In the afternoon, he will go to the night gym to get the night batch. Tomorrow, he can go to the Evolution Mountain to dig for evolution stones. It is very convenient for him to find stones containing energy. Darkrai, Gengar, Riolu. These Pokemon can sense energy fluctuations within a certain range. He believes that he should be able to harvest a lot of evolution stones this time. Chapter 500, Senior Silly Fish. Afternoon, Stone Town, Night Gym. Yu Hai, who had taken a lunch break at the Pokemon Center, came to this gym named after the night. When he arrived, there were still trainers fighting in the gym. He registered to challenge the gym and found that he still needed to queue up. There were 3 people in front of him, and he was the 4th person. The gym apprentice told him that he could wait in the audience, and when it was his turn for the gym battle, he would be notified to fight. He could only sit in the audience and watch the battle between the 4 EV brothers and the challengers. The game was 3-3, and the 3 EV brothers would take turns to play. The 4th brother was not in the gym. After watching several gym battles, he found that this gym had a feature. The battle Pokemon used by the gym owner were all Pokemon evolved with evolution stones. The Pokemons of these 3 brothers are weirder than the last. The eldest is Reizo, with yellow hair, the same color as Jolteon's fur. He uses Jolteon, Raichu, Magneto, and Ootoko, all of which are Pokemon evolved from Thunder Stones. The second brother is Mitsuki, with blue hair, the same color as Vaporeon. He uses Vaporeon, Frog, Scorpion, Starfish, and Rakuten, all of which are Pokemon evolved from water stones. The third is Aki, with red hair, the same color as Flareon's fur. Color, Flareon, Ninetales, and Windy Dog, all of which are Pokemon evolved from fire stones. Good guy, he was too lazy to complain. I really don't know how a son born to the same parents can have 3 hair colors. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this man has a green grassland on his head, and it is also glowing green. It is estimated that the 4th brother is in a similar situation to these 3, but I don't know what evolution stone he used. After understanding the Pokemon lineup of the gym owner, it is also his turn to play the gym battle. The 3 brothers also take turns to play. Facing a challenger, each person only needs to fight 1 game. The first to play is the eldest brother, who is mainly electric Pokemon. Seeing that the eldest brother threw Magneto, of course, he has to use ground-type Pokemon to deal with electric Pokemon. Metal Tyrannosaurus, Yu-Hai threw the Pokeball of Metal Tyrannosaurus, and did not use Gyarados as the first. After all, this is an open book exam. There is no need for him to not copy the answers and go against the will of heaven and play against the attributes. Yes, Tyrannosaurus is very good at restraining me. The boss saw Tyrannosaurus, and it was impossible for Magneto to use electric moves, which had no effect at all. Magneto, Iron Wall, Gyro Ball. Metalnosaurus, Flame Fist. As the 2 commands were issued, Magneto used Iron Wall to strengthen its defense and rushed towards Tyrannosaurus. Electric moves could not be used, and Magneto's original Steel attribute could also restrain Tyrannosaurus twice. Tyrannosaurus looked at Magneto rolling over, and did not use Flame Fist directly, but sank down, and white light appeared on the toes of both feet and the fingers of both hands, which instantly turned into white claws, firmly grasping the ground, just waiting for Magneto to come. Boom! Magneto slammed into Tyrannosaurus, but did not knock it down, but only knocked it back several steps, plowing several deep gullies on the ground. Caught! Caught! The boss widened his eyes and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who caught the Gyro Ball in disbelief. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's glowing claws held Magneto tightly and caught the rolling and accelerating Magneto. It's rock climbing. It seems that the training before was not in vain. Yu-Hai saw that Han was so brave, and he was too lazy to say more. Since Han debuted, he has not suffered any losses. He just lost a tooth. When Han suffers more losses, he will know to avoid, instead of taking it hard. Tyrannosaurus Rex caught Magneto and smashed it to the ground. Then he raised his fist, which burst into flames, and punched Magneto. Magneto, hold on! As the boss's order came, Magneto immediately opened a layer of light green protective shield. Facing the powerful flame fist of Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was smashed into the soil, and even the earth shook. Boom, boom! Metal Tyranitar punched the ground one after another, and Magnetron could only struggle to hold on, sinking deeper and deeper. Crack, crack! When Yu-Hai asked Metal Tyranitar to stop, Magnetron had fainted in the pit and lost his ability to fight. So strong, the 2nd brother came behind the eldest brother and murmured in a low voice while looking at the violent Metal Tyranitar. Not only him, but everyone present was shocked by the violence of Metal Tyranitar. Be careful, 2nd brother, this trainer is not simple. The eldest brother patted the 2nd brother's shoulder, took back Magnetron, and gave up the position of the battlefield. It was time for the 2nd brother to play. 2nd brother, specialize in water. Yu-Hai took back Metal Tyranitar with a Pokeball and waited for the 2nd brother of the EV brothers to release the Pokemon. Go, Scorpion! The 2nd brother saw the first battle and sent a Pokemon with high defense to use Scorpion to deal with the 2nd gym battle. Facing the Scorpion, Yu-Hai pondered for a moment, threw out the Pokeball of the Scorpion, and the 2nd gym battle began. Scorpion, rush over and use the arm hammer. Scorpion, retract into the shell, use the iron wall. Kuke! Scorpion quickly crawled in front of the Scorpion, raised its big claws and smashed it. The arm hammer is a fighting move, which has a double restraint on the scorpion. If you just defend blindly, you will lose. Even if you have the iron wall to strengthen the defense, it will be useless. The scorpion will be knocked unconscious. Trainers who use the scorpion often lose in this way because of their confidence in defense. As he thought, after smashing the big claws more than 10 times, the scorpion let go of the shell, stuck out its tongue, and fainted. The second game was successfully won, and the third gym battle followed. The third player appeared, using mainly fire Pokemon. Go, Windy Dog! The third brother saw that his eldest brother's quick attack was defeated and his second brother's stubborn defense was also defeated, so he planned to kite and wear down the opponent to win the third game. In fact, with 2 wins in 3 games, Yu-Hai can already take the batch. If Yu-Hai still wants to play a third game, he will accompany him to the end. It's decided to be you, Gyarados. Roar, roar, roar! Gyarados just appeared. The sound waves of the roar shook everyone's ears, and the roaring air waves even pressed Windy Dog to the ground. Intimidate! The third brother swallowed his saliva secretly. He found that none of this man's Pokemon were simple stuff. There were 3 gym battles in total, and the 3 Pokemon were so powerful, and the last one was no suspense. Gyarados, Water Cannon! Windy Dog, move at high speed to avoid. Oh, you still want to hide? Yu-Hai was happy and shouted to Gyarados, Sharp Stone Attack! Roar! Gyarados' tail slapped the ground fiercely, and a stream of rock energy was instantly transmitted to the feet of the Wind Speed Dog, and immediately a number of sharp stone pillars rose up to attack the Wind Speed Dog running around. The spikes that kept popping out from the ground made it impossible for the Wind Speed Dog to run. The sharp stone attack was compressing the space for the Wind Speed Dog to move. Combined with the water cannon bombs spit out by Gyarados, they fell directly into the sharp stone pillars, and the Wind Speed Dog was blocked inside. Although the effect of the sharp stone attack was not as good as the rock blockade, it could also limit the opponent's space for movement. It can only be said that it was barely useful. After the last few water cannons went down, the Wind Speed Dog whimpered, was soaked through, and fainted in the stone circle. You are very strong, Challenger. The third brother took out the badge, came over to shake hands with Yu-Hai, and solemnly handed the night badge to Yu-Hai. This is the night badge. It is the honor of the night gym to hand over the night badge to a trainer like you. The third brother performed a modern knight etiquette, clenched his right fist, and gently placed it on his left chest. You are also very good. This is a wonderful gym battle. Yu-Hai got the night badge, said a few good words, and turned to leave the night gym. Others still have gym battles, so he won't delay their work in the gym. After leaving the night gym, it was already evening, and he returned to the Pokemon Center. He planned to rest in the Pokemon Center tonight and go to the Evolution Mountain to dig for evolution stones tomorrow. He ordered a free stir-fry at the Pokemon Center and slowly savored the Pokemon Center's big pot rice in the rest area. The Pokemon Center in each city has its own special meals, and he is not tired of it yet. While eating dinner, he also took out Gyarados' Pokeball. After the battle just now, Gyarados' level has also reached the senior level. It is easy to break through the senior level, but it is difficult to reach the king level. He doesn't know what difficulties will be blocked. Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 40.04%. Characteristics, Intimidation /33.13%. Hidden characteristic, Overconfidence /31.23%. Mastering the moves. I haven't looked at Gyarados' panel for a month. There is no change in potential. Even with the use of the water gem, there is no change. What's more, Gyarados' potential is stuck at the champion threshold. If he wants to make a change, he feels that it will take several years. He has to endure. That's why I say that Gengar, Double Bomb Gas, and others are taking shortcuts, but only for Pokemon that can degenerate. After evolving, Gyarados has finally reached the senior level after a month of fighting and cultivation. Gyarados has just entered the level and still needs to work hard. Gyarados' intimidation feature is often used, and its proficiency has increased a lot. The overconfidence feature is also often used. As long as you defeat the enemy, you can trigger overconfidence. Gyarados has bullied Silly Fish in the river. And Gyarados' moves have all increased to varying degrees. He let Gyarados learn new moves from other Pokémons, and he also learned a lot, including defending, ultimate attack, provocation. He looked at Gyarados' moves while eating. This Silly Fish has too many moves and a wide range of attacks. The most eye-catching ones are the 6 Dragon-type moves. He dared to say that even the Gyarados of Yolongdu did not have so many Dragon-type moves, unless Dew fed Gyarados a lot of Dragon-related things to improve its Dragon-type bloodline, so that it could learn more Dragon-type moves. In fact, Dew's Gyarados was just a product of the laboratory, not a naturally mutated Gyarados. When Magikarp evolved, the red scales did not fade and turned into the color of Gyarados. Such a Gyarados was not a naturally mutated Gyarados, but an artificially induced Gyarados, just like his Gyarados Gengar, Gyarados, and Gyarados. If it hadn't met Dew, Gyarados would probably have died of genetic collapse. Coupled with the Dragon-type resources of Dew's family, it would be too easy to forcibly raise the potential of an ordinary Gyarados. This is what it's like to be born well. It's a lie to say that you don't envy them. There are too many dragon caves in Dew's family that are quasi-gods that you can't get. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have it. With his channels, he can only get Gyarados. He'll just use Gyarados. This Silly Fish is also very strong. Fortunately, he has reached the senior level. When the Quartz Conference comes, he can show it off and compete with other trainers. After closing the Gyarados panel, he took out the Pokeball of the Sori and opened the panel. This silly bird rarely fights, but it flies around as a mount a lot. He feels that it is a bit of a waste of talent. Sori. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.52%. Level, 47.22%. Features, rainfall /41.33%. Mastering moves. I haven't looked at Sori's panel for more than a month. Because of the water gem, Sori's potential has increased a little, but it has increased very slowly, not as abnormal as evolution and degeneration. The elves who cannot quickly absorb the energy of gems can only carry water gems to slowly increase their potential. This is the only way to rely on the accumulation of time to hone their potential. In fact, evolution stones and water stones can also be used, but he is not so rich that he can use evolution stones to improve his potential. The level of the goal has reached level 47, which is a good level. By the time of the Quartz Conference, it should be level 50. With this level, it is enough to play in the competition. The rainfall characteristics are also growing slowly, not as fast as at the beginning. As the proficiency increases, all growth has slowed down. Although his original goal was to join the Rainy Day team, he found that the Rainy Day team had too many disadvantages after becoming a trainer. Just because the Rainy Day Thunderbolt is sure to hit, he dares not use the Rainy Day. If he uses the Rainy Day, his Water-type Pokémon will be hit by the Thunderbolt, and none of them can escape. The Rainy Day is convenient for himself and others, but it has many disadvantages. There are too many restrictions just for the Thunderbolt, and the Rainy Day team is destined to be unable to be used in all occasions. If the opponent has an electric Pokémon, the Rainy Day will have more advantages than disadvantages for the opponent, and more disadvantages than advantages for him, and he will be in a disadvantageous situation. This is also the limitation of reality. Any routine, state, environment, and effect are two-way. No wonder Kikyuko said that the upper limit of the Rainy Day team is so high. If it is a team battle, unless the enemy has no electric Pokémon, then his advantage is very large. If the opponent has an electric Pokémon, then after a Thunderbolt, all of his lineup, except Han, will die, that is, the whole team will be wiped out. On the battlefield, he couldn't pin his hopes on the opponent not having electric-type Pokémons, because that was a sign of insufficient strength. Although the rainy day team had a big disadvantage in team battles, it still had a big advantage in local battles. He would still go with the rainy day team. If the enemy specialized in electric-type Pokémons, he wouldn't use rainy day, just avoid it. If the enemy didn't have electric-type Pokémons, that was his home court, so he would use Zapdos to blast him. Looking at the potential, level, and characteristics, he looked at the moves of the owl, and there was actually nothing to see. Since Owl learned a few new moves in the gym, he had not been learning new moves, but was familiar with the existing moves, and his proficiency had increased a lot. After roughly looking at Owl's moves, he closed the Owl's panel. Generally speaking, it was not bad. Owl was enough as an auxiliary, and the main force only needed a few frogs. Gyarados panel. Gyarados panel. Gyarados. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 40.04%. Feature, intimidation /33.13%. Hidden feature, overconfidence /31.23%. Water system mastered moves, waterfall climbing /23.24%. Rain prayer /19.39%. Water tail /17.28%. Water cannon /21.53%. Surfing /18.71%. Diving /17.93%. Tidal wave /15.61%. Flying system, storm /15.33%. Bounce /19.79%. General system, destruction ray /17.55%. Slam /25.69%. Mountain pressure /22.24%. Roar /31.37%. Self-sacrifice charge /13.25%. Bind /19.33%. Jump /33.21%. Impact /32.31%. Terrible face /26.72%. Stare /27.61%. Hold /13.42%. Ultimate impact /12.38%. Dragon type, reverse scale /17.11%. Tornado /21.01%. Dragon dance /26.41%. Dragon tail /27.22%. Dragon wave /21.34%. Dragon wrath /25.37%. Ground type, heavy stomp /15.73%. Earthquake /17.63%. Ice type, frozen fang /14.51%. Frozen ray /26.64%. Electric type, 100,000 volts /17.58%. Thunder /26.87%. Fire, jet flame /25.37%. Large character explosion /14.56%. Steel, iron head /18.95%. Iron tail /25.61%. Evil, bite /26.77%. Tit for tat /17.71%. Evil wave /13.65%. Provocation /10.15%. Unclassified, sharp stone attack /16.25%. Sleep /27.66%. Big-mouthed gull panel. Big-mouthed gull panel. Big-mouthed gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.52%. Level, 47.22%. Feature, rainfall /41.33%. Flying mastered moves, wind /36.59%. Feather roost /41.01%. Wing attack /42.58%. Tailwind /41.11%. Air blade /36.11%. Air blade /32.74%. Storm /23.14%. Water system, water flow ring /38.23%. Water gun /44.49%. Water wave /32.87%. Pray for rain /43.17%. Immersion /14.14%. Water bubbles /24.44%. General system, lightning flash /40.29%. Hold /43.74%. Call /39.23%. Ultrasonic wave /33.54%. Charge /22.34%. Spray /21.53%. Swallow /14.64%. Unclassified, high-speed movement /41.37%. Quick return /21.77%. Chapter 501, EV. After dinner, Yu-Hai came to the battlefield next to the Pokémon Center, intending to watch the trainers' battles to see if there were any good matches. After watching for a while, he didn't find any trainers with good strength. Most of them were unevolved Pokémons, and they all needed evolution stones to evolve. This was probably the characteristic of this place. Because there were evolution stones in the Evolution Mountain, the Pokémons that everyone chose were basically Pokémons that could be evolved with evolution stones. Among these Pokémons, the most popular Pokémon was Eevee. There were many breeding houses selling Eevee here. Eevee was very cheap here, at least much cheaper than other places. You could buy an Eevee Pokémon egg for 100,000, but its potential could not be guaranteed. After watching the battle for a while, he felt bored, and it started to rain. He was going to go back to the Pokémon Center to sleep, but just as he was about to leave, he heard a loud roar. "You useless thing, you can't win the battle, I asked you to evolve but you didn't evolve, I used the Thunder Stone, Water Stone and Fire Stone, but you just won't evolve, I don't need you anymore, go away." Eevee, Eevee, Eevee sat in the rain, lowered his head, and let the trainer scold him. It didn't blame the trainer, it was just too weak. It's not that it doesn't want to evolve, but it can't trigger the evolution when it touches the evolution stone. It doesn't know why, it's also very distressed. "Go away, I don't want to see you anymore," the boy left, but Eevee followed him again. The boy turned around and shouted to the Vaporeon beside him, "Vaporeon, use the water gun." Puff puff puff, Vaporeon heard the water gun and immediately shot a water gun at Eevee, pushing Eevee against the wall, unable to climb up. Then the boy and Vaporeon, with its tail cocked, left without looking back, disappeared in the rainy night, leaving only Eevee in the rain. Eevee, Eevee, Eevee wanted to catch up, but it was extremely weak. It had not recovered from the battle, and the rain would only make it worse. Now it was burning all over and couldn't get up. Eevee. Yu-Hai sighed helplessly when he saw this. Since he didn't want it, he wouldn't starve to death if he returned it to the breeding house. Why did he abandon it? Eevee saw a black shadow standing in front of him, but he didn't have the strength to cry out and fainted. He picked up the pokeball thrown by the boy and captured this severely injured and cold Eevee. Why did he always have to deal with such a mess? If he didn't save it, he would be chased and scolded for being cold-blooded. If he saved it, he would also be chased and scolded for being a saint. Since everyone else had said all the good and bad things, what else could he say? After capturing Eevee, he returned to the Pokémon Center, handed Eevee to Miss Joy, and went to the emergency room. He hoped that Eevee would be okay. When he captured Eevee just now, he also opened the Eevee's proficiency panel, wanting to see why this Eevee couldn't evolve. Eevee. Attribute, General. Gender, Male. Potential, 54%. Level, 26.13%. Characteristics, Adaptability /12.23%. Hidden characteristic, Danger prediction /16.13%. General mastered moves, Hold /13.34%. Impact /22.53%. Help /12.34%. Call /23.23%. Roar /14.67%. Wagtail /12.33%. Flash of lightning /12.62%. High speed star /13.71%. Darkness, bite /23.14%. Darkness wave /30.82%. Psychic, sleep /21.27%. Predict the future /13.21%. This EV has a potential of 54, which can be said to be a very good potential, but why can't it evolve? The only strange thing is that there are 2 more moves that do not belong to EV, Dark Wave, and Predict the Future. It is obviously not a move that EV can master at this stage, and the proficiency of Dark Wave is problematic, which is higher than the level. The Psychic type ultimate move, Predict the Future, in addition to high damage, can also be understood literally, that is, it can really predict the future. I feel it, rich dark energy. Darkrai felt it in Yu-Hai's shadow when Yu-Hai approached the EV. Darkrai energy? Whose? EV? Yu-Hai asked. Yes, there is another strong breath approaching. Darkrai looked up at the direction of the Evolution Mountain, and a strong breath was coming from there. Go see who it is. Yu-Hai probably knew why EV could not evolve, because the huge dark energy in the body made this EV unable to evolve with the Evolution Stone. But how could an EV have so much evil energy? He couldn't figure out the reason until Darkrai came back, and he finally guessed what happened. That breath left and was forced back by me. I feel it will come again. Darkrai returned to Yu-Hai's shadow and told Yu-Hai what happened just now. Absol? There is an Absol here. Yu-Hai was surprised when he heard the name. He didn't expect that there would be such a rare Pokémon here. Pokémon like Absol are very difficult to capture. Like Riolu and Ralts, they will choose their own trainers. Absol mostly lives in steep mountainous areas. The mountainous area here is the Evolution Mountain, so it's not surprising that there is an Absol living here. Why does it want to come back? Yu-Hai asked in confusion. What is Absol doing at the foot of the mountain? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by humans? This kind of Pokémon is a disaster in people's eyes. That EV is its child. I'm in there. I felt the same evil energy fluctuations on my body. Fuck, no wonder EV has such high potential, no wonder the proficiency of evil moves is abnormal. It turns out to be Absol's cub. Yu-Hai couldn't help but burst out when he learned the news. Fortunately, he was waiting for Miss Joy outside the operating room, and no one noticed his aphasia. He finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. Absol liked a certain EV in the town and gave birth to a child. Absol also sent the child to the boy's home for adoption, but the boy abandoned the EV. Absol, who realized that the child was in danger, was anxious. How came down from the Evolution Mountain just to save the child, but was stopped by Darkrai and forced back. If this is the case, the reason why this EV cannot evolve with the Evolution Stone and has such high potential is clear. It turns out that it is the child of the disaster beast Absol. But Yu-Hai, who knew this, was not happy at all. After thinking about it, he sighed helplessly and gave up the idea of capturing EV. He planned to go up the mountain to return EV to Absol tomorrow. About catching? He thought about it, but EV was Absol's child. As long as he captured EV, Absol would definitely chase him. He followed behind him, just to get his child back. Thinking about those abducted children, he decided to just capture them and return them to Absol's mother. He was not a trainer who needed a Pokémon. The treatment of EV did not end until midnight. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Yu-Hai took the lead in explaining that EV was not his Pokémon. He saw a boy abandoning EV on the road, so he sent it to the Pokémon Center for treatment. After hearing this, Miss Joy just sighed and left the ward. Obviously, this was not the first time this happened. Miss Joy could not change the status quo except sighing. Miss Joy told Yuhai that Ibrahimovic's condition was not serious. He was just very weak because of the battle injury, cold, and rain. He would be fine if he rested well until tomorrow. Yuhai thanked Miss Joy and looked at Ibrahimovic, who was sleeping outside the ward. Seeing that Ibrahimovic's breathing was stable, he returned to his single room, took a shower, and fell asleep. Tomorrow he had to get up early to send Ibrahimovic up the mountain to return it to Absol. As for whether he could find it, there was no need to worry at all. Absol would come to find them. They didn't need to look for Absol. Chapter 502, Evolution Mountain. The 34th day of the journey to Kanto, cloudy. Yukai got up early and came to Evie's ward, used the poke ball to retrieve Evie, then he put on his backpack, put on a sun hat, and left the poke center. He planned to go to the mountain to have breakfast. The single room of the poke center was too narrow, and the Pokemons could not be released. At the foot of the Bear Evolution Mountain, there were few vegetation, only some grass that was not even as high as the calf, and more were pits everywhere, all of which were dug by treasure hunters who dug evolution stones, making this evolution mountain really ugly. He found a fairly large cave, and while enjoying the cool in it, he released all the Pokemons to have breakfast, and the Eevee was also released to have breakfast with them. However, Eevee didn't have much appetite, and would look at the foot of the mountain from time to time, which was the town where Eevee lived before. In fact, when he came to the foot of the Evolution Mountain, Darkrai reminded him that there was a vague sight that was watching them in the dark, or more accurately, watching Eevee. Darkrai, go call it over. Yukai didn't intend to let Absol hide in the dark and spy. Since he was here, he could return Eevee. Okay, Darkrai left the shadows and came behind a pile of strange rocks, where Absol was hiding. Darkrai's appearance did not scare Absol, after all, he had seen it yesterday. Absol could also sense Darkrai coming. Absol's perception was very sharp, otherwise he would not be able to sense the disaster in advance. After a while, under the persuasion of Darkrai, the nightmare god, Absol finally came out, stood on the pile of rocks, and looked down at Yukai and the elves below. Absol. Yukai looked up at Absol with smooth white hair, and looked into its deep red eyes in the sun, without any impure heart. It was the first time he saw this legendary Pokemon. Absol's rarity was second only to Quasi-God, and it was also a rare Pokemon pursued by many trainers. But this Absol was already an adult, and it was impossible to capture it. He did not communicate with it, and he could not see anything from its face. It was too lazy to pay attention to humans. He took Eevee out of the cave, and he didn't know if Eevee still remembered who its biological mother was. As soon as he picked up Eevee, Absol became nervous, and its claws tightly grasped the rock, fearing that humans would hurt Eevee. Then he put down Eevee, put down a box of dark energy cubes, took out an energy cube for Eevee to eat, and put down Eevee and retreated far away. Seeing him retreat, Absol came forward and sniffed the smell of Eevee, which still had bandages and medicine on it. Yuhai hurriedly explained, the bandages will fall off naturally in 2 days, and Eevee will be healed, don't worry. Eevee had never seen Absol, but when Absol appeared, it felt very friendly and its depressed mood improved a lot. Abo, Absol rubbed Eevee with its head, confirming that Eevee was its child, and it was very familiar with the smell of Eevee. Then he looked up at Yuhai, did not eat Yuhai's food, picked up Eevee with his mouth, and jumped to the top of the mountain in a few leaps. Watching Absol disappear, Yuhai sighed. After all, they were not destined to be together, and shouted to Darkrai, it doesn't want the energy cube, you and Gengar eat it. Cower-hee, Cower-hee, Gengar turned into a black shadow and wrapped the energy cube. The energy cube box slowly sank and finally disappeared in the shadow. Yuhai also had breakfast and collected other Pokemons, leaving only the frog by his side. Darkrai and Gengar were in the shadow, just in time to help him cool down. They were going to look for the evolution stone. For the task of sensing the evolution stone, Railu couldn't use it. He could only let Darkrai sense it, let Gengar take it out from underground, and let the giant claw crab come out to dig a hole, but the damage caused by that was too great, so it was better to let Jengar do it. They walked at the foot of the mountain, letting Darkrai sense it all the way, and soon found an evolution stone at the foot of the mountain. The energy fluctuation was not large, and the quality should not be good. The fact that the evolution stone could be sensed at the foot of the mountain was probably related to the fact that no one cared about it at the foot of the mountain. Everyone thought that the evolution stone was on the mountain, so naturally no one paid attention to it at the foot of the mountain. At the location that Darkrai sensed, they waited on top of the stone for Jengar to pass through the earth and come to the rock layer that Darkrai pointed out. In fact, Jengar could also sense it, but his perception was not as strong as Darkrai's. When Jengar came underground, he saw a grey stone in the rock layer and swallowed it directly into his stomach. After passing through the rock layer and coming to the ground, he opened his mouth and spit out the stone. He did not show up during the whole process. The stone also suddenly emerged from the shadow. Yu Hai was already used to this. He took out a hammer and knocked on the stone. The rock cracked to reveal the orange-yellow crystal stone wrapped in the middle. The stone was also wrapped in a ball of flames that seemed to be burning. Fire stone. Yu Hai picked up the fire stone and felt that the surface of the stone was hot. Moreover, the surface of this fire stone was very rough, unlike the round and smooth evolution stones in the store. It seemed that the evolution stones in the store had been polished. Fire stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve, purity 41.02%. It's only 41% pure, it's just a medium quality fire stone, and it's worth 2 or 3 million. Yu Hai closed the panel, tossed the fire stone, and secretly estimated the value. If the evolution stone is sold in the town at the foot of the mountain, it will be cheaper. After all, there are too many. Only other places can sell it at a higher price, so he can only collect it first and deal with it when he returns to the Orange Islands. The funding gap is 700 million, and for a mere 2 or 3 million, he also needs 200 or 300 evolution stones. Let's not talk about whether there are so many evolution stones here, just finding 200 or 300 evolution stones is not that simple. After putting the fire stone away, he didn't rush up the mountain, but wandered around the foot of the mountain, intending to sweep the foot of the mountain before looking for it on the mountain. Even if it's just a medium quality evolution stone, a mosquito is still meat. Besides, this evolution mountain has not only evolution stones, but also various kinds of stones. He encountered several open-air fossils while just strolling at the foot of the mountain. They were also the least valuable stones here, but he still picked them up. He knew that the elf world had the technology to revive fossils, which might be useful in the future. However, after picking up several fossils, he found that most of these fossils were fossils of ocean elves. He even recognized some of them. The most were the snail shell fossils of ammonite, so many that he was too lazy to pick them up. It was a pity that there were no fossil pterosaur fossils, and the panel did not show them, which was a pity. The fossils of ancient ocean elves such as ammonite had no collection value. He knew where there were living ones, so what was the point of fossils? Fortunately, he did not run in vain. After a circle at the foot of the mountain, he found 7 evolution stones. 3 fire stones, 2 low-level fire stones, and 1 medium-quality fire stone. 2 water stones, both low-level water stones. 1 thunder stone, a low-level thunder stone. A leaf stone, also low-level. Chapter 503, Super Evolution Stone. Holding a low-level evolution stone in his hand, Yu Hai felt that the medium-quality fire stone was his best luck. He didn't know if there were other rare evolution stones besides these common evolution stones, such as Moonstone, Dark Stone, and other evolution stones. In addition to the 7 evolution stones, he also found a sandy land containing hot rocks. There were many trainers here with their rock-type Pokémon, eating the sand and stones on the ground. Not only trainers, he also saw large trucks, transporting tons of sand and stones, probably to purify them and make props such as hot rocks. He didn't know if these workers had obtained the permission of the Alliance to mine here, and whether they had paid taxes. However, there were large trucks and heavy mining equipment such as excavators, so they should have obtained licenses, otherwise they would not dare to mine so ostentatiously. He was too lazy to care about these things, and turned around and left with the mosquito-repellent frog. He had asked Han Han to eat the hot rocks here. The hot rocks had too low content and too many impurities in the mouth. They were not as delicious as ore, so he was too lazy to let Han Han eat them. He had almost finished walking at the foot of the mountain and was about to go up the mountain to take a look, but as soon as he turned around, Darkrai called him. "Wait, I feel a hot breath under that pile of sand. There may be a high-level evolution stone under it. This." Yu Hai turned around again and looked at the mining site. Even if there was a high-level evolution stone, it would not be so easy to get it. There were too many people here, and he could leave the crowd first, retreat to the top of the mine where there were no people, and then let Jengar go down to find out. The hot sandy mining area, plus the heat source below, might be a high-level fire stone. He had taken out the stone box and prepared to place this high-level fire stone. Soon, Jengar spit out an irregular orange-red stone from the shadow. This stone was not a transparent crystal and did not look like a fire stone. Did I guess wrong? Yu Hai reached out to touch the stone, and only when the panel popped up did he know what kind of evolution stone it was. Sun Stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve. As red as the sun. Purity 72.23%. It turned out to be a sunstone, Yu Hai suddenly realized and quickly retracted his fingers. The surface of the stone was very hot. Just touching it for a moment, the skin turned red. Hehe, Jengar also stuck out his tongue in the shadow. It was too hot underground, making it sweat profusely. Gengui said it's very hot down there, Darkrai quickly translated, otherwise Yu Hai wouldn't understand. Very hot? Could it be that the content of the hot rock down there is higher? Thinking of this, Yu Hai released Han Han and asked Jengar to take Han Han down to see where the sunstone was obtained. If the content of the hot rock is high, he can eat it and come back up. Do you understand? Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus stretched out its big tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. It couldn't wait to dig a hole with a straight drill and go deep into the underground mining area. Yu Hai ignored Han Han and Jengar, but took out gloves and put them on, put the high-level sunstone into the stone box, closed the stone cover and fastened it, and he felt his body cooler. Gengui was not around, and he was in close contact with the sunstone. He was already very hot, and he had to wait for Jengar and Han Han above the mine for half an hour. Gengui came out first and brought 3 orange-yellow stones, all of which were fire stones. More? Yu Hai asked Jengar in surprise. He didn't expect that he would get 3 more fire stones after going down. Indeed, there are more. The energy emitted by the sunstone just now covered these evolution stones, so I didn't sense it. Darkrai was also surprised. It was only after Jengar spit out the evolution stone that he realized that he had misjudged. Are there more underground? Yu Hai had already picked up 3 fire stones, 1 medium quality and 2 low quality fire stones. There are 2 more, Darkrai nodded to Jengar, and could only let Jengar run again. Hehe, Jengar was sweating from the heat, his big pink tongue drooping, he was so hot. Go quickly, you can have cold drinks when you come up. The small refrigerator that Yu Hai bought before was still in Jengar's stomach, and he could take it out at any time. There were not only cold drinks, but also some vegetables and meat. Hehe, Jengar was helpless. It was destined to be a hard worker, so it could only dive underground again to find the other 2 evolution stones. At this time, there was a rumbling sound from underground. It was Han Han who came up. A drill broke out of the ground. Han Han came out and patted his big belly, burped loudly, and blew out a large amount of hot air. He was so full. Come back when you are full. Yu Hai held his forehead helplessly and took back the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the poke ball. Even if he was full, don't blow hot air on him. He could only let Han digest the food in the poke ball. Not long after, Jengar came up again, this time bringing 2 sunstones, 1 medium-quality sunstone and 1 low-level sunstone. Open the refrigerator and take food yourself. Yu Hai packed 2 sunstones, got up and left the mine. This time the harvest was not bad. Although the high-level sunstone could not be used, it could be sold for tens of millions of dollars. If we continue to look for more, we may be able to fill the funding gap of 100 million or 200 million. This is really a feng shui treasure land. He continued to climb the mountain, while Jengar was in the shadow, opened his mouth and spit out the refrigerator, took out a bottle of iced happy water, and swallowed the refrigerator back. This refrigerator uses batteries and can be used even without electricity. After they left, the workers and trainers who had just left the mine came back because the vibration just now made these people think it was a landslide and the mine collapsed, so they left for refuge. Fortunately, the vibration only appeared for a moment and disappeared. Fortunately, this mine was an open-air mine. As long as the mountain above was knocked down, it would be safe to mine. Yu Hai, who had already climbed the mountain, did not care about the movement of the mine. He found another evolution stone and asked Jengar to dive underground again to get the evolution stone. He found that it was just a low-level leaf stone. He found that most of the evolution stones were low-level evolution stones. It seemed that there were not a few trainers like him who were looking for evolution stones. No wonder there were only low-level evolution stones left. High-level evolution stones and evolution stones with large energy fluctuations must have been sensed by other Pokémon and dug away. Only low-level evolutionary stones were left, and the energy fluctuations emitted were very weak, so those elves did not sense them. The sensing elf on his side was Darkrai, who was considered the best among the secondary gods. Those sensing elves were probably ordinary elves, and they were definitely not comparable to Darkrai. After all, who could be so rich? Using a divine beast to prospect for minerals was a waste of his talent. Then, he walked and dug all the way. When he reached the middle of the mountain, it was already noon, and he dug up 4 more low-level evolutionary stones. He couldn't climb up when he reached the middle of the mountain, but Darkrai told him that he sensed another evolutionary stone. When he arrived at the location, he found that it was a lake, only about 100 or 200 meters in size, which was formed at the COL halfway up the mountain. There was also water flowing down from the mountain into the lake. When the water in the lake was full, it would overflow to form a downward river. He also saw many ground-type and rock-type elves drinking water here, including the one he wanted to the mole he wanted. But now was not the time to catch moles. He looked up at the towering Evolution Mountain. Because the altitude of the Evolution Mountain was too high, there was snow on the mountain. It should be that the snow on the mountain melted to form this lake. It's at the bottom of the lake. Darkrai came here, felt it carefully, and told Yu Hai where the evolution stone was. Gengui will run a trip, and we'll have lunch when we come up. Yu Hai sat by the lake, and the hot water kept pouring on him. Gengui didn't say anything, as if he had accepted his fate, and plunged straight into the lake. It was really hard for Jengar today, and he would give Jengar a snack later. He also sat down to rest for a while, took out the cooking utensils from his backpack, and made lunch for the elves, as well as his own lunch. When he finished lunch, Jengar also came up with the evolution stone and spit out a blue stone from his mouth. It was undoubtedly the water stone. Pick up the water stone. Yu Hai found that it was a medium-quality water stone, not bad, so he took it. Jengar brought a lot of things from the bottom of the lake this time, including water plants and some gravel. He just took a look and stopped paying attention, preparing to invite the elves to have lunch. But just as he turned his head, he was dazzled by a light spot. What was reflecting? He turned his head to look carefully, and then looked at the pile of stones and water plants that Jengar vomited again, and saw the reflective object. He asked the elves to have lunch first. He came to the water plants and stones just now, squatted down to pick up the reflective object, which was a leather wristband. He just picked up the wristband and dropped it. Leather products are easy to become brittle and fragile after being soaked in water for a long time. They will break into pieces with a slight touch. This time, he picked up the main body of the reflective object and gently scratched it off the wristband. He saw that the reflective object was a glass bead with blue and yellow patterns in the glass bead. Seeing this, his breathing became a little faster, as if he had guessed something incredible, and he was surprised and said, "Mega Evolution Stone? How can there be a Mega Evolution Stone here?" Mega Evolution Stone, it can resonate with the trainer's keystone and make the elves wearing the Mega Evolution Stone undergo Mega Evolution, Megalodon. Yu-Hai never expected that he would find the Mega Evolution Stone of Megalodon in the most unlikely inland area, and it was the main Mega Evolution Stone that had been soaked here for a long time. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it is inland. The Evolution Mountain is located between the hunting zone and Honglian Town. What is Honglian Town? The outlet of the inland sea is the island of Honglian Town, which means that this place is not far from the sea. Maybe it was still the sea in ancient times, otherwise how to explain the fossils of so many sea elves at the foot of the mountain? In fact, the Mega Evolution Stone is not a modern thing, but something that existed in ancient times, otherwise there would be no Mega Evolution Stone in the ancient ruins. He felt that there seemed to be a knowledge gap in Kanto, otherwise Mega Evolution would not be understood only by digging ruins. The only place with Mega Evolution inheritance is still in the distant Kalos area. In other words, this Super Evolution Stone was either brought here by the ocean, or was thrown here by the ancients when this place was still the ocean, or it was washed down from the snowy mountains. In short, it has nothing to do with the present. We have to go back to ancient times to explain why this Super Evolution Stone appeared here. And the Super Evolution Stone was brought up together with the Water Stone. Yu-Hai lowered his head and asked Jengar, "Are these two things together?" "Kauji," Jengar nodded, indicating that the things were together. It swallowed them directly in one gulp, even drinking a lot of lake water, and came up to let Yu-Hai find it slowly. Yu-Hai probably knew the reason why the Water Stone was produced. Maybe he stayed with the Super Evolution Stone for a long time, and the stone beside him was infected by the water energy and became a companion ore, which became a water stone. It is unknown how long it will take to breed a medium-quality water stone. Darkrai, can you sense this kind of stone? Yu-Hai threw the Super Evolution Stone to Darkrai and let Darkrai take a look. It can only sense a little bit of water energy. This kind of stone doesn't seem to actively emit energy, Darkrai said, holding the Megalodon's Mega Evolution Stone. Only when it is close can it sense the water energy. This kind of stone needs to be activated to burst out huge energy. You have seen Jengar's Mega Evolution, right? It is the kind of energy that can make the elves evolve. Yu-Hai took back the Mega Evolution Stone. It seems that there is no trick to find this kind of stone, and it can only rely on luck. Not actively emitting energy means that it cannot be sensed. The energy fluctuation of the unactivated Mega Evolution Stone is smaller than that of the low-level Evolution Stone. Even Darkrai can't sense it. He can only rely on luck if he wants to encounter it. In general, his luck is very good and very bad. He is very lucky because he has encountered 2 Mega Evolution Stones since he traveled to the present, but he can't use these 2 Mega Evolution Stones, which is very fucked. This Megalodon's Mega Evolution Stone can only be put aside for now. When he returns to the Orange Islands, he must get a sharp-toothed fish as soon as possible, and evolve the sharp-toothed fish as soon as possible to satisfy his addiction to Mega Evolution. It would be great if it was Gyarados' Mega Evolution Stone. Many of his main Pokémon can Mega Evolve. Currently, only Jengar has completed Mega Evolution, which is still a long way off. Daigo is a stone enthusiast with a wide network of contacts. He can exchange Mega Evolution Stones that he can't use with others in the future. In short, they are not useless waste stones. Putting away the Mega Evolution Stone, he continued to eat lunch. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he didn't plan to look for it anymore. The sun on the mountain was too scorching. He planned to wait until the sun was a little lower before looking for evolution stones. In fact, it's okay to look for evolution stones at night. The temperature during the day is really unbearable. Even the water Pokemons like Frog all soaked in the lake to escape the heat. He was not idle either, but asked the giant crab to dig a cave out, which happened to be on the shady side, so he hid in the cave to avoid the heat and eat cold drinks in the refrigerator. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he left the cave, used the Pokemon ball to collect the Pokemons, and took the mosquito frog to continue looking for evolution stones. He continued to wander around the mountain with a backpack. When Darkrai sensed the evolution stone, they would stop until every inch of the evolution mountain was swept. While searching for evolution stones, he would also collect some dry firewood, and would not go down the mountain at night, preparing to spend the night on the mountain. It is hard to say how many days he will stay in the evolution mountain, maybe 4 or 5 days. After all, he earns a little money every day, and he doesn't want to leave this treasure land so early. Chapter 504, Encountering the Poaching Group Again. After searching for treasures until night, Yu-Hai found another medium-quality thunderstone and 5 low-level evolution stones, all of which are common evolution stones. He has not encountered rare evolution stones yet. He put away all the evolution stones and returned to the lake in the afternoon, preparing to camp here at night. He also subdued the moles that came here to drink water, but he found that their potential was not up to standard, so he released them all. After dinner was ready, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, everyone had to go to bed. He did not set up a tent. It was hot here, so there was no need to set up a tent to sleep at night. He just put a moisture-proof mat and lay on the mat looking at the stars in the night sky, with the crackling of the fire in his ears. After looking at the stars for a while, he couldn't fall asleep, so he had to get up and call the little mouth snail to come over. He was going to let the little mouth snail exchange evolution when he went down the mountain, but before that, he had one thing to verify. After the little mouth snail and the coverworm exchange evolution, the coverworm will wear the shell of the little mouth snail. The exchange evolution of the flying mantis is to apply a special metal film on the body to evolve. Since it is applied on the body, he added some wet rock powder to the snail shell of the small mouth snail. He didn't know whether the snail knight would have fire resistance after evolution. He did it as he thought. He took out another piece of wet rock, took out a small part and ground it into powder. After mixing it with water, he applied it on the shell of the small mouth snail. Snail, snail, the small mouth snail didn't know what the powder on the shell was, but it was icy and cool. After all, it was a senior wet rock, how could it not be cool? If it wasn't for the gray on his body, Yu-Hai wanted to apply some wet rock powder on himself. After applying the wet rock powder, he let the small mouth snail go to sleep. Evolution is also a matter after going down the mountain. It's too early to verify the fire resistance now. However, the small mouth snail has some electric talent. When evolving, you can try with the thunderstone to see if the small mouth snail can absorb the energy of the thunderstone. The gigabyte can use wet rocks. The reason why he didn't continue to strengthen the steel type is that he didn't subdue the snail knight. He just wanted to verify whether the fire resistance was feasible, and he could use it on Scyther in the future. Boom boom boom. Putting aside the matter of the snail, he was just about to take a rest when he heard an explosion on the hillside. He got up curiously and looked into the distance. He could see the flickering fire. Could it be that a trainer was fighting over there? He didn't go over to join in the fun, but put all the weak guys back into the poke ball, leaving only the main Pokemon around, so that if there was an emergency, it would be convenient to fight. But as soon as he lay down, a white figure appeared in front of him, holding an EV in his mouth, and fell to the ground weakly. This? Absol. Yu-Hai blinked, and after making sure that he was not seeing things, he asked in confusion, Absol, what happened? Abo, Absol called out with difficulty, he really had no strength and was injured. It said that it is being hunted by someone and wants you to take care of Evie for it. Darkrai appeared and translated Absol's cry to Yuhai. This? It's been less than a day since we separated, who would hunt you? Yuhai touched his chin. These 2 days might be the time when Absol was exposed the most, so it's not surprising that it was targeted by the elf hunters. Abo, Absol pushed Evie with his mouth, letting Evie follow this human. If it hadn't brought Evie with it, it would have escaped long ago. How could it have been caught up by that group of people? After all, it had an extra child, which made it cautious. It was not as free as before, and there were too many constraints. Evie was still a little reluctant. Although it was only half a day, it already knew the goodness of Absol and really doted on it. Abo, Absol called out. It was reluctant to leave, but it had no choice. At present, it could only ask humans for help, and only humans who took the initiative to return the child to it. It could only trust this human. Now only this human could help it. Evie had tears in his eyes and watched Absol turn and disappear into the night. Yuhai immediately stood up and lifted the back of Evie's neck. The smile on his face could not be hidden. I didn't expect it. He thought he had no chance with this Evie, but Evie came back again, and Absol sent it back himself. Evie drooped its limbs and ears, and did not dare to resist at all, showing a pitiful expression. Little guy, are you hungry? Yuhai smoothed Evie's messy hair with his fingers. There were gravel and weeds everywhere, and the little face was also grey. I don't know if it has eaten after running around with Absol for a day. He sat on the moisture-proof mat and brought a bottle of moo moo milk to Evie. Evie couldn't wait to hold the bottle and drink the milk crazily. This bottle was also drunk by Swampert. He was also reusing the waste. He thought it would never be used again. Baby, who knew I could meet such a cute Evie? Tap tap tap. While he was feeding Evie, a group of people suddenly broke into his campsite. They were obviously following Absol, and they were accompanied by aggressive bug-type Pokemon. Boy, have you seen Absol? The leader of the group asked directly when he saw Yuhai, as if Yuhai should tell them. If Yuhai didn't say it, no one could guarantee what would happen next. I haven't seen it. Yuhai thought about it, shook his head to indicate that he hadn't seen it, so how could he say it? Boss, that Evie is. Suddenly, a younger brother noticed the Evie in Yuhai's arms and reminded the poaching group leader that they had seen that Evie when they were chasing Absol. Shut up, the poaching group leader told the younger brother to shut up, looked at Yuhai deeply, and turned away with the younger brother. It was not until he was far enough away that the younger brother asked in confusion, Boss, why didn't you take that kid down? That Evie is clearly the one in Absol's mouth. Nonsense, didn't you see the Pokemon around that guy? Judging from the aura of those Pokemon, they are all senior Pokemon. How can 7 or 8 senior Pokemon take down a senior trainer? You are a waste, you don't have any vision. After being called a waste, the younger brother smiled awkwardly and shut up immediately. He didn't dare to say anything more, nor did he dare to encourage the boss to go up. The poaching group leader looked at the others, his eyes fell on the pickpocket recruited by Stone Town, and shouted to the pickpocket younger brother, Kita, go monitor him, and notify us when he falls asleep. Boss, do you want to? The younger brother before couldn't help asking again because he was itching. Kita, why don't you go? The poaching group leader saw Kita hesitate to speak. He knew what the other party wanted, but he just wouldn't give it to him. Finally, under the pressure of his eyes, the boy named Kita had to return the same way and hide behind the stone to secretly monitor Yuhai. Let this kid monitor that person. When he falls asleep, we will quietly go over and kill him. Everything that person has belongs to us, especially those powerful elves. Then we will use Evie to set a trap and lure Absol over. After Kita left, the poaching group leader explained his plan to his younger brothers. Since the first time he saw the elves around Yuhai, his eyes were full of passion. With these powerful elves, he can also enrich his poaching group. Boss is wise, I admire you. Boss is really amazing, he thought of such a great trick right away, luring Absol will definitely be easy. After that, the younger brothers praised him one after another, and he was very happy with the boss of the poaching group. He had so many younger brothers, and when he had nothing to do, he would use them to flatter himself. He enjoyed this kind of life. Asshole, give me back Farfetch'd. Kita just wanted to ask for Farfetch'd and then run away, but that bastard didn't give it to him at all, and made him a cannon fodder. If he had known earlier, he would not have stolen from that group of people. When he saw that group of people had evolution stones, he wanted to steal their evolution stones. Not only was Meowth caught, Farfetch'd was also detained, and there was only one metamorphosis dragon left by his side. But Kita didn't know that he was discovered by the orb silk spider just as he approached Yu Hai's camp, and was instantly packed up by the orb silk spider and sent to Yu Hai. Haha, the thief is still determined, Yu Hai sneered and shouted to Jengar, Gengui, hypnotize him, I want to ask some questions. Kauji, Jengar released hypnotic waves to Kita's eyes, instantly hypnotizing Kita. Kita fell to the ground without resistance and was lifted up by Jengar's arm. Who are you? Who are they? I am Kita, they are Pokemon hunters. Who sent you here? How did you get mixed up with them? Why did they capture Absol? The poaching group leader sent me here to monitor me. I stole their things before and was caught by them. They detained my Farfetch'd and forced me to work for them. It seems that this kid is not in the same group with them. At least the poaching group has not accepted him yet, Yu Hai thought of the theft in Stone Town at the foot of the mountain. It should be this kid who did it. Even if they are not in the same group, they are birds of a feather. That group poached wild Pokemon, and this kid stole other people's things. Did you do the theft at the foot of the mountain? It was me, and it wasn't me. What do you mean? Some of it was stolen by me, some was forced to be stolen by the leader of the poaching group, and some was stolen by others. It's such a big town, and there's more than one thief. Orb Silk Spider, shut your mouth. Yu Hai roughly understood the situation, and continued to let the Orb Silk Spider shut his mouth, and went down the mountain to deal with the kid. It's just stealing a few things, which is not punishable by death in the laws of the Alliance, but those poachers are sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he didn't plan to hand over those poachers just now to Junsha. Just now, the kid said that there were a lot of evolution stones on those people, most of which were stolen goods, so he was not polite, just to fill the small treasury. Let the kid continue to sleep, he has asked Darkrai to go over and plot against the poaching group that just left. Under Darkrai's sneak attack, they can't escape. As expected, when he led the elves over, he saw only a few flashlights scattered on the ground. 4 people and 4 the elves all slept on the ground, sleeping like dead pigs. Next, he would slowly deal with these elf hunters, and naturally all the elves would be confiscated. In order to capture Absol, the elves of these elf hunters were mostly bug-type elves, and there was also a fighting-type elf. He counted them carefully, and most of the elves of these guys were giant beepers, giant armors, and orb silk spiders. What kind of worthless elves are they? There is no worthless elf at all. Even if these giant beepers are senior level, no one will spend money to buy them. However, the materials on the poison-type elves are still worth some money, but these poison-type elves are not cultivated by eating poison, nor are they elves from the rocket team. There is no need to destroy the corpses, so there is no need to dissect them, just let them go. Now it seems that this group of people can cause damage to Absol, thanks to Absol's weakness and being besieged. Even so, they didn't keep Absol and let Absol run away. It can be seen how worthless these people are. What kind of elf hunters are they with such little strength? They don't know how to live or die. He collected the 3 valuable Pokemons, 2 great armor and 1 goalie, and crushed the Pokeballs of the remaining Pokemons, all of which were worthless Pokemons. There was a forest at the foot of the Evolution Mountain, and these bug Pokemons could just fly down by themselves. As for the belongings of the 4 people, there was only one backpack, which was all on the leader of the poaching group. He asked the orb silk spider to search him and pick up the valuables and put them into the backpack of the leader of the poaching group. He asked the giant claw crab to dig a big pit to bury the remaining things, including the 4 dead people, all on the evolution mountain, and asked Han Han to bring a rock to compact the soil. No one should dig this land. He took the backpack of the poaching group leader, returned to the camping site by the lake, and shook out everything. There were 2 million in cash and 2 props, both of which were elite-level bug-type props. There were many evolution stones, all kinds of evolution stones, all common evolution stones. He counted them, 9 medium-quality evolution stones, 27 low-level evolution stones, but no high-level evolution stones. There were some random fossils in the bag, which he was too lazy to count, as well as a few pieces of hot rocks and sandy rocks. Except for some personal belongings, the remaining valuables were gone, and he threw them into the fire to destroy them. He took out the cards of mobile phones and other electronic products and threw them into the sundries box for anonymous use next time. This time the harvest was not bad. The 9 medium-quality evolution stones alone were worth 20 to 30 million, and there were also low-level evolution stones, 1.1 to 200,000 each, which was also more than 20 million. In total, there was an income of 60 million. When he dealt with these black goods, it was almost like that. It turned out that it was still faster to make money by cheating on the black, and it was too difficult to make money by abiding by the law. Later, he saw 2 pokeballs in the backpack of the poaching group leader, one was Farfetch and the other was Meowth, with potential of only more than 40 points, which was the Pokemon he looked down on. It was probably the Pokemon of the pickpocket boy. He threw the pokeball directly over and woke the pickpocket boy up. Kita suddenly woke up and saw that he was tied up. He also saw a pokeball rolling in front of him. Under the light of the fire, he saw Farfetch'd in the pokeball. Woo, Kita was surprised and happy to see Farfetch'd. He didn't expect that he would meet Farfetch'd again in this situation. But now he was tied up and didn't know what happened to the boss and the others. Suddenly he saw the sundries on the ground, including the boss's razor, which was thrown into the fire by Yu-Hai. His pupils shrank. Since the boss's razor was here, the boss and the others must be in danger. Maybe they have been killed by this man. Then will he die here too? Chapter 505, The Sky of Youth. Boy, you're awake. Yu-Hai saw the fear on Kita's face and instantly understood that the other party must have misunderstood. He didn't know what this boy had in his mind, and he was so scared. Wo, Kita saw Yu-Hai speaking, and quickly twisted his body to beg for mercy, begging Yu-Hai not to kill him. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I will hand you over to Junsha. Yu-Hai smiled lightly, this kid can be handed over to Junsha, he is not a murderer. Hearing that he would not die, but just handed over to Junsha, Kita's expression could not help but stagnate. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he smiled bitterly. Even if he would not die, his life would not be easy when he went to Junsha. First of all, he could not take out the stolen goods, and his sentence would definitely increase. He still had to separate from the Farfetch'd. As for reporting Yu-Hai, saying that the stolen goods were all in Yu-Hai's hands? Don't be funny, the 4 people in the poaching group killed him as they said, and he couldn't even beat those 4 people. It would be easy for such a murderer to kill him. He bit off the stolen goods and squandered them. He can still live well in the juvenile prison, and he can come out at most when he is an adult. If he reports the other party, he can be reincarnated in advance. Maybe he will be 10 years old when he is released from prison. Woo. Orb silk spider, spider silk that tears open its mouth. Yu-Hai saw that Kita was a little excited. He didn't know what this kid was doing. He wanted to hear what else he had to say. Trainer, I have been an orphan since I was a child. I depend on Farfetch'd for my life. You can ask me to do anything. Please don't separate Farfetch'd from me. Orphan, No wonder he steals things, Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. It's hard for orphans. He knows that he is also the sixth child who started out by stealing things. Naturally, he has no right to blame the other party. Speaking of stealing things, in fact, he stole all the black goods, basically all the underground black goods, and the ones on the surface I haven't stolen anything yet. If I help Xiao Ai get some children's clothes and steal some snacks, then I'll just pretend he didn't say anything. Hey, Farfetch, Kita saw Yu Hai laughing, and he knew that playing the emotional card was useless, and it seemed that he could only go to the juvenile prison. Boy, do you dare to kill someone? Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. Anyway, he was an orphan, and an orphan on the blacklist of the police station. Let's see if this kid is worth helping him, or even just a tool. Murder. Kita was stunned when he heard about murder. He was just a thief, and there was no need to escalate to murder. Yes, petty thefts will at most leave a criminal record, and he will be considered a bad trainer. Once he kills someone, he will be a wanted criminal of the Alliance. Yu Hai smiled, and the smile on his face was very evil. No wonder he turned black when he touched the rainbow feathers. The Phoenix King did not wrongly accuse him at all. He is a bad guy. Gudong, Kita swallowed his saliva subconsciously, realizing what would happen next. He had been a petty thief since he was young, and had been struggling in the market, so he had long understood many unspoken rules. Those people are not dead yet, the mosquito-repellent frog brings them here. Yu Hai smiled and stepped lightly on the ground, preparing to let Darkrai use hypnosis to let the mosquito-repellent frog bring people here, just for the boy to see. Darkrai immediately understood, came behind the boy and fired a dark hole, forcibly hypnotizing the boy, so that the boy woke up in his dream, still by the lake, still by the fire, and still by Yu Hai. However, the boy was untied from the spider silk, holding a dagger in his hand, and in front of him was the poaching group leader tied up by spider silk. Kill him, and I won't take you to the police station. You can be with Farfetch'd forever. I can also make you stronger, become a powerful trainer, enjoy people's praise, and have everything from Mengguan. You don't have to steal things anymore, and you don't have to live like a street rat anymore, and everyone wants to kill you. Kita held the dagger, his arms trembling. He heard Yukai's instigation, but he still didn't want to kill anyone. He didn't want to kill anyone. Why? Can't you do it? He oppresses you, beats and scolds you, detains Farfetch'd, and makes you a cannon fodder. Are you willing? If you are stronger than him, will he still dare to bully you? Boy! Kita saw the poaching group leader who had beaten and scolded him before, and made him clean the floor and the toilet, and made him a cannon fodder, begging for his life on the ground. His eyes were full of fear, and he suddenly realized something. Yes, this is power. He couldn't beat the poaching leader, so the poaching leader could bully him unscrupulously. The poaching leader couldn't beat this trainer, so the poaching leader was tied in front of him and begged for mercy. He understood that this was power. If he didn't want to be bullied, he needed power, a power that was so strong that no one dared to bully him. He didn't want to escape anymore. When he was a child, he was bullied in the orphanage, so he left the orphanage. When he grew up, he stole things and was bullied by the group of children, so he left the city. He stole things everywhere and was chased like a dog. He was almost bitten by a dog several times. He stole things here and was caught by the poaching group, becoming a tool for them to order around. Thinking of this, he wanted to become stronger. He didn't want to be a cannon fodder tool anymore. After taking a deep breath, Kita looked at Yu Hai, and the knife he held stopped shaking. He asked Yu Hai, I don't want to be separated from Farfetch'd. Simple, satisfy you. Yu Hai snapped his fingers and agreed to the other party. It was just a small matter. He just wanted to see the boy's determination. If he couldn't even do this, it would be best to go with Junsha. I want to become stronger, so strong that others dare not bully me, Kita shouted firmly and sharply. He was tired of hiding from place to place. He wanted to control his own destiny. Simple, satisfy you, Yu Hai smiled. It's good to have a goal. Young people are the easiest to influence. He is afraid that the other party has no motivation and doesn't know what to do. Although they are all tools, the boss in front is not good. At most, he is a cannon fodder. Following him is at least a high-level cannon fodder. I'm sorry, his ability is limited. High-level cannon fodder is the best thing he can afford. After all, even he is a high-level thug and is not qualified to eat at the table. It's really embarrassing that he can't give too much to the boy. Puff. After seeing that Yu Hai agreed, Kita did not hesitate and stabbed the poaching group leader who had bullied him. Instantly, blood splashed everywhere, and Kita woke up from his dream. Go to the river to wash. Yu Hai looked at Kita, who had untied the spider silk and was sitting on the ground trembling. There was a dagger at his feet, which was the stolen goods of those people just now. There was a large pool of ketchup on Kita's body, on the dagger, and on the ground. The Pokémons who saw Yu Hai's arrangement all felt the trainer's bad taste. They understood their trainer too well. Where is he? Kita's dull eyes just came back to his senses. He looked around and there was no figure of the poaching group leader, only the blood on his hands. Of course he buried it. Do you want to see him? Yu Hai raised the corner of his mouth and signaled to the mosquito frog with his eyes, asking the mosquito frog to throw Kita into the lake, otherwise when Kita reacted, he could smell the ketchup. Yobo, frog understood what Yu Hai meant, came over, grabbed Kita and threw him into the lake. When Kita came ashore, the ketchup on the ground was washed away by the water gun. When Kita came up, he saw 3 Pokeballs neatly placed in front of him. They were his 3 Pokémons, all of them were here. He hurried over to open the Pokeballs and reunited with his 3 Pokémons, Farfetch'd, Meowth, and Dragonite, all of whom helped him a good helper for stealing things. Come and sit down, dry your clothes before wearing them, and eat something by the way. Yu Hai pointed to a stone opposite the fire, which was relatively close to the fire. Kita came over with 3 elves, took off his clothes and put them on his legs to bake. Then he picked up the food prepared by Yu Hai, a total of 4 portions of food, 1 for himself, and the other 3 for the elves. First, don't force you to find Junsha. Second, don't separate you and Farfetch'd. Third, make you stronger. The first 2 are completed, the third one will take time. Do you know what to do now? I know, I will do whatever the boss says. Keaton nodded, swallowed a big mouthful of instant noodles, and immediately said that he would follow the boss's lead. Very good, let's talk about what elves you like, what elves you want to capture, what kind of trainer you want to be. Me. Kita was stunned. It was the first time someone asked him this question. What elves he liked, he hadn't told anyone what he really thought. What else? How can you become stronger without conquering elves? Yu Hai helplessly spread his hands and said speechlessly, don't you think that it's easy to become stronger? Ahem, no, Kita quickly denied. If it was that easy to become stronger, he wouldn't have been struggling at the bottom for so many years and still be a weak chicken. Then, he talked about what he wanted. I want freedom. After leaving the orphanage, I found that the freedom outside was not the freedom I wanted. I left the city again, and I found that it was not the freedom I wanted. I saw the birds in the sky, and I thought they had wings and could fly in the sky. They were truly free and unrestrained. Since then, I have liked flying elves and conquered Farfetch'd. Later, I conquered a Pidgeot, but it died in the battle. I never conquered a flying elf again. It was me who made Pidgeot lose his freedom. Not bad, you should find freedom with flying elves. It's not your fault. Yu Hai didn't expect that this pickpocket boy actually wanted freedom. This matter is both simple and difficult. Freedom is easy to say. If you just want the freedom to lie down, then freedom is within your reach. He can lie down and slowly become stronger now, and sooner or later he will be able to reach the king level. If you want to fly like a bird, free and unrestrained, it is not that simple. Really. The surprise on Kita's face was slightly dull. He didn't expect freedom to be understood in this way. Don't bully him for not having much education and lie to him. Think about it, the Pidgeot has its natural enemy, the Spearow, and the Pidgeot has its natural enemy, the Toucan. They are not flying freely. They will be hunted down at any time, or even eaten. If you capture a weak Pidgeot, you help the Pidgeot become stronger, which means you are helping the Pidgeot gain freedom, so that the Pidgeot is no longer afraid of being hunted by predators, and the Pidgeot can help you gain freedom, and you can fly freely together and go wherever you want. This Kita understood, but felt it was ridiculous, but didn't know how to refute it. Boy, freedom is there. As long as you reach out, you can grab it. Yu-Hai lay on the moisture-proof mat, stretched out his hand to the sky, smiled and put his hand behind his head, quietly looking at the stars in the sky. There are elves in outer space. Is freedom there? Kita looked up at the sky. No stranger has ever said so many things to him. This kind of freedom seems to be fine. Maybe it will be different this time. Freedom? Freedom. Chapter 506, The Way Down the Mountain. The 35th day to the Kanto region, sunny. The next day, Yu-Hai got up early and took Kita to find evolution stones before the sun came out. Anyway, Kita had seen Jengar, so there was no point in hiding. However, only a few evolution stones were found. After the sun came out, they all went into the cave to avoid the heat. If they continued to stay in the sun, they would get heat stroke. He found that there were not many evolution stones on the mountain, and it would be a waste of time to continue looking for them, but he did not go down the mountain. Instead, he threw many Pokeballs to Kita and asked Kita to capture the Pokemon he liked. Doesn't Kita like flying elves? Then go and capture flying elves. He will help Kita choose a few good flying elves as his starting elves. Considering that Kita is a poor guy, even poorer than Xiao Shun, and can only rely on himself to fight, he told Kita to choose the direction of flying elves that do not need evolution stones. Elves that need to consume too many resources, don't consider them for the time being, wait until this kid can support himself and make money. Then which flying elves can be selected? This is very simple. First of all, there are green caterpillars everywhere, and then there are Pidgeot, Zubat, Long-Wing Gull, Gyarados and other elves, which do not need evolution stones to evolve and are also easy to get. For the time being, cultivate these flying elves, and when this kid grows up and has some capital, he wants to capture any flying elves, even if they are fat, and he has the ability to capture them himself. At most, he will bring the other party to the door, and the other party will have to walk the rest of the way by himself. Then, he took a rest in the cave, and Kita was sent to the woods below to capture flying elves. He was not afraid that the other party would run away, because he was not begging the other party, but the other party begged him to become stronger. If he ran away, he would run away. If he didn't want to save himself, no one could save him. Because the sun was the hottest after 10 o'clock in the morning and at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he didn't go out all the time. He felt it's not a solution to go on like this. If I don't look for evolution stones during the day, I'll work overtime at night. As Darkrai can sense fewer and fewer evolution stones, he finds that the mines on the evolution mountain are about to be mined out. If the income at night continues to drop sharply, he will prepare to go down the mountain tomorrow. There is no point in staying on the mountain. After going down the mountain, find a Pokemon exchange machine, evolve the Agile Bug, and then you can leave Stone Town and continue to Yehung City. It's just right to walk around the coastline and help that kid catch a stupid fish. If you want to survive in a place like the Orange Islands, you can't do without Gyarados. Gyarados is almost the standard Pokemon of villains. Whether on the ground or in the water, Gyarados is as strong as ever. If he helps Kita find a suitable initial Pokemon, he will send Kita to the Orange Islands to follow Luian for a while and let Luian take care of the baby. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you take 1 or 2. Luian's villa can still accommodate people, so he just needs to squeeze people in. It was not until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Kita came up from the bottom of the mountain. This kid brought lunch with him, so he was not hungry at noon. However, he collapsed on the ground as soon as he came up. Yu-Hai did not urge him, but picked up his backpack and screened the potential of the elves. There are not many rare elves in the woods at the bottom of the mountain. Among these elves, the most common ones are Caterpillar and Pidgeot, but there are no Zubat and Long-Winged Gull. Zubat likes to stay in dark caves. There are quite a lot of caves on the Evolution Mountain. Long-Winged Gull is more common at the seaside and rarely inland. Anyway, he has to prospect for minerals at night, so he will talk about Zubat at night, Long-Winged Gull and Gyarados after leaving Stone Town. There are 4 or 5 common elves listed above. With these initial elves with good potential, as long as the opponent does not take detours, he will definitely get better and better. Among hundreds of elf balls, he really chose a good Caterpillar with a potential of 52. Since he didn't meet the Pidgeot, the boy could only keep trying. When the other party had rested for a while and the sun was much weaker, he threw the Caterpillar's Pokeball to the other party and asked him to continue. If you want to become stronger, choosing the talent of the Pokemon is only the first step. If you can't even bear this, you'd better give up as soon as possible. When Kita heard about giving up, he said nothing, grabbed his backpack and ran down the mountain. Since he decided to make a change, how could he give up? Yu-Hai smiled helplessly and also prepared to prospect. He told the other party to remember to release the Pokemon and meet at the lake in the evening and go to the mountain at night. The two separated and reunited. At about 6 or 7 in the afternoon, Kita came back again and he had prepared dinner. He just went out for a walk and found 3 low-level evolution stones. It seems that the evolution stones of this evolution mountain are almost dug up. After dinner, he helped Kita choose Pokemon and selected a Pidgeot with a potential of 50. This Pidgeot is barely enough, and with 3 stages of evolution, it is stable to be a king level. Let the other party take Bobo and release the other Pokemons. They also want to go around the cave. It is difficult to sense the evolution stone on the surface of the evolution mountain. They can only go deep into the cave to see if there are any evolution stones. Whether there are evolution stones or not, they will go down the mountain and leave Stone Town tomorrow to go to the next gym. Then the two of them put on safety helmets and flashlights, found a cave that was relatively large, and walked in with the Pokemons. There must be Zubat, ground-type, and rock-type Pokemons in it. After they enter the cave, they can see the figures of these Pokemons. He also asked Kita to capture them. If he encounters a suitable Diglett, he will also capture it. If the other Pokemons have good talents, let the other party capture them. The other party is short of starting Pokemons. Just after going deep into the cave, his luck seems to have improved again. He got a medium-quality leaf stone, the first medium-quality evolution stone today. But the following luck was not so good. He kept turning around in the cave, and all he got were low-level evolution stones, and they were also lost. Finally, they had to give up the search for evolution stones and let the elves sense the airflow to find the exit, especially the flying elves. Kita's Farfetch'd is very sensitive to the flow of air. They followed Farfetch'd's guidance and walked out. They found that they were not far from the snow peak of the evolution mountain. They had no intention of going up. Going up further would cause altitude sickness. The air above was also very thin. In addition to the danger of avalanches, Yu-Hai did not want to take the risk. He took Kita on the gull and came to the lake last night. His fire was still burning, and he poured out the evolution stones beside the fire and counted the harvest this time. 1 medium-quality evolution stone and 11 low-level evolution stones. These evolution stones were harvested tonight. There were no rare evolution stones or high-level evolution stones. Don't expect any adventures in the cave. Those caves have been drilled countless times. Even if there were adventures, they were taken away. How could they be left for him? He only harvested evolution stones. Kita captured 2 elves in it, a Zubat with 48 potential and a Geodude with 53 potential. It's a pity that there are no hamsters with good potential. He only caught a hamster with 47 potential, which he released. There is no need to capture hamsters with less than 50 potential. Keaton not only captured 2 Pokémons, but also picked up 2 low-level evolution stones when he captured the Pokémons. It can only be said that he was lucky. Go to bed early, go down the mountain tomorrow and leave Stone Town. Yu-Hai and Mosquito Frog took a bath by the lake, came back and lay on the moisture-proof mat, looking at the stars in the sky, thinking that the snail will evolve tomorrow and leave Stone Town. I don't know where Absol is, and whether Ibrahimovic is still needed. If you don't want him, just take him away. It's not bad to keep this EV as a pet. He has many main Pokémons, and he has the ability to make many Pokémons live a carefree life. Now they are no longer in the predicament of the deserted island, and they don't have to exploit child labor. Okay, boss, Kita put down the Pokeball, which is his newly captured Pokémon. Counting his 3 Pokémons and the 4 Pokémons he captured, he already has 7 Pokémons. Next, he will go to Yuheng City with Yu-Hai, and take a boat to the Orange Islands alone. Yu-Hai asked him to go there to learn to cultivate Pokémons and learn to become a trainer. He had no objection to this. When he heard that he could get the guidance of a Quasi-King trainer, he excitedly agreed to it on the spot. That was a Quasi-King trainer, and to him, it was a legendary trainer. He didn't expect to get the guidance of such a powerful trainer, and he couldn't wait. I hope that day will come sooner. He can already see the stronger self waving. Chapter 507, Farewell. The 36th day of going to the Kanto region, sunny. Yu-Hai and Kita, who had gotten up early and had breakfast, had packed up their camping equipment and were ready to go down the mountain with their backpacks on. Not counting the income from the black goods, he found 1 high-level evolution stone, 6 medium-quality evolution stones, and 37 low-level evolution stones in the past 2 days. In total, there are tens of millions of high-level evolution stones, about 20 million medium-quality evolution stones, and about 40 million low-level evolution stones, totaling more than 70 million. Sure enough, mining is still profitable. Just digging in the mountain can earn more than 70 million. No wonder the evolution stones at the foot of the mountain are cheap, or there are too many evolution stones. However, as the evolution stone resources on the evolution mountain are exhausted, the price of evolution stones will rise, especially for merchants who hoard goods. From the fact that he only found 1 high-level evolution stone, it can be seen that the evolution stones are exhausted. Those savvy merchants cannot fail to see it. High-level evolution stones are rare here, medium-quality evolution stones are difficult to find, low-level evolution stones are not valuable, and there is a possibility of evolution failure. It was a pity that he didn't find the top-grade water stone, and there was not a single rare evolution stone, basically just some common evolution stones. Looking back at the evolution mountain, he sat on the big-build gull, holding Kita, bid farewell to the evolution mountain, and landed outside the town of Stone. Kita was held by the big-build gull, and finally experienced a thrilling flight. Even if he stood on the ground, his legs were weak. Yukai smiled and patted Kita, "You will get used to it slowly. After all, you have captured a flying elf, and you have to fly in the blue sky with the elves." "I understand." Kita took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and followed Yukai into Stone Town on foot. You picked up 2 evolution stones, sold 1 evolution stone, and went to buy some daily necessities, clothes and food, and elf food. "Wait for me at the entrance of the town." Yukai asked the other party to buy some personal items first. He also had to evolve the small-mouthed snail, which would be over soon, and then meet at the entrance of the town. Okay, Kita had lived in the market alone, and these little things were not difficult for him, but he had no money before and could not take action. 1 million for an evolution stone is enough for him to do many things. After they separated, Yu-Hai wanted to find a Pokemon exchanger. This kind of exchange machine basically appears at the festival, and this place is rich in evolution stones, and such festivals will also be held. Even if there is no festival now, he only needs to find the organizer and rent a Pokemon exchange machine from the other party to exchange the smallmouth snail and the maggot. He had already prepared on the mountain, and applied wet rock powder to the snail shell of the smallmouth snail 4 or 5 times, and also took out a medium-quality thunderstone for the smallmouth snail to bite, and there would be no shortage of insect gems. The maggot was covered with wet rock powder all over. When he asked the maggot to fuse the snail shell, he melted the wet rock into the armor, but he didn't know if it would work. After asking, he quickly found the organizer who often held the festival, and was taken to the organizer's warehouse by an old man. He put the Pokeball on it and started the Pokemon exchanger. As the machine made a buzzing sound, 2 Pokeballs were sucked into the machine and quickly rolled out. He picked up the 2 Pokeballs again and saw 2 brand new Pokemons. After getting 2 new Pokemons, he stuffed a pack of cigarettes into the old man who was guarding the warehouse, said goodbye to the old man and went to the town entrance to wait for Kita, and then he could set off for Yahung City. When he arrived at the town entrance, he found an empty corner and opened the proficiency panel of the Agile Bug to see the Pokemon after the exchange evolution. Agile Bug, different color. Attribute, Bug. Gender, male. Potential, 64%. Level, 42.17%. Features, moist body /22.23%. Hidden feature, light equipment /12.13%. Mastering the moves. After the evolution, the potential of Agile Bug is 64, which is a bit low. It barely touches the threshold of the King of Heaven. There is still a lot of work to do. If you want to go further, you have to endure the time and years. The level of Agile Bug has reached the senior level, which is not bad, finally reaching the senior level. The characteristics of the moist body have not changed much, the hidden characteristic has become lightly equipped, and the previous dust-proof characteristic has been covered. The changes in the moves are not big, the only change is the addition of 2 new moves, Lightning Flash and High-Speed Movement. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a speed-type Pokemon. It has learned these 2 speed-based moves just by evolving. There is also the awakening power of electricity, and the proficiency instantly soared to 40. It seems that Agile Bug has absorbed a lot of the energy of the Thunderstone. He immediately released Agile Bug and asked Agile Bug to spit out the Thunderstone, and spit it out together. There was also the Bug Gem, but it had been drained of energy and turned into a transparent stone. Min, the Agile Bug spit out the stone and looked down at itself now. It seemed to have 2 hands. Agile Bug, congratulations on your evolution. Let's celebrate later. Yu-Hai smiled and touched the Agile Bug's golden head, which looked like a hard helmet, more like a snail shell turned into a hat. After calming down the restless Agile Bug, he opened the panel of the Thunderstone and found that the purity of the Thunderstone had dropped and turned into a low-level Thunderstone, which was expected. It seems that more than 20% of the Thunderstone energy is the limit of the Agile Bug. If it continues to absorb, the Agile Bug will not be able to absorb it. Agile Bug, come and try your speed. Yu-Hai put down the Thunderstone, took out the fruit for the Agile Bug to wear, and took out the stopwatch, ready to test the Agile Bug's basic speed of 145. Min, the Agile Bug came over and looked at the small mound pointed by Yu-Hai's finger. After Yu-Hai gave an order, it instantly arrived at the small mound in the distance. In Yu-Hai's feeling, it was as if a gust of wind blew by, and the Agile Bug disappeared, and its speed was invisible to the naked eye. Come back, try again. Yu-Hai noted the time, let the Agile Bug eat the fruit, let the Agile Bug lose the props, and let the Agile Bug run the distance just now again. Min. After a whoosh, the Agile Bug appeared on the small mound again. Yu-Hai immediately pressed the stopwatch, secretly thinking it was too fast, worthy of being an Agile Bug, with a basic speed of 145, plus the double of the light-equipped feature. The second speed of the Agile Bug was a little faster than the first. At the same distance, the Agile Bug took 4 seconds the first time, and the agile bug that triggered the light-equipped feature took a little more than 3 seconds the second time to reach the small mound just now. If the proficiency of light-equipped can be improved, the agile bug can be faster and the speed can be doubled, compressing the speed to 2 seconds. There is also the acceleration of high-speed movement. At that time, the agile bug only wanted to ask, "Can you keep up?" There is also the awakening power electricity, which can stimulate cell activity to increase speed. Under heavy acceleration, the agile bug will only be faster, and it is possible to exceed 500 speeds, just like a flash of lightning. The agile bug running really looks like a golden lightning, because the agile bug's head is golden, which is the color of the heterochromatic agile bug, so it is said to be like a flash of lightning. Let the agile bug come back. He fed the agile bug energy cubes. Let the agile bug go back to the poke ball to rest. Intense exercise is very physically demanding, and 2 energy cubes are enough for 100 kilometers. Biological energy is indeed the most cost-effective. If a robot is broken, it costs money to repair it. If a cow or horse is sick, it knows to go to the doctor. It is both smart and cost-saving. Such an agile bug made him very satisfied. After taking back the agile bug, he looked at the panel of the night snail again. The potential was just at the king level, 2 points lower than the agile bug and 10 points lower than the Foritos. But this is not the point. He released Night Snail and Han, and shouted to Night Snail, "Night Snail, I will send you back soon, you should defend with all your strength first. Night Snail has no bond with Yu-Hai. After all, it is not a spirit cultivated by Yu-Hai, and it has little contact with Yu-Hai, but it will still listen to Yu-Hai, just to be obedient. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use the flame fist, don't use all your strength, just hit it twice." Yu-Hai looked at the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus again and asked the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to use the flame fist. Han-Han's strength is definitely greater than that of the duck-billed Charmeleon, but the power of the flame fist is probably a little worse. Night Snail is not yet a senior level. As long as Night Snail can withstand 3 punches, it means that it has fire resistance. "Duo!" Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus shouted, asking Night Snail to get ready, and hit it with a fist burning with blazing fire. Bang bang bang! After 3 punches, Night Snail was smashed into the grass pit, shook his head, and floated up from the grass pit. "Night Snail, are you feeling unwell?" Yu-Hai hurried over to ask about Night Snail's condition. Night Snail shook his head. Except for a little dizziness from the impact, he felt fine. "Not bad, it works." Yu-Hai reached out to touch Night Snail's armor. Except for some burnt marks, it was indeed not injured. He took out the wound medicine and sprayed it on the armor, and took Night Snail back. It seems that the powder of wet rocks is effective against fire resistance, but he doesn't know where the limit is. He can't let Han knock Night Snail unconscious and test the limit, so as not to send it for treatment, and the new Pokémon will also attract attention. Finally, he thought about it and gave up. He planned to go to Yehung City, teleport Night Snail back to Xiaogan Gym, and only take Agile Bug with him. This Night Snail's double defense is definitely not as good as Furlato's, and its potential is also not as good as Furlato's. Its positioning is the same as Furlato's, so just put it in the Xiaogan Gym. After taking back both Pokémon, he returned to the town entrance and found that Kita had not come yet. He didn't know what the boy was doing. However, Kita didn't come, but Absol did. "In the forest, I felt it, it was Absol," Darkray's voice sounded in Yu-Hai's heart. Absol finally appeared after disappearing for 2 days. Maybe he didn't find them at their campsite, so he realized that they had gone down the mountain, so he came to the town to find them. "Let's go." Yu-Hai took out the poke ball, released Eevee and held him in his arms, and took Eevee into the woods. Eevee was a little nervous, looking around in Yu-Hai's arms, not knowing what he was looking at, perhaps wondering where Yu-Hai would take him. In the woods, the sun shone through the green leaves, and Yu-Hai strolled in the woods, but did not go deep into the woods. He stopped after walking more than 10 steps. Swish, swish, Swish! As soon as he stopped, a white figure rushed out. Who else could it be except Absol? Go! Yu-Hai put Evie on the ground, and Evie's poke ball fell on the stone and broke into two halves, and turned to leave the forest. It's impossible to say that he didn't miss it at all, but Evie's mother was there, and he couldn't use the Emperor to control Absol. He was not that kind of person, let alone a human trafficker. Seeing Yu-Hai walk so decisively, Absol's mouth twitched. Yu-Hai's decisiveness made it unable to deal with it. It didn't expect that this human didn't want to take care of the baby at all, and directly threw the baby to it. It was relieved when it turned around. But it didn't want to take care of the baby, otherwise it wouldn't let the human at the foot of the mountain adopt Evie. It would be good if Evie could follow this human. It could see that this human was not bad and was a trustworthy human. Evie saw Absol, came to Absol, and rubbed Absol excitedly. Abo, Absol used his tongue to help Evie smooth its hair. After being affectionate with Evie for a while, he held Evie in his mouth and came to the edge of the woods. Seeing Yu-Hai standing at the entrance of the town, he pushed Evie out. Abo. Evie was pushed out of the bushes, ran in again, but was pushed out again. After several times, Evie understood that Absol didn't want it and let it follow humans. Abo, Absol kept calling Evie to let Evie come over. Evie had just been abandoned and found its mother, but was driven away by its mother again. It felt so wronged. It just wanted to have a home, why was it so difficult? Little guy, why are you crying? Yu-Hai saw that there was movement here, and it was the Evie just now. He hurried over and raised his hand to touch Evie's furry little head. Little Evie was crying. Abo, Absol saw Yu-Hai coming over, called in a low voice, turned around and left. Yu-Hai said nothing. I didn't say don't worry, I will take good care of Evie, nor did I say I will treat Evie as a family member, nothing. Absol gave Evie to him, which means he is trustworthy and a trainer worth entrusting. This is enough. He will not live up to this trust, and Evie will definitely live a carefree life. As for the boy who abandoned Evie, there are too many boys like this, too many in the Pokemon world. The 3 starters have people abandoning them, let alone an Evie. Does he have to grab the collar of the boy and stick his neck out to tell a little kid that it is wrong to abandon Pokemon? The kid will definitely look at him as if he is a fool and say it is none of your business. The Alliance often promotes the idea that humans and Pokemon should live in peace, which is correct, but the Pokemon world is still a people-oriented world after all. Abandoning Pokemon is not against the law, and the Alliance cannot control it. No one can control it. The trainer can only be condemned morally. The law is the moral bottom line, and some people like to walk on the bottom line. After all, it's not about protecting animals. Sometimes humans live like dogs. There is no human protection law, so who would care about another dog? Evie ignored everyone and continued to cry. Hey, Yu-Hai sighed helplessly, took out a new poke ball, and used the healing ball to subdue Evie. As for the trauma in Evie's heart, it can only be dealt with slowly. Anyway, Evie doesn't need to fight, and he has plenty of time. And the blue puppy is already troublesome enough, and now there is another problem. Evie, he is overwhelmed. Boss, I'm late. Kita just left the town and saw Yu-Hai at the edge of the woods. He hurried over, panting with exhaustion. It's okay, let's go. Yu-Hai put away Evie's healing ball, released Kentaro, and rode on Kentaro to set off. As for the young man Kita? Of course, he followed the cow's butt and walked slowly. First, he had no flying mount, and second, he had no means of transportation. Kita could only rely on his 2 legs to keep up with the cow's pace. As they walked farther and farther away, Absol stood on the mountain and saw them on the forest path, as well as Evie in Yu-Kai's arms, and roared to the sky, saying goodbye to Evie. Ouch! Agile bug panel. Agile bug panel. Agile bug, different color. Attribute, bug. Gender, male. Potential, 64%. Level, 42.17%. Features: moist body /22.23%, hidden feature, light armor /12.13%. Insect system mastered moves, insect song /32.34%. Blood sucking /32.23%. Insect resistance /12.53%. General system, hold /36.14%. Self-regeneration /18.82%. Relay /15.62%. Flash of lightning /5.22%. Grass type, absorb /25.11%. Super absorb /28.42%. Energy ball /16.14%. Poison type, dissolving liquid /31.27%. Venom shock /13.21%. Psychic type, sleep /15.12%. High speed movement /3.42%. Unclassified, awakening power electricity /40.23%. Mud shooting /35.22%. Chapter 508, On the Road. Seaside. Yu-Hai and Kita, who set out from Stone Town, walked and swam all the way and arrived at the seaside at noon. In order to help Kita capture a silly fish, they will walk along the coastline all the way to Yehung City. During this journey, they will pass by Vermilion City, which is right by the sea, and there is also Ma Zishi's gym, but he has ruled out the Vermilion gym, so of course he will not go there. During lunch break, they camped on the seaside, and Kita was sent to the seaside to capture flying elves, and he was preparing lunch. After lunch, he helped Kita select elves, and there was no flying elf with good talent, so they continued to set off. Kita still followed behind with his 2 legs, and walked for a whole morning. He felt that his 2 legs were about to break, anyway, they were numb, and he couldn't feel his legs. He had never walked so much since he was a child, and this morning, he had walked 20 to 30 kilometers. Let's go for a walk in the city. Yu-Hai used the poke ball to retrieve the cow, and looked at Kita, who was following behind with difficulty, and couldn't help laughing. If it's difficult to walk, why don't you go to the forest to capture a Pokemon for transportation? Or buy a bicycle? But, in your current condition, even if you buy a bicycle, you probably can't pedal it. Yes, boss, Kita smiled helplessly. He didn't expect to walk so much, and thought the road was easy to walk. Who would have thought that they would have to cross mountains and ridges all the way here? It's not hard for the boss to sit on the back of the cow. There are gulls for transportation for the mountains and ridges that can't be crossed. He has nothing, so he can only blow the cold wind under the claws of the gulls. It seems that he needs to cultivate flying Pokemon as soon as possible, so that he can also have a flying Pokemon mount for transportation, which will be more convenient for him to go anywhere. This is a small seaside town that has not appeared in the animation, but Yu-Hai found that the Pokemon around the trainer are mostly electric, ground, and rock types. Maybe it's because there is an electric gym here. In fact, Vermilion City, a large coastal city, is not far from here, so there are so many trainers who cultivate ground-type Pokemon. After walking around the town, Yu-Hai found it boring and prepared to leave. After Kita had rested for a while, he said he wanted to go to the forest to see if he could capture a walking Pokemon. It was too difficult to walk. He didn't want to walk on his 2 legs. It was too painful. In response, Yu-Hai didn't say anything, but went to the outskirts of the town with Kita and entered the forest on the outskirts of the town. Forests like these on the outskirts of the city are generally mild herbivorous Pokemon, and carnivorous Pokemon are basically driven away. For the safety of the city's residents, this is the most basic security guarantee of the Alliance. There are many patrolmen around the forest, who patrol the forest from time to time to prevent wild Pokemon from entering the city and causing conflicts in the city. When they came to the forest outside the city, they were still moving in the direction of Yehung City. After entering the forest, there were many insect-type and flying-type Pokemon in the forest, but they didn't encounter Pokemon suitable for walking. "Show me Pidgeot," Yu Hai didn't want to continue wandering around in the forest. It was hot and stuffy in the forest. When he sat down to rest, he asked Kita for Pidgeot's poke ball. "Here, boss." Kita didn't know what Yu Hai was going to do, and immediately took out the poke ball and gave it to Yu Hai. Level 17, it's about to evolve. Yu Hai saw the level of Pidgeot, and thought that Pidgeot would evolve into Pidgeot after evolving. If the opponent was tired of walking, Pidgeot could also drag it, and it could also exercise Pidgeot's flying carrying capacity. Use your Pidgeot to fight. Your Pidgeot will evolve into Pidgeot soon, and when you can't hold on, it can also drag you away. Yu Hai returned the poke ball to Kita, took out a bottle of water and drank it. The weather was too hot, and they were still in the woods, and it was really stuffy. Okay, Kita held the poke ball, released Pidgeot and prepared to fight nearby. Next, Yu Hai threw a flying gem over and reminded Kita, when Popo evolves, feed the gem to Popo and let Popo bite and absorb the energy in the gem. I remember, Kita nodded, and took Popo to attack the unicorns and caterpillars everywhere. For these two Pokemon, Popo is the natural enemy, which is simply blood suppression, just like an adult bullying a child. But these bugs are not stupid. The moment they saw Popo, their souls were scared out of their wits and they quickly climbed into the tree canopy or hid in the tree hole. This is very embarrassing. His Popo hasn't started fighting yet, and all the sparring partners have hidden. What's the point of playing? Let's go, find other wild Pokemon to fight while walking. Yu Hai saw this, helplessly holding his forehead, and continued to walk into the woods with the mosquito frog. The two slowed down their pace. When they met wild Pokemon with similar strength, they would stop and let Kita send out Pidgeot to fight. When there was no battle, they would take back the poke ball to rest. Kita would also use poke ball to capture the defeated wild Pokemon. Yu Hai saw that the potential was very low and released it. They walked in the forest like this until the sunset. They were still in the forest. It was not that they did not want to go out, but the seaside was not far from the woods, so they could go out at any time. Now was the critical moment of Pidgeot's battle. The opponent was still a wild Spearow. He did not make a sound to disturb Kita's fighting. When Kita's Pidgeot defeated Spearow and accumulated enough experience, a dazzling light burst out from his body. Kita hurriedly fed Pidgeot to eat flying gems and told Pidgeot to absorb and evolve. Pidgeot's white light instantly shone brightly, and then quickly dimmed. What appeared in Kita's eyes was no longer a little sparrow, but a Pidgeot that was more than 1 meter tall. "Haha, Pidgeot, you evolved!" Kita hugged Pidgeot excitedly. He didn't expect that the elves he captured yesterday would evolve today. It was also his good luck that the level of the Pidgeot he captured was high enough. Otherwise, the level was too low and the evolution would not be so fast. Let's go to the beach to blow the wind." Yu Hai originally wanted to see if he could try his luck in the forest and capture some rare elves. Who would have thought that he didn't encounter rare elves, but he was confused by common elves. Talking about rare Pokemon, he did encounter a scythe. Kita liked this kind of insect Pokemon very much, but Kita couldn't beat Scythe and failed to subdue it. In his opinion, that Scythe was at least elite and almost senior, and it was not something Kita could defeat now. If you want Scythe, wait until Kita is strong enough and then go to subdue it. He won't help. It's Kita's own lack of strength that won't help. Since Popo has evolved, it's time to go out for dinner, take a shower and sleep. They came to the beach to set up tents and camp. They were going to have dinner. After dinner, Kita had to work overtime. He didn't have to subdue long-winged gull at the beach. He could read a book after dinner and go to bed early. The selection of the Pokemon that Kita subdued will be the same tomorrow morning. The world is big, but sleeping is the most important. Chapter 509, Treasure Hunt in Dasha Valley. The 37th day of going to Kanto area, sunny. When Yu Hai got up in the morning, he yawned loudly. He hadn't heard the sound of the waves for a long time. He was not used to camping on the beach. He didn't sleep well last night because of the noise. After getting up this morning, he saw Kita was still sleeping. He shook his head helplessly and made breakfast. He asked the elves to eat breakfast first. Some elves were not convenient for Kita to see, so he didn't inform Kita. After breakfast, he put the elves away. He woke up Kita and brought all the elves he captured yesterday. He didn't see any high-potential elves, so he asked Kita to release them all. At this time, Kita had just finished breakfast, and they also had to continue to set off and continue along the coastline to Yahung City. He took out the map and scanned it to make sure that there was no mistake in the route. He sat on Niu Niu and took Kita to continue moving forward. He didn't go to Vermilion City, but just went around outside the city. Kita still walked on 2 legs. When he was tired, he could let Pidgeot drag him. Pidgeot had no problem flying with a person, but it was too small to carry people. This time, they didn't walk along the coastline for long before lunch. Time really didn't pass quickly. During lunch, Kita went to the beach to see if he could catch a few fool fish. However, this time, the result was the same. He didn't catch any fool fish with high potential. The first few elves seemed to have used up Kita's luck. This kind of thing can only be done slowly and can't be rushed. Just when they were about to set off, they suddenly heard that the town here was very lively. The 2 people who came to the town curiously heard the discussion about fossils. This is a dragon bone fossil just dug out from the Big Fool Valley. It has great collection value. You're selling it too expensive. Hehe, this is the only one at the moment, so it's naturally more expensive. Just tell me if you want it. Cheaper, I'll take it. Yukai and Kita were on the street, and there were such small vendors everywhere, discussing the sale of various fossils. There were also businesses for other stones, but not many. Boss, are there fossils in Dasha Valley? Seeing that everyone was discussing fossils and that fossils seemed to be very valuable, Kita was immediately tempted. There are fossils, Yuhai remembered. He had seen the Grand Canyon on the map just now, but it was not by the sea, but in the desert Gobi inland. It was a Grand Canyon that separated the forest. If he remembered correctly, there should be a sleeping fossil pterosaur in the underground cave of the canyon, as well as ammonites and fossil helmets. There are both evolved forms of these 2 elves, and all of them are alive. Thinking of this, he thought he could go and have a look. Maybe he could pick up some good things to enrich his small treasury. As for the fossil pterosaur, we'll see what happens when the time comes. The strength of the fossil pterosaur is unknown. It may not be able to beat the fossil pterosaur, let alone conquer it. You know, it was introduced in the overview of the fossil pterosaur that the resurrected fossil pterosaur in modern times does not have dragon attributes, but in ancient times when the fossil pterosaur soared in the vast sky, the fossil pterosaur had dragon attributes. In other words, if the sleeping pterosaur fossil is an antique that has been sleeping since ancient times, it is very likely to have dragon and flying attributes, rather than rock attributes. After all, it is an ancient species in the form of a pterosaur. So the pterosaur fossil in Yulongdu may really have dragon attributes, rather than rock attributes. It is a bit unfair to say that he is the king of flying attributes. But you have to go and see these to know. If you don't see him, how can you know whether the surviving pterosaur fossil has dragon attributes? However, the combination of flying and dragon attributes can only be said to be difficult to describe. Just a 4-fold weak ice is enough to suffer. No wonder Du won the championship but still couldn't beat Kona. There are so many big daddies, it's a miracle that he can beat them. After visiting the town, Yuhai was ready to stop his journey and go to Dasha Valley to take a look. He turned around and told Kita, these are all external objects. Elves are the foundation of life. First conquer the remaining flying elves. There will be many opportunities in the future. To understand, boss, Keaton knew that the day they parted was when they arrived at Yahung City. If he hadn't subdued the right elves by then, he could only leave with the elves he had subdued, which was a bit regrettable. The boss could help him choose the initial elves with good talents. This opportunity was too rare, and it couldn't be exchanged for a few broken fossils. He understood the interests involved, and knew which one was more important. How could he miss such a good starting opportunity? Who said that elves with good talents were not something he could get his hands on, and he couldn't afford them at all? He had to seize this opportunity. You can look for the fishermen here. They must know where the Magikarp is. They can camp outside the town and wait for me at night. I understand, boss. Kita waved his hand, said goodbye to Yuhai and went to find the fisherman. Who knows how long he will stay, he must hurry. Watching Kita go, Yuhai released the big-mouthed gull and took it to Dasha Valley. The Grand Canyon on the map was very obvious. He flew in the sky and soon saw a brown Grand Canyon on the ground. In the sky, you can also see that there are many treasure hunters wearing sun hats, waving pickaxes, and sweating in the canyon. It's really lively. Yuhai and the big-mouthed gull landed on the rock, and his eyes under the peaked cap looked at the treasure hunters below. There was one person standing every 10 meters or so. This group of treasure hunters was really dense, and the knocking sounds in the canyon were endless. I really don't know what fossils they are looking for. If it is the shell fossil of the ammonite, there are too many on the evolution mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain and scanning the people at the bottom of the valley, he heard someone below shouting excitedly. I dug it, it's a claw. Where is it? Where is it? Is it a fossil? If it's not a fossil, it can be made into a claw-like prop. You are so lucky. Haha, we'll finish work early today. See you at the tavern later. I'll treat you guys to a drink. The man walked away happily with the claw bone, and the remaining treasure hunters continued to swing their pickaxes to dig stones, hoping to dig out the goods as soon as possible, finish work early and go back to rest. Darkrai, feel this place and see if there are any good things. Yuhai looked into the distance and watched the man leave. He also wanted to be a lucky guy. Since he knew that the good things were all in the underground caves, he would definitely not waste time on the ground. If there was nothing he wanted on the ground, he would let Han dig a hole directly to the underground cave and then explore for treasure. No, I can't sense any energy fluctuations in the rock formations nearby. Darkrai opened his eyes and shook his head, looking at the busy crowd below, secretly sighing that fossils don't emit energy fluctuations. Forget it, do you feel if there is a cave below the canyon? Yuhai left the rocky mountain on the canyon. If he wanted to enter the underground cave, he would have to find a rock layer that was both hidden and weak, and a rock layer that was geologically hard enough to dig a hole in. If the rock layer was too weak, digging a hole would likely cause the cave to collapse, which would be fatal. It would definitely attract Juncha's blockade, which was not in line with his style of making money in secret. There is indeed a big cave. Darkrai lurked in the canyon to sense it more clearly. He sensed that the cave was separated by a rock layer and could be easily broken through. They couldn't dig holes in the canyon. Wouldn't this clearly tell others that there were good things underground? Sense where the rock layer is the weakest, and we'll dig a hole down. Yuhai rode a gull around the canyon. He flew over the edge of the canyon, intending to dig a hole in a place with few people, so that Darkrai could sense the thickness of the rock layer. After flying around the canyon for more than 10 minutes, he came to the upper reaches of the canyon where the cliffs were steeper, and then let the gull land. Because the terrain here is steep, there is no way in, and there is no place to rest, so there are not many treasure hunters coming here to dig treasure. The main place where fossils are found is still in the middle and lower reaches of the canyon, which is where treasure hunters gather. When he came to the upper reaches of the canyon, he continued to let Darkrai sense the thickness of the rock layer until Darkrai found a weak point in the rock layer. He rode the gull to the canyon, which was still some distance from the bottom of the canyon, and took out the pokeball to release the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duo, the Tyrannosaurus Rex used a rock-climbing claw to grab the steep cliff. The steep rock wall, waiting for Yuhai's order. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, dig a hole along the rock wall. Yuhai didn't even have a place to stand, so he could only let Han dig the hole first. Do, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus immediately waved its claws, first dug out a standing platform, and then continued to dig into the rock layer. Seeing Han Han digging into the rock wall, Yu Hai also let the gulls land on the platform dug by Han Han, took out a flashlight and led the mosquito-repellent frog and the gulls into the cave dug by Han Han. When they came to the end of the cave, it was pitch black, without any light. Han Han stood by the cave, and there was a dripping sound inside. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, go outside and move a rock to block the door, Yu Hai asked Han Han to block the door. Holding a flashlight shining down the cave, the darkness swallowed up the flashlight, indicating that this place was very deep from the ground. When he looked up, he found that he was above the cave, at least 100 meters away from the bottom of the cave, and the top of the cave could be touched by his hand. Darkray's perception allowed the Tyrannosaurus to open a hole in the top of the cave, and it was very cold here. He couldn't help shivering and took out the stab-proof jacket to put it on. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thump outside the cave, and the footsteps of Han Han came from behind. Yu Hai didn't even look back, and used the poke ball to take Han Han back. Han Han had blocked the entrance to the cave, and he could explore here slowly. Those treasure hunters were not driven away, which meant that Zai Zai had not yet coming here. He did not attract the fossil pterosaur, nor did he attract the blockade of the Alliance. He still had time to explore and search for treasures. Once Zai Zai came here, the screams of the Zai trio and the rocket trio woke up the fossil pterosaur. The Alliance would definitely block this place and set it up as a research institute for studying the sleeping ancient elves. It would be difficult to get in at that time. Typhoon, take me down. Yu Hai checked the things on his body that were easy to make noises, fixed them all, sat on the Typhoon again, used the poke ball to take back the mosquito-repellent frog, went down and released it again. Bile, Bile, the Typhoon called in a low voice, and found that the echo could be heard far away. This place is still really spacious. SHH, keep your voice down. Yu Hai was really afraid of waking up those sleeping ancient elves. In the animation, there was a violent explosion, and several people screamed desperately, and the echo in the cave was constantly strengthened, which woke up the fossil pterosaur. He asked the gull to keep its voice down, and they slowly flew down to the bottom of the cave until they landed on the wet ground. It was still pitch black when the flashlight was shown upwards. The visibility here was not high, and the cave wall could absorb light. It was strange. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as his feet landed, he found that his shoes were here. Every step he took echoed, so he didn't dare to walk at all. He knew how to eliminate the sound, either by walking barefoot or wrapping his shoes with something to eliminate the sound of hard-soled shoes hitting the ground. He didn't dare to walk barefoot, because who knew if he would step on something sharp and scratch his feet, which would be a loss. If he got tetanus, he would die. He asked Jengar to spit out the black goods backpack, and took out 2 brand new towels from the backpack. They were things he didn't throw away. He didn't destroy everything. Some things that looked new didn't need to be thrown away. Wrapping the shoes with a towel and tying them tightly, he finally eliminated the clattering sound. Then he released the mosquito frog, Darkray, and Jengar in the shadow, and began to explore the cave with 3 bodyguards. Darkray, can you sense anything? Yu Hai was not sure if there was anything good here. If there was nothing good, he would have to subdue the fossil pterosaur. He couldn't make a wasted trip. The fossil pterosaur, which was still sleeping, should be easy to subdue with a poke ball. In fact, he was more afraid that it would be unwise to provoke a terrifying ancient beast in such a dark cave without any light. Yes, it's here. Darkray came down and really sensed something good. Tick, tick, tick. Darkray took Yu Hai to a pool of water, and Yu Hai saw many crystal clear gems here. No, it's not a gem, it's a water stone. Yu Hai picked up the blue gem on the ground and found that it was a medium quality water stone, as well as a water gem and wet rock. The water resources here are so rich. He hurriedly picked up the evolution stones on the ground. There were several evolution stones here alone. The water gem was also picked up, and there were several irregularly shaped wet rocks, all of which were collected by him. Then he walked along the way and picked up. He didn't know how big the cave was. He felt that it could extend to the middle and lower reaches of the Grand Canyon. He didn't know how many evolution stones he picked up along the way, but he didn't encounter a high-level evolution stone. It stands to reason that this kind of cave that no one has ever been to, after millions of years of nurturing, it is impossible that there is no high-level water stone. Perhaps someone has the same plan as him. Maybe others have discovered this place a long time ago, and come here to collect money when they are short of money. Those low-level evolution stones are not picked up, and they want to keep them for slow nurturing. After all, the water atmosphere here is too strong. As for the fossils encountered on the road, he didn't pick them up. Even the living ancient elves, he encountered several on the road, and he didn't subdue them. He was not sure whether conquering the elves would wake up the sleeping elves. If they were awakened by him, he would not be able to find treasure. Even if he wanted to conquer these ancient elves, he had to wait until he had explored the caves and then select a few with good potential to take away. It would be good to keep them in the lake in front of the wooden house as ornamental elves, or to cultivate them quietly and take them out when he had the strength. He wanted to touch everything he saw along the way. He didn't want to miss any good things. With the idea of touching them casually, he really touched a lot of good things. Shell bell. Yu Hai looked at the shell in his hand and a question mark popped up in his mind. It was not until he opened the panel of the prop that he discovered the function of this senior-level prop. Shell bell. When the elf carrying the shell bell attacks the opponent and causes damage, it can restore a small amount of physical strength. It turned out to be a prop that absorbs physical strength. It is a good prop. I took it. Hard stone? Rock-type props. Yu Hai silently collected the brown stone that was everywhere on the ground. He touched it casually, but who knew it was a prop? He stepped on it and stepped on a gem. It must be said that there are so many good things here. Just picking up gems is enough. Water gems are the most. It seems that there is no need to worry about the evolution resources of Slowpoke. In addition, there are rock gems and ground gems. A flashlight can accurately find them. As long as they are gems, they will reflect light under the light. Evolutionary stones still need to rely on Darkrai. Without Darkrai's perception, he can only be a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. If he can pick it up, he will make a profit. He was having a lot of fun picking up treasures underground, but he didn't know that Xiaozai and his 3 friends came to Dasha Valley after hearing the news of the fossils here. Not only Xiaozai and his 3 friends, Xiaomao and the cheerleaders also came, and the rocket trio also came. Yu Hai, who was happily picking up things in the cave, did not notice Xiaozai and his friends' arrival. He was shocked beyond words by what he saw with the flashlight. In front of him was a complete skeleton. From the appearance, it was the skeleton of a flying elf. The skeleton was very wide and large, and some parts that touched the ground had already been fossilized. He walked around the skeleton with a flashlight and finally touched it. The prompt from the panel was that it was the bones of a fossilized pterosaur. It is indeed the skeleton of a flying elf. Yu Hai was secretly shocked. This fossilized pterosaur was too big, at least much taller than the average height of 1.8 meters given in the book. It was hard to say how strong it was. If it was a king level, it would be a big win. He felt that this was an adult fossilized pterosaur, and then he touched the bones one by one. When he touched the claws of the fossilized pterosaur, a different panel prompt popped up. Sharp claws. Yu Hai did not expect to touch another item raw material. These inconspicuous little things scattered in the mine were all high-quality raw materials for items, not finished items. They still needed to be processed before they could be used. He put away the sharp claws and continued to touch other parts of the fossil pterosaur, and harvested several more sharp claws. Sharp claws, sharp claws. After the elf carries it, the moves will become easier to hit the vital points. Putting away the sharp claws, when he touched the mouth bone and teeth of the fossil pterosaur, he was startled by the panel that popped up, his breathing and heartbeat were speeding up, he seemed to have touched something incredible. Dragon's Tooth. The elf carrying this item can increase the power of dragon-type moves, enhancement 20%. Level 68%. Wow, it's actually a king-level Dragon's Tooth, a dragon-type item. Yu-Hai did not expect to have such an unexpected harvest, and quickly took out the pliers and pulled the teeth of the fossil pterosaur off the mouth bone. This dragon tooth is just a tooth on the mouth of the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur has a big mouth with upper and lower jaws, but it has more than one tooth. He is so rich. After pulling out all the teeth, he found 2 king-level dragon teeth, which are also the 2 largest front teeth of the fossil pterosaur. Some of the remaining dragon teeth are senior level, and there are several quasi-king level dragon teeth. There are the most sharp teeth. It seems that he just thought too beautifully. Fortunately, the sharp teeth and sharp claws are not only props, but also evolution props. They can be worth a lot of money if they are sold. With 2 king-level front teeth, he was already satisfied. When he thought that the teeth were all king-level dragon teeth, then he immediately reached out to touch the mouth bone of the fossil pterosaur, and the panel popped up immediately. Sharp bird beak. The elves carrying this item can increase the power of flying-type moves, enhancement 20%. Level 65%. Wow, another raw material for a king-level item. He took off the mouth bone of the fossil pterosaur again, leaving only the bird skull without the mouth bone. This skeleton of the king-level fossil pterosaur has already allowed him to obtain 3 king-level items. Even if he doesn't capture the fossil pterosaur, his trip is worthwhile. But he can't use the dragon-type items yet. It's really fucked up. He doesn't have a dragon-type elf. It seems that he can only sell it. This kind of thing can't be rushed. In case he can capture a baby dragon, he can use it. Carefully putting away the raw materials of these props, he continued to touch the bones of the fossil pterosaur. He also dug out the covered leg bones of the fossil pterosaur. Unfortunately, the claws of the 2 legs had been fossilized. The panel showed that they were claw fossils. He only took 1 claw fossil and left the rest untouched. In addition to resurrecting the fossil elves, fossils have a high collection value. If it is for resurrecting the fossil elves, 1 fossil is enough. But the resurrection of the fossil pterosaur requires secret amber. The amber contains the genetic genes of the fossil pterosaur. This kind of thing only exists in the Alliance Research Institute. It is not so easy for him, an outsider, to resurrect the fossil pterosaur. This claw fossil has a greater meaning of collection. After all, he has been here, how can he not take some local specialties? However, I didn't expect that the ancient fossil pterosaur was really a dragon attribute, otherwise there would be no dragon teeth. It is worthy of being the ancient sky overlord. By the way, Yu-Hai suddenly realized something, came to the soil under the fossil pterosaur skeleton, and gently dug up the soil on the ground. The whole skeleton has been touched, and the valuable raw materials of props have been taken away, leaving only bones. Are they going to be used to make soup? Just now, he was still wondering what was left of the fossil pterosaur, and then he thought of the dragon scales on the dragon-type elves. If the fossil pterosaur had scales, they should be in the soil. But he dug for a long time and dug all the soil on the ground, but he didn't find any scales on the ground. After all, he had never seen a fossil pterosaur from ancient times. Who knows if the ancient fossil pterosaurs of the dragon type had scales on their bodies? Anyway, modern fossil pterosaurs have no scales, after all, they are not dragon attributes. However, he was not without gain. He dug out another king-level prop. Hard stone. The elves carrying this prop can increase the power of rock-type moves, enhancement 20%. Level 62%. Chapter 510, King of Heaven. Yu-Hai looked at the panel of the hard stone. It seems that this fossil pterosaur is still a super fossil pterosaur. Only when the super fossil pterosaur died and the sharp rocks covering its body fell off, would there be these hard rocks on the ground. You should know that the rocks on the superfossil pterosaur are harder than diamonds and become hard rocks. Not surprising at all. When he thought of the huge size of the superfossil pterosaur, he immediately expanded the excavation area and released the elves to help him dig, and immediately dug out more hard stones. At the last count, there were only 2 king-level hard stones, and the rest were quasi-king-level hard stones, senior-level hard stones, and some were even degraded to elite-level hard stones. He didn't dislike them and collected them all. When the time comes, he will go out to sort them out. If he is short of money, he will sell the low-level props. If he is not short of money, he will leave them to Han as food, and keep the king-level props for himself. Mosquito-scented frog, wash my hands with water gun. Yu-Hai asked the mosquito-scented frog to spit water to wash his hands, looking at the fossil pterosaur skeleton that had been dismantled beyond recognition, and asked the elves to use the water gun to flush the skeleton and the ground to make the traces of damage just now look old. After the mosquito-scented frog flushed the ground and washed away their traces and footprints, he took the mosquito-scented frog and prepared to continue exploring. This is just a king-level fossil pterosaur. Obviously there are more than one skeleton of a pterosaur here. If he can find a few more skeletons, he can collect 1 billion. By then, it will definitely be more than 1 billion. It would be too small to mention 1 billion, but who would complain about having too much money? 1 skeleton is 5 king-level props, 5 is 25, 10 is. He didn't know the value of the king-level props. He would have to wait until the auction to find out, but he could guess that tens of millions were inevitable, and maybe hundreds of millions, especially for dragon-type props. He was thinking about how to cash it out. Suddenly, there was an earthquake on the ground. He saw a skylight opened in the underground cave, and a large hole appeared. A beam of strong light shone down. In the open space in the middle of the cave, several people fell down, screaming non-stop. Hearing someone screaming, Yu-Hai, who was at the edge of the cave, quickly found a rock to hide and turned off the flashlight, wanting to see what the intruders were going to do. Before he could see what the group of people were doing, there was a scream of ghosts and wolves howling. The sound was so loud that he subconsciously held his ears. Before he covered his ears, he heard a very familiar voice. Hey, Yu-Hai was too lazy to look at the group of funny people and sighed helplessly. It seemed that the exploration could only go so far. He had heard that Zai and Team Rocket had come in, so the Alliance would soon intervene and block the Big Sha Valley. Huff, inhale, 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 inhale. Be careful, something has woken up, it's scary. Darkrai quickly reminded Yu-Hai that there was a scary thing next to them. Who? Yu-Hai didn't turn on the flashlight, and didn't know what had woken up, let alone feel any breathing. However, in the dark night, a pair of bloodshot eyes opened, staring at the intruder who woke him up, slowly stood up from the ground, and walked towards the group of intruders. Dong, dong, dong. Gudong, Yu-Hai swallowed his saliva secretly, silently watching the heavy footsteps go away, and then realized that he had walked through the gates of hell. As the black shadow with a bad temper went away and came to Zai and his friends, he saw clearly that it was a fossil pterosaur, a living fossil pterosaur, sleeping not far from the skeleton. He had just hidden behind the fossil pterosaur, and it was not a rock that blocked him, but a fossil pterosaur. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had just escaped death and was almost scared to death. The fossil pterosaur shrank its head and coiled up like a stone. He didn't notice it at all. Fortunately, the fossil pterosaur was attracted by the noise over there, otherwise its head would have been bitten off. The crisis was temporarily resolved. He had to take advantage of the chaos over there. The pterosaur was chasing those people. He had already slipped away quietly along the edge of the rock wall. Forget about subduing the pterosaur. Judging from the momentum emanating from the pterosaur, it is not so easy to subdue such an ancient beast. It is better to let others worry about it. He can't eat a king-level pterosaur. As for Zai, this kid is lucky. He doesn't need to worry. He is not immortal. He should worry about himself first and leave here. Since he was rushing in the dark, he didn't walk too fast. Anyway, there was still a commotion over there. He just had to slowly move over with the mosquito frog. It would be better for Xiaozai and the others to break up the skeleton of the pterosaur. As long as no one knew that he took the key materials, no one would know it was him. But before he could find the exit of the cave, there was another earth-shaking sound behind him. The skylight of the cave was sealed. He immediately turned on the flashlight, released the gull, took back the mosquito frog, and flew directly in the direction of the gull. They quickly returned to the cave top. He leaned against the cave wall and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got out. It was impossible to continue exploring. The ancient elves such as the fossil pterosaur had been awakened. It was difficult for them to fall into a deep sleep again. They would be easily awakened again. He planned to go out and see the situation first. He didn't know that the 3 members of Team Rocket were trapped in the cave like in the animation and did not go out. After being hypnotized by Jigglypuff's singing and waking up, the 3 members of Team Rocket found that they were lying next to the fossil pterosaur. They were so scared that they dared not speak loudly and could only leave quietly. After getting away from the fossil pterosaur, they had to find a way to get out. However, before the 3 of them were ready to dig a hole and leave, they thought of the ancient elf fossil pterosaur just now. The 3 looked at each other and their eyes lit up instantly. The ending in the animation was very hasty. After the rocket trio was trapped, there was no description of how they got out. According to the nature of these 3 guys, they would of course contact Sakeke. Then the 3 took out the satellite phone and dialed Sakeke's number. Beep, beep. Boss, we found a fossil pterosaur. Please send someone to rescue us. We are trapped in the cave of Dasha Valley. Pterosaur? Good, I will send someone to rescue you, don't worry. Sakeke didn't have much emotional fluctuations when he heard about the rare Pokémon like pterosaur. But he still kept a smile and appreciation for the rocket trio. These 3 funny guys were surprised from time to time, which was a small episode in his boring life. Sakeke, who had the first level god Mutuo, heard that pterosaur was just rare. He already had a mythical beast, so what rare Pokémon did he need? Machinima, see who is interested in pterosaur. Boss, the task was just sent out and it was taken away by Bixias. Machinima had just found the king trainer in the organization and sent a group message, and someone immediately took the task. Bixias, I heard he is looking for Celebi, the boss said to his top thug. The impression is very deep, because this person does things without scruples, is cruel, evil, strong, and only inferior to him in strength. He can walk sideways among the kings, and is mediocre in the eyes of the champions. He is a rare talent, ambitious, and likes the chair under him very much. Yes, boss, he is near the Great Sha Valley, and is also chasing Celebi. Managa looked at the reply on the tablet and thought about why Bixias moved so quickly. Send some people to assist him and capture all the other ancient elves that he despises. Sakeke will not go there in person, there is no enemy worth his attack. Okay, boss, Managa responded, and immediately turned around to make arrangements. The matter is urgent. After arranging the recovery team, they will take advantage of take a helicopter to go there. Yu Hai, who had already come out of the cave and was in the canyon, didn't know that the rocket trio would make a satellite call. After all, the rocket trio was still hypnotized, and it would be night when they woke up. He asked Han Han to continue moving stones to block the cave entrance. Just as he came up from the bottom of the canyon, he heard a broadcast. There is a landslide in Dasha Valley, please stay away as soon as possible. There is a landslide in Dasha Valley, please stay away as soon as possible. Good guy, these guys can really cause trouble. Yu Hai got on the seagull and continued to fly upwards, and saw a police car outside the Grand Canyon, evacuating treasure hunters, and setting up a cordon to prevent anyone from breaking into the current Grand Canyon. At the same time, there were tents in the Grand Canyon. The bottom was built, and some figures in white clothes came in and out. Sure enough, it's blocked, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. There must be more than one fossil pterosaur skeleton underground. Dasha Valley must have been a hunting ground for fossil pterosaurs in ancient times. I really don't know how many skeletons can be dug out. These are all small money. He was flying in the air. Just as he approached the middle and lower reaches of Dasha Valley, he was discovered and warned to leave. He could only turn around and fly to the seaside. After crossing the lower reaches of the Grand Canyon, he came to the seaside to look for Kita's camping tent. Soon he saw a meow outside the tent. That should be Kita's meow. He landed. Kita had been waiting for him, and he had also lit a bonfire. Seeing him land, Kita stood up and shouted excitedly. "Boss, you're back? Have you had dinner yet?" Yu Hai nodded gently and sat down by the fire. He sighed that he couldn't go to Dasagu. The league had already entered, so there was no place for ordinary trainers like them. He had to leave tomorrow. "I haven't eaten yet," Kita scratched his head awkwardly. He had been waiting for Yu Hai all the time, so how could he have dinner? It's past 6 o'clock, Yu Hai looked at his watch and found that it was getting late. It was time to have dinner. He immediately took out the cooking utensils to cook, and Kita hurried over to help. He asked again, "Did you catch the Pokemon you wanted?" "We caught more than 1,000 fish." Kita invited fishermen in the afternoon and went out fishing directly. He also bought hundreds of Pokeballs for this purpose. This time, he should be able to catch a talented silly fish. "Not bad, let's eat first and talk about it later." Yu Hai and Kita prepared dinner and let the elves eat dinner. He held Eevee on his legs and stroked Eevee slowly, and began to look at the silly fish Kita caught. It took a lot of time to look at thousands of silly fish. It was dark before he found a pretty good silly fish. The potential was 54. He picked one out of thousands. This kid was lucky. Throwing the silly fish to the other party, he told Kita, "Release the Magikarp, get up early, and we have to travel tomorrow." "Leave tomorrow?" Kita just got Magikarp, and he was quite happy. "I didn't expect that he would leave tomorrow. Dasha Valley is blocked by the Alliance, and I can't go there." Alas, Yu Hai sighed again, lying on the beach, stroking Eevee in his arms. He was also helpless, and his way of making money was cut off. "Okay," Kita responded, and went to the beach to release Magikarp. It was fine if he couldn't go, he wanted to go and take a look, it was really a pity. Boom boom boom. Just when Yu Hai was watching the stars, Kita released Magikarp, and everyone was busy with their own things. A fierce explosion broke out in the direction where Yu Hai had just returned. What the hell? Yu Hai was about to fall asleep when he was suddenly awakened by an explosion. He stood up and hugged Eevee, looking towards the direction of the Dasha Valley where the fire was on. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. Yu Hai raised his hand to block the flying sand, squinted at the fire in the distance, and wondered what kind of explosion it was that could have the aftermath affect this side. "Kita, don't run around, I'll go over and take a look," Yu Hai told Kita, used the Pokeball to retrieve the frogs, and flew in the direction of the battle on the Smurf. Just when he arrived at Dasha Valley, he found that there was still a battle here, and there were fighting on the ground, fighting at the bottom of the canyon, battlefields everywhere. He dared not get too close. He was just outside the battlefield, flying high in the sky and taking out a telescope, wanting to see who was fighting below. Then, he saw the rockets with the red letter R printed on their clothes. The one wearing black clothes was the rockets, and the other was, Do? Is it Do? Yu Hai saw someone standing on the rock, with a red cloak fluttering behind him, and a fire-breathing dragon standing beside him, directing the elves to fight. And Du's opponent was a rocket wearing a mask, a red vest, and a black combat uniform. He did not know this person, and the elf he used was also a quasi-god, Bangala. Good guy, a battle between quasi-gods. Yu Hai was secretly surprised, his eyes focused on the two people. After all, it was a battle between quasi-gods, and a battle between king-level quasi-gods, a rare battle. When he saw a destructive beam of death ray spit out from Bangala's mouth, bombarding the rock mountain and directly knocking off the top of the rock mountain, he couldn't help but scream in horror. This power is too great. Then a gust of wind came, and the shock wave of the explosion swept through everyone on the ground. The battlefields of some rocket team members were affected by the explosion, not to mention Yu-Hai and Owl in the sky, who almost crashed. When Owl regained stable flight, he quickly landed Yu-Hai on the top of the mountain. Yu-Hai didn't dare to stand, but lay on the ground and watched the Battle of the Kings with a telescope. While Bangala couldn't move, Dragonite opened his hands, covered with a layer of claw-shaped green energy balls, and swooped down directly and grabbed Bangala. But just as the claws fell, Bangala raised his hand to grab the dragon claws. The force of the dive only forced Bangala to keep moving backwards. Every step back seemed like an earthquake, but no damage was caused. Then Bangala opened his mouth again, and a terrifying breath gathered in his mouth again. Then Dragonite also opened his mouth, and terrifying energy also gathered in his mouth. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the two energies collided face to face, and a white dot appeared between the two Pokémons. The white dot slowly expanded and turned into a light ball that radiated light. As the light ball became brighter, there was a bang, and the two Pokémons at the center of the explosion were instantly engulfed. The shock wave of the explosion began to spread, and the closest ones, Dew and Bixias, were rushed out of the rock mountain by the shock wave. When the two flew out, they were caught by their own Pokémons and protected behind them. As the shock wave spread further, the rocket team members and the league trainers fighting outside were all blown to the ground, and only those at the bottom of the canyon were spared. Tisk, this destructive power, there are risks in joining in the fun. Yu-Hai saw the mushroom cloud rise and immediately shrank under the top of the mountain, holding his head and waiting for the shock wave to pass. Even though he was so far away, he could still feel the ground shaking while lying on the top of the mountain. After the shock wave passed, he climbed out and looked at the center of the battlefield with a telescope. Bangala and Dragonite collided with each other again, as if they were not injured by the explosion just now. It must be said that they are worthy of being quasi-god elves of the king level. Both guys are tough and thick. Since it is difficult to determine the winner in the main battlefield, Yu-Hai looked at the local battlefield again. Dew and other elves of Bixias were also fighting. It was really a king-level battle. The explosive power of other elves should not be underestimated. He thought that this battle would take a long time. He was staring at the battlefield with relish. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter came from the sky. Two people landed from the helicopter. One was brought down by the bat, wearing a ninja costume. One was a beautiful woman brought down by Slowpoke with telekinesis. They were all old acquaintances. The three of them formed a siege against Bixias, sandwiching Bixias in the middle. Seeing two more people coming from the alliance, both of them were good players among the Heavenly King trainers. Bixias had heard of their names and thought to himself that something was wrong. He was ready to escape. Before coming, he didn't expect Dew to be stationed here. As soon as he arrived, he ran into Dew, the Heavenly King. He didn't catch the fossil pterosaur and fought with Dew. The other party had helpers. It was not advisable to stay here for long. Under Yu-Hai's observation, Bixias threw many smoke bombs and took Banjira to dig a hole and escape. The remaining members of the rocket team had their communicators vibrated and retreated in the night, leaving only a mess. Seeing that the rocket team had escaped and Yu-Hai was leaving, he didn't have the idea of staying to recognize his relatives. In this case, he might be tortured as an undercover agent. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Today, I saw the four Heavenly Kings fighting with all their strength, which was enough. It seems that I can't be too reckless. The Heavenly King is worthy of being the Heavenly King. He has high attack and thick blood. A random attack can destroy the world. He is still far from being a Heavenly King. In such an attack, the frog had to use all his strength to hit, but these kings could hit them with just one blow. The difference is really huge. After returning to the beach to reassure Kita, Yukai, who fell into the tent, hugged Eevee and was still thinking about the Battle of the Kings just now. He didn't know when his elves would be able to reach that stage. Sure enough, only when you reach the king level can you have the qualification to eat at the table. It's not without reason. That kind of destructive power can change the terrain after a battle. It's really terrifying. The overlord of the deserted island, Pidgeot, is also like this. A storm can flatten a forest. This is the destructive power of the king level. Chapter 5:11 Chapter, Farewell. The 38th day to Kanto, sunny. It was another sunny day. We had to get up and hit the road again. Yukai still had 2 days to go from Yahung City. Considering that Kita had difficulty walking on the mountain road, it was okay to take a boat today. They could take a boat from the town, which was on the east side of the inland sea. They could take a boat to the north and then continue walking north for another day to reach Yahung City. Kita didn't have to follow them for the next trip. Kita had to board the ship at the harbor on the north side of the inland sea. The port of this town was too small and there were no ships going out to sea. There were only piers on the north side of the inland sea. Let's get on board. Yukai had 2 tickets in his hand. He gave one to Kita, and the 2 boarded the passenger ship, which only sailed in the inland sea. They all had short-distance tickets and did not buy accommodation tickets. After boarding the ship, Yukai ordered a cold citrus juice and watched the scenery under the parasol. Kita was sent to subdue the long-winged gull. After getting the Magikarp, it doesn't matter whether Kita can subdue the long-winged gull or not. Long-winged gull and Gyarados have the same attributes. In addition, Kita has no shortage of flying-type Pokémon, so it doesn't matter whether the other party can subdue the long-winged gull or not. When he is bored in the sea breeze, he will read a book and think about the harvest of Dasagu. With so many king-level items, he has confidence in the best water stone. If Grandpa Dunmei doesn't give it to him, he can use a king-level item to exchange for a top-quality water stone. The 2 are of similar value. If we have to talk about practicality, the king-level items are definitely more valuable. After all, they can be heirlooms, and a dragon tooth can be passed down for 3 generations. But why does he want to exchange it with a dragon tooth? He can exchange it with hard stones. Most of the output of dragon teeth comes from the dragon-controlling clan, and there is no market for them. A king-level hard stone, as long as it is a king-level rock-type elf, it can be condensed with some time. The hard parts after death can also be turned into hard stone. It is incomparable to the rarity of the dragon's tooth, and it is just right to exchange for the best water stone. The evolution of the mosquito-repellent frog has been settled. The next step is the trading object. He has already chosen a candidate, that is, the owner of the museum, Xiaobo. It should be easy to get a top-quality evolution stone. Grandpa Dunmei has a top-quality water stone in his hand, but the old guy is smiling but hiding a knife. He doesn't believe in his character. It's fake that he can't drink strange wine. He can't catch strange feng shui when fishing. His mouth is the hardest, which well interprets the stubbornness of the fisherman who can't catch fish. He dare not make a deal with the other party, not to mention it's a king-level prop transaction. What if the old guy wants the prop and the person? He will cry in the toilet. Putting down the pen and closing the notebook, this is his future career plan. Whether he can get the top-quality water stone at that time, he will make the next plan. The itinerary of the Quartz Conference remains unchanged. Eevee spent a few days with Yuhai and gradually became familiar with Yuhai. Seeing Yuhai in a daze, he would rub against Yuhai and act like a spoiled child from time to time. Yuhai felt Eevee's furry head, and when he reached out, Eevee, who was lying on the table, raised his head and rubbed his palm. He raised this Eevee as a pet. Eevee must have a psychological shadow on fighting and evolution. He would wait until they gradually became familiar with each other. He would not force Eevee to evolve or fight. This Eevee can probably only evolve into Moon Eevee. Don't even think about other Eevees. The bright evil energy in its body clearly shows that it has greater potential to evolve into Moon Eevee. But the evolution of Moon Eevee requires intimacy and a full moon at night, which is more demanding than the evolution of Zubat. At least they can't meet the conditions now. The intimacy is definitely not enough, so they can only keep it. Jaja, Zapdos is used to lying on Yu-Hai's thigh, but it prefers to hide in the hat. Tisk, Eevee on the left hand, Zapdos on the right hand, Yu-Hai secretly enjoyed the feeling of petting cats. In fact, this trip was quite enjoyable, all of them were furry little guys. Forget about Riolu, the little dog didn't want to pay attention to him, and he was too lazy to make himself unhappy. Fortunately, Riolu's injury was almost healed, and he would train with Frog, so he left it alone. Riolu didn't have such a big aversion to Frog, just like Frog's little follower, only listening to Frog. If he couldn't change Riolu's 3 views and his attitude towards humans, he couldn't subdue Riolu, so he would let him roam in the gym. It didn't matter if there was one less Pokémon, he didn't lack combat Pokémon. Except for Frog, the remaining Pokémons were not released. After all, they were still on the boat. Too many Pokémons would hinder other tourists and were not suitable for release. No wonder the League has a rule that trainers can only carry 6 Pokémons on their bodies. It seems that this rule is quite reasonable. He carried 20 elves with him, and it took him a long time just to eat. He was afraid to let them out because there were too many elves. If it weren't for the sensible mosquito frogs who helped him take care of the little guys, he really couldn't take care of them. Looking through the panels of these elves silently, he would record the interesting things during the trip, and if he found interesting ideas, he would also record them. When he saw the panel of Mosquito Frog, he sighed helplessly. The last time he looked at the panel of Mosquito Frog, the panel of Mosquito Frog had reached the end. This time, the panel was not much better. The level had not moved, and it was stuck by the potential. After turning off the panel of Mosquito Frog, he looked at the panels of other elves and saw the panel of Double Bomb Gas. The level changed a lot. It had the same double growth rate as Jengar, and with the addition of small snacks such as toxin crystals, it grew faster, but lacked actual combat. It seems that Jengar has to let Double Bomb Gas be trained in the dream. These two guys often hang out together. He found that these two families, the guys actually poisoned each other. Eating the toxins secreted by Poison Frog and Zubat was not enough, Jengar also ate the toxins of Double Gas. The toxins of Double Gas were not tasty to Jengar, after all, Double Gas was a Pokémon that ate exhaust gas. Then Jengar let Double Gas taste his own toxins, and Double Gas instantly turned red and almost poisoned. It turned out that Jengar's toxins were the most poisonous, and even Double Gas couldn't stand it. After Double Gas joined them, it became the second most poisonous Pokémon. After all, it was a Pokémon cultivated by toxins. Poison Frog was the third most poisonous, Zubat was the fourth most poisonous, and Orb Spinner was the fifth most poisonous. Since the last gym, Zubat's panel has not been seen for more than a month. Golbat. Attributes: Poison plus Flying. Gender: Male. Potential: 65.37%. Level: 40.11%. Features: Mental Power /23.53%. Hidden Feature: Penetration /22.13%. Mastering the moves. Over a month, Golbat's potential is slowly growing, just like a turtle crawling, he's also used to it. Fortunately, Golbat has reached the senior level, but unfortunately, Golbat's evolution requires intimacy, so it's hard to increase its potential, and intimacy evolution is also the hardest evolution. Golbat is still a vest Pokémon, so it's impossible to use it openly to brush up intimacy, so evolution becomes even harder. It seems like we can only wait for it to evolve naturally, and it will evolve naturally when intimacy is reached, just like the Eevee who is rubbing against him, both of which evolve with intimacy. Golbat's characteristics change a lot, and they all grow to varying degrees as their strength increases. During this period, Zubat also learned a lot of new moves, most of which were advanced moves, and the moves of the original system, so he could learn them so quickly. And Zubat's physical fitness has caught up, which is a cause for celebration. Finally, there is no need to detoxify. Zubat can decompose excess toxins by itself without hurting the body. Not bad, not bad, Yu Hai nodded secretly and closed Zubat's panel. This Zubat was enough for exploration and vigilance. At least there was a guard on the surface, but the orb spider was still a little worse. Putting Zubat down, he opened the panel of the poisonous skull frog again. Since the last time they parted on the luxury cruise ship, he hadn't seen the panel of the poisonous skull frog for a month. It was definitely at the senior level. Poison frog. Attribute, poison plus fighting. Gender, male. Potential, 66.46%. Level, 42.32%. Feature, danger prediction /38.68%. Hidden feature, poison hand /39.88%. Mastering the moves. I haven't looked at Poison Frog's panel for a month, and Poison Frog's potential has actually increased. He remembered that he only gave Poison Frog the fighting gem, and didn't give Poison Frog anything related to poison. Poison Frog's potential has increased more than Zubat's. Logically, the potential of the two is not great, and the increase should not change much. Unexpectedly, there is an increase of 0.1. He can only attribute it to the poison talent. The poison talent that Zubat forced to give birth to was castrated by him. Poison Frog's natural poison talent was balanced by his physical fitness, and now it begins to feed back the potential. Not bad. As expected, Poison Frog's level has reached the senior level, which is higher than Zubat, which is reasonable. After all, the first Poison Frog was captured. The proficiency of the characteristics has also increased, and Poison Frog's perception of danger has become stronger and stronger. As for the moves, he let Poison Frog learn new moves, and basically learned all of them, all from other Pokémon, which can be regarded as making full use of them and increasing Poison Frog's attack surface. After closing Poison Frog's panel, Yu Hai put down his pen and stretched his waist. There was nothing to see about the remaining Pokémons, such as Kentaro, Ditto, and Orb Spinner. These auxiliary Pokémons don't need to be too concerned. If every Pokémon is carefully cultivated, then he should do nothing and concentrate on studying Pokémons. It's better to be a Pokémon researcher. I really envy Zai and other trainers. They have Professor Oak to help cultivate Pokémons. The workload is too much for one person. After putting away the Pokémon's notes, it's almost time for lunch. He didn't inform Kita. This kid is not without money, and he doesn't know where to catch Pokémons. He ate lunch first, waited for Kita to come back, helped Kita check the talents of Pokémon, and asked Kita to continue catching Pokémon without good talents. He went to the battlefield on the passenger ship in the afternoon when he had nothing to do. Although it was just an inland passenger ship, it had all kinds of entertainment facilities, especially the battlefield. He watched the battle on the second floor of the battlefield in the afternoon. When he was excited, he would go down and play 2 games with Forettos. For the whole afternoon, he did not encounter an opponent who could break Forettos's defense. Even if the opponent used a fire Pokémon, it was useless. Forettos, which was spinning at high speed, rolled directly towards the jet of flames. He fought his way out of the sea of fire and hit the opponent's big face, knocking the opponent unconscious. Forettos was fine. His whole body was black and it was completely impossible to see that he was burned black. It was considered a test of fire resistance. It seems that the value of his training method has increased again. When his Forettos became famous, many trainers came to ask where he met his Forettos and how he trained him. In response, he casually perfunctorily dealt with the group of people, and when no one was paying attention, he slipped into the crowd. There were so many people on the boat, and fortunately he was masked, so no one recognized him. After changing his clothes in the public toilet, he came to the side of the boat again to have dinner and enjoy the beautiful sunset. As the whistle sounded, they also docked. After getting off the boat, Kita went to buy a transfer ticket, and he also said goodbye to Kita here. Kita still failed to capture the talented long-winged gull. In this regard, he also persuaded Kita, long-winged gull is a water type and flying type. You already have Squidward, and you are not short of flying type Pokemon. There is no need to be too persistent. I understand, boss. Kita has 8 Pokemon in his hand, which is enough for a new trainer to start with. It's just that there are too few main forces. The Pokemon that can be used as the main force are only Pidgeot, Geodude, Zubat, and Squidward. The remaining Pokemon are more auxiliary. The main force is not incapable of fighting, but it is not as strong as other Pokemon. Let's go. I have told Ian that I will help you find a job. You have to learn from him well. Yuhai waved goodbye to Kita, let Kita relax, and then watched Kita board the ship. Goodbye, I will come to see you when you come back. Kita didn't know how long Yuhai would stay in Kanto and what he was going to do. He didn't dare to ask, and the other party wouldn't tell. Goodbye, Yuhai smiled helplessly. After all, he was still a child. It was great that he dared to travel far away by boat alone. I hope Kita arrives at the Orange Islands safely. He had already told him to be careful on the road and not to expose himself too much. If he could stay in the cabin all the time, he should try not to come out. He could also rent a training room to train elves. It was best not to cause trouble. When you don't have the strength, it's like this. It's not too late to be wild when you have the strength. As for the arrangement of this kid, who told this kid to have a criminal record, which is obviously not in the light, and can be used to do some shameful things. For these little guys, everyone has their own use in the future. He will not leave these people to play soy sauce, but will charge for him. After saying goodbye to Kaitao, Yuhai turned and entered the city. His future plans were too far away, and he was now in a hurry. This port city is not big, but fortunately there is also a ferry center. He came to the ferry center to register for accommodation and planned to stay in the ferry center. We will go to Yahung City tomorrow. It is not far from Yahung City. We can reach there in one morning by car, and it only takes 1 or 2 hours to fly there. We can reach there soon, so there is no rush. We will talk about challenging the gym tomorrow. After sitting on the boat all day today, the swaying feeling is back. He didn't get seasick when he was on the big ship before, but his dizziness came back as soon as he got on the small boat. It didn't get better all day, so he planned to have a good sleep. He let everyone out for dinner and asked them to stay in the nightmare world. He released the orb silk spider and the mosquito-repellent frog to keep watch, and fell asleep while holding Evie. Evie felt Yuhai's steady breathing, slowly crawled out from under Yuhai's palm, looked at the orb silk spider in the corner, and the mosquito-repellent frog beside the bed, came to Yuhai's face, lay quietly, and looked quietly. I don't know whether it is good or bad to follow this trainer, but the new trainer is very good to it, at least much better than the previous trainer. Because of the evolution stone, Eevee is very popular in Stone Town, which also leads to many stray Eevee. Fortunately, there are kind people who adopt Eevee, at least Joey and Junso will do so. When Eevee followed the trainer, he saw many stray Eevee. He thought that after being abandoned, he would also start to wander, but he didn't. Being abandoned is unfortunate, or perhaps lucky. Eevee stretched out its little pink tongue, licked Yuhai's nose, curled up in Yuhai's arms, and fell asleep gently and relaxed. Zubat panel. Zuzbat panel. Zuzbat. Attributes, poison plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 65.37%. Level, 40.11%. Characteristics, mental power /23.53%. Hidden characteristic, penetration /22.13%. Poison mastered moves, sludge bomb /35.64%. Venomous fang /36.45%. Venom shock /35.74%. Venomous /38.82%. Flying, wing attack /29.31%, air blade /28.54%, air blade /27.32%, feather perch /12.33%, tailwind /22.53%. General, lightning flash /29.11%, hold /36.88%, ultrasonic wave /34.12%, screech /32.35%, black eyes /21.64%. Evil, bite /27.41%, crush /10.64%. Trick /14.43%. Provocation /24.73%. Grass type, absorb /22.21%. Ultimate absorb /8.01%. Psychic type, hypnosis /22.14%. High speed movement /12.34%. Unclassified, steel wing /13.54%. Blood sucking /23.94%. Toxic skull frog panel. Toxic skull frog panel. Toxic skull frog. Attribute, poison plus fighting. Gender, potential, 66.46%. Level, 42.32%. Features, danger prediction /38.68% hidden feature. Poison hand /39.88%. Poison system mastered moves, poison attack /36.11%. Toxic /38.55%. Venom shock /36.44%. Poison needle /31.15%. Sludge bomb /26.34%. Fighting system, explosive fist /26.47%. Absorbing fist /34.24%. Bodybuilding /26.77%. Kick /24.34%. Ground system, mud throwing /34.31%. Mud shooting /34.35%. Ghost system, shadow ball /21.25%. Shadow claw /11.35%. Evil system, provocation /25.55%. Assault /12.51%. Trickery /10.71%. Unclassified, bullet fist /36.27%. Hold /40.51%. Sleep /41.72%. Frozen fist /14.52%. Thunder fist /14.62%. Swallow return /11.37%. Chapter 512, Yahung Jim. The 39th day of going to Kanto, sunny. When he got up in the morning, it was a new day. He first gave breakfast to the elves, packed up and went to the lobby of the elf center, and called the Xiaogan Jim. The maid answered the phone, and he teleported the night snail back, reminding the maid that if the Jim asked, let them read the latest evolutionary papers in the academic forum. There was no way, Yu Hai really couldn't explain his foresight, so he could only let the maid tell the Jim that the two elves were in a food chain relationship, and they were together when they were captured, so they happened to be captured together. I hope Dunmei won't be serious, anyway, he won't explain too much, believe it or not. After teleporting the night snail back, he hung up the phone, had breakfast at the elf center, and then came to the outside of the elf center, sitting on the big-mouthed gull to leave the small town and go to the inland Yahung city. The seaside town and Yahung city are in a straight line, so he flew directly north. There was no need to ride the cow for the last section of the journey, and let the old cow rest for a few days. Well, he didn't mean to exploit the old cow. Just think about the whole cow banquet and you will understand. Being his mount is better than being on the table. Although it was just an auxiliary elf, he would not treat Niu badly. He would not be short of energy blocks, and he would be much freer than staying in the hunting zone. He could also eat grass from different regions, which was quite good. After flying for more than an hour, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Yahung city, let the gull land outside the city, and they walked into the city. The primary purpose of coming here was to challenge the gym. He went straight to the Yahung gym. When he passed by the game city, the memory deep in his mind suddenly attacked, making him realize that the game city was related to the rocket team. The rocket team base was under the Yahung game city, so he would not go there. What games to play in the elf world? Can games be as fun as elf battles? After asking passers-by, the first sight he saw when he arrived at the Yahung gym gave him the feeling of a garden. It seems that the introduction was correct. The gym owner Ljia was a trainer who liked plants. No wonder coming here felt like coming to a forest. You know, although this is just the edge of the city, it is also a city of reinforced concrete, but it has been built into a garden gym. He came to the entrance of the gym, where there was a waitress to welcome trainers, but when he walked in, he saw that the gym was in ruins, even the roof had a big hole, and there were traces of burning everywhere. He wondered what happened here. Are you here to challenge the trainer of the gym? The waitress saw Yu Hai coming and asked Yu Hai's purpose. Yes, what happened here? Can I still challenge the gym? Yu Hai looked inside the gym, where many vegetation were on fire and burned black. There was a fire in the gym some time ago, and the gym is being repaired now. If you want to challenge the gym owner Li Jia, please follow me. The waitress raised her hand and pointed the way, and asked Yu Hai to follow her. Yu Hai could only follow the waitress to the building next to the gym, where there was an open-air battlefield, and many girls were chatting here. He also smelled the smell of perfume, and his nose was a little itchy. He didn't like the smell of multiple perfumes mixed together, which was very unfriendly to his nose. Master Ljia, a trainer wants to challenge the gym. The waitress brought Yu Hai over and came under the parasol to inform Master Ljia that the challenger had arrived. You should check the challenger's trainer's illustrated book first and ask him to go to the battlefield. I'll be there soon, Ljia told the waitress, and then turned to talk to her sisters about perfume. Yu Hai looked at the girl who was talking to the waitress. She was wearing a fresh green top, with a playful blue short hair, and a striking red hairpin, which was embellished in her hair. Her fair skin gave her a fresh and refined feeling. I heard that the other party was a teacher. Then, he was registered by the waitress for the illustrated book. There was no problem with the illustrated book, and he was led to the battlefield to wait. When Ljia saw Yu Hai enter, she immediately said goodbye to her sisters, slowly entered the field and stood on the other side of the battlefield, explaining the rules of the gym battle to Yu Hai. Challenger, the gym battle system of Yahung Gym is a 3-on-3 system. Ljia explained the gym battle rules and threw out the poke ball, go, creeper. Grass-type creeper. Yu Hai thought about it and threw out the poke ball, Spymantis. Spymantis came out and stared at the creeper with sharp eyes, which made the creeper feel nervous and felt that Spymantis' eyes were so scary. A Pokemon with good eyes. Ljia's eyes also lit up when she saw Spymantis, secretly thinking that this bug-type Pokemon was well cultivated. Fortunately, Yu Hai casually echoed, and immediately shouted to Spymantis, gather energy, continuous slash. Spymantis stared at the creeper, flapped its wings quickly, and rushed towards the creeper while concentrating on gathering energy and moving at high speed. Cripe, it's coming, be careful. Ljia at first, she was relaxed, but when Scythe started to accelerate, she couldn't help but be frightened. This scythe was so fast that it chopped the vine monster in just a moment. She didn't have time to issue a command before the vine monster was chopped away. Vine monster. Hujia, the vine monster hit the wall, shook its head and ran back. It told the trainer not to worry. It just used the defense to block the continuous slash of Scythe and was not hurt. Vine monster, tie it up. Ljia saw that the vine monster was fine and issued an attack command again. Hujia, the vine monster heard the vine monster tie up, and the vines on its body quickly spread to Scythe, trying to tie Scythe up with the vines. Swish, swish, swish. Scythe just raised the sickle and swung it, and cut off the vines stretched out by the vine monster, then rushed over with the lightning flash, raised the sickle again, and used continuous slashes on the vine monster. Hypnotic powder. As soon as Ljia finished speaking, before the vine monster could use the hypnotic powder, Scythe came to the vine monster and chopped it away with a knife. The hypnotic powder that had just been used was also dispersed by Scythe's wings, and it had no effect. Vine monster! Algia ran over worriedly and helped the fallen vine monster up. The vine monster shook its head. The previous combo was a bug-type move, which was twice as restrained for it, which was not easy. Seeing that the vine monster was still fighting, Algia said nothing and returned to the battlefield again, shouting to the vine monster, reflective wall. Hujia, the vine monster shouted, and a light green light curtain appeared in front of it, which could have the damage of physical moves. In response, Yu Hai smiled without comment and shouted to Scythe, "Don't worry, continue the combo." Flying Mantis flapped its wings again and rushed towards the vine monster. At this moment, Algia shouted to the vine monster, "Tie a grass knot." Hujia, the vine monster's eyes glowed green, and grass leaves suddenly appeared on the ground where there was nothing, and began to grow wildly, becoming longer and tying into knots, blocking the path that Scyther must pass. Scyther saw the green grass on the ground, and immediately stretched the flying height, avoiding the grass knots on the ground, and came behind the vine monster without any protection with a flash of lightning, and slashed again. Hujia, the vine monster flew backwards, and Scyther did not give the vine monster time to react. It quickly followed and slashed several times, and the vine monster flew back to Algia's feet, already in a coma. Vine monster! Algia saw that the vine monster had lost its ability to fight, and after comforting it twice, she took the vine monster back with the poke ball. She knew that the challenger this time was not an ordinary newcomer, and it seemed that she had to be a little stronger. "Go, Jianmian, use cotton spores." Oh, Jianmian came out and raised his hands above his head, and from the fluff on his hands and head, he spread cotton soft spores to his opponent. Once these cotton spores attach to the opponent, they will stick to the opponent, making it impossible for the opponent to see Jianmian, thus reducing the opponent's speed by 2 levels. Flying Mantis, the shadow clone rushes over and slashes continuously. Flying Mantis instantly split into 8 and rushed towards Jianmian in 8 directions, making Jianmian lose its target for a while. "Don't panic, Jianmian, use cotton spores to sweep." Flying Mantis doesn't fall for this. With the time to sweep, Flying Mantis has already rushed to Jianmian and slashed Jianmian with a knife. At this time, the power of the combo was already 160. Although it was not double restraint, Scythe was lucky and hit a critical hit, and the combo knocked the shuttlecock cotton away. Oh, shuttlecock cotton hit the wall of the audience heavily, and fainted after a combo. Shuttlecock cotton! Li Jia saw shuttlecock cotton unconscious, and had no choice but to use the poke ball to take back the shuttlecock cotton. She used shuttlecock cotton to fight the second game, hoping that shuttlecock cotton would weaken Scythe's speed, but Scythe was getting faster and faster, and the speed of level 6 was almost full. Such a Scythe was too fast, and shuttlecock cotton's attack was too slow, so it was impossible to slow down Scythe, and it was stunned by Scythe. Her grass-type Pokémons were all slow, and it was difficult to suppress such a flexible speed-type Pokémon. The third gym battle was meaningless, and sending Pokémons to the field would only make them get beaten. Scyther was too restrained by her Pokémon. She pondered for a moment, took out a colorful batch, threw it to Scyther, and waved to Yu Hai, saying, "You won, challenger." "I won just like that? Are these gym leaders playing him?" The third gym battle was a dog fight. Yu Hai secretly complained, feeling that the level of these gym leaders was not as good as his. After taking the rainbow badge from Scyther's mouth and looking at the colorful badge, he was relieved. If these gym leaders were really strong, how could Xiaoji, that stupid guy, participate in the Quartz Conference? If every gym leader had the strength of Sakeke, it is estimated that there would only be a single digit of participants in the Quartz Conference. By then, there would be no need to compete for the champion, runner-up, and third place, just rock paper scissors. This rainbow badge is his. Rika silently watched Yu Hai leave until Yu Hai disappeared, then returned to the parasol, and heard the sisters chattering and asking her. Aljia, this trainer is so strong, much stronger than the last one. Aljia, why don't you play a third game? Take out your trump card, the beautiful flower, let's see if he dares to bully my lovely Lily. Haha, everyone is too worried. The gym owner is mainly responsible for testing the trainer's qualifications to participate in the quartz conference, but he will not make the trainer autistic. Let's talk about this perfume. I heard that the sales are very good. It's all because my Lily's business is too good. There are so many competitors around. They are like hungry wolves when they see anything that can make money. There are perfume shops everywhere. The girls talked about perfume again. They wanted the sisters to change the topic. Using a topic that everyone is interested in is the best way. Yu Hai, who had already left the Yahung gym, didn't know what happened in the gym. Finally, he left the Yahung gym with a strong perfume. He felt that the air was much fresher. On those girls, there are at least 4 or 5 kinds of perfumes. They are definitely good when taken alone, but when all mixed together, plus the sweat smell on a hot day, wow! Ahem, girls are always beautiful and fragrant. He dared not say anything, dared not ask anything. After having lunch at the Pokemon Center, he had already got the rainbow badge. Next was the 6th gym. Which gym should he choose? Currently, there are the dark grey gym, the cerulean gym, and the fighting gym. The closest one to him is the fighting gym in Golden City in the east, the second is the cerulean gym in the northeast, and the third is the dark grey gym in the northwest. For these 3 gyms, of course, he would go to the nearest fighting gym first, which is in Golden City, and there is also the Golden Gym in Nancy. He would not fight in the Golden Gym, but go there to get the fighting badge. Just leave Golden City. Nazi's gym will not fight because this person is poisonous and can turn people into dolls. He suspected that hypnosis was used to hypnotize people into dolls and put them in his toy box to play. He didn't understand the bad taste of a superpower, but no matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with his brain. He didn't want to go through this. First take the fighting badge, then go to the simplest Hualan gym. The 3 Hualan sisters don't have to fight at all, they just give badges. The dark grey gym is placed at the end. The owner is probably Xiaogong's father. This man's strength cannot be underestimated. There are Quasi kings. He feels that he is likely to be a king. Although this man likes to make babies and likes to live with his wife, he uses rock and ground elves, so he shouldn't be as weak as these gym owners. I have seen Xiao after reading the resume of Gang's father, even he was a little unconfident. If this man concentrates on being a trainer, it is a sure thing that he will become a king. Even Luian, who is a wild man, has managed to get a king-level Radon. As a gym owner with a family heritage, there is no reason why Gang's father can't reach the king level. So he will challenge it later. If he can't get the grey badge, he will challenge other gyms. He only needs 1 badge. There are many gyms left. He can get 8 badges without fighting the gyms where Team Rocket is undercover. There is no need to rush. By then, maybe Gang's father will be lazy and let Gang's younger brother play for him. Don't say he bullies children. It's easy to get the grey badge. After lunch, he set off immediately. It is very close from Yahung City to Jinhuang City. Not only is there a highway, but also a high-speed rail. But he flew there, flying east all the way, a straight line, and he will arrive in Jinhuang City in the evening. The owner of the fighting gym is Hamakuri in the anime and Wyud in the game, and he doesn't know which one this is. Along the way, he feels that the world view is more like the anime, and the owner is probably the same as the one in the anime. In fact, it doesn't matter which owner it is. He will leave after getting the badge and will not stay in Golden City. It is unknown whether the silver company here is controlled by the rocket team. Anyway, there are thieves everywhere. He can't even sleep peacefully here. There is also a maglev train here, which is the high-speed train he saw when he flew over. It can go directly to Chengdu and pass through Yahung City. I don't know how the construction party broke through the quartz plateau. Anyway, he dare not take the high-speed train. If the road is destroyed by the elves, I'm afraid there will be a car crash and death on the spot. The high-speed train with a speed of up to 550 km per hour will probably leave only meat scraps if it crashes. It's safer to take a boat. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, he officially entered the city of Jinhuang City and took a taxi on the roadside to the fighting dojo. Fortunately, it was not dark yet. It was just past 4 in the afternoon and the fighting dojo was still open. He got off the car and went directly into the fighting dojo. Chapter 513, Fighting Dojo. Fighting Dojo. To be honest, this place is more like a boxing gym. There are all kinds of fighting elves practicing boxing, and even humans are punching. Hello? Are you a trainer who comes to challenge? As soon as Yu Hai came in, he was stopped by a boy in a white training suit and asked about his purpose of entering the fighting dojo. Yes, can I challenge the gym now? Yu Hai saw that the other party asked this, so he could only wait for the other party's purpose. Please follow me, the owner of Hamakuri is in the main dojo. The boy led Yu Hai away, and the students who were practicing boxing stopped training because there was something exciting to watch. Yu Hai was led to the main dojo, where a short old man with a mustache was supervising a girl practicing boxing. The boy whispered a few words in the old man's ear, and the old man asked the girl to stop, turned around and looked at Yu Hai, the challenger, in black clothes and black pants, black hair and black eyes. Finally, the old man came up with the word ordinary. It was probably another newcomer who came to challenge his fighting dojo. Newcomer, the dojo battle system of the fighting dojo requires a fighting type Pokemon to challenge. Do you have a fighting type Pokemon? This Yu Hai was completely at a loss when he heard this. He had only seen a fighting gym here before, but he hadn't seen the competition system of the fighting gym. He also needed a fighting type Pokemon. What was he going to do? If you don't have one, go and capture a fighting type Pokemon, and then challenge the fighting gym. The old man Hamakuri waved his hand and was ready to drive people away. They also had to eat dinner at this time, so they didn't stay any longer. Well, is Frog okay? Yu Hai had flown hard for an afternoon, so he naturally didn't give up. He had to try his best. What if he could fight against it? Frog? The unevolved form of Frog Swim is barely okay. The old man Hamakuri pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and did not reject Frog Swim's challenge. Although Frog Swim doesn't have a fighting type, Frog Swim will have a fighting type after evolving. If he wants to deny Frog Swim, how did Frog Swim come about? I thought the gym owner would refuse. Yes, the gym owner doesn't seem to be as old-fashioned as before. You don't know yet, the gym owner is selecting a successor. Master Kaotaro only wants to make ramen, which makes the gym owner very distressed. No wonder the gym owner relaxed the gym battle system. The successor has gone to make ramen. The gym owner must be very troubled. The old man Hamakuri heard the discussion outside the door, and immediately snorted. His serious eyes swept over the students outside the door, warning these guys not to be lazy. Seeing the gym owner's intimidating eyes, the students who were eavesdropping outside the door quickly returned to their sandbags, shouted loudly, and hit the sandbags hard. Release your Pokemon, newcomer. The old man Hamakuri looked at his apprentice, Sishi, and let the apprentice respond to the challenge of the trainer. Okay, master. Sishi got the eye instruction from the old man Hamakuri, and immediately came to the battlefield, threw out the poke ball, released his fighting Pokemon, Zhan Wulang. Go, Frog. Yu Hai threw Frog. Fortunately, Frog could still fight, otherwise he really didn't know where to get a ready-made fighting Pokemon. Newcomer, the fighting dojo has 2 matches. Only those who defeat my apprentice, CZI, can challenge the gym leader. The old man Hamakuri explained the rules of the battle and asked the referee to verify Yu Hai's illustrations. Seeing that everything was arranged properly and Yu Hai's identity was no problem, Yu Hai also nodded to show that he understood the rules. He raised his hand and asked the referee in the middle of the battlefield to start. The first match of the gym battle will be between the Fighting Dojo student CZI and the challenger Yu Hai. The battle begins. Zhan Wulang, gather energy, high-speed rotation, 3 consecutive kicks. Good fellow, Yu Hai was secretly shocked when he saw the opponent's Zhan Wulang, who started with a 3 combination attack. He thought that the girl on the other side with twin ponytails was so cute, but it turned out to be a fighting maniac. Mosquito Frog, did you see the spikes on Zhan Wulang's head? Use a water gun. Yobo, Mosquito Frog saw Zhan Wulang staring at him intently, and after shouting with a punching posture, he completed the energy gathering, and rushed towards him with his head down, and immediately opened his mouth to face Zhan Wulang's rotation fulcrum. Spit out the water gun. Puff, puff, puff. 3 consecutive water guns, each more powerful than the last, all aimed at the rotation fulcrum. As long as the balance of Zhan Wulang is broken, the 3 consecutive kicks that have not yet been kicked out will be broken without attack. Kabo, Zhan Wulang's rotation balance was knocked off, and he fell to the ground immediately. The Mosquito Frog seized the opportunity, rushed up with a waterfall burst, punched Zhan Wulang, and knocked him out. Hearing a bang, Sishi turned back in astonishment and looked at Zhan Wulang on the wall. He didn't expect that his 3 consecutive kicks that were always successful would be broken like this. How is it possible? Shi, your weakness is too obvious. The old man Hamakuri was also secretly shocked. He didn't know how this newcomer found this balance weakness. The 3 water guns were also very accurate. After knocking off this balance point, Zhan Wulang's charging would be interrupted. Through the accelerated rotation of the 3 kick, not only did he not kick out, but he also exposed his weakness and was defeated. Now it seems that the opponent is not a newcomer, but an experienced trainer. He can't be treated as a newcomer who just went out. Master, Shi hugged Zhan Wulang who fainted. She was also embarrassed because he fainted with just 1 punch. She didn't expect Zhan Wulang to be so weak. Back off, I will fight him, the old man Hamakuri asked his disciple to retreat with the Pokemon. He slowly stood up, threw out his poke ball, and released fast punch. He could see that the frog had entered the senior level and was not a challenger that his disciple could deal with. Shi was still a little short after all. Newcomer, underestimated you. Please teach me, master. Yu Hai smiled and raised his hand in return, indicating that the other party could start at any time. Fast fist, high-speed movement, lightning punch. Good fellow, I overestimated you. Yu Hai really didn't expect that this old man was very bad. He was probably not practicing formaldehyde, but playing the attribute restraint trick. Mosquito Frog, ice punch, pay attention to protection. Since the other party came with this trick, he would not be polite. Yobo, Mosquito Frog heard the ice punch, and the water under his feet exploded. He rushed towards the fast fist without dodging. The ice punch and the lightning punch collided with each other, producing a small ice explosion. After all, the Mosquito Frog did not use its full strength, but it was enough to deal with this fast fist. Boom! As the 2 elves exploded in the middle, the Mosquito Frog and the fast fist flew back one after another. It was just a punch, and the old man Hamakuri did not expect this to happen. The fast fist hit the wall heavily, and fell from the wall. He barely supported his body when he slid down, and his charred fists and arms were obviously seriously injured. Yobo, the Mosquito Frog also hit the wall, but a ball of water exploded, and the Mosquito Frog landed lightly. Except for his wet body and the soaked wooden floor, he did not feel any discomfort. He became more and more skilled in dealing with the counter-injury of the explosion. How is it possible? What kind of move is this? The old man Hamakuri saw the huge contrast between the 2 sides and exclaimed. He had never seen such a move in so many years of boxing. This is my secret, Yu Hai smiled helplessly. How could he tell others about this kind of thing? Fast fist, are you okay? Seeing that Yu Hai only smiled and didn't say anything, the old man Hamakuri turned back to look at his fast fist. Since the other party didn't say it, he could force him to say it. Beep, Fast Fist nodded seriously to his trainer, indicating that he could still fight, and returned to the battlefield again. Kuai Fist, continue with the Thunder Fist. Mosquito Frog, Chi Fist. Chi Fist? A fighting type backhand move that requires charging. What does the opponent want to do? The two elves on the battlefield quickly answered the old man Hamakuri's doubts. Mosquito Frog focused on the fast-moving Kuai Fist. When Kuai Fist came close, Mosquito Frog jumped away with both feet. No matter how Kuai Fist chased him, Mosquito Frog only needed to climb the waterfall once to avoid Kuai Fist's Thunder Fist. When Mosquito Frog dodged the Thunder Fist for the second time, it did not run away this time, but climbed the waterfall twice in a row, once to the side of Kuai Fist, and once to punch Kuai Fist. Bang! The Chi Fist that had been charged hit Kuai Fist. The power of 150 directly hit Kuai Fist against the wall, and he couldn't get off. Come back, Mosquito Frog, Yu-Hai recalled Mosquito Frog when he saw that the battle was over. This is the first time that the Mosquito Frog uses the true Chi Fist, and there are still many areas that need to be improved. First, the battlefield is too small, which affects the Mosquito Frog's power accumulation. Second, the power accumulation time is too long. The power accumulation during movement needs to be strengthened. The gym owner lost just 2 punches. The explosion of the first punch injured the Fast Fist man, which will affect the balance of the Fast Fist man and slow down the speed of the Fast Fist man. Otherwise, the second punch would not be so slow to catch up. But the gym owner still lost. What moves did he use? So strong. You can ask later, maybe you can learn it. Newcomer, confused, the old man Binlai was still a little bit unbelievable. He didn't expect that he would lose like this. He couldn't help asking himself, where did all the boxing he practiced for half a lifetime go? The students who were talking outside the door made him upset and confused, so he couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. Master, do I win? Yu-Hai saw the old man's face twisted, and he didn't know what he had eaten to make him so sour. Yu-Hai, you win, the old man Hamakuri heard Yu-Hai's active question. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he didn't dare to delay any longer, lest he be laughed at by the students. It's not like he had never lost before. The fighting badge is yours, newcomer, may I ask? Sorry, it's getting late, and I still need to find a place to stay. Goodbye. Yu-Hai caught the badge thrown by the old man and turned to leave the fighting dojo. He didn't want to stay and face trouble. If he couldn't figure it out, forget it. Other people have seen the outbreak of the mosquito-repellent frog and can push it out. What moves did his mosquito-repellent frog use? Why can't you do it? That can only mean that you are bad. Yu-Hai left the fighting dojo and ignored the students who chased him out. He took a taxi and went out of the city. When he passed by the fighting dojo next door, he also took a look at the gym here. Next to the fighting dojo is Nancy's golden gym. He just glanced at it and stopped looking at it. He was afraid that Nancy inside could feel his gaze. In fact, his feeling was right. Although Nancy didn't sense him, she sensed Darkray's breath. Leaving? Hurriedly coming and leaving? Interesting, interesting. A girl with blue eyes seemed to be able to see Yu-Hai. Her eyes were fixed on the wall, looking at Yu-Hai, who was in a taxi, moving away from herself and away from Golden City. Until outside the city, Darkray's voice sounded in Yu-Hai's heart. It sensed me. Who? Yu-Hai was shocked. Could it be that Nancy found out? I don't know. It's a very strong superpower. If she is a human, it's too scary. I have never met such a scary human. Let's leave Golden City as soon as possible. Yu-Hai didn't dare to stay any longer and planned to explain to Darkray on the way. He immediately boarded the Gull and flew around Golden City, heading straight for Cerulean City in the north. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until it was dark. He explained to Darkray, that person is called Nancy. She has very strong superpowers. She is called a humanoid superpower elf. She can turn anything into the shape she wants. She can't control that superpower. I can feel her, and she can feel me. I felt it from the moment we entered the city. She is Team Rocket's undercover in the league. It seems that only Sakeka can suppress such a person, Yu-Hai sighed helplessly. Nancy's extraordinary superpower talent made her brain abnormal. He didn't want to contact such a person. He didn't want to even himself all of them are put into it. Sakeka? You are afraid of this human Sakeka, is he strong? Darkrai was puzzled. Even that superpowered human was Sakeka's man. It really didn't know how strong this kind of human was. Sakeka subdued Mewtwo, Yu-Hai only mentioned a name. He believed that Darkrai would understand. A Darkrai did understand, and was speechless. It had seen Mewtwo. That terrifying superpower aura was stronger than the superpowered human just now. Sakeka subdued Mewtwo and subdued that superpowered human. Doesn't that mean Sakeka is the strongest human? No, he is not the strongest human. The strongest human is in the alliance. There is one in each region, and there are who knows how many more in secret. Yu-Hai thought of Grandpa Itsumai. That Slow King must be a champion. These old guys are all old bastards. He doesn't want to deal with these old bastards at all. When was he sold? He counted the money happily, not knowing that he was selling his own money. You humans are really scary. Darkrai couldn't help but sigh. There are too many strong people in the human world. It must be careful in the future. Along the way, it can be counted on one hand whether it is elves or humans who can sense its existence. There will be more in the future. It must find a way to improve its strength, but it has encountered a bottleneck. The threshold of the king is not so easy to cross. There are many, otherwise I wouldn't have been hiding all the time. Yu-Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior level, even if it has the strength of quasi-king level, is still not enough. At least the strength of the king level is enough. Family members know their own affairs. He still knows his own weight, otherwise he wouldn't look for thighs everywhere. Next, he chatted with Darkrai from time to time, and finally arrived at the brightly lit Cerulean city before 12 o'clock in the evening. He has been fascinated by the underwater ballet of the Three Sisters of Cerulean for a long time. I'm not sure if I can catch the show tomorrow. It's getting late tonight. I need to find a hotel to stay in. I'll go to the Cerulean gym tomorrow to see if I can get a badge and see legs. Ahem, so cliché. That's called a show. Can a trainer's job be called legs? That's called underwater ballet. Chapter 514, Cerulean Gym. The 40th day to Kanto, sunny. In the morning at the Cerulean City Hotel, Yu-Hai scratched Eevee's belly after waking up from the soft white bed, woke up the sleepy Eevee, and went to the bathroom to wash up together. After this Eevee got familiar with him, he took over the bed-warming task of Slowpoke. His mood has improved a lot recently. It's not as gloomy as when he was in Stone Town. It's a good thing. Yee, Eevee jumped onto the sink and rubbed Yu-Hai's arm while he was brushing his teeth. Following the new trainer, there are indeed no such troubles. The only thing it worries about is what to eat today and where to sleep at night. After brushing his teeth, Yu-Hai took out a new toothbrush, put some toothpaste on it, and put it near Eevee's mouth, and Eevee took a bite. Eevee, Eevee shook his head, brushed his teeth, and rinsed his mouth with tap water. Come and have breakfast, Eevee. Yu-Hai smiled and touched Eevee's little head, asking Eevee to come and have breakfast with everyone. Eevee jumped directly onto Yu-Hai's shoulder and rubbed Yu-Hai's cheek. For the clingy Eevee, Yu-Hai felt that it was very similar to the cat he raised in his previous life, just as clingy and just as fond of acting like a spoiled child. He took Eevee to the bedroom and released all the elves. Fortunately, the hotel room was big enough to release all the elves for breakfast. Some elves ate breakfast on the ground, some elves ate breakfast on the bed, and elves like Jengar and Vapor could only go to the bathroom to eat breakfast. There is no way, the smell of the double bullet gas is too strong. When the double bullet gas can control the stench, we can have breakfast together. EV. Attribute, general. Gender, female. Potential, 54%. Level, 26.63%. Feature, adaptability /12.23%. Hidden feature, danger prediction /16.13%. Mastering the moves. A week has passed, and there is no change in EV's panel, but it is okay as long as the mood has improved. Everyone likes little EV, which is also a good thing. It is a small group pet, and everyone will give in to little EV. After closing the EV panel, he felt that this EV was only one full moon away from evolution, and there was also the intimacy between them. For this reason, he will try to put EV outside in the next trip, and will not put it in the poke ball, so that he can brush the intimacy anytime and anywhere. After breakfast, he took all the Pokemons back, leaving only Frog with him, EV on his shoulder, Darkrai and Jengar in the shadow. So he left the hotel, checked out and came to the Cerulean Gym. There were not many people in the Cerulean Gym today. He came at the wrong time. There was no water ballet performance today. Fortunately, the gym door was not locked. He walked straight into the gym and saw 3 young ladies rehearsing dance in the swimming pool. They should be the 3 sisters of Cerulean. The eldest of the 3 sisters of Cerulean is called Sakura. She has long orange-yellow hair and the gentlest personality among the 3 sisters. However, once she holds the steering wheel, she will become another person. The second one is called Icarus. She has long blue hair and a very gentle personality, but she is always cold on the outside but warm on the inside to Zioxia. The third one is called Peony. She has long red hair and cares a lot about her beauty. She often jokes that Zioxia is an ugly girl, which makes Zioxia angry every time. The 3 sisters have one thing in common, that is legs. Well, actually, they are very long and white. I won't elaborate on how long and white they are. All the old perverts who have seen it know it. He did not disturb the 3 sisters who were rehearsing. After entering the gym, he sat in the audience and watched the 3 sisters rehearsing. Their long white legs were rising and falling in the white swimming pool. You couldn't bear to interrupt their rehearsal. It was not much different from watching water ballet, and there was no ticket. It was Yu's favorite free ride. Until the 3rd sister, Mudan, saw him, a peeping Tom, the 3 sisters stopped rehearsing, stared at him, and questioned loudly. Who are you? What are you doing in the Cerulean Gym? It's wrong to peek at our rehearsal, you peeping Tom. Ahem, sorry, I'm here to challenge the trainer of the Cerulean Gym. Can I challenge the gym now? Yu Hai immediately changed the subject. He was not a peeping Tom, he was just appreciating the beauty. Challenging the trainer of the gym. When the eldest sister Sakura heard that they were here to challenge the trainer of the gym, she brought the 2 sisters out of the swimming pool. She did not expose Yu Hai's little thoughts, but said helplessly, Trainer brother, we are rehearsing and don't have time to accept your challenge. If you want a blue badge, you can help the Cerulean Gym as the acting gym leader for a day. This? Is it possible? Yu Hai saw that the 3 women had this attitude, and couldn't help but secretly complain. Did these 3 sisters come like this after Zioxia left home? They were too lazy to accept the challenge of the trainer and gave the badge, or just found a substitute. The 3 sisters were so passive and lazy, but the gym's business license had not been revoked by the alliance. How strong a relationship must it be to maintain the gym until now? You are the first trainer to challenge the gym today. I'll leave the job of acting as the gym to you, trainer brother. Gudong, Yu Hai swallowed his saliva secretly. The sound was too soft and too tempting. When paired with the swimsuits of the 3 sisters during rehearsal, could you not use this to test the cotters? He couldn't stand the test. Okay, I'll help you for a day. Yu Hai didn't dare to look at the 3 sisters. They were more seductive than each other. His eyes were erratic in an instant. In short, he didn't look at these three fairies anymore. Since he had to help Hualan Jim, he returned to the audience. He didn't want to watch the rehearsal of the three sisters, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the swimming pool. "Hey, you haven't practiced enough," Yu Hai couldn't help but warn himself, but he couldn't help it. After all, this was the reaction of a normal time traveler. He is not a god, just a mortal. It's normal to love beauty. Anyway, it's a waste not to look at it. As time passed, he yawned, but no challenger came to challenge Hualan Jim. Well, you can't blame him for yawning, after all, there are big white legs in the swimming pool, no matter how beautiful the legs are, you will get tired of them. There were many seniors like this in his previous life. The sea view rooms at home were all top-notch, but they still couldn't help going to the internet cafe to enjoy the fireworks. Just when he was bored and looked at the furnishings in the gym, Hualan Jim finally came to challenge. However, the challenger was like him. Seeing that the three sisters of Hualan were rehearsing, he was not in a hurry to challenge the Jim, but sat down in the audience and watched the rehearsal of the three sisters quietly. As more and more old perverts came to the audience, it was noon. When the three sisters came out of the swimming pool and saw a large number of old perverts sitting in the audience, they shouted angrily at the old perverts, "What are you all doing? Who allowed the girl wall to come?" The old perverts in the audience were embarrassed by the question, but after looking at each other, they shouted in unison, "We are all here to challenge the trainers of Hualan Jim." Yu Hai looked at the group of old perverts speechlessly, and was too lazy to expose their little thoughts. After all, they were all in the same business. Didn't they ask you to play for them? Why don't you accept their challenge? The second sister, Acarus, raised her slender white finger and pointed at Yu Hai in the audience. This person clearly agreed, why didn't he accept the challenge? "I don't have a battlefield." Yu Hai didn't want to take the blame. Hualan Jim has only one performance field, rehearsal field, and battlefield. There is no field to fight a gym battle. "Okay, second brother, it's lunch time, let them challenge the gym, we'll go eat lunch first." The eldest brother came over and patted the second brother gently, asking him to calm down, took out the remote control to turn the swimming pool into a battlefield, and threw a wink to Yu Hai before leaving. "Acting gym leader, you must do your best." "Hi." Yu Hai suddenly felt that he was being targeted, and there was fire in everyone's eyes. Just because of Sakura's blink, the hatred seemed to be concentrated. That was the anger called jealousy. "Who wants to challenge the Cerulean Jim?" Yu Hai quickly fled the audience, came to the battlefield and stood still, waiting for the challenger to come. Then, everyone rushed to challenge him, wanting to teach him a lesson. There were so many trainers, but he was treated differently by the three sisters. "Just tell me if these bulls are angry. Come one by one trainer only fights one game." Yu Hai threw out the pokeball and released the giant claw. Since it was the Cerulean Gym, it was natural to use a water Pokemon to fight. As the challengers lined up, one by one they walked onto the battlefield. He also used the strength of the giant claw crab, the squirrel, and the Gyarados to defeat these old perverts who were dazzled by the long legs one by one. The frog did not play, as it was completely useless in such a small scene. During the battle, the three Hualan sisters who had finished lunch also came to the audience to watch Yu Hai's battle. Seeing Yu Hai defeat the challengers one by one, he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the substitute he hired this time. Not a single badge was lost, today's target was exceeded, and even the badges lost yesterday were made up. Until all the challengers were defeated, the eldest of the three sisters came to the battlefield, holding a box of lunch in her hand, which was lunch for Yu Hai. "Trainer brother, come and have lunch." "Thank you." Yu Hai didn't expect there was lunch, and he was ready to eat some fast food to fill his stomach, which was really a bit unexpected. Opening the lunch box, there were neatly arranged rice balls, sushi, fried chicken, corn, vegetables. Wow, the dishes are very rich and the layout is very delicate, but there is only a small bite of each. It is certain that this is food for people to eat, and it is not enough to eat at all. He tasted it and felt that it tasted very good. He was embarrassed to let a big beauty stare at him all the time, so he casually brought up a topic to divert the attention of the eldest Sakura. I remember that Xioxia is also from this gym. Brother, do you know Xioxia? She is our youngest sister. Sakura's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard Xioxia's name. They haven't heard about Xioxia for a long time. She was also surprised to hear about Xioxia from others. I met her near Crimson City, along with Xiaozai and Xiaogang. Yu Hai nodded silently. Seeing that Sakura's attention was diverted, he quickly scraped the rice. When Sakura reacted, he had already finished his lunch. Really? They came to the Hualan gym together. I really don't know where they are now. Sakura was very worried about this youngest sister. After all, it was her first time to travel, and she said she wanted to become a master of water elves. In fact, it would be nice to perform with them. It would be so dangerous to go out. They must be going to the Quartz conference. We will definitely meet them there. Yu Hai didn't know where these three guys were. They were in Dasha Valley before, and now they should be in Honglian Island. Ah, I didn't expect that the little brother also knew Xioxia. It's really predestined. Sakura blinked her beautiful eyes, supported her chin with her jade arm, and quietly looked at the rice at the corner of Yu Hai's mouth. She stretched out her hand to rub Evie's furry head, and took the rice from Yu Hai's mouth when Yu Hai didn't pay attention. Sakura's bold action scared Yu Hai and he quickly stepped back. He didn't expect that the two of them had just met today. Isn't this woman too familiar, and are they very familiar? Evie was also frightened by Sakura's bold move. He took a running start and jumped onto Yu Hai's shoulder, watching Sakura vigilantly. Oh, little Evie is so cute. The little brother is shy. Sakura saw Yu Hai and Evie dodge, and quickly covered her mouth and laughed softly, which immediately attracted the other two sisters. Big sister, how could you do this? Icarus pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Yes, big sister, you scared me. Peony also pouted. Big sister actually ate secretly while they were away. Ahem, Yu Hai saw that the three sisters were like this, and he could only use dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. He really couldn't stand the three sisters' ferocious behavior. How long has it been since he last saw a man, and they actually seduced him? Or seeing that he was alone, they actually took advantage of him. He had never met such a bold woman in his past and present life. It was really a rare sight. The senior was right. In addition to not fishing at night, boys must protect themselves when they go out. Compared with reserved girls like Aling, Dunmei, and Xiao Qian, these three sisters are really too bold. Is there anyone here? I want to challenge the gym. When everyone was embarrassed, someone came to challenge the Hualan gym again. Yu Hai looked at the person at the gate and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone came to rescue him. It was great. Challenger, release your Pokémon. I am the acting gym leader of Hualan Gym. I accept your challenge, Yu Hai quickly replied, asking the challenger to release the Pokémon. Acting gym leader, the boy looked at Yu Hai and laughed. Hualan Gym is still like this, getting worse and worse. If you can't beat them, just ask for a substitute. What's the point of such a gym? This? You are very angry. Yu Hai also looked at the person who came. He had dark green hair and a face full of rebelliousness. He was sure that it was a stranger trainer he didn't know. Okay, quickly release your battle Pokémon. In that case, Sandslash, it's decided to be you. The boy saw that Yu Hai was calm, but the three Hualan sisters were glaring at him, and he chuckled as he threw his Pokeball and released the initial Pokémon Sandslash. A water gym uses Sandslash? Are you sure? Yu Hai saw that the other party was still so confident. This guy has had a mysterious confidence since he entered the gym. I really don't know if he is arrogant or has the ability to ignore the attribute differences. EV panel. EV panel. EV. Attribute, general. Gender, Female. Potential, 54%. Level, 26.63%. Characteristics, adaptability /12.23%. Hidden characteristic, danger prediction /16.13%. General system mastered moves, hold /13.34%. Impact /22.53%. Help /12.34%. Call /23.23%. Roar /14.67%. Wagtail /12.33%. Flash of lightning /12.62%. High speed star /13.71%. Evil system, bite /23.14%. Evil wave /30.82%. Psychic system, sleeping /21.27%. Predicting the future /13.21%. The gender has changed. I didn't notice it at the time. Female is more suitable for the current EV. Sorry, a small mistake. Chapter 515, Latias. You don't need to worry about this. / turn round, roll. Giant claw, rock blockade. Yu Hai saw that the opponent turned round and rolled at the beginning, and he knew what the opponent wanted to do. He must not let the opponent's / roll, otherwise the power will only get bigger and bigger. Ku Kof, Giant Claw summoned a lot of rocks and smashed them at the curled up / that was rolling towards this side. Boom, boom, boom. As the rocks fell one by one, they blocked the way for the / to roll and surrounded the / in the rock formation. It's useless, Sand Shrike, jump out. Giant Crab, Freezing Ray. Cool Cough, the giant crab has completed the freezing ray that has been charged. At the moment when Sand Shrike jumps out, a white beam rushes towards Sand Shrike, directly freezing Sand Shrike in the air into an ice block. Bang! The Sand Shrike was frozen, and after landing, it smashed the ice, and then continued to roll and rush. Interesting, Yu Hai saw that Sand Shrike was not affected by the freezing and still rolled towards the giant crab, and immediately changed the tactics of the giant crab, shouting to the giant crab, "Giant crab, foam! Cool cough, cool cough!" The giant crab immediately opened its mouth and spit out foam, and a large amount of foam instantly submerged Sand Shrike, which could delay Sand Shrike's speed and vision. Giant crab, continue freezing ray. Cool cough, the giant crab hit the foam with a beam of freezing ray on the basis of the foam, freezing it together with the foam. It's useless, the boy had faced this situation too many times and had done targeted training. A mere ice seal could not stop the rolling sand slash. Giant crab, continuous iron wall. Yu Hai did not care whether it was useless or not. He just wanted time for the giant crab to strengthen its defense. After all, he had a ground-type Pokemon that was not afraid of water. It was not strange to encounter a sand slash that was not afraid of freezing. When the giant crab completed 3 iron walls and strengthened its defense to level 6, the sand slash broke through the ice and rushed out, heading straight for the giant crab. Giant crab, the most powerful crab claw hammer. Cool cough. The giant crab raised its huge claws as big as its body, aimed at the trajectory of the sand slash, raised its claws that had strengthened its defense 6 times, and yanked it over. Boom! The moment the sand shrew was hit, it turned into a round cannonball, flying back faster than it rushed, hitting the wall outside the battlefield, and directly knocking out a groove, just enough to fit the round sand shrew. Sand shrew, the boy saw the sand shrew being knocked away, and hurried over to check on the situation of the sand shrew. He picked the sand shrew off the wall, and found that the sand shrew had fainted. Hi! Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sand shrew fainted. The sand shrew, who was not afraid of water or ice, could only be knocked out by brute force. Fortunately, the giant claw crab had a crab claw hammer, which doubled the restraint on the sand shrew. It was not afraid of water attacks, but double restraint was unavoidable. This sand shrew just overcame the fear of water, which did not mean that it would not be double restrained. In fact, the same was true for Han Han. Han Han's fearlessness of water was just an appearance before, and the fourfold restraint was still there, but the water gun was too weak to cause damage. Try using Gyarados' water cannon bombardment, and Han Han will still be hurt. However, after getting the rock armor, the appearance of not being afraid of water has become a fact. Han Han wearing the rock armor is really not afraid of water, which can be regarded as turning from virtual to real. Facing this sand slash that can overcome water, if it weren't for the 6th level enhancement of the defense of the crab claw, he really didn't dare to use this trick. If the big claws were broken, it would be a pity. Your crab claw is very strong, you win. The boy hugged his sand slash, looked at Yu Hai calmly, took back the sand slash with the poke ball, and left the cerulean gym. Pei Papa. Brother is so awesome. Sakura saw Yu Hai win again, and immediately raised her hands to applaud and praise Yu Hai. As for Yu Hai's current performance, she did not exaggerate. If the 3 sisters were to play, they would probably lose all 10 games. Therefore, Yu Hai's performance cannot be said to be great, it is simply too great. The eldest sister praised like this, the second sister also praised like this, and the third sister also praised like this. The 3 Hualan sisters all praised Yu Hai so much that they felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, another person walked in from the gym. He was wearing black sunglasses, a black hat, covering his red hair, and a black outfit, which made Yu Hai think that he was here to challenge the gym. I want to challenge the Hualan gym. Please ask the owner of the Hualan gym to come out. Ahem, I'm the acting owner. Yu Hai saw that the other party wanted to challenge the gym, and continued the process just now, and casually dismissed it. I don't know if the other party has to be so mysterious when challenging a gym. Looking at this outfit, it feels that he has bad intentions. You can't do that. I want to challenge the real gym leader, the masked man insisted. He would not give up until he saw the gym leader. He shouted that he would challenge the gym leader. This challenger, the gym leader of Hualan Gym, is not in the gym. He is traveling outside. If you want to challenge the gym leader, please wait until the gym leader returns from his travels. Seeing that this mysterious man was not giving up, Sakura had to stand up and explain. Since the gym leader is traveling, there is no point in hiring a substitute gym. This gym will immediately close it and wait for the gym owner to come back. The masked man was still so aggressive. He asked Hualan Gym to close without seeing the gym owner. Who are you? Why are you asking us to close the gym? We still have a water ballet performance, so we won't close it. The third sister mutant saw the masked man bullying people and immediately asked who he was. I am the elf inspector, responsible for supervising and assessing gyms in various places. Gyms that fail to meet the standards must be closed. Who are you? Miss Joy. Sakura was so surprised that she couldn't speak when she saw the masked man pull off his hat and sunglasses and take out Miss Joy's prosecutor's certificate. Why is this? Xioxia is not in the gym. The second sister Icarus was also very upset. The gym had been peaceful all the time, and she didn't expect that the elf inspector would come to check. Hualan Gym is over, the third sister mutant murmured in a low voice, slumped on the ground, being targeted by the elf inspector. They would definitely not pass the assessment. Miss Joy? Elf inspector? Yu Hai remembered that Miss Joy seemed to have a Latias in her hand, one of the legendary infinite elves, a dragon-type beast called Airplane, and sister by players. I didn't expect to meet Miss Joy here, and I don't know if I can see the style of the infinite elf Latias. As for you? Where is the Rosewood Spirit Atlas? Miss Joy asked the 3 Hualan sisters to temporarily close the gym and stop issuing badges. She also pointed the finger at Yu Hai, saying that she wanted to check his ID card. Here, Yu Hai quickly took out the Pokemon book and asked Owl to send it over to Miss Joy to verify his identity. Yu Hai, a trainer of the Orange Islands Xiaogan Gym, is participating in the Quartz Conference. He has received 6 badges and has no bad record. After checking Yu Hai's book, Miss Joy returned it to Owl and asked Owl to take it over. Yu Hai's identity was not a problem, but he was a gym trainer of the Orange Islands. He actually played for the Hualien gym. She was powerless to complain about it. The Hualien gym was really not bad. It really recruited anyone to play for him. Hualien, the gym will be closed from today onwards. Any battles involving badges must be stopped. The gym owner must come to the Pokemon Supervisory Bureau and PIA headquarters for assessment. If the assessment cannot be passed, the gym will be closed forever. This is the inspection document. Miss Joy took out a paper document, put it on the stool and left the Hualien gym. She had no intention of staying to fight. After all, the gym owner was not in the gym. As for Yu Hai, the temporary acting gym owner, there is no problem with the identity. What else can she say? If she insists that the gym battle is not standardized, it is also a substitute hired by the Hualien sisters. She will not implicate a group of foreign trainers. Seeing Miss Joy leave, Yu Hai and the Hualien sisters looked at each other and asked the eldest sister Sakura, "That my blue badge?" "Here's the blue badge." "Thank you for today." Sakura took out a blue badge and handed it to Yu Hai. Although Miss Joy said the gym was closed, 1 or 2 badges would not be a problem. Although the gym could not be opened, their aquarium and ballet performances could still continue. The operation of the gym was secondary to the 3 sisters. For the youngest sister, Xiao Xia, the gym was important. "I got the blue badge." Yu Hai smiled and held the badge and put it in his badge box. There were already 7 badges in the box, namely, the Crimson Badge of the Honglian Gym, the Supernatural Badge of the Shen Gym, the Pink Badge of the Light Red Gym, the Night Badge of the Gym, the Rainbow Badge of the Jade Rainbow Gym, the Fighting Badge of the Fighting Dojo, the Blue Badge of the Hualien Gym. There's still the Grey Badge of the Dark Grey Gym. Getting the Grey Badge means he has 8 badges, the minimum entry requirement for the Quartz Conference, and he can meet it. Ignoring the eldest sister Sakura's request to stay, he didn't think of staying for dinner, and happily said goodbye to the 3 Hualien sisters, leaving the Hualien gym with the badges. It's not that he doesn't want to have something happen with the 3 sisters, but if you take any of the 3 sisters alone, they are all great beauties, but when the 3 are together, they are still 3 sisters. That's a powder keg. Think about it, forget it. Women will only affect the speed of his command of Pokemon. He doesn't have the strength of a top trainer yet. When he becomes a top trainer, he will have all kinds of women. How can he learn from Luoyan and hang himself on a tree? Well, if Luoyan hears this, please forgive him for pulling Luoyan out and whipping his corpse. Who said this liquor is the best negative example? After leaving the Cerulean Gym, he came to the Pokemon Center to treat the Pokemon he had just fought with. He planned to rest in the Pokemon Center for one night and set off for Deep Grey City tomorrow. From Cerulean City to Deep Grey City, you have to pass a very important place, that is Yuejian Mountain. The Yuejian Mountain is the habitat of the Pippi tribe. The huge moonstone is his eyes. I've been craving it for a long time. However, after the destruction by Team Rocket and Xiaozai, it is estimated that it has now become a fragment of moonstone. This time he will not fly over. He plans to go to Yuejian Mountain to see if he can touch 1 or 2 top-quality moonstones. As long as there is a top-quality moonstone, he is not greedy and will not take them all. After all, it is the place where the Pippi tribe worships the moon. There may be patrol guards. He will quietly take a few evolution stones. By the way, see if there are any moles in the cave, and then subdue a mole and a Pippi. Pippi is given to Xiaoi, just like the electric mouse. Children should like these cute furry elves, just like Eevee. Eevee didn't know what Yu Hai called him to do. It jumped onto Yu Hai's shoulder and rubbed Yu Hai's cheek. It was good to live with Yu Hai. The battle this morning was very exciting. It was also eager to try. After all, it was a Pokemon cultivated by the trainer as the main force before. Now it doesn't have to fight, and it is not used to eating and drinking for free. Huh? She's here too. Yu-Hai was sitting in the corner of the rest area teasing Eevee. He looked up and saw that the Pokemon inspector just now, Miss Joy, who had Latias, also came to the Pokemon Center and was chatting with Miss Joy here. From a distance, he found that he couldn't tell the appearance of the two Miss Joy at all. He couldn't see what the difference was. It has to be said that Xiao Gang's ability to smell a woman has increased again. Gang Ye is worthy of being Gang Ye. It is estimated that only Gang Ye can tell the difference between Miss Joy. Feeling his gaze, Miss Joy turned her head to look at him. He quickly turned his head to look elsewhere. It is very rude to be found staring at others, not to mention a strange man. Darkrai, did you sense anything? Yu-Hai didn't know whether the other party had Latias. Even if he had Latias, he couldn't covet it. It can only be said that this is the foundation of the Joy family. Even Latias can be taken out casually. Are they really not afraid of being robbed? I feel it, a very strong breath, on that person. Darkrai, after Yu-Hai's reminder, saw that Yu-Hai paid too much attention to Miss Joy, a woman, and his perception spread to Miss Joy, and he immediately sensed a strong breath. Just strong? Could it be that Latias is not yet an adult? Yu-Hai has been with Darkrai for a long time, and he also understands some of Darkrai's terms. Darkrai will describe those who are stronger than himself as terrifying, and those who can fight the opponent on equal terms as powerful. If it is just powerful, Miss Joy's Latias is likely to be still in its infancy, and has the strength of a quasi-king. When Latias reaches adulthood, he will definitely be a king-level beast, a beast rarer than a quasi-god. Who wouldn't want one? Hey, Yu is jealous again. He hasn't even managed to get a quasi-god since he traveled through time. He is a real failure as a traveler. However, fortunately, he still has two beasts, Darkrai and Zapdos. Aren't they better than quasi-gods? What else do he need when he already has a beast? Waiting for the elves to finish their treatment, he retrieved them and opened a single room at the elf center. He went back to his room to rest. He was unlikely to get close to Miss Joy, after all, she was the one who subdued Latias. If the Joy family had the intention of marriage, they would probably marry in the king training family. They would most likely choose one of the four kings, and it would be difficult for them to marry out. It was impossible for them to find a high-level fighter like him. After all, he was still too weak. If he had the strength of a king, he would barely be able to marry into the family, but he didn't have this strength. It was a pity that he couldn't eat this bowl of soft rice. Lying in the single room of the Pokemon Center, holding Eevee and thinking, he and Eevee gradually fell asleep. They planned to have dinner after waking up, and then go around to have fun at night to see if there were any bug catchers and shorts boys who would challenge them. It would be nice to go and have some fun. Chapter 516, Mt. Tsukimi. The 41st day to the Kanto region, light rain. When Yu-Hai got up this morning, he looked at the drizzle outside the window, and saw Mt. Tsukimi through the window, which was rolling in the clouds and mist and rising into the sky. This mountain is straight and tall, like a standing triangle, with a slope of 70 to 80 degrees. It is not easy to climb from the mountain to the top. Although it is difficult to climb Mount Tsukimi, the tunnels inside the mountain are intertwined, so you can go to the top of the mountain from the inside, and see if there are any high potential moles. It would be nice if you can capture one or two moles. In addition to capturing moles, there is also the altar on the top of Mount Tsukimi where Pippi worships the moon, which is piled with a large number of moonstones. He also wants to go there. If there are moonstones inside Mount Tsukimi, then there should be other evolution stones and fossils as well. They can just dig all the way up, and it can also enrich the small treasury. After having breakfast at the Pokemon Center, he put on his raincoat and prepared to set off. Because it was drizzling, Eevee was not released. He was only followed by Frog, and Darkrai and Gengar were still in the shadow. After leaving the Pokemon Center, he walked silently towards Mount Tsukimi. He released the owl until he reached the outside of the city, took back the frog, and flew over on the owl. If you walk all the way there with your own legs, you may not be able to reach Mount Tsukimi even if you run to the top of the mountain until dark. If he flew, it would only take him more than an hour to reach the foot of Moonview Mountain. As long as he crossed the mountain, he could reach Deep Grey City. There was no need to rush to the gym. He should first look for the best moonstone. He found a cave that was relatively wide, let the gull land, hid in the cave to avoid the rain, released the mosquito-repellent frog again, and took off his raincoat. The cave was dark and damp, but fortunately it would not leak. He took out a flashlight and took the mosquito-repellent frog into the tunnel. Whoosh, whoosh. It was raining outside the cave, and there was a whirring sound in the cave. If he hadn't known that the sound was caused by the airflow blowing through the tunnel, forming a strange whirring sound, he would have thought there was something dirty in the tunnel. Fortunately, Darkrai did not warn him, and he did not take it seriously. Instead, he released the big mouth bat out. In this narrow environment, it is Zubat's home ground, so it is best to let Zubat use sound waves to explore the way. At the same time, Darkrai, who sensed the evolution stone, would also inform them where the evolution stone was, and the task of digging the evolution stone was given to Gengar. They were lucky. When they entered the cave, they encountered a low-level leaf stone, not a moonstone. It was better than nothing, and it was a good sign. After letting Gengar dig out the evolution stone, Zubat found the Diglett living in the cave. He quickly asked Darkrai to hypnotize the Diglett and select them one by one. While conquering Diglett, he also encountered other ground-type Pokémon, such as Sandshrew, Sandslash, Geodude, Rumble, Diglett and other wild Pokémon. Except for Diglett, other wild Pokémon have not been conquered. The only Pokémon that can be combined and evolved is Diglett, so conquering other Pokémon is useless. First, if you can't combine and evolve, you can't quickly improve your potential, you can only wait for time to improve your potential. Second, he already had a ground-type and rock-type Han, so there was no need to capture Pokémon with duplicate attributes. While he was capturing Diglett and digging for evolution stones, he had been going up all the time, and he hadn't met anyone else so far. After all, Mt. Tsukimi is quite large, and the winding tunnels inside look like the holes that Onyx drilled back and forth. It would be a miracle if he could meet anyone else. When he was tired of climbing the mountain, he would take a break. At noon, he would find a huge hole and release the Pokémon to have lunch together. After lunch, he continued to set off and headed towards the top of the mountain. So far, he has not encountered a single Pippi, and he doesn't know where these pink Pokémon are hiding. If it is really difficult to encounter a Pippi, just capture one for Xiao AI. Anyway, it is just a Pokémon to accompany Xiao AI to play. For Xiao AI, who is taught by Xiaobo, there is definitely no shortage of main Pokémon, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Yu Hai said that he couldn't meet anyone else, but at the fork of the 6 tunnels, a burst of footsteps suddenly came. The sound coming from the tunnel was definitely the sound of human footsteps. He would not have heard it wrong, not to mention that it was in such a closed and empty tunnel. When Zubat was asked to locate the tunnel where the person came from, Zubat told him that there were footsteps in 2 tunnels, one of which was moving away and the other was approaching, which meant that the 2 groups of people were chasing each other. He hid in a tunnel without footsteps, hiding in the shadows inside the tunnel. He had turned off the flashlight long ago and soon saw a light at the fork in the road. The light flashed quickly, and the first to run over was a big black dog, that is, Houndoom. Houndoom sniffed at the fork in the road and looked at the tunnel where Yu Hai was hiding. It was obvious that it smelled the scent of a strange human. Where is it? Houndoom. But the people chasing him were very impatient and hurriedly urged Houndoom to catch up. If they hesitated and let the man escape, they would get nothing. Woof woof, Houndoom wanted to remind the trainer that there was a stranger here, but the trainer could not understand the dog's barking, so it could only follow the smell before and choose the tunnel where the person escaped. As the dog and the 2 men left, Yu Hai walked out of the shadows and continued to move towards the top of Tsukimi Mountain. He didn't care what these people were chasing and what their purpose was. His goal has always been the moonstone on the top of the mountain. He would leave after getting the moonstone and didn't want to get involved in these disputes, provided that they didn't provoke him. Putting this sudden encounter behind him, he continued to explore the top of the mountain, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw a pink figure jumping away. "It's Pippi, chase!" Yu Hai saw the pink figure flash by and disappeared into the darkness at the end of the tunnel. He immediately chased after it with Zubat and Frog. Zubat took off from his shoulder and used sound waves to lock the back figure just now. They chased through several tunnels before catching up with the pink back figure, which made Yu Hai breathless. You have to know that this is a cave, and they are still running up the mountain. It is good that he can hold on until now. Thanks to the morning exercise before, it is still very useful. Golbat, hypnotize it, Yu Hai's flashlight shone on Pippi. Pippi's black eyes were stunned for a moment, but he was not slow, and immediately let Golbat go. Pippi? Pippi! Seeing Golbat flying over, Pippi didn't dare to resist at all. He squatted on the ground with his two little hands holding his head, and was finally captured by a poke ball. Pippi, finally captured, Yu Hai saw that Pippi didn't resist, and threw the ball directly to capture him. Picking up the poke ball, he looked at Pippi's proficiency panel and found that Pippi's potential was only more than 30, which was really too low. Keep this Pippi for the time being, and release it if you meet a Pippi with high potential later. Then, he continued to move towards the top of Yuejian Mountain. The closer he walked to the top of the mountain, the greater the chance of encountering Pippi. Although he did not capture a high potential Pippi, he captured a high potential mole with a potential of 51 points, which was barely qualified. He put it in his backpack and teleported them together. Until around 6 or 7 in the evening, when he stopped to eat dinner, he finally met a pretty good Pippi with a potential of 49, which was barely enough. With the addition of evolution and evolution stones, there is still hope for the king. It depends on how much resources Xiao Ai can invest. While eating dinner, he looked at the damp and dim cave walls around him. He only knew to go up. He had lost his direction and didn't know where he was or how long it would take to reach the top of the mountain. However, the vibrations that appeared from time to time in the tunnel meant that someone was fighting in the cave. It should be the two groups just now. After dinner, he stopped thinking about it. The vibration came from his feet, mostly from the underground tunnel, which meant that the group had no intention of coming up and was still circling below. He had to continue to go up. Anyway, the group would not come up and could not disturb him. When he continued to go up, he actually saw Nidoran and Nidolong. You have to know that the appearance of these two Pokémon means that there must be Nidoqueen and Nidoking nearby. The Nido family is famous for protecting their cubs. Once these dominant Pokémon know that he has captured their cubs, they will definitely go crazy and turn the moon viewing mountain upside down. For this reason, he did not subdue Nidoran and Nidolong, but walked around these two Pokémon, or drove them away. But the closer he went to the top of moon viewing mountain, the more Pippi, Pixie, Nidoran, and Nidolong there were. Even the hostile Nidorino and Nidorina appeared and attacked them to prevent them from going up. He did not want to fight these wild Pokémon, so he could only take a detour. When he reached a fork in the road, Darkray's reminder sounded in his heart, telling him not to go up. Don't go, there are two very scary auras above, staying with a lot of evolution stones. King level? It's probably the guardian here, it should be Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Yu Hai guessed this because these two Pokémon and Pippi need Moonstone to evolve, so they are here to guard the top of Moon Viewing Mountain and prevent trainers from entering. Is it the only way to stop here? He was unwilling. This is his only chance to get the best evolution stone. Even if it is not a water stone, the Moonstone is more precious. Take it and exchange it for a good Moonstone for a good water stone, and the slug can complete the final evolution without being stuck at level 50. Hey, Yu Hai sat down dejectedly. He found that he was a little greedy. The king-level hard stone was enough to exchange for a good water stone, but he still wanted a good moonstone. But now that he is here, it is not in line with his character to not take something back. He always feels that something is missing. There are many evolution stones up there, together with those two terrifying auras. If you want evolution stones, I can help you get a few. Will you not be discovered? Yu Hai did not think about letting Darkrai steal the evolution stones, but Gengar must not be allowed to go up there. Once Gengar is allowed to go up there, it is not surprising that the playful Gengar will do something weird. It's a small matter, Darkrai responded, and quietly left from the shadow. He, Gengar popped his head out and looked at the black shadow of Darkrai leaving. It usually moves with Darkrai. Yu Hai did not let it go with him, and he was really itching to do it. Gengar, forgot about the underground black market in Haiyun City. You were discovered. Yu Hai smiled and rubbed Gengar's chubby head. Gengar's hiding ability is not as good as Darkrai's, and he also has small movements. If Gengar swallowed all the moonstones in one gulp, he would be very happy, but he would definitely be hunted down by the Nido family, so he didn't want to take all of them, just a few. If Gengar went up, he would be afraid of doing bad things with good intentions. He had been with Gengar for so long, and he knew the character of this Gengar too well. Gengar stuck out his tongue awkwardly. He still remembered the last time he was almost beaten out by Alakazam because he was too greedy. Since Yu Hai didn't let him go, he didn't go, and slowly sank into the shadow. Not long after, Darkrai came back, and 4 evolution stones suddenly appeared in the shadow. Darkrai's voice also sounded in Yu Hai's heart, just picked up casually. Thank you. Yu Hai picked up the evolution stone and found a top-quality moonstone, a high-level moonstone, and 2 medium-quality moonstones. These evolution stones are not picked up casually. Darkrai can sense the energy fluctuations of the evolution stones. If he really wants to pick up good things, he will definitely pick up 4 top-quality moonstones. After collecting 4 moonstones, Yu Hai was quite satisfied. Fortunately, there was still a top-grade moonstone. Next, he asked Zubat to feel the airflow in the tunnel and find the exit. Anyway, the moonstone would not run away. When he was poor in the future, he would come to beg for money and get some wool. Including the other evolution stones he dug along the way, there were only 7 or 8 evolution stones, all of which were low-level evolution stones. This time the harvest was not bad. Next, he had to find the exit. The way up the mountain was not easy to walk, but the way down the mountain was much easier. Zubat, who felt the airflow, found the exit quickly. Unfortunately, it was dark now and it was still drizzling outside the cave. He did not leave the cave immediately, but took out the moisture-proof mat and sleeping bag in the cave, laid them out and got into the sleeping bag directly, waiting for dawn before leaving Yuejian Mountain. It was just past 1 in the morning at this time, and he could still take a nap. He immediately hugged Eevee and prepared to fall asleep. Boom boom boom! But the explosions coming from the mountainside did not stop at all. It was the battle between the 2 groups just now. Judging from the intensity of the battle, at least senior trainers were fighting. And the noise of this battle had a tendency to spread to the top of the mountain. If the person being chased was defeated, he might use the dominant Pokémon on the top of the mountain to play some tricks of borrowing a knife to kill someone. However, these were none of his business. As long as they didn't hit the entrance of his cave, he didn't believe that such a big mountain top could affect him. Roar, roar roar roar! However, the roar coming from the cave made him suddenly stunned. Nidoking was still angry. Boom, boom, boom! With the earth-shaking vibration coming from his feet, he knew that Nidoking would definitely go down. If they go, there is still a Nidoqueen on the top of the mountain. I don't know who will stay and who will attack. Just don't go out from his side. And if the ground-type Pokémon go down the mountain, they must dig a hole, otherwise there will be no such vibration, which will piss off the Nido family. It's enough for those people to bear. Chapter 517, Beastmaster Xiaoming. The 42nd day to Kanto area, cloudy. The weather is nice. Yu Hai stretched his body. It's not that he didn't want to sleep in, but the mountain was too noisy. The chirping of insects and birds in the early morning made him unable to sleep. And the sound of the battle last night, which only subsided after Nido King passed. It can only be said that the Nido Queen is worthy of being the Nido Queen, and it is very deterrent. Last night, he was afraid that the mosquito frog was not enough to keep watch alone, so he released the round silk spider and asked the round silk spider to release spider silk in the tunnel to warn him if someone stepped into the tunnel. Frog, Orb Spinner, Jengar, Darkrai, with these 4 Pokémons around, they were enough to resist the first wave of attacks, so he released the other Pokémons. Fortunately, everything was safe last night. He got up and packed up the moisture-proof mat and sleeping bag. He didn't plan to eat breakfast in the tunnel. The tunnel was too narrow, so he left the tunnel first. After taking back the frog and orb spinner, he released the big-billed gull to go down the mountain and find a stream to brush his teeth and wash his face. Bile, the big-billed gull flapped its wings and flew down the mountain when Yu Hai sat down. Looking down from the sky, it soon found a stream at the foot of Yuejian Mountain. After landing by the stream, the big-billed gull washed up by the stream. Yu Hai also released other Pokémons. Some drank water, some ate grass. Everyone was busy by the stream, and he also had to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was very simple. Fortunately, the Pokémon's breakfast was energy cubes. He took out the energy cubes and threw them into the Pokémon's mouths one by one, which was considered breakfast. If it's not enough, go to the forest to pick some fruits. After all, there is no training, so it's not good to eat too much. If there is training, there will be more food. He made a fire and boiled water to make his own breakfast. After breakfast, he had to rush to Deep Grey City. After getting the last batch, he could go to the Quartz Conference and wait for the opening ceremony of the conference. However, when he was making breakfast, a man in black floated in the stream. It was the swamp jumper in the stream who found it. Coo-caw, the swamp jumper dragged the man to the shore, and the cry also attracted everyone to come and watch. Yu Hai saw the elves gathered together and waved his hand to drive them away. He saw the man in black by the river. He had dark green hair. I saw this man the day before yesterday. The moment Yu Hai saw this man, he remembered that he had fought against him in the Hualan Gym the day before yesterday. There was no way. This man's green hair was really impressive, and the opponent's San Sang King, who was not afraid of water or ice and could break free from the ice, also impressed him. From the performance of the Sand Shrew, this person is at least a senior level. Why is he in the stream, and floating down from upstream? Ugh, his mouth is dirty. Yu Hai felt sick when he thought of this person floating all the way, and he also used the water in the stream to brush his teeth and wash his face. Fortunately, bottled water was used to cook noodles, otherwise his stomach would be dirty. He quickly rinsed his mouth with bottled water, and then used the poke ball to take back the weak little guy, and then reached out to test whether this person was breathing. Inhale, 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 inhale. Fortunately, he was still breathing, which was easy to deal with. Yu Hai dragged the other party to the fire, so that he would not be hypothermic, and then took back the poisonous skull frogs, leaving only the mosquito-repellent frogs and a few other Pokémons in the open. He was not sure who this person was, why he was like this, and why he was here, but he had seen him the day before yesterday, so there was no need to disguise his true appearance, but he had to be on guard against others, so he still had to be prepared. He continued to cook and eat noodles until the other person woke up slowly, opened his eyes and saw him, quickly stood up and moved away, and quickly touched the poke ball on his waist, only to find that he touched nothing. The poke ball is fine, come and sit, eat while it's hot. Yu Hai had already unloaded the other person's poke ball and placed it next to the fire, along with a bowl of hot noodles. He had seen those poke balls, which were the Sandslash from the day before yesterday, Rumblestone, Magnetron, Foritos, Scyther, and Swamp King. 6 very common Pokemon, very civilian configuration. The Pokemon with the potential of a king were the Sandslash, Magnetron, and Scyther. The remaining Foritos and Swamp King had exhausted their potential, and only had the potential of a Quasi-King. There is also that Rumblestone that needs to evolve once. These 3 Pokemons can become kings if they wait for a long time. The premise is that they need to wait for 7 or 8 years, just like falling rock. Just wait for it slowly. Who are you? The boy was very alert and felt puzzled by Yu-Hai's familiarity. I just saw you the day before yesterday? You forgot so quickly. Yu-Hai continued to eat noodles. He understood this kind of stress reaction of lack of security very well. It was just like when he landed on a deserted island. He felt very insecure. It was better with the tadpoles. The day before yesterday. The boy thought carefully and couldn't remember where he had seen Yu-Hai. Hualan Jim, aren't you very confident? Yu-Hai smiled. Where did the other party's rebellious and conceited demeanor the day before yesterday go? I really don't know what the other party is pretending to be. Oh, I remember, the substitute of Hualan Jim. The boy looked at the giant claw crab and the frog. These 2 were the day before yesterday. Only a Pokemon. Come and sit down, eat while it's hot. Yu-Hai saw that the other party was still alert, frowned, and then relaxed instantly, and asked curiously, Pokemon Hunter. The boy was more nervous when he heard the name, but he would not eat strangers' food. He was still a little embarrassed when Yu-Hai pointed out his hidden identity in person. You haven't been rewarded, right? Yu-Hai had already put down the bowl. Pokemon Hunter is not a good profession. It has a worse reputation than bounty hunters. It is the same business as poaching groups. In the eyes of the Alliance, it is like a street rat, and everyone shouts and beats it. In the laws of the Alliance, once you are labeled as a Pokemon hunter, you will only end up being wanted. It can be said that you are like a street rat, not a light punishment like a bad trainer. No, the boy swallowed his saliva secretly, and immediately shook his head to deny that he was wanted. Seeing that Yu-Hai's eyes were getting more and more unfriendly, and the other party's Pokemons also surrounded him, he didn't have a Pokemon yet, and he knew the consequences of lying. Beep beep. Yu-Hai would not believe the other party so easily. He took out his mobile phone and called the old drunkard, asking the boy, name? ID number? If you lie, you will die ugly. My name is Shi Xiaoming, ID number is XXXX. Old drunkard, help me check this person's name, is there a wanted order? Name Shi Xiaoming, ID number. You stinky boy, you want to be a bounty hunter? Why are you checking these? Stop talking nonsense, check quickly. Yu-Hai was too lazy to talk to the old drunkard, and even reported Shi Xiaoming's birthplace Guandu to the old drunkard, asking the old drunkard to check the wanted order in Guandu. When the call was made, the air pressure at the scene was terribly low, and Shi Xiaoming dared not move. It was not until a few minutes later that Yu-Hai put down the phone and asked the elves to lift the siege, and the atmosphere eased, because the old drunkard said, "There is no such person on the wanted order." Yu-Hai hung up the old drunkard's phone without giving him a chance to chat. Very good, you passed the test, come and sit down, eat while it's hot. Yu-Hai saw that the other party was still standing still, wondering what the other party was thinking. The other party was now at the mercy of others, and I was the fish. What else could I do but eat the noodles obediently? My legs are numb, and I'm coughing, coughing, coughing. Xiaoming just opened his mouth and fell on the grass, covering his mouth and coughing blood violently. Internal injuries. Yu-Hai saw this, picked up the other party's Pokeball and released Sandslash and Swamp King, and asked these 2 Pokemon to support the other trainer. Thank you, Xiaoming explained to Sandslash, and was helped by Sandslash to sit opposite the fire. He drank a sip of warm water handed by Yu-Hai, and his pale face was much better. I thought you only had one expression, Yu Hai picked up the noodles again and continued to eat, and teased the other party. Hee hee, Xiao Ming smiled helplessly, and the pain of the wound was pulled and he grimaced again. Eat quickly, and then go to the doctor. Yu Hai didn't know how many times he had asked the other party to eat noodles. And he did know who the other party was. He was the shorts boy who appeared in the first generation animation. He was considered a stronger shorts boy trainer among the shorts boys. He called himself the Beast Master Xiao Ming, and he had won 100 consecutive games. Hey, Xiao Ming said nothing, picked up the noodles and ate a few mouthfuls. The reason why he was very wary of strangers was also related to his special profession, the elf hunter. As an elf hunter, he couldn't trust anyone. Anyone could be a hunter, a mantis catching a cicada, and a hunter waiting behind. How did it become like this? Aren't you strong? I am strong, but the enemy is stronger. How could Xiao Ming not hear the teasing in Yu Hai's words? After all, he was not like this when he challenged the gym. How strong is he? 2 enemies, each of them can chase me and fight me. Xiao Ming smiled helplessly. He was chased all night yesterday. He jumped into the river to get rid of the chase temporarily. He didn't know when he would be chased. Why did the fierce bandit Song Ding chase you so hard? Even if I don't tell you, you should know it. Xiao Ming looked at his backpack, which was placed together with the poke ball. It must have been checked by the other party. He immediately explained without hiding anything, I caught an ammonite in Dasha Valley. It happened to be seen by 2 colleagues, so they chased it all the way to now. Ammonite? An ancient rare Pokemon, the black market price starts at least 20 million. Who else should I chase if not you? Yu Hai didn't even look at the other party's backpack, but he understood when he heard ammonite. After all, it was an ancient rare Pokemon. Black market? You also know the black market. Xiao Ming wanted to say that you are not clean either, but he didn't dare to speak when the words came to his lips. Even if Sand Slash was by his side, he was not sure he could defeat the other party. The opponent's giant claw crab had already proved that it could defeat San Sang the day before yesterday, and only 1 claw was enough. Don't make up your mind. Even if I know about the black market, I won't do Pokemon trading. Yu Hai is not a Pokemon hunter. If he wants to trade Pokemon, he has only sold a wild Muddy. But Muddy, Beedrill, Magikarp, and Sharp-Tooth Fish do not have Pokemon rights in his place, and are not in his list of not buying, selling, and not killing. After all, the Uncle Magikarp can openly sell Magikarp to Kojiro, which means that these Pokemon are not under the protection of the Alliance and can be bought and sold at will, and he doesn't need to tie his hands and feet. Okay, Xiao Ming didn't know what to say. As a grassroots civilian trainer, he felt that it was very tiring to work hard on his own. In order to obtain resources for cultivating Pokemon, he could only embark on the road of no return as a Pokemon hunter. It's better to do less of this kind of thing. If you are wanted by the Alliance, your head will just move. Yu Hai could only say this wake him up. Why did he do that? I can only say that I watched the animation in my previous life and inexplicably established a good impression of him. After all, as a shorts boy, he was able to suppress the newly debuted Xiaozai and Xiaomao, which shows that he is powerful and has a set of skills in cultivating Pokemon. He is very optimistic about him. If he hasn't met him, there is nothing to say. Now that he has met him, he must not let him continue. From the strength shown by the other party in the animation, he did not appear in the last Quartz conference and did not participate in the Quartz conference. It can be seen that he must have died halfway, otherwise he would not have shown up in the Quartz conference. The other party has the potential of a king, and his strength has reached the senior level. He is not afraid of water or ice. It is enough for the other party to kill the top 16 of the baby competition. Even Xiaozai, that stupid thing, can make it to the top 16 with a group of unevolved babies. There is no reason for the other party not to make it to the top 16. Excluding all the impossibilities, there is only one possibility left, that is, the other party died halfway on the way to collecting badges. For example, if the enemy is found, he will definitely die. Not everyone has a Jengar and a Darkrai as a trump card, and can also play the role of a scoundrel. I know if you don't become a Pokemon hunter, you won't have the funds to cultivate Pokemon. This step has reached the limit, and it is difficult to move forward. Well, you can also cheat others. Yu-Hai started his career this way, how could he not know how difficult it is? Before meeting Darkrai, every step was like walking on a tightrope. After meeting Darkrai, things became much simpler. There was no enemy that could not be solved by a dark hole. If there was then another dark hole. But not everyone has the Nightmare God Darkrai, and not everyone has a proficiency panel. Without positive feedback on proficiency growth, you ask a trainer who has encountered a bottleneck to persist for 3, 5, or 10 years for an uncertain goal who can persist. After all, people are lazy creatures. 3-point enthusiasm is a good explanation for the short-term enthusiasm. So how does it feel to expect a trainer to invest a lot of resources for 10 consecutive years and still not feel any effect? Hey, there are risks in black eating black. I was chased like a dog, Xiao Ming sighed slightly, telling the bitterness of many grassroots trainers. Compared to the League Wanted Order, I feel that black eating black accomplices seems to be a little simpler. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ming immediately understood what Yu-Hai did. For these Pokemon hunters, the biggest enemy is bounty hunters. What? Nothing, I'll leave first. Xiao Ming put down the bowl, bowed to Yu-Hai for his rescue and breakfast, and thanked him. Thank you for saving my life and your breakfast. I have enemies, so I have to go. If I can survive and go to the Quartz Plateau to participate in the Quartz Conference, I will repay you. Go? Where to go? We chased you all night, you are really hard to find. If it weren't for the fireworks here, it would not be so easy to find you, Xiao Ming. Chapter 518, Follow Me. The sudden sound made Xiao Ming feel like a thorn in his back. He quickly turned around and looked at the forest. Two people walked out slowly, followed by a big black dog and a big wolfhound. They were the people who chased him yesterday. You go quickly, I'll hold them back. Xiao Ming saw the two people and immediately stopped in front of Yu-Hai, releasing his own elves, ready to stop the two people and repay Yu-Hai for saving his life before. Leave? Forgot who I am? Yu-Hai chuckled. He was a professional at robbing thieves. Besides, he was the one who delivered the money to him. How could he leave? Xiao Ming saw Yu-Hai coming. The elves behind him were full of fighting spirit and sharpened their knives, as if they hadn't fought for a long time. Only then did he see Yu-Hai's elves clearly. They were Otoko, Frog, Crab, Tyrannosaurus, Scyther, Gyarados, Phoritos, and Bugs. There were 8 elves in total, and their auras were all extraordinary. The aura of each elf was not weaker than that of his Sand Slash. He underestimated the other party. He didn't expect that the other party was stronger than him. He remembered that the other party was still a master among senior trainers. Gyarados, destroy the dead light. Yu-Hai didn't have time to talk nonsense with the two. After all, villains die from talking too much. He directly let Gyarados use his ultimate move. Roar, roar! Gyarados immediately opened his mouth, and terrifying energy gathered in his mouth, which caught everyone on the scene off guard. The terrifying energy beam burst out instantly, making the two opponents exhausted and hiding behind the elves to defend. Gallop, Scyther, Frog, Agile Bug, block the way. Griffin uses Iron Wall to go up again, and Phoritos uses Gyro Ball to hit it. Seeing Yu-Hai launching an attack, Xiao Ming pursed his lips, knowing that this was a good opportunity to get rid of the pursuit and a good opportunity to cut the grass and root it out, and immediately shouted to his elves. Sandalos, Rumblestone, Magnetron, Phoritos, Scyther, Swamp King, you guys come together. Half an hour later, the battle ended, and Yu-Hai and Xiao Ming cleaned up the battlefield and collected the spoils. The strength of these two people is senior trainers, each with 5 main elves, and 2 auxiliary elves, a total of 14 elves. The items in the 2 backpacks were all packed up and piled together. "Thank you, you saved me again." Xiao Ming sat by the fire and no longer mentioned leaving. After all, the crisis had been resolved. "Divide the things," Yu Hai helped the other party, "it was just a small matter." Who told these 2 people to be blind and come to the door at this time? Even if they were just a step late, they would not die with regrets. "Take 1 backpack each, and see what you have. I will take 6 elves, and you can deal with the rest by yourself." Yu Hai casually took a backpack, and 6 of the enemy's main elves, leaving 4 main elves and 4 auxiliary elves for the other party. Anyway, they are all common elves, worth only about 2 million, not as valuable as the ammonite in the hands of the other party. If he breaks the bottom line and becomes an elf hunter to buy and sell these ancient elves, he will not worry about the small money at all, and he can't spend it all. In fact, someone in the previous life was right. The reason why some people are poor is not because they are lazy, but because the money they make is too clean. And some people are even more difficult. Well, it's easy to make money just by stretching out your hand, but you don't want to make money that violates the bottom line of morality. "You saved me twice, how can I take these things?" Xiao Ming didn't want to accept the spoils. The main attack just now was Yu Hai, and he was just an assist. In addition to saving his life, these spoils should have belonged to the opponent. Cultivating Pokémon is very resource-consuming, and poaching should be done as little as possible. Yu Hai didn't look at the spoils on the ground again. He was originally a grassroots trainer. With these spoils, he can sell them to buy cultivation resources and go further. Why? Xiao Ming didn't understand why this person's attitude towards him was strange just the first time he met him. He didn't understand where this inexplicable good impression came from. "I am optimistic about you, how about hanging out with me?" Yu Hai did not continue to hide the truth from the other party, but prepared to recruit him as his subordinate. He was still very confident about this man's future. In the future, he would at least be a trainer like Luo Yan, with perseverance, goals, and strong action. Otherwise, he would not be able to support the other party and reach the level of a senior trainer at the age of more than 10. As long as the trainer has some knowledge, there are senior elves with 3 stages of evolution everywhere, and they can become senior trainers in the future. Any ordinary person can rely on age to reach the senior level. But if you add more than 10 years old, no more than 15 years old, and still a grassroots civilian trainer, this is already a very good teenager. After all, he is not in the alliance, and he does not have the qualifications to issue initial elves, let alone the opportunity to select talents like the gym. The organization, as well as the Quartz Conference, a talent assessment competition, he was alone from beginning to end. When he thought about not being able to lie down in the future, and having to face the complicated situation of the Orange Islands, his head hurt just thinking about it. That is not a situation that can be reversed by 1 or 2 kings, nor by 10 kings, because the alliance has so many people, but it still hasn't solved the mess of the Orange Islands. Otherwise, he would not have thought of quietly developing in the alliance, using the alliance to bully others, and finally reviving himself, borrowing the alliance's shell, standing up from within the alliance, and pulling up his own team. For now, he has found Xiaoying, Aping, Luoyan, Xiaoshan, Amon, and Kita, only 6 little guys. And the second generation of trainers such as Haji and Ada are not counted. These second generation trainers are first family trainers of the gym, secondly trainers of the alliance, and only then their friends. Don't get the priority in other people's hearts wrong, and don't think how important you are in other people's hearts. The future trainers he can influence now are only Xiao Ying and 6 people, plus Xiao Ming, there are only 8 people including him. Even if all 8 people are undercover in the alliance, it can only be regarded as a small hill. Facing the trend of the alliance encroaching on the Orange Islands, it is still as fragile as a candle in the wind. The rocket team alone can't resist it, let alone the Orange Islands family who dares to go against the alliance. Who knows how many generations these big families have been married? Anyway, you have me, and I have a strong gap. Otherwise, as powerful as the alliance, it would not be so slow. Since they couldn't take the Orange Islands, they could only use gentle means to slowly divide them, rather than conquer them with a large army. Who would have known that the traitors who had defected to the alliance would now have second thoughts and would not listen to the alliance's orders? It is estimated that the alliance's focus was not on a small place like the Orange Islands, but on other large areas. That made these traitors feel that they were good again, and they jumped up and down on the alliance's face. He was sure that the alliance would attack the Orange Islands sooner or later. In this unstoppable trend, it would be great if he could get a position, so that he could lie more easily in the alliance. As for the corruption within the alliance, a higher position is needed to gain greater benefits in the turmoil, especially the full-scale conflict between the Rockets and the alliance, or the full-scale encirclement of the Rockets by the alliance. Whether it was the alliance against the local big families in the Orange Islands, or the alliance and the Rockets went to war, he had many opportunities. If he could go undercover to the four heavenly kings, he would make a fortune. When Yu Hai was thinking about the future, Xiao Ming was also thinking about the future. He was unfamiliar with Yu Hai. He only knew that he was very capable and had a bottom line in his life. If the other party had something that could attract him, it would not be a bad idea to follow him. Anyway, he was an elf hunter, and the alliance would definitely not tolerate him. If he got too close to the alliance, he would not pass the political review and would definitely be dug out. Now the alliance is not pursuing it, but the alliance has not discovered it yet, and even I don't want to bother with a small character like him. After all, Team Rocket is the enemy, and cleaning them up is just a matter of minutes. When the alliance clears Team Rocket, they will turn around and clean up these little bugs. It will be difficult to get ashore at that time. Who are you? What do you do? You have to tell me. You don't say anything and want me to hang out with you. My name is Aha, a gym trainer from the Orange Islands. I am participating in the Quartz Conference. Yu Hai smiled and told his background. Anyway, he has seen it all, and it is easy to find out the identity on the surface. There is no need to hide it from the other party. I think it's not that simple. Xiao Ming heard this. How could he believe it was that simple? This person is much more ruthless than him. He doesn't look like a good person. It's impossible for him to be a trainer from the gym. Guess. Yu Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. He could only say so much. Only when he became one of his own would he say more. What benefits can I get from hanging out with you? Xiao Ming has also thought about joining an underground organization to seek greater development. Underground organizations like Team Rocket have too strict management and brainwash trainers to the point of madness. Otherwise, he would not have become a Pokemon hunter, catching some wild Pokemon and selling them in exchange for cultivation resources to live a carefree life. Benefits? Is it enough to help you become a Super King? This is the promise that Yu Hai can show off. It is too easy to use his proficiency panel to help this group of people cheat. Although the only thing he can show off is the proficiency panel, his character has been established. After all, the Super King is a peak that many grassroots trainers cannot reach. To become a Super King. Xiao Ming's breathing gradually became heavy when he heard the word Super King, because the weight of the word Super King is too heavy in the trainer group, almost making all grassroots trainers breathless, and you can see how high the threshold of the Super King is. This high threshold is indeed too high to reach for these grassroots trainers. These grassroots trainers have no background, no resources, no connections, no knowledge and perseverance, and no cheats. They are trainers who can't play shit. Just like the wealth, friends, magic, and land in the immortal cultivation novels of the previous life, if you have any of them, whether it is background, resources, connections, knowledge, perseverance, or plug-ins, you won't end up so miserable. Yu Hai landed on a deserted island, and he had none of the first three. Fortunately, he had plug-ins, foresight about the characters on the plot map, and some knowledge of elves, which was barely better than these grassroots trainers. He recruited 6 helpers. Xiao Ying had the help of the old drunkard, which was considered as resources and connections. With his own perseverance and learning, he wouldn't end up too badly. Ping was in the rocket team, and he had a big tree to lean on for shade. He also had background and resources, as well as his own learning and perseverance. After all, the rocket team was not for ordinary people. It was a meat grinder. Luo Yan was considered to be a new development. He had the connections and knowledge from his previous experience, not to mention perseverance. If he had done poorly, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is today. Xiao Shun, Amon, Gita, Xiao Ming, among these four people, only Xiao Shun is better. He joined the Liugan gym. The other three are worse off than the others. Only by working harder than the others can they catch up with them, otherwise they will be left behind. Xiao Ming is better than Amon and Gita, because Xiao Ming has made it through, which also means that he has made it to the end. If Xiao Ming, a senior level, wants to continue to improve his elves, he needs more resources, which also means greater risks. It is not known whether Xiao Ming has parents, but even if he does, they can't help, otherwise Xiao Ming would not be an elf hunter. Compared to these helpers, he is half lying down. In his previous life, he has proved that working hard is also like being a leak. His current running around is also to avoid being a leak in the future and to be able to lie down better. There is no way. Living in the elf world, without some strength, he is really afraid that the fathead fish will turn over and the tsunami brought will drown him. Don't think that the fathead fish and the flying monsters are cute. Humans are not even as big as the toes of these ancient giants. They are scalded to death by the heat before they get close to them. Turning over is a natural disaster. If someone still thinks they are cute, then he can only say that he is really heartless. After all, a tiny cockroach can make humans scream, not to mention the giant beasts as tall as mountains. Only crazy people would use the word cute to describe these terrifying elves. What do you think? Yu Hai is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time to wait for the other party to think slowly. How do you prove that you have this ability? Even you haven't reached the level of a king. It made Xiao Ming see that if Yu Hai had the strength of a king, how could it be so troublesome to deal with the two people? He could directly use the pressure of the king to scare the two people so that they dare not move. I am indeed not at the level of a king, but you can't beat me, Yu Hai smiled. He is not at the level of a king now. After he attends the Quartz Conference, he will be at the level of a king. Because Jengar is already level 50, the double growth rate is too fast, and there is no sign of slowing down. He suspects that it will not stop until it reaches the king level. After the Quartz Conference, he will return to the Orange Islands and start to arrange for Jengar to break through the king level and officially become his first king level Pokémon. Zhengui will also take over the work of Frog and become his partner in shocking disobedient Pokémon. He believes that the bond between him and Jengar is deep enough, and there will be no situation like Xiaoxi's Charizard. When the time comes, when he gets the top-grade Water Stone to evolve Frog, Frog will be able to catch up, but Jengar's lead is certain. After all, the talent accumulated by more than 600 million is too abnormal, and Frog cannot compare. Chapter 519, Deep Grey City. If you want to participate in the Quartz Conference, defeat me in the Quartz Conference, and I will hang out with you. If you lose in 3 years, I can't fulfill my promise just now, and I can't let my Pokémon reach the king level within 3 years. If there is not even 3 years. Yu Hai helplessly spread his hands, knowing what Xiao Ming had not finished saying, and interrupted Xiao Ming before he finished. The other party really made things difficult for him. He was sure that he could reach the king level within 3 years, but he couldn't control the other party's growth progress. He said helplessly, "Do you think it's easy to reach the king level? 3 years? I know a trainer whose Radon took 7 or 8 years to reach the king level. You want to reach the king level in 3 years, isn't it crazy? Does it really take that long?" It was the first time that Xiao Ming knew that reaching the king level actually took so long. Nonsense, you can shorten the time if you want to shorten it. Let the rock-type Pokemon eat high-energy ore for every meal, and it will definitely be shortened to 2 or 3 years. High-energy ore? Xiao Ming doesn't understand what high-energy ore is. Can't ordinary ore be used? Rock gems, sandy rocks, hard stones, and other things, energy-rich ores are all fine. It's best to have rock and ground energy, at least hundreds of thousands per meal. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. Even he couldn't afford this consumption. Han Han still ate the black goods from big city, and he didn't have them every meal. Otherwise, do you really think Han Han can become stronger out of thin air? You know, every high-energy ore Han Han eats is worth tens of millions of items. Even if Han Han doesn't eat hundreds of millions of cheap items, there are tens of millions, and there will be more and more in the future. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the legend that Yukara needs to eat a mountain when he grows up. If it's still a mine, then tens of billions will not be lost. Many people only see the quasi-god strong, don't think about why the quasi-god is strong. Even Jengar needs more than 600 million to break through its potential, and the burden of the quasi-god is at least several times. If he raises a quasi-god, he can't raise other Pokemon, not to mention the trainers who are poorer than him, who probably can't even take out 600 million for Jengar. 600 million is 30 million in the previous life. If he hadn't got Baofeng's backpack, which had a lot of good things in it, he didn't know how long it would take to save 600 million. This Xiao Ming lowered his head and thought. These words shocked him, and he also realized that the cultivation method in the book was feasible and not exaggerated. It was just that the massive resources required were not what he could take out. By the way, the guy I just mentioned is probably still stealing ore in the Orange Islands. If you join us, I can introduce you to him, and you will have a companion when stealing ore, hehe. This? Group mining? Xiao Ming thought about it and felt that it was not impossible. A top trainer led the team to mine. This mining lineup was unique. Xiao Ming didn't know that the only top-level Radon in Luoyuan was strangled by Arbok as soon as it was promoted to the top level. This shows that Lance's Arbok has already entered the top level. He is worthy of being a veteran top trainer and one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. If eating high-energy ores can promote to top level, I can find it myself without joining any forces. Xiao Ming shook his head slightly. He still didn't want to be bound, especially this kind of invitation from unknown sources. He understood that while enjoying the benefits, he also had to contribute to the organization. It was impossible to get it for free, otherwise he would be hunted down to the ends of the earth. You are happy? Okay, Yu Hai stopped persuading him. The other party had already survived and was used to being wild. Such a person was difficult to subdue and control. He just said it casually. If the other party was unwilling, it would be fine. He also saw that the other party was strong and had good intentions. He was willing to block the enemy for him to repay his kindness, which showed that he had good character. But if you are not at the king level, you are just an ant in front of the king, and you have no power to resist. As the other party said, the key to the other party's ability to survive slowly lies in this time. If you survive to the king level at the age of 40, 50, 70, or 80, what's the point? Who has another 40 years to waste in their life? I can fight with you, but the premise is that you can defeat me at the Quartz Conference. Xiao Ming, after hesitating, he thought it through. If the other party persuaded him to join, he might still have some doubts, but the other party didn't care at all, which meant that he was dispensable. Then he could indeed wait slowly, but having an organization to help him wouldn't be too bad after all. What prompted him to change his mind was that he noticed the words Yu Hai used just now. He waited for 7 or 8 years to become a top trainer, and the other party knew him and could introduce him. How can a senior trainer know a top trainer, and can talk to the top trainer, and the top trainer will listen to him? This is the most amazing thing. A senior trainer knows a top trainer. This is not a little difference. If the organization is full of top trainers, how much trust will he have in Yu Hai's words? After all, he was only a senior, and everyone in the organization was a top trainer, which meant that he had the potential to be a top trainer, so the other party invited him. But potential is only potential after all. Unfulfilled potential is just a castle in the air, which will fall down if pushed and shattered if touched. But joining them is different. No wonder the other party said that they would help him become a top trainer. If the organization mentioned by the other party has many top trainers, it would be easy to give him some guidance. In fact, there are only a few big cats and small cats in the organization, and in the end they all rely on Luian, the downtrodden top trainer, to keep up appearances. But Xiao Ming did not doubt this. Yu Hai, who was stronger than him, was very convincing, but he thought about what he needed to do after joining, and asked curiously, "What do you do? What should I do after joining? Hasn't the Quartz conference started yet?" You ask this. Yu Hai smiled. This person didn't seem to be as repulsive as before, is already considering contributing to the organization, and has a good subjective initiative. Well, I have seen your strength. Even if I can make it to the knockout round, I only have a 30% chance of winning against you in a 6-on-6 match. Xiao Ming had a match with Yu Hai, and his strongest Sand Slash was defeated by the crab. It is obvious that the crab is not the opponent's strongest Pokémon, and the opponent's strongest Pokémon should be the Tyrannosaurus. He was not wrong. As the potential of the frog reaches its limit, it gives other Pokémons a chance to catch up, especially the Tyrannosaurus, which has a tendency to catch up. This is probably the helplessness of many grassroots trainers. Yu Hai knows his own business. After the competition, his frog will definitely be able to evolve with the best water stone. The civilian trainers who are worse off than him can only use ordinary evolution stones. Now the evolution has become stronger for a while, but what about then? What should I do when facing the potential of a turtle crawling and reaching the limit of potential? What should I do when I encounter a bottleneck that cannot be improved? Should I endure it slowly? There are only 1 or 2 chances for elves to evolve. Not everyone has the talent of Jengar, or other elves that can evolve in combination, and can repeatedly torture and improve their potential. The rest can only wait for time. The legendary beasts have the ability to degenerate elves, but they are legendary beasts. He was scared to death when he faced the Phoenix King, not to mention other legendary beasts. It was an unreasonable request to degenerate elves. If he was not slapped to death by the legendary beasts, it would be considered that the legendary beasts were kind-hearted. If he dared to go against his will, he would die. Yu Hai shook his head and sighed, "You don't have to do anything. Wait until you become a king." Even he hid himself from place to place, how could he ask the other party to do anything? Only when he became a king could he repay his help. King. Xiao Ming was relieved when he heard this. If he was asked to charge into battle, he would quit on the spot. With his small body, he was not even qualified to be a cannon fodder. Going to the front line was seeking death. If he was a king, it would be fine. When he became a king trainer, he would not have to hide. A top trainer is more or less a coder, so he should have a say and autonomy, right? Otherwise, what organization would be so extravagant as to use a top trainer as a thug? Please forgive his ignorance. Even Team Rocket is not so rich that it uses top trainers as consumables and cannon fodder. It's getting late, I should go. Yu Hai squinted at the fireball in the sky. The sun was almost overhead. He stood up to pack up the cooking utensils and said goodbye to Shi Xiaoming. Have you collected 8 badges? Next, find a place to train elves honestly and wait for the Quartz conference to start. Don't do those troublesome things and miss the Quartz conference. No, this time is the most dangerous. It's time to find a place to train elves well and prepare for the Quartz conference. Shi Xiaoming also stood up to pack up his things, and the two said goodbye. We will meet again at the Quartz conference, and the agreement just now will also be decided at the Quartz conference. By the way, you got the blue badge, why do you still want to go to the Hualan gym? Yu Hai packed up his things and turned around to ask the boy curiously, why do you still want to challenge the gym after getting the batch? Well, to be honest, before you became the acting gym leader, I was the substitute for Hualan Gym. Xiao Ming scratched his head awkwardly. He subdued Ammonite and wanted to come back here to hone himself. Unexpectedly, he came too late. The gym hired someone else to substitute. He could only pretend to challenge the gym. Anyway, since he was here, it didn't matter if he had a fight. Then he met Yu Hai. So? You have a good relationship with the three Hualan sisters. Yu Hai didn't expect that the other party had this relationship with Hualan Gym. It can't be said to be very good, it can only be considered average. I don't do substitutes every day. In addition, their words are a bit unpleasant. If they didn't see that I can fight, they wouldn't let me substitute. Unpleasant. Yu Hai thought of the animation in his previous life, when the other party broke Zai's defense as soon as he opened his mouth, and he understood how hurtful the other party's words were. As for why he didn't show it just now? Please, it depends on who you are facing. When you are not as strong as the other party will definitely not be so polite. Facing a trainer who is stronger than you, the other party is not confident enough, what else can he say? Not everyone is Xiao Mao, who is still so arrogant after losing. Who told Xiao Mao to have a grandfather named Professor Oak at home? After packing up, Yu Hai sat on the bull, waved goodbye to Xiao Ming, and headed towards Deep Grey City. Xiao Ming left in the direction of Cerulean City, intending to rest in Cerulean City and find a quiet place to prepare for the competition. After the Quartz Conference, it would be nice if you could tie the other party to the pirate ship. After all, you have good strength and give a correct direction. You don't need to worry about the other party's growth. You can just recruit him when he reaches the top. This Quartz Conference should be very exciting. All the characters who were not originally in the animation are here. I am really looking forward to it. In fact, the champion of the Quartz Conference is just a silhouette, one of these trainers. It's not surprising at all. Anyway, the production team will not give it to Zai. Understanding this, you will know how disgusting the production team is. These Pokemon fans have been waiting for a champion since they were young, and have waited for more than 20 years. The production team does not understand Zai, but they understand a group of bad gamers. The production team knows what the players want to see, but they just don't show it to the players. Walking on the way to Deep Grey City, Yu Hai thought about the past. The championship was just an excuse for Dunmei. The ownership of the top-grade water stone does not belong to Dunmei, but on Grandpa Dunmei. He was no longer as eager for the top-grade water stone as before. If he wanted the top-grade water stone, he could directly exchange it with Xiaobo. The purpose of participating in the Quartz Conference this time was no longer to win the championship. The ranking was not so important. He could try to win the championship. Even if he couldn't win the championship, it didn't matter. After all, he had planned for the future, that is, to become a termite of the Alliance, to get along with both sides in the Alliance system, and to climb up step by step. A championship could not decide anything. How could he, a fisherman lying flat, be denied by a champion? He didn't care whether he was underestimated. In fact, many people don't understand that for a flat man, there is nothing important at all. This is a group of people abandoned by society. The abandoned people also abandoned everything and chose to abandon their lives. It is hard to understand this way. To put it simply, it is low desire. The desire is so low that he doesn't care about anything. Anyway, he has been abandoned. What can he not give up? He has nothing except himself. This group of people are really barefoot. Don't provoke them. If you dare to break their bowls, they will fight you to the death. Ibrahimovic sat on Niu-Niu's head, curiously looking at the scenery along the way, jumping from time to time, jumping on Yu Hai's shoulders, jumping on Niu-Niu's buttocks, curiously staring at Niu-Niu's three tails. Ibrahimovic, be careful not to fall down, Yu Hai looked back at Ibrahimovic and asked Ibrahimovic to come back. The mountain road that Niu Niu was walking on was too steep, so he should not run around. It would be bad if he fell down. Ibrahimovic returned to Yu Hai's arms and yawned. He was tired from playing just now and felt a little sleepy. Go to sleep, we can reach Deep Grey City at night. Yu Hai patted Evie's little head, stroked Evie's messy hair, looked at the woods on both sides of the road, and slowly walked towards the endless dirt road. This time he did not take the owl. When he left Yuejian Mountain, he had already come to the other side of Yuejian Mountain. It was not far from Deep Grey City. According to Lao Niu's pace, he could reach Deep Grey City at night and meet the shorts boy who jumped out to block the road. It's called the shorts boy, but in fact, like Xiao Ming, they are all trainers who can't get the 3 starters. They are not even rookies, but just children playing at the door. For the teenagers who challenged him on the road, he would also stop to fight with Pokémon. The Pokémon used by these teenagers are all common green caterpillars and unicorns, which are too common. On the way to Deep Grey City, there are many towns and villages, as well as many farmlands. Seeing these children playing in the fields, he seemed to see himself when he was a child, just as carefree. The less you know, the less you worry. When I was a kid, the only worry I had was probably going to school. After all, everyone had nothing and couldn't compete with each other. The young boys in the elf world are much more interesting. They can also capture elves and play elf battles. After walking and stopping all the way, they finally arrived at Deep Grey City after dark. He took back Niu Niu and went to the elf center as soon as possible. I won't go out tonight. I've been sitting on Niu Niu all day and it's so bumpy. It's better to have dinner first and rest early. He continued to have a free dinner at the elf center and could have a spicy dinner, which is rare in the elf center. After dinner, he released the elves in the single room and asked everyone to come out for dinner in batches. After dinner, he put Evie on the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After he finished his shower, he gave Evie a bath again. He read in a book that this would increase intimacy. He helped Evie to tidy up his hair after washing, cutting and blowing, and then took out a mirror for Evie to look at himself. Evie shook his body and turned his head to look at himself in the mirror. He looked quite refreshed. The hair that was messed up by the wind today was straightened. Go to bed, Evie, Yu Hai asked the orb spinner to keep watch, and he held Evie in his arms and lay on the bed, slowly stroking the soft little Evie to sleep. Evie took a deep breath and felt that the smell tonight was good, without the stinky smell of sweat. Go to bed, I have to get up early to challenge the gym tomorrow, Evie. Chapter 520, A Hot Man. The 43rd day to the Kanto region, sunny. In the early morning, after waking up from the single room of the Pokémon Center, Yu Hai simply washed up and put the Pokémons in the single room for breakfast. After the Pokémons had breakfast, he came to the lobby of the Pokémon Center to have breakfast. After breakfast, he had to challenge the dark grey gym. I just don't know who the gym owner is. It would be best if it is Xiao Gang, so that he can easily get the grey badge. After breakfast, he called Xiaogan Gym and teleported Diglett over. The maid collected the Pokeballs again and said that Master Ada and Squirtle went for a morning run. He sighed that the boy finally got it, and the little turtle also evolved. He hung up the phone and called Honglian Gym again. Xiaobo answered the phone again. They talked about some recent situations, his current position, and the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference, which was only about 10 days away. Later, they talked about Xiao Ai's recent situation and said that they would come to watch his games and asked him to work harder and not eat too much like the cruise ship. In response, Yu Hai suspected that the old man was secretly exposing his shortcomings. Could it be that the old guy couldn't see that he did it on purpose at that time? It was to avoid emergencies and prevent the enemy from understanding his combat power and Pokémon configuration, so as to catch the enemy off guard. Although it was not used in the end, it is better to be prepared. When mentioning Xiao Ai, they inevitably talked about Xiao Ai's mother, but this time it didn't hurt. News, but this news is neither good nor bad. More than 10 days have passed since the last time the two talked. As expected, Xiao Ai's mother was found. In Xiaobo's words, they are still observing Xiao Ai's mother and investigating her network of relationships, so they didn't tell Xiao Ai the news. They also found some things related to the rockets, so they didn't let Xiao Ai recognize the other party. Before they figured out the situation, it was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. He was also afraid that Xiao Ai's mother would not be able to accept the resurrected Xiao Ai. After they found out that the other party had nothing to do with the rockets, they created an encounter and let the familiar back appear in front of the other party, so that the other party would suddenly discover this matter and make a mistake. People's own imagination is often the most credible. No matter what others say, only by hypnotizing themselves can it be easier for the other party to accept this matter. It doesn't matter if you confess afterwards, as long as the other party can accept Xiao Ai's resurrection and Xiao Ai is really back. Regarding this matter, Yu Hai asked Xiaobo to handle it himself, but he reminded Xiaobo that it is best not to conceal this matter from Xiao Ai's mother, including the rocket's taboo research and cloning plan. After all, the person in charge of the cloning project is Xiao Ai's mother's ex-husband. There is no need to hide the mastermind, Dr. Fuji. Let Xiao Ai's mother know the cause and effect, and it can also make Xiao Ai's mother feel at ease. That is the obsession of a father who loves his daughter deeply. There is nothing to hide about this matter. Everything can be explained. Although the process of Xiao Ai's resurrection is a bit bizarre, it happened. Xiao Ai still remembers them. Xiao Ai's return is the most important thing. The process is not important at all. Xiaobo is hesitant about this matter. In fact, it is normal. After all, he is an old man. It is normal to have concerns. But he said helplessly that curiosity will arouse the desire to get to the bottom of it, and Xiaobo must emphasize the rocket team as an organization. If Xiao Ai's mother is not afraid that Xiao Ai will be captured and taken by the rocket team for slice research, then go ahead and verify it. At that time, losing her daughter again will completely destroy this mother. Therefore, in order to protect her daughter's safety, Xiao Ai's mother, who knows this matter, not only cannot investigate the truth, but also cannot make it public, but also must protect her daughter's hard-earned second life. By then, Xiao Ai's mother will be stronger than Xiaobo and the others, and for Xiao Ai's second life, as an adult, Xiao Ai's mother must be strong and know what to do. Xiaobo was finally convinced. After careful consideration, Xiaobo felt that what Yu Hai said was feasible. As one of the closest people to Xiao Ai, he should have the right to know. When Xiao Ai grows up, even Kikyuko will have the right to know. The reason for waiting is to make Kikyuko and Xiao Ai's master-disciple relationship deeper. By then, when Kikyuko is told the truth, I believe Kikyuko will not be so cruel to clean up the door, and she can be tied to the pirate ship to protect Xiao Ai and face the rocket team together. Under the protection of the two king trainers, Xiao Ai's future growth path is already worry-free, and the next step is a matter of course. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hai put away his mobile phone. The conversations just now were all chatted on the mobile phone. There were many people in the Pokemon Center, and the transmission of the Pokemon was over. If there were some things that were inconvenient to say, they would change the phone to contact. As an old fox, Xiaobo is confident in his work. He doesn't know if he can meet Xiao Ai's mother at the Quartz conference. He hopes to see her. After all, Xiao Ai is too young and needs this mother. As for Dr. Fuji, the crazy scientist, forget it. Even if he didn't die on the new island, Team Rocket would not let him go. After all, they are the people who created Mutuo. With the first Mutuo, they can definitely make the second one. Based on Sakeka's ambition, he might form a Mutuo army and use Mutuo to clone Mutuo. He is really a group of lunatics. After saying goodbye to Xiaobo, he went to the gym here, the dark grey gym with Frog and Eevee outside the Pokemon Center. When he arrived at the gym, he found a long line outside the gym. After asking curiously, he found that most trainers came to challenge the gym. After continuing to ask, he found that these teenagers wanted to take advantage because the owner of the dark grey gym was Xiaogong's younger brother, Jiro. I didn't expect it to come after all. Xiaogong's father still became a hands-off boss. After Xiaogang left home, he left the gym to his second son. After knowing that the gym owner was not a martial artist, he also lined up behind the group of children. After being greeted and having his illustrated book verified, he was led to the audience seats with the group of children. He also sat down in the audience seats to watch Jiro's gym battle with the challenger. The venue of the dark grey gym is a rock venue. The competition system is 2-on-2. If two elves on either side lose their combat ability, the battle will be lost. Boom boom boom. Metal Tyrannosaurus, come on, Frozen Fist. Metal Tyrannosaurus is Jiro's elf. I didn't expect that the opponent also has one, and it has evolved into Metal Tyrannosaurus, which means that Jiro is not as bad as he imagined. After all, Metal Tyrannosaurus is a senior-level elf. Until he saw Geodude, Sand Shrew, and other ground-type and rock-type elves, he realized that he was overthinking. Jiro's most powerful Pokémon is probably the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There are also some Pokémon raised in the gym, some of which are Wu Neng's, and some of which are Xiao Gang's. After all, Jiro doesn't look like he's 10 years old. He has a senior-level Tyrannosaurus Rex, which means he has already won at the starting line. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is probably Jiro's initial Pokémon. Facing these teenagers from Deep Grey City, a senior-level Tyrannosaurus Rex is enough to deal with many challenges. With so many people feeding Jiro moves, Jiro will only become stronger, but it's not enough to fight him. It's his turn to fight in the gym battle. Jiro's face was full of relief because of his previous winning streak, and he did not take back the Tyrannosaurus, wanting to continue fighting. Yukai had nothing to say about this. The referee asked him to release the Pokémon, so he threw the Gyarados out. Roar, 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 Gyarados burst out with intimidation characteristics as soon as it came out, and also had a terrible face and glaring eyes. The hideous and terrifying face was all imposed on the Tyrannosaurus, making the Tyrannosaurus subconsciously step back 2 steps. This Tyrannosaurus should have just evolved. It was the first time to face such a huge Gyarados. It was a little uncomfortable, especially when facing the reaction of intimidation, and was completely frightened. Godong! Not only was the Tyrannosaurus frightened, but even Jiro was frightened by the appearance of the Gyarados, fearing that the Gyarados would rush over and swallow him. Even the teenagers outside the field secretly swallowed their saliva, fearing that this huge Gyarados would suddenly go crazy and attack randomly. Challenger, I need to make sure you can fully control this Gyarados. Uncontrolled Pokémon cannot be used in gym battles. The referee's hand holding the small flag was shaking a little. He was also afraid that Gyarados would suddenly go crazy. If it hurt the children around, the dark grey gym would be primarily responsible. No problem, please start as soon as possible. That's just the intimidation feature, Yu-Hai nodded gently, asking Gyarados to restrain himself a little, which scared the babies outside the field. Roar, Gyarados nodded, indicating that he would listen to the trainer's words, and at the same time, he was also indicating that he would not go crazy. Seeing Gyarados' hideous head nod to Yu-Hai, everyone was relieved. As long as the trainer could command the Pokémon, they were afraid that the trainer could not control the Pokémon. Challenger, you attack first. The referee put down the small flag on Yu-Hai's side, which meant that the game had begun. Gyarados, water cannon. Roar, puff puff puff, Gyarados opened his mouth and used a big move, and water cannon bombs fell towards the armored Tyrannosaurus, and the armored Tyrannosaurus could only hold its head to dodge. Roar, Tyrannosaurus was unwilling to be outdone. Under Jiro's command, it dived into the ground and dug a hole to avoid the water cannon. For Tyrannosaurus in the digging state, it can indeed avoid the attack of the water cannon, but for the Pokémon in the digging state, the damage of the earthquake is doubled. Earthquake originally doubled the damage to Tyrannosaurus, plus the doubled power in the digging state, that is 4 times the damage. Gyarados, Earthquake. Roar. Gyarados raised his tail, covered with a metallic iron tail, and slapped the ground fiercely, causing the entire gym to shake. In Gyarados' words, strengthen the tail so that it doesn't hurt when slapping things. This is the last time that the Tyrannosaurus was beaten by the Tyrannosaurus, and the tail was only slightly injured, so Gyarados learned how to use it. While using the iron tail, he also used the earthquake move. Boom, boom. As the ground shook, people wondered whether the gym would collapse, and everyone looked at the roof worriedly. It was obvious that there would be no collapse. After all, it was a rock-type gym, and most of the Pokémons had very destructive moves. The building must have been reinforced in terms of earthquake resistance. As the earthquake ended, Tyrannosaurus held its breath, dug a hole and rushed to the ground, then fainted and lost its ability to fight. Yu-Hai successfully won the first gym battle. The reason why it was so simple and direct was not because Gyarados was very strong. In fact, the levels of the two Pokémons were similar. Counting the 4 times the damage, plus the fact that Tyrannosaurus had been beaten before, it looked so easy to win. Lost, Jiro used the Pokeball to take back Tyrannosaurus, stared at the Pokeball in his hand in a daze, and sighed, after all, I am still far behind my brother. Jiro, you have worked very hard. Jiro was sighing, and suddenly heard someone talking behind him. He turned around and saw a big hand on his shoulder, and his father's vicissitudes of life, wearing a white apron, obviously cooking. Why is father here? Jiro was hesitant to speak when he saw his father. He didn't know what his father would think when he saw that he lost. It's okay, let me do it, Wu Neng comforted his son. He felt the violent vibration that smashed his pot, so he came to see curiously and saw the battle just now. Father wants to fight. Jiro was very surprised. He didn't expect his father to mention fighting. In his impression, his father rarely fought. Don't underestimate me. He was also a man who won the Quartz Conference Championship back then. Wu Neng gave Jiro a thumbs up, showing his big white teeth, and pulled Jiro behind him and threw a poke ball. Roar, roar, as soon as Onyx came out, it roared like Gyarados. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the length and height of this Onyx are actually the same as Gyarados when it raises its head, and its size is almost the same as Gyarados. You should know that Gyarados is 9.2 meters long, which is equal to Gyarados. This Onyx is at least more than 9 meters long. Compared to Gyarados, Onyx is more likely to grow to this size, because the average length of Onyx is 8.8 meters, almost 9 meters. This shows that most Onyx can grow to more than 9 meters, which is a very normal thing. Young man, your strength is very good, I will fight you in the last game. Wu Neng saw that the two Pokémon were almost the same, and immediately proposed to Yu-Hai to change people. Yu-Hai had no objection to this, whoever came in would be almost the same, just a little harder to fight, it's alright, please start as soon as possible. He finally saw this man, and also saw this man's Pokémon. The aura he exuded was no worse than that of Gyarados. In Darkray's perception, it was even stronger than that of Gyarados. That was definitely the Quasi King. Gyarados, water cannon. Yu-Hai saw the other party nod to the referee, so he let Gyarados attack. Roar, puff puff puff, Gyarados spit out water cannon again, hitting Onyx's huge body, as if cleaning the other party's body again. Huh? No effect. Yu-Hai saw that the water cannon fell on Onyx, and Onyx didn't dodge or evade, and secretly thought that it was really capable. The masters in the training family basically conduct targeted training on the weaknesses of Pokémon, especially Onyx, which is 4 times weak to water and 4 times weak to grass. It is normal that Wu Neng's Onyx is not afraid of water. Who knows what kind of inheritance is there in the family, and Onyx has been trained to be afraid of water since childhood. In this case, he shouted to Gyarados again, Gyarados, freezing beam. Chapter 521, Giant Dragonite. Onyx, Stone attack. When Gyarados finished the move and was about to fire the freezing beam, Wu Neng also moved. Onyx's tail swept towards the rocks, and fired rock shells at the freezing beam fired by Gyarados. Boom, 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 boom. The rocks in the air were immediately frozen when they collided with the freezing beam. They fell to the ground one by one and turned into lumps of ice. If the freezing beam did not stop, the rock shells would not stop until both sides stopped attacking. Finally, the freezing beam was offset by the rock shells, and Yu Hai shouted again, "Gyarados, Dragon Dance!" "Huh? There is actually Dragon Dance?" Wu Neng's face was surprised and he thought to himself that this trainer was not simple. After all, it was Dragon Dance, a dragon-type transformation move. Then, he also shouted to Onyx, "Dragon Dance!" "What?" This time it was Yu Hai who was surprised. He didn't expect Onyx to have Dragon Dance. This guy must be cheating. "Gyarados, Dragon Wave!" "Onyx, we also have Dragon Wave!" Roar, 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 roar. The two Pokémon twisted their bodies, and after their respective dragon dances, they opened their mouths and sprayed out terrifying colored energy beams. There was also a dragon head phantom in the beam. The two dragon heads opened their mouths and bit each other, and neither could do anything to the other. Until the phantom of Gyarados' dragon head faded, Yu Hai sighed that it was still a little worse, and shouted to Gyarados again, "Freezing beam!" Roar! Gyarados sprayed out another freezing beam. This time Onyx burrowed into the ground to avoid it, and did not attack with sharp stones again. The rocks on the ground were all destroyed and there were no rocks available. Gyarados, ground, no use Iron Tail, underground. Yu Hai felt the vibration coming from his feet and immediately changed his tactics. After the first battle, the opponent obviously would not give Gyarados a chance to use Earthquake, and it broke out from under Gyarados in an instant. The moment Onyx rushed out, the whole stone head shone with metallic luster. It used the steel-type move Iron Head and hit Gyarados' Iron Tail. Boom! Finally, it was Onyx's Iron Head that overturned Gyarados' Iron Tail. "Gyarados, tie it up, freeze fangs!" Roar! Gyarados was overturned, climbed up and swam over fiercely, its scaly blue body quickly wrapped around Onyx, and bit Onyx's neck with its cold fangs. Roar! Onyx was not to be outdone, and immediately steeled its entire head and neck to defend against Gyarados' frozen fangs, and also opened its mouth to bite Gyarados. "Gyarados, just use the jet of fire!" Roar! Gyarados bit Onyx's mouth, and the cold air disappeared in the blink of an eye. A large ball of flames sprayed out and hit Onyx's steel body. Roar! Onyx couldn't stand the burning of the flames, let go and screamed in pain, punched a hole in the ground with its head, and quickly drilled into the ground, getting rid of Gyarados' restraints. "Gyarados, use water cannon on the hole!" Roar! Gyarados sprayed a stream of water at the hole, and the battlefield instantly turned into a fountain, with water gushing out. Onyx was also forced out by the water cannon, and cracks appeared on its bitten neck. That was the damage caused by Gyarados, and there were several teeth marks on it. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Wu Neng, who was extremely confident in Onyx's defense, couldn't help but exclaimed. He didn't expect that such a hard defense would be broken by Gyarados. In fact, the reason is very simple. It is because Onyx is about to be tempered, that is, it is about to evolve, and it has reached the requirements for evolving Steelix. Tempering can improve Onyx's defense, but it has also become Onyx's weakness. The tempered Onyx encountered the extremely cold temperature of frozen teeth, and suddenly encountered the high temperature flame of jet flame. The temperature difference between hot and cold makes the tempered body instantly fragile and easy to deform, so it will be bitten by Gyarados and cracked. If Onyx is a complete Steelix, it will also be affected. After all, it is twice as weak as the fire type. This is a weakness determined by the material properties of steel, which is unavoidable. The only way is to increase the hardness of the body, increase the melting point of Steelix, and make the body resistant to high and low temperatures, just like the cultivation method of Phoritos, so that the fire cannot burn and avoid sudden alternation of hot and cold, otherwise no steel can stand it. Young man, you win. Wu Neng used the poke ball to take back onyx. Such onyx cannot fight anymore. It needs to replenish ore as soon as possible to repair the body to prevent the cracks from getting bigger and bigger. Onyx was preparing to evolve, and he didn't want Onyx to fight, and now that his body has been damaged, he doesn't want to continue fighting. Before evolving, Onyx can't damage its body too much. It will evolve into Steelix only after its entire body is hardened. That's it, Yu Hai said, holding the grey badge thrown by Wu Neng. He thought that he would have a long-lasting battle with the previous gym leader of the dark grey gym, but who would have thought that the other party would just give him the badge? Young man, you are very good. My son Xiao Gang is about the same age as you. If Xiao Gang was in the gym, you should have a lot of common topics. Ahem, Yu Hai suddenly thought of the last time he drank at the reservoir, and he didn't dare to look Wu Neng in the eye, feeling a little guilty. After all, it was impossible to tell the other party about what happened that night in front of his father. He dragged his son to drink until late at night, and Xiao Gang couldn't drink as much as him. Who knows if the other party will pursue him and say that he led Xiao Gang astray. Well, I'll take my leave first. Yu Hai dared not stay any longer. The more he said, the easier it would be to reveal the truth. He could not tell Wu Neng that he knew Xiao Gang, so he hurriedly left the gym. Strange. Wu Neng felt a little strange when he saw Yu Hai running away. Wasn't this young man so high-spirited just now? Why did he become a different person when he mentioned Xiao Gang and didn't want to say more? But Yu Hai had already left. He couldn't get an answer. He could only hand over the gym battle to Jiro again and go back to the kitchen to cook. If Xiao Gang knew this young man, he could wait for Xiao Gang to come back and ask Xiao Gang if he knew him. By the way, what was the name of this young man? It seems that I didn't ask his name just now. After cooking, I will check his registration information and know his name. Yu Hai, who left the dark grey gym, looked back at the gym gate and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His fingers groped for the cold grey badge and he embedded the badge in the badge box. This badge box has 10 grooves, corresponding to the shape of the badges. There are 2 badge grooves left, and he does not plan to continue challenging the gym. The minimum requirement of the Quartz Conference is 8 badges. Next, he only needs to go to the Quartz Plateau to attend the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference. However, there are still 10 days before the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference. He is not in a hurry to go to the Quartz Plateau, but plans to go to the lighthouse to see the giant Dragonite. Although the appearance time of the giant Dragonite has been missed, there should be some traces of gigantism. As a time traveler, he suspects that the Dragonite is a supergiant Dragonite, just like a certain Snorlax in the animation, who ate a tree fruit to become a supergiant Snorlax. Also, the energy of the infinite can also trigger the gigantism of elves, which is not a very rare thing. In addition to these 2 types of gigantism, Arceus's stone tablet can actually make elves gigantic. Don't forget that there are 3 gigantic elves in the ruins near the first generation of Pallet Town, and their size is not worse than that of the Gigantamax. I just don't know if there is an energy limit. Judging from the legend that the giant Jengar and the giant Alakazam can destroy a country, they will probably fight for days and nights without rest. The black crystal stone that can seal the giant Jengar, the golden eyes and spoon-shaped crystals that seal the giant Alakazam, and the bronze bell and paintbrush that seal the giant Jigglypuff are not simple things. He feels that there are many good things in the ruins. But he dare not break into the ruins of that level. There is a crystal of an ancient civilization in the ruins. The Alliance will definitely enter, so they, the trainers, can forget about it. When the time comes, they can ask Darkrai to get some good things from it, and they can retreat. The water of this kind of ruins is too deep. Although there are many good things, the risk is too great. There is no need to take risks. Back to the giant Dragonite. Dragonite comes to the lighthouse to call once a year. It is estimated that it is mourning someone, maybe an ancient person. The lifespan of dragon-type elves is very long. This matter can only be asked to the dragon in question, and Dragonite must be willing to speak. The lighthouse is located at Cape White, a nice resort, located in the strait between Cerulean City and Vermilion City, which is the bay at the northeast corner of the inland sea. That is to say, he still has to take a boat from the west of the inland sea to the east of the inland sea. The closest time he was to the lighthouse was when he and Kita were on a boat and docked. At that time, in order to get the batch, he went straight to Yahung City and did not go to the Cape White of the lighthouse. Now that the badges are all collected, he can go there to play, and there is no need to prepare for the competition. Whether he can win the championship or not does not affect his being a borer, so why should he work so hard? He does not want to be a leek, he wants to harvest leeks. At this time, some people may say that only by working hard can you not be a leek, and if you don't work hard, you can only be harvested. This he cannot agree with it. In the previous life, Mr. So-and-so and Mr. So-and-so, fish, didn't they still eat and drink well, and they also scolded others as leeks. He felt that what they said was absolutely right. And it's like this, a bunch of leeks get the 4 words not to be disclosed, isn't this quite arrogant, so it's all a fucked up world. But learning is still very important, knowledge can let you instantly lock who your enemy is, instead of being sold out and cheering for others. Little do you know that others are looking at you with the eyes of a fool, smiling at you, a fool who is still smiling foolishly. So, put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a bad life. Refuse to waste your spirit. After saying goodbye to the deep grey gym, he had lunch at the Pokémon Center and checked the Pokémon's bodies. There were no problems or hidden injuries. After the Pokémons had lunch, he prepared to set off for the lighthouse. But from Deep Grey City to the seaside, he still had to cross the evergreen forest, go to port number 17 to take a boat. Or go to Viridian City by land, and then take a boat from Viridian City to port number 17 to go to Cape White. The first way, crossing the primitive and dense Viridian forest, is naturally faster, but that is a primitive jungle, and there are countless powerful elves in the forest. If you mistakenly enter the territory of the Overlord elves, you will definitely be hunted down. The second way is to take the road to Viridian City. It is a little farther, but this is where Team Rocket often appears. There is also a location of Team Rocket in Viridian Forest, and you may encounter Team Rocket who poach wild elves. However, the risk is much smaller than crossing the primitive forest. Even if you choose to cross Viridian Forest, you may still encounter Team Rocket. The poaching location of Team Rocket is Viridian Forest. No matter which road you take, you may encounter Team Rocket. He might as well take the main road. There are more people and you are not afraid of walking at night. After choosing a good route, he came to the outskirts of Deep Grey City and took Nyunio to travel. This journey was hard for Nyunio. There is no need to continue flying in the sky. Team Rocket often appears in places where flying in the sky is too conspicuous and it is easy to be seen and shot down. It is better not to be too reckless. From Deep Grey City to Viridian City, this section of the journey is not far. You can arrive tomorrow and camp by the river at night. If you set out in the morning, you can arrive at night, but he was delayed in the morning to fight the gym, so he can only travel in 2 days. At first, he was worried about the intrusion of Team Rocket. After walking for a few hours, all he saw were villages and towns, as well as farmland, and the primitive jungle of Viridian Forest, which was at least a few hundred meters away from the main road. It seems that in order to open a road, humans forcibly divided Viridian Forest into 2, one side is West Viridian Forest, and the other side is East Viridian Forest, and a road was opened in the middle to build villages and towns. If this is the case, he has nothing to be afraid of, after all, there are people everywhere. If he encounters Team Rocket and cannot beat them, won't he run away or shout? After he put his heart at ease, he held EV and rode on the bull and hurried along leisurely. When he met a bug catcher who blocked his way, he would release his elves to fight against him. Along the way, there were too many children from these rural areas. In addition to fighting with the children, he would also teach them how to cultivate bug-type elves. When these children lost, he would also give them 1 or 2 boxes of energy cubes to encourage them to keep fighting. There was no other way. He could only do this. Just like in his previous life, there was also a gap in educational resources in the elf world. These rural areas could definitely not compare with towns. Sometimes, money is also an educational resource. Rich families can let their children learn ahead of time, which is a dimensionality reduction attack for children who cannot get tutoring. Children who learn ahead of time cannot be called geniuses. That is just the path that everyone has to take, but some children have taken it early. Putting aside the things that cannot be changed, he rode on the bull for an afternoon, which was halfway through. It was not suitable to travel at night, so he planned to find a small river to camp tonight. Bile, the big-billed gull flew in the sky, quickly locked onto a small river, landed on Niu Niu's head, and showed Niu Niu the way. Then they found the small river. They came to the river and set up a tent, took out cooking utensils to make a fire and cook. The elves would go to pick fruits from nearby trees. When the elves came back, dinner was ready. Everyone sat together around the campfire and had this dinner under the sunset. After dinner, they went to the river to take a bath and play water fights together. The happy sunset is always short, and it slipped away quietly. As night fell, they also had to rest. The work of keeping watch was hard for the round silk spider. He took back the elves that were not convenient to sleep with him. The remaining elves were either on the tree, on the grass, in the tent, and they could sleep wherever they liked. But he had to tell these little guys not to run around. If they disappeared tomorrow morning, it would take several hours just to find the elves. He told the little guys to have a good rest, and he carried Evie into the tent and fell asleep in the tent. The fire was about to go out, so he asked the orb silk spider to add some dry wood and spit some spider silk to help burn it, which could also drive away many wild elves. Smart wild elves saw the fire here, and they must be humans camping here, and they would not make themselves bored and provoke the terrifying two-legged beasts. Chapter 522, Latias. Accompanied by the sound of the stream and the chirping of insects and birds in the forest, Yu-Hai and the elves gradually fell asleep. As time came to the second half of the night, I thought it would be another peaceful night tonight, but I didn't expect the warning of the orb silk spider to break the tranquility of the night. Ee-ee-doo-ee-doo, ee-ee-doo-ee-doo, the orb silk spider jumped to the side of the tent and kept calling, waking up the sleeping elves. Yobo! The mosquito-repellent frog got up and heard the call of the orb silk spider, and looked vigilantly into the depths of the forest. There was no light, but most elves had night vision. Ku-K! The giant crab stood next to the mosquito frog, protecting it. Duo! As the noise came from outside the tent, it seemed very abrupt in the quiet night. Yu-Hai was woken up without surprise. With a messy hair, he climbed out of the tent and saw the elves looking at the forest warily. After listening to Darkray's translation, he understood what the orb spider was saying. The spider web was touched. A human touched the spider web and is coming soon. Swish, swish. Even if Darkray didn't translate, Yu-Hai also heard the running and rustling sounds coming from the forest. It was not until a man in black rushed out of the forest that he was sure that he was really a human. The spider web of the orb spider was really accurate. As soon as the man in black came out, before he could react, he was knocked down by Darkray with a dark hole, without giving him a chance to react. In Yu-Hai's words, he was still in the woods in the middle of the night, and he was dressed in black. He must not be a good person, so there is no need to hold back. Looking at the man in black who fainted on the ground, Yu-Hai shouted to the orb spider, "Orb spider, take off his mask." The orb spider opened its mouth and spit out silk to stick to the black man's black scarf, and pulled it back hard to pull off the black man's scarf. Yu-Hai took out a flashlight and saw a white oval face. No matter how you look at it, this face has a high affinity. It's over, I hit the wrong person. Yu-Hai thought the man in black was a poacher, but when he saw this fair and clean face, he quickly came over and pulled off the man in black's hat. Seeing a head of messy red hair, he realized that he was in big trouble. The man in black turned out to be a Joy, and he asked Darkrai to hit Miss Joy with the dark hole. But Miss Joy didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and why did she come to the forest dressed like this? There were many tears on her clothes, and her fair skin was cut and bloody. What kind of pursuit did he encounter? He ended up in such a mess. Miss Joy held the poke ball tightly in her hand. He was stunned as soon as he touched the poke ball. Latias. Attribute, Dragon plus Psychic. Gender, Female. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 56.13%. Features, float/50.33%. Mastered the moves. Fuck, Latias, is it her? Yu-Hai looked at Miss Joy on the ground again. It turned out to be Miss Joy who closed the Hualan Gym. The Alliance Pokemon Inspector was being hunted down. Who is it? This person is so bold. He dared to hunt down the Alliance Inspector. Isn't he afraid of death? Is it Miss Joy who was hunted down because she touched the interests of the gym, or is it someone who simply wanted this Latias and hunted down Miss Joy? In a place like the Evergreen Forest, the identity of the pursuer can be guessed. It is very likely that it is the Rocket Team's group of idiots who have set their sights on Miss Joy, who has Latias. This or pretend not to see it, Yu-Hai took 2 steps back and turned to pack up. It's not that he doesn't want to help Miss Joy, but he can't bear the blame. For him now, the Rocket Team is too strong and he doesn't even want to touch it. If it weren't for these idiots everywhere, he wouldn't have killed so many people from the Rocket Team before, and he wouldn't even dare to be a second-hand dealer, and all the spoils would be destroyed. When he packed up his things, took back the elves, put on his backpack and prepared to leave, he looked at Miss Joy who fell to the ground and the Latias poke ball, and he hesitated before leaving. Ah, Yu-Hai sighed helplessly, and still came to Miss Joy, picked up Miss Joy's poke ball and put it away, released Ditto to turn it into a mask and put it on his face, and prepared to hold Miss Joy and put it in the mouth of the gull. Hurry up, I sense someone coming. Darkrai saw Yu-Hai dawdling and could not help but remind Yu-Hai that it was likely that the pursuers were coming, so he should run. When Yu-Hai heard the pursuers, he immediately released the gull to pray for rain, and then carried Miss Joy into the gull's mouth. He sat on the gull and left the river. The fire was also extinguished by the water gun. He also got a bottle of strong liquor on the camping site to interfere with the pursuers with the smell of alcohol. Another heavy rain would eliminate their smell and slow down the pursuers. It would be best if they could not be found. He really didn't want to meet Team Rocket. Team Rocket, who could chase Miss Joy, was at least a top trainer. He would fight with his head. He couldn't beat them at all. Because the gull used the most powerful rain prayer, coupled with the characteristics of rainfall, this rain was heavy rain from the beginning, lasting for a long time and covering a wide range. After they left, he let the gull move at high speed in the air to increase his speed. He just wanted to get away from this place of trouble as soon as possible, the farther the better. In a few minutes, a group of people rushed out of the forest. The trainer leading the team was dressed in black, wearing a red vest and a cocky mask. He was an acquaintance that Yu-Hai had seen. Master Bixias, the smell disappeared here. Houndoom can't smell the smell of that woman. It didn't disappear here, it was taken away by someone. This heavy rain also appeared suddenly. Bixias came to the extinguished fire. He could still see the fire extinguished by the water gun, and the wine bottle next to the fire. The smell of alcohol was very strong. It was obvious that he had just finished drinking it not long ago, and the smell had not dissipated. He looked up at the sky, which was full of dark clouds. There were no stars in the sky. He knew that this person had not gone far, but this rain increased the difficulty of continuing to track him. Banjira, use the destruction death ray to the sky. Roar, roar, Banjira looked up at the sky. He didn't know why the trainer had such an order, but it still burst out a destruction death ray towards the dark sky. The white beam of light instantly penetrated the sky, briefly illuminating the night sky and the river. Yu Hai, who was several kilometers away, saw the beam of light and could not help but wipe the rain and cold sweat from his face. As the beam of light dissipated, the heavy rain also weakened a lot. Bixias looked at the subordinates he brought with him and shouted loudly, "They must have just run away, find me." "Yes." The subordinates responded one after another, and scattered with the elves, looking for Yu Hai and the other two who had just left. Seeing that the beam of light was several kilometers away, Yu Hai turned back and did not look. It was dark now, and the beam of light did not shine on them. He still had 2 or 3 hours to escape. It would not be so easy to escape when the sun rose. After leaving the rainy area, he took out the quartz conference guide, opened the small map of Tokiwa City, covered the flashlight, and only left a little light source to look at the map. He planned to fly to the seaside, and he could not go to Tokiwa City. If the pursuers and the rocket team of Tokiwa City attacked from both ends, he would have nowhere to run, not to mention that there was Sakaki in Tokiwa City. Maybe Sakaki wanted Latias to clone the aircraft army, so what was he saying? Can't go to any of them. In this situation, the only safe place he can think of is Professor Oak in Pallet Town. Only if he can protect Miss Joy with Latias and not be afraid of the pursuers behind him, can he wait for the rescue of the Alliance. If it is a small Alliance branch, the crazy people of Team Rocket would probably dare to attack the town. He doesn't dare to gamble. So he flew to the seaside first, and tried to take a boat to Bainu City, and then went from Bainu City to Pallet Town. The nearest inland town to Bainu Beach is Pallet Town. After replacing the route, he could only give up going to the lighthouse and send Miss Joy there first. Fortunately, his gulls are senior level, and there is nothing to say about their physical strength. It is easy for the gulls to carry one person to fly, but it is a bit strenuous to fly with 2 people, and the speed is also much slower. It can also be compensated by moving at high speed. Come back. Luckily he was not being chased, otherwise he would have given up playing. He would definitely not be able to run, and if he was caught he would be dead. No longer worrying about the pursuers behind him, he flew until dawn. The sky was pale, he knew he couldn't fly anymore, the flying targets in the sky were too conspicuous and would be easily discovered. They were still some distance away from the seaside, and they had to either go overland or continue flying at night. In order to avoid being discovered, he decided to fly at night and find a cave to hide in during the day. He flew for another 2 or 3 hours in such a large area as the evergreen forest. He didn't know where he was, let alone the group of pursuers who were looking for him. He asked Darkrai to find a cave in the woods, and soon found a cave. He asked Mosquito Frog to flush the cave with a water gun, and then took Miss Joy in, took out a moisture-proof mat and let Miss Joy lay down. Miss Joy has 3 Pokémons, one is Jigglypuff, one is Venusaur, and the other is Latias. He collected all 3 Pokémons and returned them to Miss Joy when she woke up. He looked at Miss Joy on the moisture-proof mat and took out disinfectant to clean Miss Joy's wound. The disinfectant stimulated Miss Joy's wound, making Miss Joy frown and sweat on her face. She was probably having a nightmare. It's not his fault. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, it was not poachers but Miss Joy who came out of the forest? When disinfecting the wound, in order to avoid any misunderstanding, he did not take off Miss Joy's clothes. He only disinfected the torn part of the sleeve, then sprayed the wound medicine, and then applied the hemostatic cloth, and then bandaged Miss Joy with a bandage. There were more than 10 cuts of various sizes on Miss Joy's body, all on her arms and thighs. He disinfected and bandaged them one by one, and gave Miss Joy some water before covering her with a blanket. After treating Miss Joy's wounds, he released Miss Joy's 3 elves, all of whom were in a coma. The most seriously injured was Latias, whose wings were broken and drooped weakly. He asked Scyther to go to the forest, find dead wood and cut 2 wooden boards, feed Latias painkillers, spray some wound medicine on the wings, and temporarily fix Latias' wings. Such a serious injury was not something that he, an amateur, could handle, and needed a professional elf doctor to handle it. However, there was no elf doctor who was more professional than Miss Joy, so he could only deal with simple injuries first and wait for Miss Joy to wake up. When bandaging Latias, he couldn't help but touch it a little more. This Latias was much more attractive than Miss Joy. After all, it was a dragon-type beast and an infinite elf. It was also the first time for him to touch it up close. He really couldn't help but touch it a few more times, he. After touching Latias a few more times, he treated Venusaur's injuries and Gilgamesh's injuries. Gilgamesh was the lightest injured. When he was bandaging Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh woke up. Lucky, Gilgamesh opened his eyes in a daze and saw Yuhai's disguised face. There was no way Yuhai couldn't show his true face to the rocket team. Miss Joy had a big family and a big business. After returning to the family, the rocket team didn't dare to retaliate. But he was just a rookie. The rocket team could easily kill him. He was afraid that he would be attacked by the rocket team if he walked too much at night. Hush, Jigglypuff, keep quiet, lie still, I'll bandage your wound. Yuhai gently pressed Jigglypuff and asked Jigglypuff to look at Miss Joy and the other two elves who were resting. Jigglypuff really calmed down when he saw that everyone was fine, and let Yuhai bandage the wound on his foot. He did not reject the treatment of strangers, after all, he looked like a good person. Well, if Yuhai could hear Jigglypuff's voice, Yuhai would definitely say, "Don't give out the good guy card." It's hard to be a good person in this world. He prefers to be a bad guy, without being pointed at by a gun, and it's easier for bad people to break the moral bottom line. After finishing the treatment for Jigglypuff, Yuhai helped Jigglypuff up and asked Jigglypuff to see the injuries of his elves, to see if he has handled them properly. Lucky, after looking at Venusaur and Latias, Gilgamesh nodded to Yuhai, indicating that he had handled them well. Yuhai heard Darkray's translation and understood what Gilgamesh was saying. He helped Gilgamesh to the floor where Miss Joy slept, and asked Gilgamesh to sit against the cave wall to look after Miss Joy who was sleeping. After doing all this, he took out the elves' food and let the elves eat breakfast outside the cave. Gilgamesh couldn't see his elves. After the elves had breakfast and returned to the cave, he also gave Gilgamesh energy cubes and moo milk. For the remaining Venusaur and Latias, he opened their mouths and put an energy cube in them. The energy cube would melt in their mouths, so the two elves wouldn't be hungry. His breakfast was dry bread. He definitely couldn't make a fire today, otherwise he would be discovered by the pursuers, so he could only make do with it for now. After breakfast, he asked the mosquito frog to pick up some dead branches to camouflage the cave entrance until it was blocked. It could not be seen from the sky, and it was also not clear from a distance. He asked the gulls to rain on the forest again to eliminate the smell of their activities. After the rain stopped, he asked the orb spiders to go out and set up spider webs to warn. He told the orb spiders that if a stranger broke in here, they should quietly return to the cave to remind them, and not to shout outside, as they would be discovered. In addition to the orb spiders, the gulp bats were also released. Once they detected humans approaching, they would quietly come back to remind them, so that they could prepare earlier. Let Darkray convey his words, and he took out a blanket to cover himself, intending to rest for a while, and let the gulls have a good rest, as they still had to travel at night. Chapter 523, Discovered. The 44th day to the Kanto region, cloudy. It was noon, but Yuhai hadn't woken up yet, but Miss Joy woke up first. Miss Joy opened her eyes in a daze and saw the damp cave ceiling, the quilt on her body, and Jigglypuff holding her hand. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff. Lucky, Jigglypuff heard the shout, opened her eyes and saw Miss Joy pulling her, and woke up immediately, then raised her hand and pointed at Yuhai who had her back to them. Who? Miss Joy was terrified when she saw Yuhai's back, fearing that Yuhai would also steal her Pokémon like that group of people. Lucky, Jigglypuff saw that Miss Joy was very excited, and quickly comforted Miss Joy, raising her hand to let Miss Joy look at Venusaur and Latias. Vulpes had woken up, but Latias was too seriously injured and hadn't woken up yet. Dana, Donna, Venusaur called softly, fearing that he would wake up the other Pokémon who were sleeping. In this cave, there are actually only 3 Pokémons of Miss Joy, as well as Yukai and Otoko, Zubat and Orb Spinner outside the cave, and Gilgamesh has never been seen. Seeing that Venusaur had bandages on his body and Latias's broken wings were fixed by wooden boards, Miss Joy was relieved. It seemed that the other party did not hurt her Pokémon and even treated her Pokémon, which made him a trainer on the side of the alliance. Lucky, lucky, Gilgamesh raised his hand and pointed at Miss Joy's arm, indicating that he not only treated them, but also bandaged you. Me? Bandages? Miss Joy looked at the bandages on her arms, lifted the quilt and looked at her long white legs. She found that there were white bandages on her thighs, calves and soles of her feet. Her black knee-high socks were gone. Seeing the long white legs wrapped in bandages, her fair face immediately blushed. Yuhai did not take off Miss Joy's clothes, but the socks were too much of a hindrance, so Jilin didn't notice Miss Joy's blushing face, helped Miss Joy up and leaned against the wall of the cave, picked up the bread and milk on the ground, handed them to Miss Joy, and asked Miss Joy to eat quickly. He gave you these too? Miss Joy asked Jill where the food came from. Lucky, lucky, Jill nodded, raised her hand and pointed at Yuhai, indicating that they were all Yuhai's. Hey, Miss Joy sighed, tore open the package and ate the bread, drank the milk, and filled her stomach that had not eaten last night, and had been rumbling for a long time. Yuhai heard a noise behind him, and he was also woken up, but he did not turn around, but pretended to stretch to remind Miss Joy that he was awake. Then he let the resting Ditto change his face and attach it to his face, and then he turned around and looked at Miss Joy. It's not that he doesn't want to face Miss Joy with his true face, but he doesn't want to face the pursuers chasing Miss Joy with his true face. Are you awake? Who is chasing you? Yuhai turned around and opened his backpack, took out food to fill his stomach, and asked Miss Joy if it was Team Rocket who was chasing him. Who are you? Shouldn't you reveal your identity first? Miss Joy didn't follow Yuhai's words, and still had the greatest suspicion of Yuhai. Sorry, Miss Joy, I don't mean to hide my identity from you. I don't want to be seen by your pursuers. Yuhai spread his hands to express his helplessness, and then emphasized, now you can only trust me, unless you don't pretend to be. Yuhai's eyes pointed at something, and Miss Joy followed his gaze and looked at Latias who was still sleeping. In this situation, Miss Joy no choice. Okay, Miss Joy finally softened, but she also got a piece of information, that is, this face is fake, the other party's identity is unknown, it is true that he saved her, and it is right to worry about being implicated by her, she has nothing to say. The one chasing me is the elf hunter Bixias. I saw him arresting Rabbi, and then that's it, he set his sights on my Latias. What do you mean? That's it. Yuhai saw Miss Joy's fist grabbing the blanket, tightening and loosening, loosening and tightening, and already knew what was going on. It was not that he deliberately provoked the other party. Did the other party just go out? Didn't he even investigate the enemy's strength and rushed up when he saw others poaching? The fierce people who can fight with Du Tianwang are at least senior Tianwang, or even the peak Tianwang level trainers. What virtue do you have as a young lady? You dare to cause trouble for others with a Latias. Aren't you too stupid to recognize the reality? That's it, and then it's like this, Miss Joy gritted her teeth and glared at Yuhai angrily. This guy clearly knew it, but why did he still ask, which made her so angry? Well, I understand, Yuhai wanted to laugh, but he could only hold it back so as not to irritate Miss Joy. It turned out that the cold Miss Joy who went to Hualan Gym to investigate and closed Hualan Gym was just a disguise. This is the real Miss Joy. Damn it, his ID card was checked before, who can he go to for justice, and now he dare not speak in his original voice, afraid of being heard, he can only change the subject. Bixias, I met him in Dasha Valley, he is on par with Du Tianwang, and he has a quasi-god Banjira in his hand. When you meet such a person, you should call for reinforcements instead of rushing forward. I didn't rush forward, I just, Miss Joy didn't dare to look at Yu Hai, her voice became weaker and weaker as she spoke. Okay, I understand, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. Maybe he has been a Pokemon doctor for so long that he almost forgot what the world of trainers is like. It is the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Okay, I understand, Yu Hai sighed helplessly. Maybe he has been a Pokemon doctor for so long that he almost forgot what the world of trainers is like. It is the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. How do you know again? Miss Joy curled her lips and did not refute Yu Hai. She was basically guessed by Yu Hai. However, Yu Hai had seen Bixias, and she was very curious. Have you seen Bixias? Yes, he is the number one thug of the leader of Team Rocket and the highest cadre of Team Rocket. He is well known in the underground world. Haven't you heard of him? What, the highest cadre of Team Rocket? It was the first time that Miss Joy knew of Bixias's other identity. The Alliance had always used elf hunters to hunt him down. If he was the highest cadre of Team Rocket, the nature of the problem would be different. If elf hunters were rats crossing the street, then Team Rocket was an organized, disciplined, and terrorist organization with an action program. Team Rocket is the number one enemy within the Alliance, and it has been so for a long time. In the animation, it can be traced back to the time of Sakeka's mother at least. And Team Rocket's strategic planning is aimed at the Alliance. The internal resource allocation, execution efficiency, performance evaluation, and cultural education of Team Rocket are digging the roots of the Alliance. How can it not be the number one enemy? What? The first day you knew that Bixias was from Team Rocket. Yu Hai felt a little strange. This shouldn't be the case. When Bixias raided Dasha Valley, he had help from Team Rocket. Didn't he know? I did know it now. I always thought he was an elf hunter. Who knew he was from Team Rocket? Miss Joy smiled helplessly. The wanted order didn't say that. Now I know how strong he is. Only Du can compete with him in the Alliance. The battle that Yu Hai saw that night rebuilt his understanding of the king. He was too strong. The reason why the Alliance didn't use the wanted order for Team Rocket was also due to the Alliance's own considerations. He didn't know. Anyway, this person was very strong, and the pressure came up. Thank you, Miss Joy didn't continue the previous topic, but whispered thank you. What? Yu Hai heard it, but he pretended not to hear it, and asked the other party with his ear tilted. Thank you for saving me, Miss Joy blushed, and after saying thank you loudly, she turned her head away from Yu Hai. She found that this person was shameless and too irritating. She clearly heard it every time, and understood it without being explained. Sometimes she just pretended not to hear it, which made her so angry. Hee, Yu Hai smiled and continued to eat bread. The rain outside the cave stopped. Hello? What's your name? Miss Joy couldn't help but speak again before she could hold her breath for 2 minutes. My name is Ahai. Yu Hai's name is everywhere on the seaside, so there is no need to worry that Miss Joy will associate it with Yu Hai. Ahai, such a common name, Miss Joy muttered in a low voice. With just a name, it is impossible to guess the other party's identity. What's more, the other party didn't have any heartbeat or greed when he saw Latias. It's so rare. As a trainer, she understands the little thoughts of these trainers too well. After all, it is a very rare dragon-type Pokemon, and the other party can be so calm, and he is a good person. Where to go next? Have we escaped the pursuit? Miss Joy put aside the matter of Latias and asked about the pursuit of Yu Hai. Let's go to the beach and take a boat to find Professor Oak, and leave us alone. It's not me who's being hunted, but you. Yu Hai sat at the entrance of the cave and looked at the blazing sun outside the window. He didn't see Miss Joy's ugly face, and his little pink fists were hard. If she hadn't been injured, Miss Joy would definitely jump up and beat Yu Hai violently. Her words really deserved a beating, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. Why do you want to find Professor Oak? Can't you just go to Viridian City? There is also a Pokemon Center there. Miss Joy suppressed her anger, took several deep breaths to calm down, and looked at Latias worriedly. Her Latias needed treatment. There is a rocket team base in Viridian City. Going there is a death wish. Since Bixias dared to attack you, he will definitely not let you go back alive. The only trainer who can protect you around here is Professor Oak. Is Professor Oak a very powerful trainer? Isn't he a researcher? Miss Joy was young and had not heard of Professor Oak's deeds when he was young, but there were many reports on his research. Professor Oak and King Kikyuko are trainers of the same period. They should not be much worse. There will be no problem protecting you in front of Bixias. What about you? Miss Joy asked this question in an idiotic way, and she realized it after she asked it. Nonsense, if I were that powerful, why would we run away? Catching Bixias back would be a great achievement. Yu Hai looked at Miss Joy speechlessly until Miss Joy was embarrassed to bow her head, and he gave up. By the way, what's your name? I can't always call you Joey. Yu Hai turned back and continued to look outside the cave. Miss Joey was just a general name, similar to the doctors and nurses in the hospital, not Miss Joey's real name. My name is Yuko, and I used to be Miss Joey from Jinhuang City. Have a good rest, we'll leave tonight. Yu Hai leaned against the cave wall, took out a small notebook to write and draw, and when he was tired, he covered himself with a blanket and went to sleep until night fell. This guy, Miss Joey said the name, and seeing that Yu Hai still had that indifferent reaction, her little pink fist suddenly hardened again. She had never been defeated by a man since she was a child, and those suitors were always responsive to her requests and obedient. But facing this stranger, the other party was just unmoved, and didn't even bother to look at her more. This was a feeling of frustration she had never had before. If Miss Joey knew that Yu Hai hated licking dogs the most in his life and would never be a licking dog in his life, she would understand why Yu Hai had such an attitude. Yu Hai is a person who has experienced it. The society in his previous life has been mad. When he pursues her and has his own opinions, he is called a straight man. When he pursues her and obeys her, he is called a bootlicker. When he stops pursuing her, he is called a passive single man. So, Yu Hai cannot say that he has no interest in love. He can only say that he has no interest at all. It is simply a trouble. Miss Joy is helpless in the face of Yu Hai, who is like a hedgehog. Finally, she gets angry for a while and lies down to rest. There are too many wounds on her body. It hurts when she is pulled. She can only cover herself with a quilt and sleep until night falls. Night. Yu Hai wakes up again. He has packed up everything, including the garbage. He is going to throw it in the sea. Throwing it in the forest is just a cover-up. After Miss Joy retrieved the unconscious Latias and the other two elves, he asked Miss Joy to get into the mouth of the gull, but was opposed by Miss Joy. Why? You are just a flying elf. What else? If you catch a cold at night, I will be the one in trouble. Yu Hai curled his lips in anger. This man is easy to talk about, and he is the one who is busy. Humph, I didn't ask you to save me, Miss Joy muttered to express her dissatisfaction. Why is this man still so irritating? She was so angry. Okay, whatever you want, either stay in the mouth, sit with me, or stay and wait to die, choose for yourself. Yu Hai looked at the sky getting darker and darker, and was not in a hurry. Anyway, he was not the one being hunted, so he would not indulge the other party. I won't sit with you. Miss Joy's face turned red when she heard that she would sit with the other party. She thought of her socks, which were taken off by this person and put on by this person. She had never had this happen before. Miss Joy, blushing, didn't dare to look at Yu Hai, nor did she want Yu Hai to help her. Instead, she let the egg help her and slowly climbed into the big mouth of the big-mouthed gull. Well, the gull was speechless. It's not you who are flying, but you are still nitpicking. Then it won't fly. Gull, blow the branches at the entrance of the cave open. Yu Hai saw Miss Joy sitting down, and then he sat on the gull and asked the gull to blow the dead branches at the entrance of the cave open with the wind, and they left the cave. Just send her to the Oak Research Institute as soon as possible. He is not her nanny. He dared to act like a big lady. Who is he showing it to? Funny. At the same time, heavy rain fell again, continuing to eliminate the smell they had come, delaying the time for the pursuers to find them. It was not easy to find two people in the vast forest. However, Yu Hai overlooked one thing, that is, the cave can take shelter from the rain. At midnight, a group of people appeared near the cave, and soon they touched the cave. A big black dog entered the cave, sniffed, and barked at the trainer. Lord Bixius, they have been hiding here during the day, so we didn't find them. The cave was blocked by dead branches, and the elves in the sky didn't find them. Don't make excuses. If you didn't find them, you didn't find them. Bixius glared at his subordinates fiercely, took out a map of the evergreen forest, marked 2 points on the map to connect them, and he suddenly understood something. They are going to the beach, let's go to the beach and wait for them. Bixius threw the map and pen to his subordinates, threw a flying elf to sit on it, and went directly to the beach. In the second half of the night, Yu Hai was still flying towards the beach, and he stopped to rest once in the middle. Fortunately, the big-mouthed gull was a senior elf, otherwise it would not have such a long endurance. Until the second half of the night, he changed the flying direction towards, because Darkrai who stayed in the cave came back and brought bad news. They know you are going to the beach, and they have already gone to the beach to wait for you. Ha, it's right to leave you, then we won't go to the beach. Yu Hai asked Darkrai to stay, just to see if the group can find the cave. If they can find the cave, it means that they are persistent in chasing Miss Joy, and they will definitely not stop until they catch Latias and kill her. Facing this group of hyenas, they will not have an easy time next. Fortunately, he has a little more mind and played a trick to deceive the world, true and false, real and fake. It will take at least until dawn, or even noon, for the pursuers to find that they have changed direction. By calculating their flight time and distance, it is basically possible to deduce what the flying elves are and how many people are sitting on them. If they still can't wait for them by noon tomorrow, Bixius will find that he has been fooled and will definitely find that they have changed direction. From 3 AM to 10 AM tomorrow, that was the time he had to escape. During this time, the gulls had no rest and needed to fly all the time. In order to fly farther, he also asked the gulls to move at high speed 3 times, just to fly farther within a limited time. Under the same distance, the gulls increased their speed by 6 levels, which was 4 times the basic speed, and 4 times faster than before. Of course, the speed was not calculated this way. Taking into account the rest and physical exhaustion of the gulls, they could not maintain the fastest speed throughout the journey. In addition, with 2 people, they were only twice as fast as usual, but it was enough. He calculated the distance to Pallet Town now. If he flew at the speed of the gulls, he would rest for half an hour every 5 hours to replenish his physical strength. In addition, the gulls were suitable for long-distance flights, otherwise they would not be able to survive on the sea. If they were replaced by Pidgeots, they might not have the endurance of the gulls. After flying until dawn, they only needed to fly for another day and continue flying until midnight to reach Pallet Town, instead of taking a passenger ship. It would take at least a week for a ship to sail to Binu City around the coastline, and they would be robbed several times. He didn't have the time to play hide and seek, so he just had to make the seagulls work hard. They flew directly to Pallet Town. Chapter 524, Fat, Help. The 45th day to Kanto, sunny. With the arrival of day, today is unfortunately a sunny day, which will increase the flight burden of the seagulls. But there is no way, they must escape every second. Only by reaching Pallet Town as soon as possible, they can be considered safe, and they also have to pray that Professor Oak is in Pallet Town. According to the time calculation, Xiaozai should have collected all the badges at this time and trained Pokémon in Pallet Town for the competition. Professor Oak is also in Pallet Town at this time and will not leave until the opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference. So, there is nothing much to say, the big-mouthed gulls have worked hard, fly faster. At noon, they stopped to rest and replenish their energy, and Miss Joy could also come out to relax temporarily. After all, it was not comfortable to stay in the big mouth. Although it could accommodate one person, it was still a bit crowded. Is it necessary to rush so much? Miss Joy was eating hot instant noodles. Seeing Yu-Hai urging her to eat quickly, and letting the big-mouthed gulls use feathers to help consume energy blocks, it seemed that the enemy was behind them and they should have escaped from danger. Nonsense, miss, you are the one being chased, can you have a sense of urgency? Yu-Hai was speechless. They were now racing against the god of death, and it would be over if they were caught up. I know, Miss Joy curled her lips, feeling that they had long gotten rid of the pursuers. After all, they flew all night last night and changed direction. Who could find them? Do you know why I changed direction last night? Why? Bixias is waiting for us at the beach. Yu-Hai had to reveal something to make the other party pay attention. They were running away, not on a picnic. How did they know we were going to the beach? Miss Joy was surprised. It was obvious that only the two of them knew about this. Stupid, from the camping site the night before last to the cave yesterday, take a map and draw a line, don't you know which direction we flew in, and then extend the line further, don't you know where we are going? Who are you calling a fool? Miss Joy had no intention of eating noodles, staring at Yu-Hai with resentment. She just didn't react. She was not stupid. Was the cave where we slept last night discovered? Yes, Yu-Hai was a little embarrassed by Miss Joy's look. He said a little too much, so he could only bury his head in eating. Miss Joy also knew that if she continued to ask, such as how did you find out that they found the cave, the other party obviously wouldn't say such things, and she was smart not to ask. The two of them ate a bowl of noodles quickly and drank some water to replenish their water. Miss Joy said she wanted to go to the toilet, so she took Venusaur into the forest. Seeing Miss Joy leave, Yu-Hai felt something in his heart break. It turned out that Miss Joy also had to poop. Good guy, physics, it doesn't exist, the character is broken. Do you know that just because of your poop, you have ruined the goddess in the hearts of many elf fans and players? When Miss Joy came back, she always felt that Yu-Hai looked at her strangely. Isn't it just going to the toilet? This is normal, okay? Is it necessary to look at her like this? She couldn't figure it out, so she was too lazy to think about it and went into the big-mouthed gull. Yu-Hai sat on the big-mouthed gull again, patted its mouth gently, and flew towards the direction of Pallet Town. They walked for more than an hour, and as Yu-Hai expected, the fires they used for cooking in the morning and at noon were discovered by the pursuers. When they came to the fire, Bixias's men saw that the fire was still smoking, and took out their mobile phones with a gloomy face and called Bixias. Lord Bixias, they didn't go to the beach, I found their cooking fire, the fire has not been extinguished. Yu-Hai and his men were in a hurry and didn't deal with the fire at all. Anyway, they flew to Pallet Town in one breath, and they didn't need to eat bread, but they could eat something hot, so the smoking fire was discovered. I know, Bixias took out the map, marked the two places again, connected them into a straight line, and continued to extend the straight line to both ends. A straight line extended backwards, and he guessed that the two people turned around at around 3 a.m. last night. Another straight line extended forward, pointing to Pallet Town. Damn, they are going to Pallet Town. Bixias saw the end of the straight line, one is Pallet Town, and the other is Red Lotus Town. If you want to get rid of their pursuit, just escape to Pallet Town, which is a town that even Sakeka doesn't want to provoke. Once Miss Joy escapes to Pallet Town, they will have no way to deal with Miss Joy, and it will also expose the fact that they are chasing Miss Joy. Then they can only escape from the pursuit of the Alliance. Don't think that he is very powerful in the rocket team. Everyone who sees him will call him the highest cadre, but if the Alliance launches a full-scale encirclement and suppression against them, it will be Du who will chase them. I can't afford to provoke them, I can't afford to provoke them. So he decided, Mattery, dispatch a helicopter from the nearest base for me, the fastest tilt-rotor aircraft, fast. Facing Bixia's roar, Mattery could only brush a plane for Bixia's, and it was a two-propeller plane. This group of people actually used airplanes to chase Yu Hai and his group. Yu Hai didn't know about this, and he underestimated the shamelessness of this group of people. They actually used airplanes and had no martial ethics. Yu Hai, who was flying on a gull, didn't know that the plane was chasing them. They flew until the evening and stopped to eat dinner. After simply replenishing their energy and water and letting the gulls rest for half an hour, they got on the gulls and continued their journey. They were already very close to Pallet Town. In addition, it was dark now, and the enemy couldn't see them even if they chased them. The aircraft radar couldn't do it, unless they used the naked eye of the night vision elves to search. So flying at night was safe for them, at least they could avoid being tracked by sight. Until 11 o'clock in the evening, they were close to Pallet Town, but Yu Hai didn't fly into Pallet Town openly. There was a Dragonite in the restricted air zone, and flying in might be shot down. He landed the gull outside Pallet Town, let Miss Joy come out of the gull's mouth, fed the gull a few energy cubes, and used the poke ball to take the gull back, letting it rest well. Later, he came to Miss Joy and shouted to her, "Come up, we're here. Why don't you fly in?" Miss Joy did not refuse. After spending the past few days together, it would be too artificial to be pretentious at this time. There is a Dragonite here, and trainers are not allowed to go in with flying Pokémons. You have to walk in, Yu Hai explained while carrying Miss Joy on his back and slowly walked towards Pallet Town. After 11 o'clock in the evening, many houses were turned off, and he did not dare to turn on the flashlight for fear of being seen. He slowly entered Pallet Town by moonlight. He was right to be cautious, because when he flew here today, he was followed by Lao Lu, who would report their progress to Bixia's from time to time. Bixia's was coming in a helicopter. If the helicopter hadn't been delayed by refueling to pick up Bixia's, it would have caught up with Otoko and Yukai. Seeing that the two had already entered Pallet Town, Lao Lu was more anxious than anyone else and kept calling Bixia's to urge him. It would be too late if he was late. But Bixia's hung up Lao Lu's phone. Just when Lao Lu didn't know what was going on, the sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Finally here, just in time, those two can really run, running thousands of kilometers in a few days. At the same time, when Yukai heard the sound of propellers, his heart suddenly went off with alarm bells. He didn't even look back, carrying Miss Joy on his back, and ran to Zai house at full speed. When he arrived at Zai's door, he couldn't wait for someone to open the door, and kicked the wooden door of Zai's house open. A bang woke up Zai and Hanako, and they hurried downstairs to check the situation. Zai was so excited that he took the poke ball and thought that there was a thief in the house. Yu Hai threw Miss Joy on the sofa, and didn't even look at the two people who were running down the stairs. He went out of the door and looked at the helicopter above his head. The searchlight hit his face. Bang! The poke ball opened, and Gyarados came out. The attack was already gathered in its mouth, and the beam was sprayed out, Destruction Death Beam. Roar! Gyarados looked up at the helicopter, and an orange-yellow beam shot straight into the sky and hit the helicopter hovering in the air. Before Bixia's and others could make an emergency landing, the helicopter hit by the Destruction Death Beam instantly lost balance, the rotor spun wildly, and crashed into the grass far away from Zai's door. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the plane hit the ground, it exploded. The shock wave of the explosion forced Yu Hai to hide behind Gyarados and let Gyarados use defense to resist. Crackle, clackle. But Zai's wooden house was gone. So lucky, the shock wave of the explosion swept through, and the glass of Zai's house shattered and fell to the ground in an instant. Zai and Hanako, who had just come downstairs and had not yet understood the situation, could only hold their heads and scream, including Miss Joy, who curled up on the sofa and screamed. When the three of them came to their senses, they saw a strong light bursting out outside the house. It was Gyarados using the destruction and death ray. Boom, boom, boom. Roar. A hideous and terrifying giant beast walked out of the wreckage of the plane fire. Every time it stepped on the ground, it could feel a vibration. Looking at this terrifying giant beast, just raising his hand to block Gyarados' destruction and death ray, it had no effect at all. The reckless pressure of the King of Heaven scared Yu-Hai so much that he subconsciously stepped back several steps until he hit someone and stopped. Are they crazy? Zai had never seen the crash site, and he didn't react when he was hit by Yu-Hai. He still stared blankly at the explosion in the distance. It was only when Yu-Hai bumped into Xiaoji that he realized how they came out and what they were still standing at the door looking at. Aren't they afraid of death? Run, run to Professor Oak's house, run. Hearing this familiar voice of running, Hanako instantly came to her senses, went out and pulled Xiaoji to run, heading towards the Oak Research Institute on the mountain. Miss Joy saw Hanako running, but her legs were weak, so Yu-Hai could only release the gull and let the gull hold Miss Joy and run. He turned his head to look at the approaching Bangala, and Bixias behind Bangala, as well as other members of Team Rocket. It's not surprising that they could avoid the crash. In that case, letting the elves jump with them was the best choice. Even if they didn't jump, letting the elves guard them could also avoid the explosion. Boy, you are very brave. Bixias looked at Yu-Hai at the door of Zai's house, grinned, and shouted to Bangala, Destruction Ray. Gudong, King Level Destruction Ray, King Level Destruction Ray. Yu-Hai saw the terrifying energy gathered in Bangala's mouth, and had no idea of staying to resist. This ridiculous idea has never occurred to him before. How could the defense of senior-level Pokémons stop the destruction ray of king-level Pokémons? These two Pokémons are completely different. Resisting is courting death. He now has only one way to go, that is, to use the Pokeball to take back Gyarados, release Scyther at that moment, hold Scyther's thigh tightly, and shout to Scyther, run. Scyther was in a state of panic as soon as he came out, and had no time to think. The premonition of the insect was already warning frantically, and it quickly flapped its wings and flew out of Pallet Town. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Scyther flew away, a destructive death ray swept across Zai's house, and the wooden house was broken into pieces like a building block and flew out. Fortunately, Zai's Pokémon were all on him, and the remaining Pokémon were at Oak Research Institute. Xiaogang and Zioxia were also staying at Oak Research Institute, not at his house, otherwise even the Pokeballs would be vaporized under the destructive death ray. Seeing Yu-Hai running away, Scyther disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bixias stopped paying attention to Yu-Hai and shouted to his subordinates behind him, "Send 2 people to catch him. I want to see the body. How dare you ruin my good things again and again?" "Yes, Lord Bixias," the 2 subordinates responded, and immediately released the flying Pokémon and chased after Scyther. Seeing his subordinates leave, Bixias turned his head to look at Zai and the other 2 who were running towards Oak Research Institute. Because the gulls had been flying for so long, they thought they could rest, but now they came out to lead people. They really couldn't run faster than Hanako and Zai. Looking at the 3 people in the distance, Bixias, who had been in such a state in order to catch a Latias, no longer wanted to catch Latias. He just wanted to die without any evidence. He opened his mouth and ordered Bangala, "Bangala, destroy the death beam." Roar! Bangala opened his mouth again, gathering terrifying energy in his mouth, and fired a terrifying energy beam at Zai and the other 2. Miss Joy, who was caught by the gull and looked back to see this scene, had closed her eyes. She knew that she could not escape no matter what. It was a pity that the gull and the 2 strangers were implicated by her. Roar, roar! With the roar coming from behind, the result that Miss Joy expected did not come. A fat orange-yellow gull opened its hands to block the 3 people. The huge destruction death beam hit the guard and exploded from the middle to sweep across the grass on both sides. Boom, boom, boom! The shock wave of the explosion blew over the 3 people, leaving Zai and the other 2 crawling on the ground to avoid secondary damage. The shock wave dissipated, and Dragonite raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat. It was too thrilling just now. If it had come a step later, these 3 people would have disappeared. Tap, tap, tap. Feeling the shock wave dissipate, Zai and the other 2 looked up and saw 5 people running towards them. One was Professor Oak with grey hair, one was his best friend Xiaomao, one was Xiaomao's sister Nanamai, and there were Xioxia and Xiao Gang. Chapter 525, Celebi. Zai. Xiaomao helped Zai up, and was shocked to see that Zai's family was gone. He couldn't speak. "Are you okay, Miss Joy?" Nanamai and Xioxia helped Miss Joy up, and saw that Miss Joy's face was covered with tears. What happened just now? She was so scared, so they quickly hugged Miss Joy and kept comforting her. Professor Oak pulled Hanako up and looked at her with a serious expression, wanting to know what happened from Hanako. But all Hanako could give Professor Oak was a wry smile and a shake of the head, saying helplessly, "If you want to know why, I'm afraid you have to ask Miss Joy." Miss Joy. Professor Oak turned his head and looked to Miss Joy, then to Dragonite. Dragonite shook his head at Dr. Oak. Dr. Oak understood and sighed softly. "Miss Joy from Golden City." Xiao Gang recognized that Miss Joy, who was sitting on the ground, was actually Miss Joy from Golden City. Why was she so embarrassed and covered with wounds? "Let's go to the research institute first and talk about it later." Dr. Oak saw Miss Joy's lost look and must have been scared. Her mind was in a mess at this time. It would be strange if she could ask. And Dragonite shook her head, indicating that those who caused trouble had left. He couldn't chase them, so he could only go back to the research institute first. Next, Miss Joy was helped by everyone to the Oak Research Institute. The big-mouthed gull looked back at the way they came. He didn't see the shadow of Yu Hai, so he followed the group of people and flew to the research institute for the time being. Yu Hai would come to inform it. When it arrived at the research institute, the big-mouthed gull was also arranged by Xiao Gang for food. It didn't hesitate and ate it in big mouthfuls. It was exhausted these days. Miss Joy was in the living room, wearing a blanket and with a cup of warm water in front of her. She was still shivering and didn't dare to think about what happened just now. If it wasn't for Yu Hai and the big-mouthed gull, she would have died long ago. She laughed at the man for being in a hurry before, but she didn't expect that she was racing against death. What the man said was right. It was just a little bit, it was really almost gone, and she almost couldn't see her grandma. Miss Joy, Miss Joy. I don't know what Miss Joy was thinking. Xiao Gang called Miss Joy many times. It was not until 4 or 5 times that Miss Joy came back to her senses. Seeing Xiao Gang's smiling face with big white teeth, she cried again. Okay, you are safe. Tell us what happened." Nanamai patted Miss Joy's back and kept comforting Miss Joy, hoping that Miss Joy could recover as soon as possible. Laby. Just then, before Miss Joy could speak, a small and cute green figure appeared in the living room, changing from transparent to green, circling around Miss Joy. Celebi. Everyone was startled by Celebi's sudden appearance, and it was Professor Oak who called out Celebi's name. "Celebi, I'm so glad you're okay." Miss Joy saw Celebi and excitedly reached out to hug Celebi. She thought Celebi had not been rescued and was caught by Bixias. Laby, Celebi saw that Miss Joy was okay, and rubbed Miss Joy's cheek affectionately. "Professor Oak, have you seen Celebi?" Zai caught the slippery point. So many of them were surprised to see Celebi, but only Professor Oak was not surprised. "Why is this?" "Ahem, I've seen it when I was young." Professor Oak glanced at Zai with a guilty conscience. He met Celebi when he was a child, and travelled through time with Celebi to meet Zai in the future. He also saved Celebi with Zai and defeated the elf hunter Bixias. And the elf hunter who came to attack Pallet Town today was Bixias. So, time is really a magical thing. Who could have known that the boomerang would fall on him? It's really amazing. Haha, then I have also seen Celebi. Zai was so happy to see the rare elf that he danced with joy. Suddenly he touched the elf ball, which seemed to turn on a switch, making him realize that Celebi is also an elf, and it seems that he can also be captured. It's worthy of you, Zai. The first time you see an elf, you only think about capturing it, regardless of anything. Sit down, go home if you are naughty. Hanako saw Zai so unreliable, and hurriedly pulled her son to sit down. She also wanted to capture Celebi, but she didn't see that Celebi was so scared that he could only hide behind Miss Joy. Haha, Zai was scolded, scratched his head awkwardly, and reminded Hanako, Mom, our house was blown up just now. Hanako was choked by this. The wooden house seemed to be blown up, they have no home. Well, I will compensate for the blown house, including the furniture in the house, and your daily necessities. Miss Joy heard that the house was blown up, and immediately said embarrassedly that she would compensate. It was just an ordinary house, it wouldn't cost much. Then, Professor Oak hurriedly asked Miss Joy what happened, why those people chased to Pallet Town, who were they, and still wrecking the town. It was Bixias. Bixias was catching Celebi. I saw it and went to stop it, and then Miss Joy talked about rescuing Celebi, being chased by Bixias, and then meeting the mysterious man Yukai, and flew with him on a large-mouthed gull for 2 days and 2 nights, without sleeping at night, and then flew to Pallet Town to seek help. The man also said that only in Pallet Town could she be truly safe. This statement was absolutely correct. When they arrived in Pallet Town, the group retreated and did not dare to continue to hunt and kill. After all, they dared to attack the town, such a cruel thing. Miss Joy really didn't know what the group of people dared not do. If Professor Oak was not here, the group of people would definitely continue to hunt. When Professor Oak heard about Bixias, his eyes were a little erratic. Isn't this the Pokemon hunter that Zai will travel to Chengdu in the future and they will defeat together? But Zai has just finished 8 badges, and the Quartz Conference has not yet been played. The travelet's still early to go to Chengdu. After Zai finishes the Quartz Conference, he will ask Zai to get the GS ball, and he will definitely have to go to the Orange Islands again. This future is still early, still early. That trainer is so powerful. He can take you away for so long and escape from such a strong Pokemon hunter. Who is he? Don't talk nonsense, Hanako hurriedly pulled her son. Why does he cause trouble for others if he is not careful? Can you ask such things casually? Isn't this causing trouble for others? Although she has guessed who the person is, Bixias is too powerful. It's better not to involve him. If he is hunted by Bixias, it's no joke. Didn't you see that their house was blown up? It's better to stay away from such terrorists. It's a bit rude to expose his identity at this time. Well, Mom is right, Zai scratched his head awkwardly. This kind of thing really can't be asked now, and can only be asked later. But Miss Joy did not hide it and still told Yuhai. He said his name is Ahai, and he didn't want to reveal his real name. He also has a big-mouthed gull, who took me here. Speaking of the big-mouthed gull, Xiao Gang turned his head to look at the place where the big-mouthed gull rested. The big-mouthed gull had disappeared long ago, and the window was open. There was only an inconspicuous pebble on the ground. Huh? Where is the big-mouthed gull? Where is the big-mouthed gull? Miss Joy had the same question. The big-mouthed gull left, Dr. Oak sighed. He saw the big-mouthed gull open the window and leave. Gone, Miss Joy felt a little disappointed for some reason. The stranger saved her and sent her all the way here. Didn't he even want to leave his real name? Don't think too much. He's probably afraid of revenge by Bixias. This is good for everyone. Dr. Oak was old and shrewd. He saw through Yuhai's concerns at a glance. Although he had never seen Yuhai, his guess was almost right. So that's how it is. Miss Joy's dim eyes suddenly lit up, but dimmed again, because she still didn't know who the other person was. Miss Joy didn't notice that Xiaozai was winking at Xiao Mao. He wanted to say several times that he should know him, but Hanako stopped him from saying it. Xiaozai felt very uncomfortable and could only stare at Xiao Mao and look at each other. Dr. Oak noticed the expressions of the two people and looked at Hanako, who was holding Xiaozai. He only saw Hanako nodding slightly, and he knew that Hanako and the others must know this so he didn't ask any more questions. The matter was very clear. It was a terrorist attack of extremely bad nature. Not only did they hunt down the Alliance inspector, they also dared to openly attack the Alliance Research Institute and the town. He needed to make a phone call. It would be difficult to settle this matter peacefully. You stay here tonight. I'll make a phone call first. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow. As Dr. Oak left, Nanamai also noticed something. The eyes of these guys just now were floating around, and they were stupid because they couldn't see the problem. When Xiao Gang and Xiaoxia heard the name they looked at each other and obviously thought of someone. After all, they only knew one and they didn't know if it was the they knew, but the owl and Gyarados matched. In order to satisfy her curiosity, Nanamai stared at Xiao Mao, and Xiao Mao immediately understood that it was time to go to bed, and got up and went upstairs tactfully. Xiao Mao had left, so it was naturally boring for Xiaozai to stay, so he followed Xiao Mao upstairs and went to bed together. They were best friends who grew up together. As the two noisy boys left, Nanamai did not disturb Miss Joy, but gently pulled Hanako out of the living room. Xiaoxia and Xiao Gang saw the two leave, and they also quietly got up and left. The living room became quiet again, with only Celebai's cry to comfort Miss Joy. As everyone left, the living room door was gently closed. Nanamai took Hanako far away from the living room and asked her, "Sister Hanako, do you know this Ahem?" Hanako didn't want to say it, but Nanamai was too clingy and acted like a spoiled child, so she had to explain, "I'm not sure if it's true. The face I saw didn't look like him, and I only saw Osprey and Gyarados. It's normal that the face doesn't look like him. You can disguise it with Ditto." Professor Oak came over after making a phone call. The other party said that some things were inconvenient to explain over the phone, and they would come over for a face-to-face meeting tomorrow. He came out to find Nanamai and continued, "Besides Osprey, there's Gyarados. That Ahem came to my house and didn't release Gyarados. I don't know if there was a Gyarados. What are the characteristics of that Gyarados?" Professor Oak continued to ask. He could not tell others, but he had to ask clearly. "Features? Does it count as a big size?" Hanako thought about it. That Gyarados was the same as an ordinary Gyarados. What other features could it have? But she suddenly realized that the size of that Gyarados was unusual. It seemed to be much larger than an ordinary Gyarados. "Okay, it's past 12 o'clock. Go to bed first. Staying up late will cause wrinkles." Professor Oak asked Hanako to take Nanamai and Xiaoxia to bed, and abruptly extinguished his granddaughter's curiosity. After all, which girl doesn't have spring and princess dreams? "Grandpa is so annoying." Nanamai stuck out her tongue, took Hanako's arm, and went back to the house together. The three of them took Miss Joy with them and prepared to go upstairs to take a bath and sleep. Miss Joy was still injured and needed treatment. But the living room door was suddenly pushed open. Professor Oak paused as he took out his mobile phone. He was frightened and heard Miss Joy shouting, "Dr. Oak, please help treat Latias. Please send a spirit to find him. He was chased out of Pallet Town. I don't know if he's been caught up." "Okay, I will." Dr. Oak put down his phone, took Miss Joy's poke ball, and shouted to Dragonite, "Go look outside the town." "Woo," Dragonite scratched his head. If he went to look for it now, he might just collect the body, but he still went and flew out of the town. "Okay, you have to take a rest, Nanamai, help Miss Joy to take a rest." Dr. Oak watched the three people go away, his hands were shaking with excitement. "This is Latias. There is nothing better than studying an infinite Pokémon." Something that made Dr. Oak more excited, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Dr. Oak, I'll come to help, and I can also help with the healing elves. Xiao Gang saw Dr. Oak leaving, and hurriedly chased him to express his willingness to help. He still felt a little bit reluctant to let an old man work all night. However, when he thought that it was Miss Joy's elf and he could help Miss Joy with the healing elf, he was still very excited. Afterwards, Dr. Oak and Xiao Gang were busy until dawn. With Xiaogang's help, Dr. Oak didn't spend much time healing the elf. He spent the whole night studying this Latias. Dragonite had returned a long time ago, but as expected, he didn't find the man at all. When Miss Joy woke up, he told her the truth, hoping that the man could escape. While collecting data, he also took the time to check Yu Hai's information. He really found it in the database, because his name contained Hai, and there were also Gull and Gyarados. He was a trainer from the Orange Islands, and he was participating in the Quartz Conference. He unlocked Yu Hai's identity information, which was the Electronic Identity Household Registration Authority he asked his old friend for. He saw Yukai, 15 years old, an orphan from Hasa Island in the Orange Islands, who was adopted as a grandson and is currently a trainer at the Xiagan Gym. There were also Pokemon registered by Yukai, one of which was a Gyarados. Then, he asked his old friend for a gym battle video and saw Yukai's Gyarados. After comparing it with the system, he concluded that Yukai's Gyarados was indeed much larger than ordinary Gyarados. The trainer who saved Miss Joy should be him. However, Hanako said that his appearance was different last night, so he must have disguised himself. Huh? 8 badges. Professor Oak scrolled down the information and saw Yu Hai's 8 badges. When Xiaozai attends the opening ceremony, he can ask Xiaozai to introduce him. As long as he sees him, he will know if it is him. Yu Hai doesn't know yet that his identity has been turned upside down. If he knows, he will certainly not admit it. Only a fool would admit such a thing. Even if everyone knows that he did it, as long as he doesn't admit it, it's not him. What's more, not everyone knows that only Hanako, Xiaozai, Miss Joy and Bixias have seen the Gyarados. However, after tonight, Bixias and his group will not know, because they are gone. On the other side, Bixias and others in Kaichen New Town finally found the 2 subordinates who were separated in the forest, but they had been burned beyond recognition, including the elves, all turned into ashes. Bang! Seeing the fire, Bixias was so angry that he punched the tree trunk, shaking off many leaves. In this dark and silent jungle, everyone was silent. The air was a little weird, and there was not even the sound of insects and birds, until the phone rang suddenly. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling. Boss Bixias answered the phone and said 2 words that no one wanted to hear. Don't call me boss, get out now while there is still time, you can't run away if it's too late. Where are you going? Bixias smiled helplessly, he knew this would be the result. Go wherever you want, get out of here. Sakeka's voice roared on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that he had received some news, so he called to remind the top thug. Anyway, it was just a phone call. Okay, boss. Bixias hung up the phone respectfully and looked at the text message sent by the phone. There were only a few words. The Alliance has issued a hunting order, regardless of life or death. He threw the phone into the fire and turned to look at the group of men behind him. They were all the team he carefully selected and trained, and they would all be killed here this time. The Alliance has issued a hunting order, everyone run away, run from the sea, run as far as you can, don't be caught by the Alliance, hide for 3 to 5 years, and then the brothers will get together again. Boss, boss, boss. Don't say anything, run away quickly, I'm the primary target, the Alliance will only chase me, and the trainer who hunts you must not be strong. Bixias couldn't bear to see these old brothers crying, so he turned around and waved his hands, cursing at these men, go away, why don't you go away, I don't want to see you. Boss. Seeing the boss like this, the younger brothers could only turn around and leave with tears in their eyes, running for their lives separately, and running as far as they could. Bixias stood by the fire for more than half an hour, until his men ran away, his sadness instantly disappeared, and he took out a positioning display, which was full of scattered red dots. After seeing these men running away, he threw the display on the grass to attract the attention of the Alliance, and the Alliance could not fail to find it. Then he dragged off all his clothes and threw them into the fire. He also thought the fire was not strong enough, so he threw another bottle of gasoline into it, and the fire exploded instantly. Seeing that the fire had devoured all the traces, he was satisfied to release the flying elf, and rode the elf to the Changpan gym in Changpan City, and returned to the staff dormitory to shave all his hair, adding the bearded man changed his clothes into the work clothes of the Tokiwa gym and put on a cap to cover his bald head. After changing his clothes, he cleaned the battlefield of the Tokiwa gym. Sakeka sat on the second floor of the battlefield with his feet up, holding a goblet with scarlet wine in it, silently watching Bixia's cleaning below. The reason why he kept the other party was because Mutuo escaped, and finally broke free from the armor on his body and disappeared without a trace. He underestimated Mutuo's strength, far underestimated it. Although Mutuo ran away and Latias didn't catch it, fortunately, his subordinates sent a good news that there was a phantom elf on a buoy, waiting for him to catch. The hidden dark breath, don't let him down. At the beach, Yukai lay on the beach with his big character. He was too tired from running around these days. There is nothing much to say about the last two people's pursuit. The two people who didn't know that he had Darkrai were hit by Darkrai's dark hole as soon as they entered the forest. As expected, he cremated a dragon. He didn't take anything away. He didn't even have time to take off the props on the elves. He killed all the elves and cremated them together. Then he let Scyther take him and ran wildly in the forest. He finally came to the beach and took a breath, waiting for the gull to come. He had asked Darkrai to notify the gull. Darkrai threw a small stone from the shadow and hit the gull's mouth. The gull immediately understood. The gull quietly opened the window and walked with Darkrai, flying towards the beach. It didn't take long for them to see Yukai. After all, Pallet Town is not far from the beach. Bilibali, the gull landed on the beach, and Darkrai returned to the shadow. Yuhai reached out and touched the messy feathers of the gull. In this battle royale, the gull worked hard. He had no time to clean the feathers these days, and his body was messy. He used the poke ball to take back the gull, let the gull have a good rest, and took the mosquito frog to the city not far away. If he remembered correctly, this city was called Blue Pulchi, and it was also a resort. There was a very famous Pokemon park nearby. The tourist attraction was that there were many giant Pokemon made of machinery on the island, which was Sakeka's money-making park. Good guy, in this land of Kanto, you really can't do without the rocket team. All the people on the land are the rocket team. He was taught a lesson. It's better to live in the Orange Islands. At least half of them are not the rocket team. This coastal city is to the east of Pallet Town, and the Bainu city he mentioned before is to the south of Pallet Town. The two coastal cities are not in the same direction. He temporarily got rid of the pursuit and wanted to rest in this city. When he arrived in this city, it was almost dawn. He didn't dare to stay in a hotel, so he could only register at the elf center, open a single room for the elves to eat breakfast, take a shower and fall asleep. Forget about the elves' lunch. He couldn't even take care of it. He could only eat after waking up.